Chapter 1. Mud Monkey Children. Take the elixir, sit down where you are. When I call your number, come forward. In an open area outside Longxing town, an elder in a Taoist robe with an air of immortality stand with one hand behind his back, looking at the more than 30 children in front of him, his eyes filled with anticipation. These children range from 8 to 14 years old, each holding a pill containing 5 colors: gold, green, blue, red, and brown, all looking excited. Surrounding the old Taoist and the children are the townsfolk from Longxing and nearby villages, mostly parents of the children, all hoping their child will be chosen, not only for cultivating immortality, but also for the silver tickets. Indeed, Longxing town is located in the desolate Liangzhou of the northeastern wilderness of the Great Qian Kingdom, where most people barely have enough to eat. Although they have little concept of cultivation, they know that if their child is chosen by the immortal, they will immediately receive 1,000 taels of silver, allowing them to leave the barren village and live in a town or a better place. This is what these parents are thinking. As for the children's thoughts, it is unknown. Under the eager eyes and noisy murmurs of the crowd, the children have already swallowed the pills in their hands, then obediently sat on the ground, raising their number plates. Hi, waiting for the old Taoist to speak. Seeing this, the old Taoist's small eyes, filled with light, begin scanning the group of children. 10 breaths, 50 breaths, 100 breaths. Suddenly, the old Taoist's face brightened, looking at a little girl with a tiger head and tiger brain at the back, shouting, "Number 33. Hearing this, the children all turned to look at the little girl, and they saw a faint mist rising from her, causing a wave of envy. Xiaoyun, it's Xiaoyun who was chosen. Great, great. In the crowd, a middle-aged woman with a waxy yellow face covered her face and cried, almost fainting from excitement, while nearby villagers hurriedly helped her up. I didn't expect that silly girl to have immortal talent. The Ling family's ancestors must be smiling from above. I hope my son can do well and earn me 1,000 taels too. Yeah, the Ling family is rich now. A full 1,000 taels. Upon hearing the old Taoist call the name, the villagers couldn't help but sigh in envy, with many nervously gripping their clothes, hoping their child would also be chosen. After a while, number 20, the old Taoist suddenly looked at an 8 or 9-year-old child sitting in the center of the third row, who also had faint mist rising from him. Haha, Xiao Hu was chosen. Instantly, another exclamation arose in the crowd, as a burly middle-aged man trembled with excitement, slapping an old man beside him on the shoulder. Village head, did you see? It's Xiao Hu. We're rich. With 2 people already chosen, the remaining children became somewhat anxious, as historically, the Qingyang sect had only selected a maximum of 2 people at a time, and now that 2 had already been picked, the remaining hope seemed slim. Time passed, and soon a quarter of an hour had gone by. Unfortunately, since Xiaoyun and Xiao Hu were chosen, no one else had been called, as if Longxing town could truly only produce 2 people at most. The old Taoist's once hopeful gaze gradually dimmed. The elixir he provided was called the Awakening Elixir, which could help those without cultivation awaken their spiritual roots. Normally, if more than a quarter of an hour passed without success, it indicated that the person lacks spiritual roots, at least below 5 spiritual roots. Those below 5 spiritual roots are called mixed spiritual roots, often having 7, 8, or 9 spiritual roots. While mixed spiritual roots can absorb spiritual energy, it is likely that they will struggle to open even 1 meridian in their lifetime and cannot reach the first level of qi. Training.In the cultivation world, mixed spiritual roots are regarded as the lowest existence. Even 5 spiritual roots are called pseudo-spiritual roots, and no one would waste resources to help someone who might be a mixed spiritual root awaken. After waiting a moment longer, the old Taoist shook his head helplessly and looked at the children sitting on the ground, saying, "All right, the awakening ceremony is over. You all lack spiritual roots and are fated to be without cultivation. You may disperse." Upon hearing this, the children immediately showed expressions of despair, and a wave of sighs arose from the crowd of onlookers as parents hurriedly came forward to take their children home. Forget about being an immortal. I didn't expect to be so fat and still not able to cultivate. A robust boy placed his hand on the shoulder of a thin, dark boy beside him, grumbling as they walked. "Mud Monkey, do you think I ate too much and blocked my spiritual roots?" The boy called Mud Monkey also looked gloomy, rolling his eyes at the remark. "How would I know?" Mud Monkey, Chun Fatty, wait for me to eat tea this moment. A lean boy of similar age chased after them, casually placing a hand on Mud Monkey's other shoulder, speaking intimately. "Mud Monkey, you say it's fine that I and Chun Fatty, 2 big guys who can't recognize half a word, can't cultivate, but you shouldn't be like us. You've read so many books since you were little, how come you're the same?" "It's fate, I guess." Mud Monkey shook his head, unable to hide his disappointment. His father had once been a teacher in Dashikin, and he had indeed read a lot of books since childhood, but what use is that? This world is ultimately not one for scholars. If reading more made one powerful, his father wouldn't have been eaten by the wild beasts on a mountain. Mud Monkey's real name is Lu Li, and he was nicknamed Mud Monkey because he was as thin as a monkey. The 3 of them all came from Dashikin, 20 miles away from Longxing town. Besides Lu Li, the fat boy is named Chun Zhong, nicknamed Chun Fatty, and the other lean boy is named Qin Shoren, nicknamed Beast. All three of them are already 13 years old this year and have grown up together, having a good relationship. So this time, both Qin Zhong and Qin Shoren's parents did not accompany them.As for Lu Li. His mother died when he was born, and his father also unfortunately perished 2 years ago during a beast attack. Since then, he has been thinking about cultivating immortality to strengthen himself, but fate played tricks, and he ultimately lacked the talent for immortality. Behind the three of them was a 9-year-old boy named Li Shangyun, also from Dashikan, who also did not have a parent accompanying him, just entrusted to Lu Li and the others to take care of him. At this moment, it is June, and the weather is both stuffy and hot. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at a small river. Since Qin Shoren didn't want to go back to help with farming, they planned to catch fish in the river and play until dark before returning. This river is called Tanshui River. Lu Li and the others often come here to bathe and are very familiar with the water conditions, so as soon as they arrived at the riverbank, they jumped in without taking off there. Clothed, Li Shangyun, though young, loved to play in the water and was quite good at swimming. Seeing the situation, she called out and followed along. This side is deep, Shangyun. You go to the shallow end. Lu Li called out as he swam deeper, worried that even though she could swim, accidents could happen, and he wouldn't be able to explain to Li Shangyun's father. Li Shangyun replied obediently and swam towards the shallow water. Ha! 7 stars. I caught a 7 stars fish. At that moment, Qin Shoren suddenly emerged from the water, holding up a yellow-brown 7 stars base and shouting excitedly. I caught one too. Qin Zhong's big head popped up from the water, holding a loach in his hand. Look at mine. Lu Li, unwilling to fall behind, dove in and began searching among the rocks. Suddenly, he frowned, feeling something that didn't seem like a fish. It was rough and prickly. He prepared to pull it out to see what it was, but unexpectedly, he pulled too hard and got his hand cut by the sharp rock crevice, blood instantly gushing out. Lu Li winced in pain and quickly let go of the object, pulling his hand back. But just as Lu Li was preparing to go ashore to bandage his wound, something unexpected happened. Chapter 2. The Abduction. Lu Li was horrified to find himself in an unknown space. The space wasn't large, only about 10 feet in circumference, surrounded by thick white mist that obscured the view of the outside world. Above him, there was sunlight and blue sky with white clouds. The ground beneath him was very soft, the soil not ordinary yellow earth but black with a faint flowing light. In the center of this 10-foot area, there was a tender sprout about 4 to 5 inches tall, shimmering with light, the type of plant unknown to him. At that moment, a sudden feeling of drowning washed over him. Lu Li panicked and, in a rush, dashed towards the white mist beside him. Bang! What seemed as soft as cotton turned out to be harder than steel, knocking him down onto the ground. Where's this? Let me out! Lu Li shouted with a red face, struggling. Buzz! The space suddenly shook. In the next moment, Lu Li came to his senses and realized he had sunk deep into the water. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of river water and struggled towards the shore. Back on the shore, Lu Li retched violently, gasping for air, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. Hey, actually can drown? Qin Zhong noticed something was off with Lu Li and swam back. Don't go down. Quickly call Qin Beast back. There's something evil down there, Lu Li said, panting. Evil? Qin Zhong looked at Lu Li suspiciously. Where would there be evil in broad daylight? Stop talking. Just listen to me. Call him back. And Shangyun too, don't wash anymore. Come back with me right now. Lu Li said decisively, not allowing for any debate. That thing was too bizarre, and he feared for their safety. Okay. Qin Zhong had never seen Lu Li so serious and immediately called Qin Shoren and Li Shangyun back to the shore. Qin Shoren also had a face full of doubt, but seeing Lu Li's bad complexion, he didn't argue and the 4 of them headed towards Dash's High. Qin Zhong and Qin Shoren, used to being lazy, were afraid of being sent to herd cattle upon returning, so they walked slowly. Meanwhile, Lu Li was heavy-hearted and walked slowly as well. Suddenly, he felt a heat in his left hand. He had forgotten to check his wound in his fright earlier. When he looked at his left palm, his pupils involuntarily contracted, and he exclaimed in his heart, "What is this? When did this ghostly thing appear on my palm?" It was only now that Lu Li noticed a green, 3-layered small tower pattern had appeared on his palm. Without him realizing it, Lu Li rubbed it with his hand and found that it showed no signs of fading, as if it were tattooed on. This frightened him greatly. Could it be that a ghost has possessed me? This made him involuntarily recall his earlier experience underwater, and he thought to himself that he had encountered a water ghost. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to go to town to see a Taoist priest. Hey, what are you doing? Qin Shoren noticed Lu Li standing still and came back. Nothing. Lu Li forced out an ugly smile. You haven't really encountered a ghost, have you? No. Lu Li was about to explain when he suddenly saw an old Taoist priest walking out from Forest Path. The priest looked to be in his 70s or 80s, even older than the Taoist from Qingyun sect in Longxing town. He was thin and hunched, wearing a light blue Taoist robe, with sparse and messy gray hair, and his face had many dark spots, looking as if he could be buried at any moment. If it weren't for the long sword on his back and the whisk in his left hand, Lu Li might have mistaken him for a ghost. Nevertheless, Lu Li still felt a chill. The others, Qin Shorin and Li Shangyun, stopped, while Qin Zhong gulped nervously and whispered, "Is this an immortal or a ghost?" As soon as he said this, the old Taoist suddenly squinted and looked over at Qin Zhong, nearly scaring him into hiding behind Lu Li. Lu Li felt that although this person looked a bit eerie, he was at least dressed respectably. He summoned his courage and stepped forward, bowing to the old Taoist. "Greetings, senior." The old Taoist's gaze shifted downward. Although he was old, his eyes were clear. He stared at Lu Li and rasped, "Young man, where are you all going?" Lu Li dared not look directly at him, lowering his head to answer, "We are all from Dashes High, just participated in the Qingyang sect awakening ceremony, and are preparing to return." "To the village?" "Returning to the village?" A glint flashed in the old Taoist's eyes. "You all did not succeed in your awakening?" "Yes, senior." "Old man, how about I grant you a chance?" "A chance?" Lu Li was puzzled. "That Qingyang sect is just a name without substance. How about you follow me, and I will take you to cultivate immortality?" "Cultivate immortality." Lu Li didn't speak, but Qin Shorin exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I have my ways of helping you cultivate immortality. Do you want to go?" "Yes, yes." Qin Shorin nodded repeatedly. "Good, then follow me." The old Taoist smiled in satisfaction and turned to walk along the forest path behind him. "Senior, can we go back to tell the adults?" Qin Shorin called out when he saw the old man was about to leave. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist stopped and turned back. "As a Taoist, I believe in fate. If you leave, then that means the fate is severed, and you cannot enter my immortal gate." Hearing this, except for Lu Li, the other three showed looks of difficulty. Lu Li, however, did not show such an expression. He didn't want to follow the old Taoist. He just felt something was off about him, though he couldn't quite articulate what it was. After thinking it over, Lu Li decided not to take the risk. He had loved reading strange tales since childhood, often seeing descriptions of mountain spirits and monsters transforming into human forms to deceive children, terrifyingly, devouring flesh and hearts. So, he clasped his hands and said, "Senior, although we have a desire to cultivate immortality, we are not suitable materials for it, so we will not trouble you further." He then signaled the other three, "Let's go." Among them, Lu Li was the most sensible, and generally, he made the decisions in situations. Seeing Lu Li's resolute stance, though they were confused, they didn't voice their questions, and all bowed to the old Taoist, apologizing before following Lu Li to leave. Ungrateful. Lu Li and the others had just taken a few steps when the old Taoist suddenly took out a rolled-up yellow paper and flicked it towards them with his fingers. The yellow paper instantly flew out at high speed, and before Lu Li and the others could react, they were enveloped in dense white mist. In just 2 or 3 breaths, they felt a wave of dizziness and fell to the ground with a few thuds. The old Taoist didn't even glance back, turning directly into the forest. A moment later, a horse-drawn carriage emerged from the woods. The old Taoist bent down as if picking up trash, tossing Lu Li and the others one by one into the carriage. He then drove the carriage away, disappearing down the narrow path in the forest. Chapter 3. Drug slaves. The carriage sped along like the wind, mountains and trees rapidly retreating behind them. Night fell, and the moon rose high. With a creak, the carriage finally stopped at the foot of a rugged high mountain. The old Taoist lifted the curtain to take a look, nodded in satisfaction, and walked inside, picking up Lu Li with one hand and Qin Shorin with the other. He stepped outside and lightly jumped onto a boulder, ascending swiftly until they reached halfway up the mountain. After resting for a moment, the old Taoist exerted himself again, leaping gracefully from the boulder as if he were a ghost, each leap propelling him up over 10 zhang. Soon, he reached the mountain summit. Here stood an old Taoist temple with the words Qing Liang Guan inscribed on it. The Taoist kicked open the temple door and walked inside. Behind the door was a decent-sized courtyard, where a young Taoist in his late teens was looking around. Upon seeing the old Taoist enter, his face lit up with joy, and he sighed in relief. Quickly approaching, "Master, you're back." The old Taoist nodded. "I brought back 4 drug slaves, and there are 2 more at the foot of the mountain." "Go bring them up." "Yes, master," the young Taoist replied, lowering his head before quickly heading outside. To the right of the courtyard was a row of low houses, 6 in total, each with a number on the door, numbered 1 to 6 from left to right. The old Taoist carried Lu Li toward the low houses, first tossing Lu Li into room 1, locking the door behind him. Then he threw Qin Shorin into room 2 before leaving. After a while, the young Taoist returned, panting heavily. With 2 people tucked under his arms, he staggered as he walked, looking as if he would collapse from exhaustion, muttering, "Damn it, this big guy ate so much, almost broke my back." With a clatter, he opened room 3 and tossed Zhong inside, then threw Li Shangyun into room 4 before finally letting out a deep breath. He then walked to room 6, listened carefully, and upon hearing no sound inside, shook his head with a sigh and turned to leave. Time passed. The next day, a ray of sunlight shone through the small ventilation window in the wall, illuminating the dim room, but a musty smell filled the air as Lu Li furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. "Where is this?" Lu Li slowly sat up, rubbing his swollen head. Looking around, he realized he was in a dark, cramped room, empty except for some dry straw and water stains. Am I locked up? A sudden feeling of unease surged within him. This place looked similar to the prison cells described in books, with walls sealed tightly, leaving only a ventilation window. He tried pulling at the door, but it didn't budge. It was made of steel, and his heart sank. That old Taoist is indeed not a good person. Eluli retreated to the wall, lowered his head, and hugged his knees, his eyes filled with confusion. The old Taoist's abilities were too mysterious. He and the others were likely in danger. Clang! Suddenly, a small opening appeared at the bottom of the door, and a small iron basin filled with food was pushed inside. Luli turned his head to take a look and found the food to be quite decent, even better than what he had in Dashi village. That tea smelled fragrant, with both meat and vegetables, not resembling the kind of treatment meant for torture, which made him even more puzzled. What did he really want? Damn it, let me out. I swear. Just then, Luli suddenly heard a series of kicking sound from the adjacent room, clearly coming from Chinshorin. That beast. Luli's mouth twitched slightly. On the other side, in the main hall of the Taoist temple, a small three-legged cauldron was placed in the center, with fire crackling beneath it. The young Taoist sat on a small stool, occasionally adjusting a knob. As he turned the knob, the opening and closing of two iron plates above the fire changed, causing the flames to flicker between large and small. The old Taoist sat cross-legged nearby, watching the young man with a look of appreciation. Zhengping, your fire control skills are already quite proficient. Well done. Fan Zhengping wiped the sweat from his forehead and casually replied, it's all thanks to Master's teachings. But Master, we keep capturing mortals to test the medicine. I fear it goes against the heavenly path. Why don't we stop after this trial? Umph. The old Taoist snorted coldly at his words and reprimanded. Cultivation is inherently against the heavens. If we fear the heavenly path, we might as well farm like those mortals. Moreover, these mortals can become stepping stones on our path to cultivation that is their fortune from several lifetimes. Only by staying true to our hearts can we go further on the path of cultivation. Do you understand? Yes. Fan Zhengping nodded, no longer arguing, and continued to manipulate the ground fire. After a moment, he turned off the fire switch and slowly opened the furnace lid. Looking at the two pitch-black pills inside, he frowned. Master, it seems the medicinal materials used this time are still incorrect. This acupoint pill is still dark and unappealing. Is that so? The old Taoist approached, peering at the pills in the cauldron. No matter, perhaps the acupoint pill is meant to be this color. Just keep trying. As long as we get it right once, we'll make a fortune. The old Taoist, named Zhang Song, was a loose cultivator who just turned 80 but had only reached the 8th level of qi refinement, highlighting how difficult the path of cultivation is. The recipe for the acupoint pill was one he had stumbled upon in a cave, said to allow qi refinement practitioners to quickly break through acupoints, advancing their realm at lightning speed. Even major sects did not possess such pills. If he could successfully refine it, he would have a great chance to establish his foundation before reaching 100 years old. However, this recipe was incomplete. Of the 4 medicinal materials, only 3 had been validated, and even the original owner of the recipe had never succeeded in refining it. Thus, he kept searching for medicinal materials to experiment with, to avoid poisoning himself with the pills he created. For over 3 years, he had tested on mortals, and hundreds had died, yet the remaining medicinal materials still had not been tested. Yes. Fan Zhengping nodded. They'll go find someone to test it. With that, he stood up and walked out to the courtyard, heading straight to room 4, slowly opening the door and calling inside, you can come out now. The child inside was Li Shangyun, who, upon hearing this, looked delighted and hurried out, innocently asking, Master, why did you lock me up? What about the others? A flicker of reluctance crossed Fan Zhengping's eyes, but quickly disappeared. They've gone to another place to cultivate. I locked you up to temper your character. It's fine now. My master has refined a pill for you. After you take it, you can become an immortal. Come with me. Really? The two then walked into the main hall together. Chapter 4. Hope. Upon entering the hall, when Li Shangyun saw Zhang Song's eerie old face again, he couldn't help but take a step back in fear. Little one, you seem to be very afraid of me? No. Hee. Don't worry. I am an immortal and won't harm you. Zhang Song smiled slightly, stepped forward, and spoke gently. Here, take this pill. If you can hold on, you can become an immortal. Really? Upon hearing he could become an immortal, Li Shangyun immediately showed interest. Of course, I never deceive children. Zhang Song handed over the pill. Li Shangyun stared at the pill for a moment, reached out his little hand to take it, hesitated briefly, and then tossed it into his mouth. Ah! In an instant, Li Shangyun's face twisted, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his body shaking violently as if he were having a seizure. In just a few breaths, he kicked his feet and fell silent. Master. Fan Zhengping looked at this scene, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Zhang Song's face turned ugly. Enough. Deal with him. I need to go down the mountain to continue searching for spiritual herbs. You guard the temple and wait for my return. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable. Yes, master. Zhang Song flicked his sleeve and turned to go back to his room to pack. After a moment, he came out with a bundle on his back and stared at Fan Zhengping. Zhengping, I know you have a kind heart, but you must remember, you are a cultivator, and kindness won't lead to great achievements. When I return next time, I hope you have changed. Yes, master. After Zhang Song left, Fan Jingping sighed again and carried Li Shangyun's corpse out of the main hall. On the left side of the courtyard, there was a small door. Fan Jingping pushed it open, and ahead was a large pit several feet wide, filled with a stench, swarming with flies and countless corpses piled up inside. Some bodies had just begun to rot, while others had already turned to bones. Fan Jingping only glanced at it before tossing Li Shangyun down. The originally lively and cute child had instantly become an object of contention for flies and ants. Time passed, and 7 days went by in the blink of an eye. And Iho, the fat guy said, Shangyun hasn't moved for several days. He seems to be completely absent from the room. In room number 1, Luli leaned against the wall, and a worried voice came from a small hole the size of a fist next to him, belonging to Qin Shorin. After these few days, the group had gone from panic to numbness. All three had punched through the wall of their adjacent rooms, and Chen Zhong's room was right next to Li Shangyun's. No matter how much Chen Zhong called for Li Shangyun these days, there was no response. I understand. Luli replied faintly, but offered no further words. The room was made of large stones, except for the adjacent wall, which was brick, making it impossible to shake. He couldn't think of a way to escape. Are we going to die? Qin Shorin's voice trembled. I don't know. Luli didn't know how to comfort him, that if his guess was correct, Li Shangyun had probably met with an accident, and it wouldn't be long before it was their turn. In the dim light, Luli raised his left hand and stared at the small tower design in his palm, muttering, "What exactly are you?" Upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed that there were words on the small tower. Besides the 4 characters, 3 treasures glazed inscribed at the base, the 3 layers from bottom to top were carved with the characters boundary, void, and time. 3 treasures, glazed tower? Luli blurted out, wondering if it wasn't a ghost, but some kind of treasure instead. Creak. Just as Luli was about to take a closer look, the door was pushed open, and a young Taoist priest, around 17 or 18, stood at the entrance. He glanced at Luli on the floor and said, "The master is not here. Come out for some fresh air." It was Fan Jingping. "We can go out?" Fresh air rushed into the room after a long time, and Luli jumped up, rushing out in a few steps, breathing deeply the outside air. Before long, Qin Shorin and Chen Zhong also ran out. "I'll kill you." Suddenly, Chen Zhong swung his fist and charged at Fan Jingping. Fan Jingping frowned slightly, and just as Chen Zhong reached him, he suddenly lifted his foot and kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying back, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. Chen Zhong let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. Luli and Qin Shorin's expressions changed, and they hurried over to help Chen Zhong up. Fan Jingping shook his head, looking at the 3 of them. "Letting you out already goes against the master's orders. If you don't know what's good for you, I can only lock you up again." "What happened to Shangyun? What did you do to him?" Chen Zhong struggled to rush forward, shouting, "If you're talking about that child, I can tell you, he is already dead." "What?" Upon hearing this news, both Qin Shorin and Luli froze. Although they had their suspicions, hearing it confirmed was still hard to accept. Qin Shorin's fist cracked as he was about to charge forward, but Luli blocked him, shaking his head. "Go back." Qin Shorin looked unwilling, angrily storming back to the room and slamming the door shut. Chen Zhong shot a heavy glance at Luli, disappointment evident in his eyes, and similarly turned back to the room. "You are quite clever. Although I'm only at the first level of Qi training, I'm not someone that you mere mortals can deal with." Fan Jingping glanced appreciatively at the thin, dark boy who was a head shorter than him, then turned and walked towards a stone chair in the center of the courtyard, speaking as he walked. "Let's talk." Luli took a deep breath and followed slowly. After sitting down on the stone chair, Fan Jingping patted the space beside him. "Sit." Luli hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat down, remaining silent. Seeing Luli's silence, Fan Jingping spoke for himself. "Actually, I was once like you, captured to test drugs. But I was luckier. He suddenly had the idea to give me a spirit awakening pill, and I just happened to have 5 spiritual roots.So. He took me as a disciple and had me assist him. Over the years, he taught me a lot, and I'm very grateful to him, but I don't want him to continue killing, so I am very conflicted." Hearing this, Luli looked at Fan Jingping in surprise, not expecting that he was also captured. This thought made him hopeful. "Master, since that's the case, can you secretly let us go?" Fan Jingping shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to let you go, but I can't. Not to mention that the master has treated me well. If I let you go and he returns, I probably won't survive. Can't we leave together?" Fan Jingping looked at Luli strangely. "Why would I want to leave? The master is experimenting with a kind of pill. If the experiment is successful, my cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Perhaps the master is right. Mortals should take pride in being a stepping stone for us cultivators." In short, it was still selfishness at play. The so-called benevolence only existed as long as it didn't touch the other's interests. From a few words exchanged, Luli already understood the meaning behind it. It turned out that the so-called immortals were not as selfless as he imagined. Their greed might even be greater than that of mortals. After hearing this, Luli fell silent. After a moment of silence, Fan Jingping added, "Although I can't let you go, I can give you a glimmer of hope." Chapter 5, Awakening. Hope? Lu Li looked at Fan Jingping with excitement upon hearing his words. When one is in despair, what they desire the most is hope, and as long as there is hope, anything is possible. Yes, hope. Fan Jingping nodded that as mortals, you naturally have no choice. If you had spiritual roots, Master might take you as disciples just like he did with me. Spiritual roots. Upon hearing these two words, Lu Li felt weak all over and said dejectedly, "We participated in the Qingyang sect's awakening ceremony and did not awaken any spiritual roots." No spiritual roots? Fan Jingping frowned at first, then looked closely at Lu Li as if he had made a significant decision. "You wait here." After saying that, he rushed into the main hall like the wind. Lu Li was about to make a run for it, but, glancing at the tightly closed door beside him, he sat back down. Not to mention that Fat Chun and Qin Shoren were still inside. But just based on Fan Jingping's speed, he knew he wouldn't be able to escape. In just a moment, Fan Jingping returned, carrying a pile of jade bottles, and sat back down in his chair. "These are all awakening pills I secretly refined, a total of 120. I'm giving them all to you now. Share them, and if anyone awakens spiritual roots, tell me, and I'll plead with Master to see if he can spare you." Awakening pills? Lu Li looked at the pile of jade bottles and shook his head. "We've already taken some." "I know." Fan Jingping explained that in fact, in the cultivation world, 5 spiritual roots are not the worst. Below 5, there are 6, 7, 8, 9, and countless other possible roots, which are called mixed spiritual roots. Awakening them requires a large number of awakening pills. However, even if such roots awaken, the cultivation speed is slower than a turtle's crawl. You might never reach the first level of qi refining in your lifetime, but isn't it better than having no hope? There is such a saying. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's extinguished dream of cultivation reignited. Even if it was a mixed spiritual root, as long as he could cultivate, he wouldn't give up. "Thank you." Lu Li grabbed all the jade bottles. No matter the outcome, he had to give it a try. After exchanging a few more simple words, Lu Li eagerly walked towards the room. He first went to room number 3, found Chun Zhong, handed him 4 jade bottles, and explained what had just happened. Unexpectedly, Fat Chin scolded Lu Li, calling him a sycophant, and refused to take them. Lu Li had no choice but to place the jade bottles on the ground, and then went to Qin Shoren's room. Although Qin Shoren felt bad, upon hearing there was hope, he readily accepted the jade bottles without hesitation. Fan Jingping watched everything and thought to himself that this kid was knowledgeable and steady, that if he could awaken mixed spiritual roots, he might really have a chance to enter the first level of qi, refining, and display some immortal techniques. Seeing Lu Li finish distributing the pills, Fan Jingping stood up, locked the room door, and left. Lu Li then sat on the grass and began to devour the awakening pills. So many awakening pills. Even a major cultivation sect like Qingyang sect wouldn't allow a mortal to squander them like this. He really had to thank the little bit of kindness in Fan Jingping's heart. As he swallowed one pill, Lu Li quickly looked at his body, but unfortunately, there was no reaction at all. That a quarter of an hour later, Lu Li sighed helplessly and swallowed another one. Unknowingly, 3 hours passed, and Lu Li had consumed a total of 18 awakening pills, but unfortunately, his body still showed no reaction. Just then, a fist suddenly reached through a small hole in the wall, accompanied by Qin Shoren's trembling voice. Mud Monkey. Mud Monkey, look, did I awaken?" Lu Li was taken aback, grabbed Qin Shoren's hand, and saw a faint mist rising from it, exclaiming, "Beast, damn it you. You actually really awakened. Ha ha, I've awakened. I have spiritual roots. I can cultivate." Qin Shoren pulled his hand back and began shouting in the room. Before long, Lu Li heard Qin Shoren running to the wall next to Chun Zhong to show off, and Chun Zhong, who was about the same as Lu Li, suddenly looked at the several jade bottles near the door and staggered over. Night fell quickly. Lu Li had consumed all 40 awakening pills, but still showed no signs of awakening. His heart was nearly dead, and he lay weakly on the hay. The next morning, Lu Li was awakened by Qin Shoren's excited voice, only to find that Fat Chun had also awakened. Lu Li was greatly impacted and fell silent. Around noon, Fan Jingping came again, opened the door, and let Lu Li and the others go out for some fresh air. When he heard that Qin Zhong and Qin Shoren had both successfully awakened their spiritual roots, Fan Jingping was quite surprised and said he would help them plead with Master, so they could stay and help him refine pills. "Mud Monkey, I still have 25 awakening pills here. You can take them and try again." Seeing Lu Li downcast, Qin Shoren turned back to the room and brought out 3 jade bottles. Qin Zhong also returned to his room and took out 3 jade bottles, saying, "I have 20 here too. On the path of immortality, none of our 3 brothers can be missing." Lu Li initially didn't want to accept them. If he couldn't awaken with 40 pills, even if he did awaken with these, they might be completely useless. However, seeing the hopeful expressions on their faces, he still took them. Fan Jingping, perhaps feeling too lonely for too long, started explaining the cultivation methods to Qin Zhong and Qin Shoren in detail after they awakened. Lu Li listened from the side, feeling confused and inevitably envious. By sunset, Fan Jingping finally finished his explanation. Then the group rushed to the kitchen, busy cooking, truly enjoying the moment together. Lu Li remained preoccupied, and after finishing his meal and returning to his room, he began to frantically consume the pills again. Disappointment kept descending time and again. After a whole night, Lu Li had taken 30 pills, but still failed to awaken, leaving only 5 awakening pills left. The next day, Lu Li did not go out again. Chen Zhong and Qin Shoren came to check on him, offering comfort, but it was of no use, and they left helplessly. I can't just give up like this. Lu Li looked at the last jade bottle and, suppressing his fatigue, opened the bottle cap. 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills. Suddenly, Lu Li's body radiated with brilliant light, with gold, green, blue, red, brown, white, purple, black, and bright yellow, 9 colors of light bursting forth. Lu Li's excited body shook, and he shouted, I've awakened! I've awakened! Outside, Chen Zhong and Qin Shoren exchanged glances and then rushed in. When they saw Lu Li's condition, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Although the light from their own awakening was faintly multicolored, it was nothing compared to Lu Li's terrifying display, as if he were glowing all over. Fan Jingping also rushed in, and upon seeing Lu Li, he couldn't help but gulp. Is this really the manifestation of awakened spiritual roots? Chen Zhong and Qin Shoren were momentarily stunned. Could it be that this is an awakening? About that, I don't know either, Fan Jingping said with a puzzled expression. He had never heard of someone awakening like this. Unfortunately, he was only at the first level of qi refining, and it was said that after a successful awakening, a foundation-building expert could directly investigate what attributes the person's spiritual roots had. Content summary: mortal flow, no system, space, medicine garden, immortal pets, even small characters can have great opportunities. A mountain boy who holds the 3 treasures of the glazed pagoda is captured by evil cultivators to be a test drug servant. Unexpectedly, he gains fortune from disaster and embarks on a bizarre and arduous path of cultivation. From then on, he grows spiritual herbs, raises immortal beasts, refines pills, makes talismans, and sets up forbidden arrays, killing, seizing treasures, and snatching opportunities. He walks on the edge of the knife, questioning the Tao amidst schemes and calculations. 9 spiritual roots talent? It's impossible to break through to the second level of qi training in a lifetime. Years later, when all beings bow and worship, who would have thought that the renowned Supreme Lord of Heaven once struggled on the path of immortality just like them? Chapter 1. Mud Monkey Children. Take the elixir, sit down where you are, and when I call your number, step forward. In an open area outside Longxing Town, an old man in a Taoist robe, with an air of immortality, stood with one hand behind his back, looking at the 30 or so children in front of him, his eyes filled with anticipation. These children ranged in age from 8 or 9 to 13 or 14, each holding a pill containing 5 colors: gold, green, blue, red, and brown, all looking excited. Surrounding the old Taoist and the children were many townsfolk from Longxing Town and nearby villages, mostly the parents of these children, all hoping their child would be chosen, not just for cultivation, but more importantly for the silver tickets. Indeed, Longxing Town is located in the desolate region of Liangzhou in the northeast of the Great Qian Kingdom, where most people barely have enough to eat. Although they have little concept of cultivation, they know that if their child is selected by the immortal, they would immediately receive 1,000 taels of silver, allowing them to leave the desolate village and live in the town or a better place. This was what these parents thought. As for the children's thoughts, it was unknown. Amidst the eager gazes and noise, the children had already swallowed their pills and obediently sat on the ground, holding their tokens high, waiting for the old Taoist to speak. Upon seeing this, the old Taoist's small eyes, filled with light, began scanning the children. 10 breaths. 50 breaths, 100 breaths. Suddenly, the old Taoist's expression brightened as he looked at a small girl with a tiger-like head and shouted, Number 33. Upon hearing the call, the other children turned to look at the little girl, who was emitting a faint aura, causing a wave of envy. Xiaoyun, it's Xiaoyun who was chosen. Great, that I in the crowd. A middle-aged woman with a waxy yellow face covered her face and cried, nearly fainting from excitement, while nearby villagers quickly helped her steady herself. I didn't expect that silly girl to have immortal talent. The Ling family really has good fortune. I hope my son can do well and earn me 1,000 taels. Yes, the Ling family has hit it big. A full 1,000 taels. Upon hearing the old Taoist call out, the villagers sighed and expressed their envy, many secretly clutching their clothes nervously, hoping their children would also be chosen. After a while, number 20. The old Taoist suddenly looked at an 8 or 9-year-old child sitting in the center of the 3rd row, who also had a faint aura around him. Haha, Xiao Hu was chosen. Instantly, there was another gasp from the crowd as a burly middle-aged man trembled with excitement and slapped an old man beside him on the shoulder. Village chief, did you see that? It's Xiao Hu. We're rich. With 2 already chosen, the remaining children began to feel anxious. Historically, the Qingyang sect selected at most 2 people at a time. Now that 2 had already been chosen, the remaining hope seemed slim. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had gone by. Unfortunately, since Xiaoyun and Xiao were selected, no one else had been called, as if Longxing Town could only produce 2 at a time. The old Taoist's originally hopeful gaze gradually dimmed. The elixir he provided was called Awakening Elixir, which could help those without cultivation awaken their spiritual roots. Normally, if no one awakens successfully after a quarter of an hour, it means that the person does not possess spiritual roots, at least not more than 5. Those with fewer than 5 spiritual roots are termed mixed spiritual roots, often having 7, 8, or 9 roots possible. Although mixed spiritual roots can absorb spiritual energy, they would likely never be able to open a single meridian in their lifetime, unable to reach the first level of chi. Training.In the cultivation world, even 5 spiritual roots are considered pseudo-spiritual roots, the lowest existence, and no one would waste resources to help someone who might be a mixed spiritual root awaken. After waiting a moment longer, the old Taoist shook his head helplessly and looked at the children sitting on the ground, saying, "All right, the awakening ceremony is over. You all do not possess spiritual roots and are fated to be unable to cultivate. You may disperse." Upon hearing this, the children showed expressions of despair, and a wave of sighs swept through the crowd of onlookers as parents rushed forward to take their children home. Cultivate to be an immortal? I didn't expect that I couldn't cultivate despite being so robust that a stout boy placed his hand on the shoulder of a thin, dark boy beside him, mumbling as they walked, "Mud Monkey, do you think I ate too much and blocked my spiritual roots?" The boy called Mud Monkey, who also wore a gloomy expression, rolled his eyes and replied, "How would I know? Mud Monkey, Chun Fatty, wait for me." Just then, a thin boy of similar age caught up, casually placing a hand on Mud Monkey's other shoulder, speaking intimately, "Mud Monkey, you say it's fine for me, and Chin Fatty, who can't read a word, to be unable to cultivate. But you shouldn't be. You've read so many books in childhood, how come you're like us?" "Sigh, it's fate." Mud Monkey shook his head, unable to hide his disappointment. His father had once been a teacher in Dashikin, and he indeed read many books from a young age, but what good did it do? This world is ultimately not a place for scholars. If reading a lot made one powerful, his father wouldn't have been eaten by a beast on the mountain. Mud Monkey's real name was Lu Li, and because he was as thin as a monkey, the two called him Mud Monkey. The three came from Dashikin, 20 miles away from Longxing Town. Apart from Lu Li, the stout boy was named Chun Zhong, nicknamed Chun Fatty, and the other thin boy was named Qin Shuren, nicknamed Beast. All three were 13 years old this year and had grown up together, having a good relationship. In Dashikin, they could manage on their own, so this time for the awakening, neither Chun Zhong nor Qin Shuren's parents accompanied them. As for Lu Li, his mother died when he was born, and his father also unfortunately perished in a beast attack 2 years ago. Since then, he had been thinking of cultivating to strengthen himself, but fate played tricks on him, and he ultimately lacked immortal talent. Behind the 3 children was a 9-year-old boy named Li Shangyun, also from Dashikin, whose parents didn't come this time, entrusting Lu Li and the others to take care of him. It was now June, and the weather was hot and stuffy. In no time, the group arrived at a small river. As Qin Shuren didn't want to go back to help with farm work, they planned to catch fish in the river and play until dark before returning. The river was called Tanshui River, and Lu Li and the others often came here to bathe, so they were quite familiar with the water conditions. Upon arriving at the riverbank, they jumped in without taking off their clothes. Li Shangyun, though young, loved to play in the water and was quite good at swimming. Seeing the situation, she called out and followed along. "This area is deep. Shangyun, you go over to the shallower part," Lu Li said while swimming deeper, signaling to Li Shangyun. Although she knew how to swim, he was worried about potential accidents and feared he wouldn't be able to explain to her father, Dutto. Li Shangyun replied obediently, swimming toward the shallow water. "Ha, I caught a 7-star fish." At that moment, Qin Shuren suddenly emerged from the water, holding a yellow-brown 7-star perch high above his head, shouting joyfully, "I caught one too." Chun Zhong's big head also popped out of the water, holding a loach in his hand. "Watch me." Lu Li, unwilling to be outdone, dove in and began to search among the rocks. Suddenly, he frowned, feeling something that didn't seem like a fish. It was sticky and somewhat rough. He prepared to pull it out to see what it was. But unexpectedly, he used too much force and cut his hand on the sharp rocks, causing blood to flow instantly. Lu Li winced in pain and quickly let go of the object, pulling his hand back. Just as he was about to swim back to shore to bandage his hand, something strange suddenly happened. Chapter 2. The Abduction. Lu Li was horrified to find himself in an unknown space. The space was not large, only about 10 feet square, while the rest was shrouded in thick white mist, making it impossible to see outside. Above, there was sunlight, along with blue skies and white clouds. The ground beneath him was very soft, and the soil was not ordinary yellow dirt, but black with a faint shimmering glow. In the center of this 10-foot square space, there was a young sprout about 4 or 5 inches tall, which was also glowing. He couldn't tell what kind of plant it was. At that moment, a feeling of drowning suddenly hit him. Lu Li panicked and, in a rush, dashed toward the white mist beside him. Bang! What seemed as soft as cotton turned out to be harder than steel, knocking him down onto the ground. "Where's this? Let me out!" Lu Li shouted with a flushed face, struggling to call for help. Buzz! The space suddenly shook. In the next moment, Lu Li came to his senses and realized he had deeply sunk to the bottom of the water. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of river water and struggled to swim toward the shore. Back on the shore, Lu Li vomited violently, gasping for air, feeling as if he had escaped death. Li Monkey, you actually almost drowned? Qinzhong noticed something was off with Lu Li and swam back. Don't go back. Quickly call Qinzhong back. There's something evil down there, Lu Li said breathlessly. Evil? Qinzhong looked at Lu Li suspiciously. Where would there be evil in broad daylight? Stop talking. Just listen to me. Quickly call him back. And Shang Yun, stop washing and come back with me. Lu Li spoke decisively, leaving no room for doubt, fearing something would happen to them. All right. Qinzhong had never seen Lu Li so serious and immediately called Qin Shoren and Li Shangyun back to the shore. Qin Shoren also looked doubtful, but seeing Lu Li's bad complexion, he didn't argue, and the four of them headed toward Dashishi village. Qinzhong and Qin Shoren were used to being lazy, and since it was still early, they were afraid of being sent to herd cattle when they returned, so they walked slowly. Lu Li, on the other hand, was heavy-hearted and walked slowly as well. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his left hand, having forgotten to check his wound in the panic earlier. When he looked at his left palm, his pupils involuntarily contracted, and he exclaimed to his heart, "What is this? When did this ghostly thing appear on my palm?" Only now did Lu Li realize that there was an azure three-layered tower pattern on his palm. He rubbed it with his hand and found that it didn't fade at all, as if it had been tattooed on. This frightened Lu Li greatly. Could it be that I've been possessed by a ghost? This made him involuntarily recall his earlier experience underwater, and he thought to himself that he must have encountered a water ghost. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to seek a Taoist priest in town for help. Li Monkey, what are you doing? Qin Shoren noticed Lu Li standing still and walked back. Nothing. Lu Li forced out an awkward smile. You didn't really encounter a ghost, did you? Lu Li was about to explain when he suddenly saw an old Taoist priest walking out from a path in the forest. The priest seemed to be in his 70s or 80s, even older than the one from Qingyun sect in Longxing town. He was thin and hunched, wearing a light blue Taoist robe with sparse gray hair and many dark spots on his face, looking as if he was about to be buried. If it weren't for the long sword on his back and the whisk in his left hand, Lu Li might have mistaken him for a ghost. Despite this, Lu Li still felt quite uneasy. Qin Shoren and Li Shangyun, who were walking ahead, stopped, and Qinzhong gulped nervously, muttering in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Is this an immortal or a ghost?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old Taoist suddenly squinted and looked at Qinzhong, nearly scaring him into wetting himself as he ducked behind Lu Li. Lu Li felt that although the person looked a bit creepy, at least he was dressed properly. He mustered up his courage and stepped forward, bowing to the old Taoist. "To greet you, senior." The old Taoist's gaze shifted downwards. Although he was old, his eyes were not cloudy. He stared at Lu Li and said in a hoarse voice, "Young man, where are you all going?" Lu Li didn't dare to look directly at him and lowered his head to answer. "We are all from Dashishi village. We just participated in the Qingyang sect awakening ceremony and were preparing to return to the village." "Returning to the village?" A gleam flashed in the old Taoist's eyes. "You all didn't succeed in awakening?" "Yes, senior. I can offer you a chance for fortune. How about that?" "Fortune?" Lu Li was puzzled. "The Qingyang sect is just a name without substance. Why not follow me, and I'll take you to cultivate immortality." "Cultivate immortality?" Lu Li remained silent, but Qin Shoren exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I have my ways to help you cultivate immortality. Do you want to go?" Yes. Qin Shoren nodded repeatedly. "Good, then follow me," the old Taoist said, revealing a satisfied smile and turning to walk down the forest path behind him. "Senior, can we go back to tell the adults?" Qin Shoren called out as the old Taoist was about to leave. The old Taoist paused, turned around, and said, "As a Taoist, everything is about fate. If you leave, that means the fate is severed, and you cannot enter my immortal door." Upon hearing this, apart from Lu Li, the other three Qin Shoren, Qinzhong, and Li Xiangyun looked troubled. Lu Li, however, did not show any signs of distress. He didn't want to follow the old Taoist. He just felt that something was off about him, though he couldn't pinpoint what exactly. After thinking for a moment, Lu Li decided not to take the risk. He had loved reading strange tales since childhood, often coming across stories about mountain spirits and monsters taking human form to deceive children, terrifyingly preying on them. He clasped his hands and said, "Senior, although we have the aspiration to cultivate immortality, we are not suitable materials for it, so we won't trouble you any further." He then exchanged glances with the three, signaling, "Let's go." Among them, Lu Li was the most clever, and he usually made the decisions when something happened. Seeing Lu Li's determination, although they were puzzled, they didn't question it directly. They all bowed to the old Taoist to apologize and then followed Lu Li to walk away. Unappreciative, Lu Li and the others had just taken a few steps when the old Taoist suddenly pulled out a rolled-up yellow paper and flicked it towards them with his fingers. The yellow paper instantly flew out, and before Lu Li and the others could react, they were enveloped in thick white mist. In just 2 or 3 breaths, they felt a wave of dizziness, and with a few thuds, they collapsed to the ground. The old Taoist did not even look back, turning directly into the woods. Moments later, a horse-drawn carriage emerged from the forest, and the old Taoist bent down as if picking up trash, tossing Lu Li and the others one by one into the carriage. Afterward, he drove the carriage away, disappearing down the forest path. Chapter 3. Medicine Slaves. The carriage sped along, with mountains, rivers, and trees rapidly receding behind them. As night fell, the moon hung low in the sky. With a creak, the carriage finally stopped at the foot of a rugged mountain. The old Taoist lifted the carriage curtain to take a look, nodded in satisfaction, and walked inside, picking up Lu Li with one hand and Qin Shuren with the other. He stepped out of the carriage, lightly landing on a boulder like a shooting star, and after a series of ups and downs, they had already reached halfway up the mountain. After resting for a while, the old Taoist exerted himself again, leaping lightly from the boulders like a ghost. Each jump carried him up more than 10 zhang. Before long, the Taoist had reached the mountain peak. There stood an old Taoist temple with the words Qing Liang Guan written on it. The Taoist kicked open the temple door and walked in. Behind the door was a decent-sized courtyard, where a young Taoist, about 17 or 18 years old, was looking around. Upon seeing the old Taoist enter, his face lit up with joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief, quickly approaching. "Master, you're back." The old Taoist nodded. "I have brought back 4 medicine slaves, and there are 2 at the foot of the mountain. Go get them." "Yes, master," the young Taoist replied, bowing his head before quickly walking out of the courtyard. To the right of the courtyard was a row of low houses, a total of 6 rooms, each with a number from 1 to 6 on the doors. The old Taoist carried Lu Li towards the low houses, first tossing Lu Li into room 1, locking the door behind him, then throwing Qin Shuren into room 2 before leaving. After a while, the young Taoist returned, panting, also carrying 2 people under his arms, but he looked like he was about to collapse, cursing, "Damn it, this big guy eats so much, almost broke my back." After saying that, he opened room 3 with a clang and tossed Chenzhong inside, then threw Li Shangyun into room 4, finally letting out a heavy sigh. He then walked to room 6, listened closely, found no sound inside, shook his head with a sigh, and turned to leave. As the sun and moon rotated, the next day, a ray of sunlight shone through the small ventilating window on the wall, finally bringing a glimmer of light into the dim room. A musty odor wafted into Lu Li's nostrils, causing him to frown as he slowly opened his eyes. "Where is this?" Lu Li gradually sat up, rubbing his swollen head, and looked around, realizing he was in a dark, cramped room. The room was empty, with only some dry grass and water stains, nothing else. Am I locked up? A bad feeling suddenly surged up. This place looked similar to a prison cell from the books, with the walls tightly sealed and only a ventilating window. He tried pulling at the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was made of steel, and his heart sank. That old Taoist is indeed not a good person. Lu Li retreated to the wall, bowed his head, and hugged his knees, his eyes filled with confusion. That old Taoist's abilities were too mysterious. They were likely in danger. Clang. Suddenly, a small opening was made at the bottom of the door, and a small iron basin filled with food was pushed inside. Lu Li turned to take a look and found the food was quite good, even better than what he had in Shur village. The aroma was rich, with meat and vegetables, not like something meant for torture, and he felt a bit more puzzled. What exactly did he want to do? "Let me out, you bastard. Let me out." Just then, Lu Li suddenly heard a series of kicking sound from the adjacent room, unmistakably from Qin Shuren. This beast. Lu Li's mouth twitched slightly. On the other side, in the main hall of the Taoist temple, a small 3-legged cauldron was placed in the center, with flames bubbling beneath it. The young Taoist sat on a small stool, occasionally turning a knob. As he turned the knob, the 2 iron plates above the fire changed their opening and closing degrees, causing the flames to fluctuate. The old Taoist sat cross-legged nearby, watching the young man with a face full of admiration. "Zheng Ping, your control over the fire is quite skilled now. Very good." Fan Jingping wiped the sweat from his forehead and casually replied, "It's all thanks to Master's guidance. But Master, we keep capturing mortals to test the medicine it might go against the heavenly path. How about we stop after this trial?" "Humph." The old Taoist snorted coldly at his words and admonished, "Cultivation is inherently against the heavens. If we fear the heavenly path, we might as well farm like those mortals. Moreover, these mortals can become stepping stones on our path of cultivation. It is their fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. Only by maintaining our original intent can we go further on the path of cultivation. Do you understand?" "Yes." Fan Jingping nodded, no longer arguing, and continued to manipulate the fire. After a moment, he turned off the fire switch and slowly opened the furnace lid, looking inside at 2 pitch-black pills, frowning. "Master, it seems the herbs used this time are still not right. This acupoint pill is still pitch black. Did I ask that so?" The old Taoist walked over, peering into the cauldron. "No matter, perhaps the acupoint pill is simply this color. Just keep trying. As long as we get it right once, we will make a fortune." The old Taoist named Zhang Song was a loose cultivator. Now in his 80s, he had only reached the 8th level of Qi cultivation, demonstrating how difficult the path of cultivation is. The formula for this acupoint pill was something he stumbled upon in a cave, and it was said that successfully refining it could allow Qi cultivation practitioners to swiftly break through their acupoint meridians, achieving rapid advancement. Even the major sects did not have such pills. If he could refine it, he would have a great chance of establishing a foundation before turning 100. However, this formula was incomplete. Only 3 out of the 4 herbs had been verified, and even the original owner of the formula had never successfully refined it. Thus, he kept searching for herbs to try different combinations, fearing that the pills he produced would poison himself, which is why he kept capturing mortals to test the medicine.A. So far, he had been experimenting for over 3 years, and hundreds of test subjects had died, yet the last herb still had not been tested. Yes. Fan Zhengping nodded. I'll go find someone to test it. After saying that, he stood up and walked out the hall into the courtyard, heading straight to room 4. He slowly opened the door and called inside to a child. You can come out now. The child was Li Shangyun, and upon hearing this, his face lit up with joy as he rushed out, innocently asking, Master, why did you lock me up? What about Ni Ho Gu and the others? A hint of reluctance flashed in Fan Zhengping's eyes, but quickly disappeared. They went to another place to cultivate. I locked you up to temper your character. It's fine now. My master has refined a pill for you. After you take it, you can become an immortal. Come with me. Really? Then the two of them walked into the main hall. Chapter 4. Hope. They arrived in the hall. When Li Shangyun saw Zhang Song's eerie old face again, he couldn't help but take a step back in fright. Little one, you seem to be very afraid of me? No, it's not like that. Hee, don't worry. I'm an immortal and won't harm you. Zhang Song smiled slightly, stepped forward, and spoke in a gentle tone. Here, take this elixir. If you can endure it, you can cultivate immortality. Really? Hearing that he could cultivate immortality, Li Shangyun immediately showed interest. Of course, I never deceive children. Zhang Song handed over the elixir. Li Shangyun stared at the elixir for a moment, reached out his small hand and took it, hesitated briefly before tossing it into his mouth. In an instant, Li Shangyun's face twisted, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his body shaking violently as if he were having a seizure. In just a few breaths, he kicked his legs and went silent. Master. Fan Zhengping watched this scene, wanting to say something but hesitating. Zhang Song's expression darkened. Enough. Dispose of him. I need to go down the mountain to continue searching for spirit herbs. You guard the temple and wait for my return. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable. Yes, master. Zhang Song flicked his sleeve, turned, and returned to his room to pack. Moments later, he came out carrying a bundle and fixed his gaze on Fan Zhengping. Zhengping, I know you have a kind heart, but you must remember, you are a cultivator, and kindness won't accomplish great things. When I return next time, I hope you have changed. Yes, master. After Zhang Song left, Fan Zhengping sighed again, picked up Li Shangyun's corpse, and exited the great hall. On the left side of the yard was a small door. Fan Zhengping pushed it open, revealing a large pit several feet wide, reeking with a stench, swarming with flies, filled with countless corpses. Some corpses were just beginning to rot, while others had already turned to bones. Fan Zhengping glanced at it and threw Li Shangyun down. The once lively and adorable child instantly became an object of contention for flies and ants. Time flowed by, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. And Iho, the fat guy, said that Shangyun hasn't moved for several days, and it seems he isn't even in the room. In room number 1, Luli leaned against the wall, and from a small hole the size of a fist next to him came the worried voice of Qin Shoren from the next room. After these few days, the group had gone from initial panic to numbness. They had all punched small holes in the walls of their adjoining rooms, and Qin Zhong was next to Li Shangyun. No matter how much Qin Zhong called out to Li Shangyun, there was no response. I know, Luli replied flatly, but did not continue. The walls of this room were made of large stones, except for the adjoining brick wall, and were impossible to move. He really couldn't think of a way to escape. Will we die? Qin Shoren's voice trembled. I don't know. Luli was unsure how to comfort him, that, if he guessed correctly, Li Shangyun might have already met with an accident, and it wouldn't be long before it was their turn. In the dim light, Luli raised his left hand and stared at the small tower pattern in his palm, murmuring, What exactly are you? Upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed that there were actually words on the small tower. Besides the 4 characters Senbao literally written at the base, the 3 layers. From bottom to top were engraved with the characters Ja, Kong, and Sure. Senbao, Liuli Tower? Luli blurted out, thinking, could it be that this isn't a ghost, but some kind of treasure? Creak. Just as Luli was about to examine it further, the door was pushed open, and a young Taoist priest around 17 or 18 stood at the entrance. He glanced at Luli on the ground and said, The master is not here, come out for some fresh air. It was Fan Zhengping. We can go out. The long-awaited fresh air rushed into the room, and Luli jumped up, rushing out in a few steps and taking deep breaths of the outside air. Before long, Qin Shoren and Qin Zhong also ran out. I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, Qin Zhong charged at Fan Zhengping, swinging his fists. Fan Zhengping frowned slightly, and just as Qin Zhong reached him, he suddenly lifted his foot and kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying back hard against the wall. Chen Zhong spat out a mouthful of blood with a cry. Lu Li and Qin Shoren's expressions changed, and they hurried over to help Chen Zhong up. Fan Zhengping shook his head. Looking at the group, I've already violated the master's orders by letting you out. If you don't know what's good for you, then I'll have to lock you back up. What happened to Shang Yun? What did you do to him? Chen Zhong struggled to charge forward, shouting. If you're talking about that little boy, I can tell you, he is already dead. What? Upon hearing this news, Qin Shoren and Lu Li were stunned. Despite having suspected it for a long time, hearing it confirmed was still hard to accept. Qin Shoren's fist cracked as he clenched them tightly, about to charge forward, but Lu Li blocked him, shaking his head. Go back. Qin Shoren looked unwilling, angrily returning to the room and slamming the door shut. Chen Zhong shot Lu Li a heavy glance, disappointment evident in his eyes, and similarly turned back into the room. You are quite clever. Although I am only at the first level of Qi training, I am not someone your group of ordinary kids can handle. Fan Jingping admired the short, thin boy in front of him, then turned and walked toward a stone chair in the yard, saying as he walked, let's talk. Li took a deep breath and followed slowly. After sitting down on the stone chair, Fan Zhengping patted the seat beside him sit. Lu Li hesitated for a moment, but still went over and sat down without speaking. Seeing Lu Li silent, Fan Zhengping began to talk to himself. Actually, I was once like you, captured to test medicine. However, I was lucky he suddenly thought of giving me a spear awakening pill, and I just happened to have 5 spiritual roots that he took me as his disciple and had me help him. Over the years, he has taught me a lot, and I'm very grateful to him. But I also don't want him to continue killing, so I'm very conflicted. Upon hearing this, Lu Li looked at Fan Zhengping in surprise, not expecting that he was also captured. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hope. Immortal Master, since that's the case, can you secretly let us go? Fan Zhengping shook his head. It's not that I don't want to let you go, but I can't. Not to mention that my master treats me well. If I let you go and he returns, I might not survive. Can't we leave together? Fan Zhengping looked at Lu Li strangely. Why would I want to leave? My master is experimenting with a new elixir. If the experiment is successful, my cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Perhaps my master is right. Mortals should take pride in being stepping stones for cultivators like you. In short, it was still selfishness at play. The so-called benevolence only exists when it doesn't touch the interests of others. From the few words exchanged, Lu Li already understood Fan Jingping's meaning. Turned out that the so-called immortals were not as selfless as he imagined, and perhaps their greed was even heavier than that of mortals. Hearing this, Lu Li fell silent again. After a moment of silence, Fan Zhengping added, although I can't let you leave, I can give you a hope. Chapter 5. Awakening. Chapter 5. Awakening Hope? Lu Li was immediately excited when he heard this, looking at Fan Zhengping. When a person is in despair, what they desire most is hope, and as long as there is hope, anything is possible. Yes, hope. Fan Zhengping nodded. As mortals, you naturally have no choice. If you had spiritual roots, my master might accept you as disciples just like he did with me. Spiritual roots. Hearing these 2 words, Lu Li's whole body softened, and he said dejectedly, we participated in the Qingyang sect's awakening ceremony, but we did not awaken any spiritual roots. No spiritual roots? Fan Jingping frowned at first, then looked at Lu Li as if he had made a significant decision. You wait here. After saying that, he hurriedly rushed into the main hall. Seeing this, Lu Li immediately prepared to escape, but glanced at the tightly closed door next to him and sat back down. Not to mention that Chen Pongzi and Qin Shoren were still inside. Even with Fan Jingping's speed, it was not something he could escape from. In just a moment, Fan Jingping returned, holding a pile of J bottles and sitting back down in his chair. These are all the awakening pills I secretly refined. There are a total of 120 pills. I'm giving them all to you now. Share them. If anyone awakens their spiritual roots, tell me, and I'll plead with my master to see if he can spare you. Awakening pills? Lu Li looked at the pile of J bottles and shook his head. We've already taken them. I know. Fan Zhengping explained. In fact, in the cultivation world, having 5 spiritual roots is not the worst. Below 5, there are 6, 7, 8, 9, and countless possible spiritual roots. These are called mixed spiritual roots, and awakening them requires a large number of awakening pills. However, even if such roots awaken, the cultivation speed will be slower than a turtle's crawl. It might take a lifetime to reach the first level of Qi refining, but it's better than having no hope, right? There was such a saying. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's extinguished dream of cultivation reignited. Even if it was a mixed spiritual root, as long as he could cultivate, he would not give up. Thank you. Lu Li grabbed all the J bottles. No matter the outcome, he had to try. After a brief exchange, Lu Li eagerly headed towards a room. He first went to room 3, found Chen Zhong, handed him 4 J bottles, and explained what had just happened. Unexpectedly, Chen Pongzi scolded Lu Li as a sycophant and refused to take them. Lu Li helplessly set the J bottles on the ground, and then went to Qin Shoren's room. Although Qin Shoren felt upset, upon hearing there was hope, he unhesitatingly took the J bottles. Fan Jingping watched everything unfold and thought to himself that this kid had a good understanding and was stable in character. If he could awaken mixed spiritual roots, perhaps he could really enter the first level of qi refining in this lifetime and display some celestial techniques. Seeing that Lu Li had finished distributing the pills, Fan Jingping got up, locked the door, and left. Lu Li then sat in the weeds and began to consume the awakening pills frantically. With so many awakening pills, even for a major cultivation sect like Qingyang sect, it would be impossible for a mortal to squander them like this. He really had to thank the bit of kindness in Fan Jingping's heart. As one pill entered his mouth, Lu Li quickly looked at his body, but unfortunately, there was no reaction at all. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Li sighed helplessly and stuffed another one in. Before he knew it, 3 hours had passed, and he had eaten 18 awakening pills, but sadly, his body still showed no signs of awakening. Just then, a fist suddenly stretched out from a small hole in the wall, accompanied by Qin Shoren's trembling voice. Mud monkey, look, have I awakened or not?" Lu Li was taken aback, grabbed Qin Shoren's hand, and saw a faint mist emerging from it, exclaiming, "Beast, wow, you really awakened. Ha ha, I awakened. I have spiritual roots. I can cultivate." Qin Shoren pulled his hand back and began to shout excitedly in the room. Before long, Lu Li heard Qin Shoren running to the wall next to Chen Zhong to show off. Chen Zhong was similar to Lu Li. He suddenly looked at the several jade bottles by the door and stumbled over to them. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Lu Li had consumed all 40 awakening pills, but there were still no signs of awakening. His heart was almost dead as he lay weakly on the hay. The next morning, Lu Li was awakened by Qin Shoren's excited voice. It turned out, Xun Pongzi had also awakened. Lu Li felt greatly impacted and fell silent. Around noon, Fan Jingping came again, opened the door, and let Lu Li and the others out for some fresh air. When he heard that Chen Zhong and Qin Shoren had successfully awakened their spiritual roots, Fan Jingping was surprised and said he would help them plead with his master to let them stay and help refine pills. "Mud monkey, I still have 25 awakening pills here. You can take them and try again," Qin Shoren said as he turned back into the room and brought out 3 jade bottles when he saw Lu Li looking downcast. Chen Zhong also returned to his room and took out 3 jade bottles, saying, "I also have 20 pills. On the path to immortality, none of you brothers can be missing." Lu Li initially did not want to take them. If he couldn't awaken with 40 pills, even if he did awaken, it would probably be useless. However, seeing the hopeful looks in their eyes, he still took them. Fan Jingping seemed to have been lonely for too long after seeing Chen Zhong and Qin Shoren awaken. He started to explain the methods of cultivation in detail. Lu Li listened nearby, feeling confused and inevitably envious. By sunset, Fan Jingping finally finished his explanation. Then the few of them rushed to the kitchen, busy making dinner, truly enjoying themselves. Lu Li remained distracted, and after finishing dinner, he returned to his room and began to consume pills frantically again. Disappointment fell upon him time after time. By the end of the night, Lu Li had taken 30 pills but still had not successfully awakened, leaving only 5 awakening pills remaining. The next day, Lu Li did not go out again. Chen Zhong and the others came to see him, offering comfort, but it was of no use, and they left helplessly. "I can't just give up like this." Lu Li looked at the last jade bottle, enduring his fatigue as he opened the cork. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Lu Li's body, with 9 colors: gold, green, blue, red, brown, white, purple, black, and bright yellow shining out from him. Lu Li's excited body trembled, and he shouted, "I awakened. I really awakened." Outside, Chen Zhong and Qin Shoren exchanged glances, then rushed in. When they saw Lu Li's condition, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What is going on? Though they had awakened with a faint multicolored glow, it was nothing compared to Lu Li's terrifying brilliance, as if he was glowing all over. Fan Jingping also rushed in and couldn't help but swallow hard as he looked at Lu Li. Is this really a sign of awakening spiritual roots? Chen Zhong and Qin Shoren were stunned upon hearing this. Could it be that this isn't awakening? "I'm not sure," Fan Jingping said, looking puzzled. He had never heard of anyone awakening like this. Unfortunately, he was only at the first level of qi refining, and it was said that after successfully awakening, a foundational cultivator could directly investigate what kind of spiritual roots someone had. Chapter 6. Pagoda. Could it be that I have not awakened? Is this a sign of having taken too many awakening pills? Upon hearing this, Lu Li's heart immediately sank. "Don't worry, you must have awakened," Qin Shoren comforted him as he noticed Lu Li's tense expression. However, Fan Jingping's expression turned pale. He thought to himself that if 3 had awakened at once, it was obvious they all had mixed spiritual roots. His master probably wouldn't take on 3 disciples with mixed roots. With a heavy heart, he walked out. Lu Li noticed this and called Qin Shoren and Chen Zhong over, whispering, "Have you noticed any changes in your bodies these past 2 days?" The two exchanged glances, and Qin Shoren replied, "There haven't been any other changes, but it seems our eyesight and hearing have become much sharper. Also, sometimes when I close my eyes, I can see my own body. According to the entry mantra Fan Shixiang gave us, I think we are gathering our spiritual consciousness." Zhong nodded. Me too. Lu Li was aware of that mantra. After awakening, the meridians would become apparent, and gathering spiritual consciousness allows for internal observation of the meridians. Then in the Qi refining stage, one absorbs and refines the so-called celestial spiritual energy to open up the meridian points, allowing for smooth circulation and storage of true Qi. There are a total of 12 secondary meridians and 2 main meridians. Opening up all 12 secondary meridians allows one to establish a foundation, which corresponds to the 12 levels of Qi refining. Generally, geniuses do not stop at the 12 levels. They choose to open both main meridians, reaching the 14 levels of Qi refining, thus enabling the operation of the great circulation and greatly enhancing the power of spells compared to those who only establish a foundation at 12 levels. Each meridian contains hundreds of acupoints, and only when completely opened can it be considered a complete level. Therefore, cultivation is not that simple. Especially for those with mixed spiritual roots, it is particularly challenging, because the attributes of celestial spiritual energy are mixed. A single spiritual root only needs to condense into the corresponding attribute of true Qi for acupoint opening. In contrast, multiple attributes require condensing multiple types of true Qi to break through a single acupoint. It's like the 5 elements. A 5-element spiritual root needs to condense the true Qi of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the speed of condensation is not simply 1 to 5. Because you cannot guarantee that the spiritual energy you absorb contains all 5 elements. As for the mixed roots beneath the 5 elements, it's even more complicated. Lu Li nodded. All right, once you gather your spiritual consciousness, you can check your meridians and absorb and refine spiritual energy. By then, you will know what your spiritual roots are. I want to say that Fan Jingping's expression was off earlier. Now that you both have successfully awakened, and I might also succeed, there are no more test subjects left at Qingliang Temple. I suspect that old Taoist will not accept disciples with mixed spiritual roots. Even if he does, he wouldn't take 3 at once, so we need to make plans early. Chen Zhong and Qin Shuren nodded at once. Qin Shuren realized. You're sharp, I almost forgot. We are merely mixed spiritual roots, not much different from ordinary people. We might still face the risk of being test subjects. They killed Xiang Yun. Although Fan Jingping's heart is not completely bad, he still harbors the idea that a mortal's life is not worth much. We must indeed be very careful. Chen Zhong said. Lu Li, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead. Lu Li thought for a moment and said, feign and observe the changes. All right. The few chatted for a while longer before the two left. That evening, while cooking, Fan Jingping suddenly said, I feel like my master might be coming back. Starting tomorrow, you can't go into the courtyard anymore. But don't worry when my master returns. I will explain everything honestly. My master has a good heart. Your chances of becoming his disciples are quite high. A good heart? Lu Li exchanged glances with the other two, seeing the sarcasm in each other's eyes, but none of them rebutted and instead happily agreed. After dinner, Fan Jingping took the 3 back to their room, locked each one in, and after confirming everything, he left. He felt quite anxious, having suddenly produced 3 mixed spiritual roots. He wondered if he would be punished. Listening to the footsteps leaving outside, Lu Li finally sat cross-legged. He had no cultivation method, only a superficial entry mantra for gathering spiritual consciousness and sensing spiritual energy, without even a method for absorbing and refining it. According to Fan Jingping, spiritual consciousness is part of the soul and can replace human eyes to perceive things. A strong spiritual consciousness, combined with true Qi, can manipulate objects. Lu Li closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and began to gather his spiritual consciousness according to the mantra. A quarter of an hour, 2 hours. Suddenly, Lu Li felt himself float up. He could even see his own body sitting cross-legged. Even in the night, the scene within a 3-foot radius became clear. Lu Li was overjoyed. Could this be the so-called spiritual consciousness? Wasn't it said that gathering spiritual consciousness was extremely difficult? This is too magical. With a thought, that wonderful feeling instantly vanished. He opened his eyes, and everything around him was still dark. When he used his mind to sense again, the surroundings immediately became clear once more. After several attempts, he became more adept, and with just a thought, he could use his spiritual consciousness. Moreover, he felt that his eyesight and hearing had become even sharper. He could now see better in the room, even without using his spiritual consciousness. At that moment, Lu Li suddenly felt a wave of heat in his palm. He raised his hand and saw the tower-shaped tattoo shimmering with a faint glow. At the same time, a strange feeling surged in his heart. He felt as if this object was a solid entity and that he could control it freely. He looked surprised and tentatively focused his mind. Buzz! The small tower actually flew up, transforming into a real 3-story small tower. The tower was gray and had a few cracks, overall only the size of a thumb, looking like a small ornament. With another thought, the small tower transformed back into a blue tattoo imprinted on his palm. Boundary, void, time, what does this mean? Lu Li stared at the small characters on the tower, frowning in contemplation. 3 treasures glazed pagoda. First layer, spirit object hall, immortal realm, can grow spirit herbs, raise spirit beasts, improve soil quality, etc., can enhance space size. Initially 1 zhang in radius. Second layer, storage hall, storage space, size is always 10 times that of the first layer, with no upper limit. Third layer, time hall. Can enter for cultivation, initially a tenfold time ratio. The larger the first layer space, the higher the time ratio. Just as Luli was pondering, streams of information suddenly flowed into his mind, all about this small tower. This treasure, an absolute treasure. Luli stared dumbfounded at the small tower design in his palm, feeling an uncontrollable excitement. Luli, where's the treasure? Qin Shoren, next door, suddenly heard Luli's exclamation and leaned in closely to stare at him. Cough, cough, nothing. I said my spiritual roots are too mixed and I need a treasure. This kind of treasure absolutely cannot be exposed, otherwise, it might immediately attract deadly trouble. Chapter 7. Immortal Fruit Mixed Spiritual Roots? Qin Shoren was taken aback, then exclaimed, You can see internally now. See internally? Upon hearing this, Luli immediately sank his spiritual consciousness, and his expression instantly lit up. What the heck? What happened? In 9 spiritual roots. Luli looked at his 9 colored meridians, his skin twitching wildly. I actually have 9 spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. All complete. Luli was at a loss for words. No wonder he had to take over 70 awakening pills to awaken his spiritual roots. Is there a worse spiritual root than this? Congratulations. Next door. Qin Shoren let out a chuckle, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground. He rolled over to the other side and called out, Hey, fatty, I've got something to tell you. Qin Zhong was in the middle of cultivating and had a pained expression on his face. Upon hearing Qin Shoren's words, he immediately became impatient and said, Just say it. If you've got something to say, spit it out. What a fierce guy. What a hammer. Qin Shoren cursed before continuing. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else. But Mud Monkey is a 9 spirit root. Huh? What? Qin Zhong was taken aback, scratching his head. I thought my 7 spirit root was already trash enough. I didn't expect Mud Monkey to be even worse than me. You have a 7 spirit root. Qin Shoren's smile faded. I'm not telling you anymore. My consciousness hasn't condensed successfully yet. Luli, from a distance, heard the laughter of the two and thought to himself that these two guys really had no worries. However, Luli wasn't too disappointed. Although his spirit root was quite useless, at least he could cultivate, and with the time hall, he could completely stack up time. Without hesitation, Luli sat cross-legged, calmed his mind, and then his consciousness instantly entered the time hall. At the moment he entered, his consciousness transformed into a figure identical to Luli himself. With a thud, he landed inside the time hall. Upon looking around, it truly was a grand hall, but it was empty. Apart from a futon in the center, there was also a standing ruler on the left side of the hall. The ruler had a pointer, which was currently indicating the number 10, representing a 10-fold flow rate. This meant that while cultivating here for 10 days, only 1 day would pass in the outside world. Moreover, as the medicinal garden on the first level of the pagoda expanded, this flow rate would also increase, which was quite miraculous. The only downside was that he could only use his consciousness to enter and replace his physical body for cultivation. Although everything he cultivated would genuinely reflect back on his physical body was actually still outside, and he couldn't use it as a hiding tool. Of course, with drawbacks come benefits. This way, he could cultivate openly in front of others without them being able to detect that he was using the time hall. Luli sat cross-legged in the hall and began to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with his consciousness. Although he was sitting in the time hall, there was no spiritual energy there. He was only sensing the spiritual energy from the outside world. After dozens of breaths, he suddenly saw a wisp of ghostly blue aura wandering around him. This aura was quite turbulent and contained various violent attributes. Luli understood that this was the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He sensed the energy, but he did not have a method to absorb and refine it. Helpless, he could only retract his consciousness and exit the time hall. Now everything was ready. He just needed a method of cultivation. Luli lay on the hay and pondered how he could obtain a cultivation method. He wondered if there was a chance to leave. It would be great if he could join the Qingyang sect. Luli mumbled to himself. Unknowingly, the sky brightened again. With a clatter, a food bowl was pushed in. This time, Fan Jingping did not open the door to let them out for fresh air, which made Lu Li's heart tense again. Could it be that the hope he had finally seen was going to vanish just like that? Despite his disappointment, Luli would not resort to extreme measures like starving himself. After eating, he began to manipulate his consciousness again. Since he couldn't cultivate, the only thing left to play with was this consciousness. And just like that, 7 more days passed. During this time, Qin Shoren successfully condensed his consciousness and saw his first chi vein. Just like Qin Fatty, he also had a 7 spirit root. One day, feeling extremely bored, Luli suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a strange plant in the spirit object hall. With a thought, the scene of that layer of space immediately appeared in his mind. It was the space he accidentally entered last time while in the water. The main body of all the spaces in the 3 treasures glass tower could not be entered. Last time, when the glass tower first recognized its master, it was actually his soul that was pulled into that layer of space. Otherwise, his physical body would not have sunk to the bottom of the river, filling his stomach with water. However, the first layer of the spirit object hall could indeed sustain living things, provided that these living things signed a soul contract with him. At this moment, that green plant had actually grown to 3 feet tall, with increasingly lush branches, and had borne 10 small green fruits. The fruits also shimmered and swirled, looking somewhat dreamy. What on earth is this? Could it be an immortal fruit? Eating one would grant immortality. Luli wanted to pick one to try, but it seemed that this thing wasn't ripe yet, so he thought better of it. It had been more than 20 days. That old monster was probably really about to come back. Luli withdrew his consciousness from the first layer of the glass tower, looking at the window with some inexplicable worry. Luli's intuition was indeed eerily accurate. In the evening, Zhang Song really did return, looking travel-worn and somewhat serious. For the past few days, Fan Jingping had been peeking out at the entrance every evening. His master had done so many heinous things that he felt a bit uneasy until he saw Zhang Song return safely, which relieved his heart. He hurriedly went up to him, saying, "Master, you finally came back. I was really worried sick about you." Zhang Song nodded, saying with relief, "I was actually planning to catch a few mortals to test the medicine, but unexpectedly, I was targeted by the people of Qingyang sect. We need to move quickly." Targeted? Fan Jingping's expression changed, and he said in a bit of a panic, "Master, then let's hurry and leave. There's no rush." Zhang Song waved his hand. "I've already used a trick to shake them off. They won't catch up to us in a short time. Moreover, they are just a few juniors. Even if they come, it's uncertain who will win or lose. Besides, it's not easy to find a place with ground fire. Let's finish refining these few batches of pills before we leave." The master and disciple hurried back to the main hall. Zhang Song tossed several bundles onto the offering table, from which a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out. "These are the spiritual herbs I snatched from those little cultivators. Take a look and see what spiritual herbs we have, and note down the combinations." "Yes, master." While Fan Jingping picked through the spiritual herbs, he recorded the combinations of the pill formulas with a pen. 3 of the ingredients had already been confirmed. Only the last ingredient was still variable. "Master, there are quite a few medicinal materials this time. Some of them I don't even recognize," Fan Jingping suddenly said. Zhang Song, sitting cross-legged in the hall, said wearily, "Just draw out the ones you don't recognize. I didn't have time to check after being targeted this time. Let me rest for a bit." "Yes, master." Fan Jingping shook his head and simply drew the unfamiliar spiritual herbs on the pill formula. The acupuncture pill was only a first-grade pill, specifically for use by qi refining stage cultivators. The recognized realms in the cultivation world are qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, spirit separation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing, totaling 9 major realms. Except for qi refining, which is divided into 12 or 14 levels. All others are subdivided into 4 minor realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak. Thus, medicinal materials and pills are also divided into 9 grades. Pills are further classified into 4 common qualities based on their color and the amount of impurities they contain: inferior, middle, superior, and excellent. It is said that there are even higher qualities, but no one has been able to refine them. Chapter 8. Becoming an immortal at noon on the 5th day. Inside the main hall, Zhang Song stared intently at the small cauldron with bloodshot eyes, his face looking extremely grim. Fan Jingping, who was controlling the ground fire, buried his head and didn't dare to look at Zhang Song's face. In 5 days, they had intermittently refined 25 pill formulas, but 24 of them either failed due to conflicting medicinal materials or exploded outright. Fortunately, the quality of the pill furnace was good, otherwise, they wouldn't even have a furnace now. Now only the last pill formula remained, and if they failed again, all the spiritual herbs Zhang Song painstakingly gathered would undoubtedly go to waste. "Stop trembling. Pay attention." Seeing Fan Jingping trembling, Zhang Song shouted sternly. "Yes." Fan Jingping forced himself to calm down, trying to control his trembling hands. After a while, a faint scent of medicine wafted out. Zhang Song's face lit up with joy as he rushed over and lifted the lid of the furnace. When he saw the 3 dark green pills inside, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, very good." Seeing this, Fan Jingping hurried over to take a look, and then he also smiled and said, "Master, these are the best ones we've had in 3 years, and there are 3 of them." Zhang Song nodded, pondering for a moment before saying, "Although these are better than the previous ones, they still seem a bit lacking. I don't know if it's because the heat wasn't controlled well or due to the medicinal materials. In that case, go and bring that child out to try it." Fan Jingping nodded in agreement and was about to leave when he suddenly furrowed his brows and turned back, nervously saying, "Master, the other 3 have all awakened their spiritual roots. What do you think?" He initially intended to plead for Lu Li and the other 3, but after just experiencing Zhang Song's intimidation, he dared not say the words. "Spiritual roots?" Zhang Song looked at Fan Jingping suspiciously. "What do you mean?" Fan Jingping trembled, his thoughts racing as he said, I was worried about your hard work, so I took the liberty of giving each of them 5 awakening pills, and they all awakened. All of them have mixed spiritual roots. How outrageous. I wondered why my medicinal materials were always off. It turns out you were messing around." Zhang Song scolded angrily, and then struck Fan Jingping hard in the abdomen. In an instant, Fan Jingping flew out of the hall, crashing into the center of the courtyard with a loud bang. His head turned, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Song stood at the door of the hall, looking at Fan Jingping from afar, and shouted, "We'll settle your matter later. Go bring those 3 children out for me right now." Fan Jingping's face turned pale as he finally understood that in his master's heart, he was ultimately not as important as that fictitious acupoint pill. This slap thoroughly awakened him. He struggled to stand up and unsteadily walked towards the room where Lu Li and the other three were imprisoned. Lu Li heard the sound of the door opening and immediately stood up. When he saw Fan Jingping's pale and strained face, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. "Brother Fan, what happened to you?" Fan Jingping shook his head and said, "The master is back. I couldn't help you all. He wants me to take you to try the medicine. Just hope for the best. Try the medicine." Lu Li's body trembled, and his mind buzzed. Finally, it's here. He walked out of the room, looking at Qin Shoren and Chun Zhong, who came out one after another, both of their faces filled with intense fear. Fan Jingping sighed lightly and said with difficulty, "Let's go. This time the pills are of good quality. If we're lucky, you might not only escape a disaster, but even gain some benefits." Seeing the three still unmoving, Fan Jingping said again, "Don't think about escaping. I ended up like this because of the master. Let's go." Lu Li glanced at Qin Shoren and Chun Zhong and whispered, "Let's go," taking the lead. I don't want to die." Qin Shoren followed closely behind Lu Li, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "What's there to be afraid of? When people die, they face the sky. We three brothers will die together. At worst, we'll come back in 18 years. Maybe we'll even have good spiritual roots then." Qin Zhong seemed to have resigned himself, encouraging himself. Hearing this, Lu Li felt relieved. Qin Fatty was right. Whether you stick your head out or pull it back, it's all the same. Who knows? Maybe his brother Fan said, "If we're lucky." Although he said that, Lu Li actually knew that even if the medicine trial succeeded, they wouldn't survive. According to Fan Jingping, that pill recipe was extremely precious, and even if they really succeeded in the trial, Zhang Song wouldn't let them leave alive. When the few of them arrived at the main hall, Zhang Song was already impatiently waiting. He grabbed Lu Li and pulled him in front of him. Forcibly pried open his mouth and stuffed the pill inside, then said coldly, "Swallow it. Don't make me angry." Lu Li felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave when Zhang Song looked at him. His throat rolled, and he swallowed the pill. Zhang Song then called over Chun Zhong and Qin Shoren, giving each of them a pill and swallowing one himself. Fan Jingping leaned at the door, watching this scene with indescribable feelings in his heart. As the medicinal power entered his body, Lu Li immediately felt an extremely powerful force rampaging in his dantian. After awakening his spiritual roots, a cultivator would manifest their first meridian, which was connected to the barrier of the dantian. The first acupoint was located right above the dantian barrier. Fan Jingping had said that the acupoint pill's effect was to assist in opening acupoints. In a flurry of thoughts, Lu Li quickly guided that force towards the acupoint in the first meridian. A piercing pain suddenly struck, and Lu Li felt as if someone was stabbing him with a sharp knife. His spirit relaxed, and that powerful force immediately retreated, crashing around in his dantian. It's now or never. Lu Li steadied his mind and once again directed it towards the acupoint. Another scream escaped his lips. Zhang Song, seeing Lu Li's contorted face and his occasional screams, felt a chill in his heart. Next to him, Qin Shoren and Chun Zhong seemed to have realized something, and screams echoed back and forth. After a moment, Lu Li suddenly heard a pop, and upon looking inward, he found that a hole had opened above his dantian, revealing a dark entrance that connected to the meridian. It worked. Lu Li couldn't believe it. He had entered the first level of qi refining just like that. It was said that the first acupoint was the hardest to open, but unexpectedly, this acupoint pill had helped him open the most critical one. Although there were still 99 acupoints left to open in the first level, he could now be considered to have entered the first level of qi refining. Lu Li swayed, his expression gradually becoming natural. Seeing this, Zhang Song couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and suspicion, and he immediately rushed over to Lu Li. Not good. Lu Li's expression changed, and his mind raced. Without waiting for Zhang Song to get close, he directly fell back, revealing an extremely uncomfortable expression as he rolled on the ground. Qin Zhong, who had also broken through the acupoint, was about to happily report, but suddenly saw Lu Li rolling on the ground, constantly signaling him with his eyes. Frowning, he finally realized and also fell to the ground. Rolling around, Qin Shoren had been clenching his fists, painfully controlling the medicinal power. After finally breaking through the acupoint, he had not paid attention to Lu Li and Chun Zhong's expressions, and he immediately laughed out loud. "Ha! I'm an immortal. I'm an immortal." Lu Li. Chapter 9. Pill recipe, is it done? Hearing this, Zhang Song immediately felt delighted and stepped over Lu Li and Chun Zhong on the ground, excitedly grabbing Qin Shoren's arms. "How is it? What does it feel like? What does it feel like?" Only then did Qin Shoren notice Lu Li and Chun Zhong lying on the ground. His expression changed, and he looked pained. "I feel so uncomfortable, he said as he was about to fall to the ground. "Humph, you dare to play tricks on me." Zhang Song's face darkened at this sight. He grabbed Qin Shoren by the neck and lifted him up. "Uncomfortable, huh? I'll crush you. Don't." Chun Zhong immediately got up from the ground. I'll tell you. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Lu Li helplessly stood up. Only then did Zhang Song release Qin Shoren and look at Qin Zhong. "Speak. If what you say doesn't match even a little with what that little fatty says, you all will die." Just as Qin Zhong was about to speak, Zhang Song's mind turned. "Wait, you come with me." Saying this, he took Qinzhong into a side room. After a moment, he brought Qinzhong out and took Lu Li and Qin Shuren inside. Looking at Lu Li, he said, "Speak. If what you say doesn't match what that little fatty says even the slightest, you three will die." Old fox. Lu Li cursed Zhang Song's ancestors in his heart, but dared not hide anything anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhang Song immediately burst into tears of laughter. "Ha! Heaven has mercy. Heaven has mercy. I have finally succeeded. After saying that, he disregarded Lu Li and the others and hurriedly rushed out of the room, frantically searching on the offering table. After a while, he suddenly looked at the door where Fan Jingping was hiding. Where's the last pill formula? The preparation of the medicine and controlling the fire were both handled by Fan Jingping, and he had also recorded the formula. More importantly, this time he hadn't checked what herbs he had brought back. Without the formula, all of this would be in vain. I forgot to write it down. Fan Jingping's legs trembled like chaff. What did you say? Zhang Song's eyes turned red, acting as if he had gone mad, and rushed in front of Fan Jingping. Grabbing his collar, "Do you know what you're saying? Master, am I really not as good as a pill formula?" Fan Jingping's face was full of disappointment. "You." Zhang Song loosened his grip, changed his tone. "Jingping, do you know what this formula represents to me? Stop messing around. Quickly give it to me, from now on. I will definitely cultivate you well." "Cultivate me?" Fan Jingping shouted with tears in his eyes. "I'm done for. That palm strike just now has ruined my dantian. Do you know that, my dear master? Let me tell you, I've already thrown the formula into the earth fire. No one can get it. No one can get it. Ha! You're seeking death." Zhang Song was instantly enraged, his veins bulging, and raised his hand to strike Fan Jingping's head. Fan Jingping did not dodge at all, just stared fixedly at Zhang Song. Halfway through, Zhang Song suddenly stopped, thinking, "It's not that easy to die. I want to keep you here to torture you slowly." Until, just as he was halfway through his sentence, Zhang Song suddenly looked towards the courtyard door. 3 figures in green clothes, each carrying a long sword, walked in one after another. Each of them wore a silver medal of the great sun on their chest, with a blue long sword piercing through the center of the sun. The immortals of the Qingyang sect. Lu Li's face lit up with joy upon seeing their attire. They came quite fast. Zhang Song threw Fan Jingping back into the hall and walked down to the courtyard, looking at the 3. "You little brats. Are you tired of living, daring to trespass into my Taoist temple?" The leading man looked at Zhang Song coldly. "Evil Taoist Zhang Song. You have quite a bit of nerve, daring to test medicine on living people in the territory of my Qingyang sect. So what? We cultivators often face death, let alone mere mortals like ants. Aren't they born to contribute to us? What audacity!" The girl in green on the left was furious. "How many of us cultivators have not come from the mortal realm? Your actions are against the heavens, blocking the reincarnation of the immortal path. It's simply unforgivable." Saying this, she took a step forward and flew towards Zhang Song, while her right hand transformed into a palm. A streak of green true energy burst forth, instantly transforming into a green vine that wrapped around Zhang Song. "You little 6th realm dare to be so arrogant." Zhang Song was not afraid at all, and with a palm strike, he sent forth a fiery red true energy. The true energy collided with the vine, instantly igniting a blazing fire, exploding with crackling sounds like burning dry firewood. The girl's face turned pale, and she fell to the ground as the green vine disappeared in an instant. However, Zhang Song's flames showed no signs of diminishing and charged directly towards the girl. "Sister Xian, be careful." The leading man and the boy on the left shouted in unison, leaping forward, as a red and blue true energy struck towards Zhang Song. He pulled Zhou Xian behind him. "A mere 7th realm. How can you harm me?" Zhang Song unleashed another palm strike with his left hand, sending forth another wave of fiery red true energy, with 2 balls of fire crashing towards the 2. "This evil Taoist is so fierce." In the hall, Lu Li exchanged glances with the other 2, their hearts racing. If these 3 couldn't defeat Zhang Song, they wouldn't have a good outcome either. Just then, the previously silent Fan Jingping walked towards Lu Li. Lu Li frowned and took 2 steps back. "What do you want?" Qin Shuren and Qinzhong immediately moved closer to Lu Li, looking wary. "I mean no harm." Fan Jingping's face was difficult to read, trembling as he took out a piece of yellow paper from his pocket and hesitantly handed it to Lu Li. This is the formula for the acupuncture pill. I will never have a chance at the immortal path in this life, so I'm giving it to you." "The formula?" Lu Li and the other 2 exchanged glances, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Lu Li snatched the formula and, unable to believe it, asked, "Why are you doing this?" Fan Jingping glanced at Zhang Song fighting outside. "I've helped him kill so many. I've almost forgotten that I was once captured by him. Until today, I finally realized that everything seems to have changed, but in fact, it hasn't changed. When I came, I was immortal, and when I leave, I will still be immortal." After saying that, he took out a pitch-black pill and swallowed it in one bite. Test subject. Fan Jingping is here to accompany you." Thud. Watching Fan Jingping collapse on the ground, convulsing wildly, Lu Li and the others felt indescribable emotions. "Is this what they call karma?" Lu Li muttered to himself, his thoughts moving, and the formula in his hand was already stored in the small tower storage space. In the distance, the battle continued. After several rounds of true energy bombardment, Both Zhang Song and the three from Qingyang sect appeared exhausted. However, the three from Qingyang sect clearly had the upper hand, even though only one of them was at the 7th level of qi refinement. The talismans they had thrown and the pills they had swallowed from time to time were things Zhang Song did not have. In a cultivator's battle, it's not just about cultivation level. The hidden cards are the key to victory. Chapter 10, Departure Boom. Another explosion sounded, and Zhang Song stumbled out of a cloud of black smoke. He looked at the others, feeling a bit of pain as he took out a talisman and activated his true energy to throw it forward. Instantly, one of the Qingyang sect disciples felt the ground beneath him sink, and he sank down, almost disappearing up to his neck in the blink of an eye. The other two's expressions changed drastically as they flew forward to rescue him. Zhang Song seized this opportunity to rush back to the main hall. When he saw that Fan Jingping had already died, he immediately roared in anguish. Why? Why do this to me? After saying that, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Lu Li and the others huddled in the corner, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Hee. You all seem to have a good relationship with my disciple. He wouldn't he have given you the formula, would he? Saying this, he reached out towards Lu Li and the others. Still want to commit murder. At that moment, a female voice suddenly rang out at the hall entrance, followed by a palm strike aimed at Zhang Song's back. Zhang Song's expression changed drastically, and he retaliated with a burst of true energy, rushing into a side room and shattering the window to escape. The girl hesitated for a moment before turning and chasing after him. Moments later, the two men outside also rushed into the hall. The leading man said to the boy beside him, Junior brother go help Xine. Yes, Brother Chu. After the boy finished speaking, he also chased after her. Brother Chu, seeing that junior brother he had left, no longer cared about Lu Li and the others and began searching through the hall. After a long time, he finally turned his gaze towards Lu Li and the others and asked, Did that evil Taoist feed you any pills? Qin Shoren was about to speak when Lu Li quickly cut in. No, he was about to feed us, but didn't he expect you to arrive? No. Brother Chu asked again. Then did you see any formulas or anything? Lu Li shook his head. We were locked in a small room for over a month. We were just released. As he spoke, Lu Li's eyes suddenly brightened. I remember now, when we were first captured, that senior brother fed us a pill. What pill? Brother Chu asked urgently. He said it was something like awakening spirit pill. Awakening spirit pill? Chu Shixiang suddenly showed disappointment, then looked at the three of them suspiciously and asked, So what happened after you ate? What happened? Lu Li pretended not to understand. No other reaction. We three just started emitting smoke. Lightly, it looked beautiful. He didn't tell the truth, but described the situation he saw on that day when he awakened in Longxing town. Specifically about the girl named Xiaoyan. Qin Shoren and Chun Zhong beside him didn't understand why Lu Li was lying, but they both thought their brains weren't very good. So they just quietly watched Lu Li perform. Really, upon hearing this, Chu Qing became excited, thinking that although they hadn't found the pill recipe, if they could bring back 3 geniuses, that would still be quite beneficial. Indeed, Lu Li said solemnly, pretending to be confused, Master, why are you asking this? Nothing. Chu Qing was extremely happy, looking at the three of them as if they were treasures. Let me tell you, I am Chu Qing, a core disciple of Qingyang sect. How about I take you to practice in Qingyang sect? Practice? Lu Li shook his head, shrinking back. You aren't a scammer, are you? The last time we were tricked here by that old man, and then locked in a small black room. A scammer? Chu Qing was taken aback. How could I be a scammer? Saying that, he took out a token from his waist and shook it. Look, this is the token of Qingyang sect. Seeing that Lu Li remained unmoved, Chu Qing suddenly took out a piece of yellow paper, threw it out, and with a loud bang, blew a big hole about 3 feet in diameter in the floor. Did you see that? This is called an explosion talisman. As long as you go with me to Qingyang sect, I'll give each of you 3. How about that? That's powerful. Lu Li gulped. Okay, I agree. As expected of a mud monkey. So clever. Qin Shoren and Chun Zhong looked at Lu Li oddly. You're 13 years old. Yet you're acting like a 7 or 8-year-old child trying to be cute. That's really shameful. Good. Chu Qing smiled broadly, took out a stack of yellow paper glowing with black light, divided out 9 sheets, checked again to confirm there weren't any extra sheets, and then handed them to Lu Li. Here, take it and distribute it. This explosion talisman is a mid-level talisman, and if someone below the 6th level of qi refining isn't careful, they could end up half dead, which is quite rare. He only had a little over 10 left, and this time he was truly spending a lot for Lu Li and the others. Lu Li took it, feeling the terrifying aura on it, shocked yet overjoyed, and then gave 3 sheets each to Chen Pongzi and Qin Shoren before tucking it into his clothes. Thank you, Master. He certainly didn't dare to directly put it into his storage space. If this small tower were discovered, he might lose not only the explosion talisman, but also his life. No need to be polite. You don't need to call me Master, just call me Chu Shixiao. When my 2 junior brothers and sisters come back, we'll go back to Qingyang sect together. Not long after, the girl and Hishidi returned, but both looked gloomy, clearly having not caught Zhang Song. Chu Qing didn't seem surprised, got a rough idea of the situation, and beckoned the group to head outside. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Lu Li and the others all breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting out of that ghostly place without any danger. There was a luxurious carriage at the foot of the mountain, presumably sent by Chu Qing and the others. Lu Li originally thought immortals would fly in the sky, but it turned out that not all immortals could fly. Seeing Chu Qing beckon Lu Li and the others to get in the carriage, He Jun and Zhou Sini both looked puzzled. He Jun asked, Chu Shixiao, why are you bringing them in the carriage? Aren't we going straight back to the sect? Chu Qing laughed. He shitty, you may not know, but these three are treasures. They have all awakened their spiritual roots, and they only needed to eat one awakening pill to do so. Once I take them to the outer affairs hall for a test, I believe at least one of them will have 5 spiritual roots, which would make up for our failure in this mission. They all have spiritual roots. Zhou Sini was shocked. Chu Shixiao, your luck is too good. Last time, Master Fong worked hard and only brought back 2. Ha ha ha, opportunities are mysterious. All right, let's go back. Saying this, they all got into the carriage. The horse was not an ordinary one. It was very strong, and it even had a single horn, looking like a different species. Once they got in, no one drove the carriage. The horse seemed to know the way and ran swiftly on its own. Throughout the journey, Lu Li remained silent and somewhat reserved. In fact, he wasn't reserved. He was just worried that Qingyang's sect wouldn't take them in, as he desperately needed a cultivation method. Given the current situation, entering Qingyang's sect was undoubtedly the best choice. Chapter 11. Testing in the northwest corner of Liangzhou. There is a place shrouded in mist all year round. Ordinary people who accidentally enter it will become disoriented after just a few steps, ultimately turning around and returning outside, unable to pass through the mist. Behind the mist, one can vaguely see a steep cliff that rises over 100 feet high, stretching for countless miles, quite spectacular. One day, a shiny black carriage slowly drove into the mist. After zigzagging for about a quarter of an hour, it finally passed through the mist and arrived in front of a small wooden house at the foot of the cliff. 3 older men and women jumped down from the carriage first, followed by 3 younger boys. Each of the 3 boys had their own characteristics. One was stout, with big eyes and thick eyebrows, looking quite fierce for his age. The second had a normal build, but his originally handsome face was marred by beady eyes and 2 sharp rabbit teeth, making him look a bit lewd. Compared to the first 2, the last boy, although a bit tanned and thin, was much more proportionate. His appearance was not bad, and in comparison to the other 2, he appeared somewhat handsome. His ink-black eyes occasionally sparkled with intelligence. The newcomers were Lu Li and his group, who had traveled for 6 consecutive days. Chu Qing seemed worried that Zhou Sini and He Jun might take credit for his efforts, so he instructed the 2 to return the carriage while he took the opportunity to lead Lu Li and the others to the left side of the cliff. Lu Li was pondering how the cliff looked very smooth and there were no extra buildings around, thinking that this couldn't be Qingyang's sect. After walking for a while, he discovered that the cliff indeed had a narrow path leading straight up the mountain. The path was only about 3 feet wide, and the stone steps looked like they had been forcibly chiseled out, steep and difficult. Fearing that Lu Li and the others might fall from the steps, Chu Qing asked them to walk in front. The 3 climbed up with great difficulty, using their hands and feet. Although they often hunted and exercised, the steep stone steps were still exhausting, especially for Qin Shoren, who suddenly turned around and found he had already reached the top of the cloud. A cool breeze hit him, and his legs went weak, nearly causing him to roll down. Lu Li didn't dare to look back, only urging Qin Shoren to hurry up. After a full quarter of an hour, the group finally reached the summit. In front of them was a spacious square made of blue stone, surrounded by various ancient buildings, and in the distance were towering peaks, shrouded in mist, creating a dreamlike scene. At that moment, in the right front of where they stood, a high stone tablet was inscribed with the 3 large characters, Qingyang sect. The 3 of them stood there with their mouths agape, looking like country bumpkins entering the city. We can look at these things later. Junior brothers, come with me. I will take you to test your spiritual roots, Chu Qing said eagerly. Hearing this, Lu Li and the others hurriedly followed him. On the east side of the square, there is a loft called the Foreign Affairs Hall, which is specifically for handling the trivial matters of the Qingyang sect, including recruiting new members, task assignments, and so on. Chu Qing led the 3 people straight inside, and then up the stairs to the 2nd floor. In the main hall on the 2nd floor, an elderly man in green robes was leisurely drinking tea. Upon seeing Chu Qing arrive, he raised his eyebrows and stood up, asking, "What is going on here?" The elderly man, named Yu Tong, is the 2nd elder of the Qingyang sect and also serves as the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall. He only comes to the Foreign Affairs Hall to help test the attributes of spiritual roots during the annual recruitment period in June and July. The recruitment for this year had already ended by the end of July, and he was preparing to return to his cave residence for cultivation, but unexpectedly, a few young ones had arrived. However, Chu Qing was not a member of the Foreign Affairs Hall and was not responsible for this recruitment, which left him somewhat puzzled. Chu Qing quickly stepped forward and respectfully, yet somewhat proudly, said, reporting to the 2nd elder, "I encountered these 3 young ones while on a mission outside, and they have all awakened their spiritual roots. I asked the 2nd elder to help test what kind of spiritual roots they possess." The 2nd elder was a foundation building expert, and only those at the foundation building stage could investigate other spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, Yu Tong looked at the 3 anxious individuals, then turned to Chu Qing in surprise, saying, "You actually have such good fortune. 3 at once. This kind of opportunity is not something everyone encounters. There is a rule in the Qingyang sect. As long as one can bring in new members, the sect will reward them, and the better the talent, the higher the reward. Besides the rewards from the Qingyang sect, if the disciples introduced by oneself are fortunate enough to enter a higher sect, the rewards there would be even richer. Therefore, many in the Qingyang sect are very keen on going out to find suitable candidates. However, finding candidates with spiritual roots is like searching for a needle in a haystack, entirely reliant on fate. Some people spend their whole lives without finding even one cultivator, while those like Chu Qing, who encounter 3 while on a task, can hardly be blamed for saying they have struck gold. Not bad, not bad. Chu Qing's smile was almost reaching his waistband as he urged, Second Elder, please take a look. If they have heavenly spiritual roots, that would be a big deal. Heavenly spiritual roots? Yutong rolled his eyes at Chu Qing. Go dream about it. After saying that, he looked at Lu Li. What is your name? Lu Li, who had been extremely nervous listening to the conversation between the two, felt a buzzing in his head upon hearing his name called. After a moment, he finally reacted and stepped forward, cupping his hands. I am Lu Li. No need to be so nervous. Yutong smiled and waved to Lu Li. Come forward. Thinking that it was better to take the plunge than shrink back, Lu Li took a deep breath and walked over. Yutong nodded, then grasped Lu Li's wrist and began the examination. Lu Li immediately felt as if his internal organs were being scrutinized. Chu Qing watched this scene with excitement, as if he were opening a blind box. After a moment, Yutong's brows furrowed, and then his face began to twitch wildly as he muttered, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark. I have never seen such trashy spiritual roots. What? Chu Qing was taken aback. Second Elder, are you mistaken? They all successfully awakened with just 1 awakening pill. At the very least, they should have 5 spiritual roots. How could it be? Humph. Do you think I would deceive you? The smile on Yutong's face vanished. Next, after testing all 3, Yutong's face had turned ashen. He simply could not understand how these 3 rascals had awakened. Chu Qing's expression also darkened. Normally, even faux spiritual roots could earn rewards. But if they had mixed spiritual roots, Senior, can we stay? The 2 of them, despite their poor expressions, could not help but seek a result. Of course, if it were not possible, he would not insist. If they could not obtain cultivation methods here, they would have to think of other ways. Since they had already awakened their spiritual roots, even if they were useless, Lu Li would still push forward. Upon hearing this, Chu Qing's thoughts shifted. Although these 3 had mixed spiritual roots, they at least had spiritual roots. If they could enter the sect, it would be a contribution for him, and perhaps he could receive some rewards based on the 5 spiritual root standard. Thinking of this, he quickly bowed and said, Second Elder, spiritual roots are hard to come by. Our Qingyang sect is already lacking in talent, and the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall is in urgent need of people. How about? Yutong stared at the 3 of them for a moment, then said, the rule of the Qingyang sect is that as long as one awakens spiritual roots, they can enter. However, we never expected that you would awaken with such mixed roots, so we never stipulated that mixed roots could not be accepted. Here's what we'll do. You can start at the same level as those with 5 spiritual roots as miscellaneous disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Li and the others immediately brightened up, exchanged glances, and respectfully thanked him. Yutong nodded, but added, I must tell you, I have never seen such mixed spiritual roots. Although the spiritual energy in our Qingyang sect is much denser than in the outside world, I believe you will never reach the 2nd level of qi refinement in your lifetime. And according to our Qingyang sect's rules, one must reach the 3rd level of qi refinement to become a formal disciple, so you must be prepared for that. Qin Shoren and Chen Zhong's faces immediately fell upon hearing this. However, Lu Li kept saying it was no problem, as long as the Qingyang sect could take them in. It would be a tremendous blessing for them. Seeing Lu Li being so understanding, Yutong nodded in appreciation, smiled as he stroked his beard, and called over a disciple. The disciple first took Lu Li and the others downstairs to register, then gave each of them a small cloth bag. After explaining some sect rules, they all headed towards the small path on the west side of the square. Along the way, Lu Li could not help but ask, Senior brother, where are we going? The senior brother turned back to glance at Lu Li and said while walking, you are all miscellaneous disciples and need to report to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. I forgot to mention earlier that miscellaneous disciples do not receive resource allocations. If you want cultivation resources, you must work. Different tasks yield different contributions. And contributions can be exchanged for cultivation resources in the contribution hall or for cultivation methods and martial skills in the method hall. Oh, Lu Li fell silent upon hearing this. After walking for a long time, they suddenly came upon a row of small houses and a small square, where few people were walking. In the northern part of the square, there was a noticeably more luxurious building. The senior brother led the 3 of them through the square and into the building. In the main hall, a rugged middle-aged man was lying in a recliner, snoring loudly. The senior brother approached and cleared his throat a few times, causing the rugged man to wake up suddenly and sit up. Upon seeing the senior brother, the man's expression changed, and he hurriedly stood up to pay his respects, awkwardly saying, Senior brother Lu, what brings you here? Senior brother Lu glanced at him indifferently, pointing at Lu Li and the others. These 3 are the new disciples. Arrange for them. They will be part of your miscellaneous affairs hall from now on. Yes, yes. The rugged man nodded hurriedly. Seeing this, senior brother Lu instructed Lu Li and the others a few more things before leaving. The rugged man stared at Lu Li and the others, then coldly said, "Introduce yourselves. My name is Wen Hong, the only steward of the miscellaneous affairs hall. You can call me Steward One. Here, everything must follow my orders. Anyone who dares to disobey will find it hard to survive or die. Remember that." Although Lu Li and his companions disliked Wen Hong's tone, they all nodded in acknowledgement. Afterward, Wen Hong called over a servant, gave him some instructions, and had the servant take Lu Li and the others to find their living quarters. The housing for the miscellaneous disciples is all in courtyards. Normally, each courtyard accommodates 6 people, but since there aren't many miscellaneous disciples at the moment, many courtyards are empty. Lu Li and his companions chose a small courtyard that was unoccupied. After a flurry of busy activity, the 3 of them finally had a moment of peace. After gathering together to express their feelings, they each returned to their rooms. Lu Li couldn't wait to open the small package he had just received from the outer affairs hall. He wasn't concerned about anything else. He just wanted a cultivation method. According to Brother Lu, who had brought them here, there was a basic cultivation technique of the Qingyang sect inside. When he opened it, he indeed found a cultivation method called the Qingyang Ju. His breathing became a bit hurried. Without checking if there were any other items in the package, he directly stored the Qingyang Ju in the space hall, then sat cross-legged on the bed, and with a thought, transformed into his original form to enter the time hall. In the time hall, Lu Li waved his hand, and the Qingyang Ju reappeared in his hand. The wonder of this treasure tower lay in the fact that no matter what he did inside, it only appeared as if he was meditating to the outside world. According to Lu Li's understanding, the time hall was more like a fantasy space. He could imagine doing anything within it. But the cultivation results would be returned to his original body without any loss. Additionally, he could retrieve items from the second-level space hall while being unable to access anything on his original body outside, which is why Lu Li had first stored the Qingyang Ju in the space hall. In the time hall, Lu Li sat cross-legged and began to read through the Qingyang Ju. After about an hour, he had read through it roughly and gained a general understanding of the cultivation method. When he flipped to the last page, he realized that the Qingyang Ju only contained methods for the Qi refinement stage, while everything above that was blank. Although there was a bit of regret, it was still better than nothing. After spending another hour, Lu Li read through it carefully again and had completely memorized the Qingyang Ju in his mind. He then began to cultivate. As he released his spiritual consciousness, he immediately sensed a considerable amount of violent spiritual energy swirling around him, which was more than 10 times denser than the spiritual energy he had encountered at the Qingliang Temple. This gave him a bit more hope for his cultivation. Although his spiritual roots were mixed, with the tenfold time flow enhancement, the refining speed wouldn't be too slow. As he operated the technique, the surrounding spiritual energy immediately surged into his body, guided by Lu Li into his dantian. It is worth mentioning that a cultivator's spiritual roots would only affect the speed of refining spiritual energy, not the speed of absorption. The rate of absorbing spiritual energy entirely depends on the grade of the cultivation method. Higher grade methods absorb spiritual energy faster. In just a few breaths, the spiritual energy within a 3-foot radius was completely absorbed by him, while the surrounding spiritual energy was recovering. Lu Li began to operate the technique to refine this violent spiritual energy into true qi. According to the Qingyang Ju, the number of barriers in the acupoints varies with different spiritual roots. The heavenly spiritual root has only 1 layer of barriers, while dual spiritual roots have 2 layers, and so on. Lu Li's acupoint barriers had as many as 9 layers. Each layer corresponds to different attributes, requiring true qi of different attributes to break through. This means that if Lu Li wanted to use true qi to break through an acupoint, he would need to condense 9 types of attribute true qi in order. When he completely opened a meridian, which represents the perfection of the first level of qi refinement, he could cast spells through the meridian. At this point, having multiple spiritual roots would provide various choices, regardless of what type of true qi was in his dantian, as long as the true qi passed through the meridian. It could automatically transform into the desired attribute true qi for release. If it were a single spiritual root, it could only release true qi corresponding to its own single attribute. This could be seen as compensation for the hard work of multi-spiritual root cultivators in breaking through acupoints. Unknowingly, 30 hours had passed in the time hall. However, Lu Li had no intention of stopping. He thoroughly enjoyed the anticipation that came with cultivation, constantly thinking about breaking through the second acupoint as quickly as possible. Just then, there was a sudden loud knocking at the door. Lu Li helplessly stopped, opened the door, and found that it was Chun Zhong and Qin Shoren. Chun Zhong was holding a large basin of steamed buns, grinning widely at Lu Li. "Hey, I brought you some food back." Only then did Lu Li realize that it had already gotten dark outside. He thanked them and invited them into the room. "Hey, you can't skip meals even while cultivating. There's still plenty of time ahead," Qin Shoren said as they sat at the table. "I know. I was just too excited to get the technique for the first time," Lu Li replied, munching on the steamed buns. "Did you guys not cultivate today?" "I only cultivated for 2 hours and found that the speed of refining true qi is just too slow. Plus, my acupoint barriers have 7 layers. I don't know how long it will take to break through, Qin Shorin said a bit dejectedly. Do you think we'll really end up like that old man you said and never reach the second level in our lifetime? Lu Li was taken aback and comforted him. Don't worry, we're still young. We can take our time. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and secretly pulled out the alchemy formula. But we still have this, right? That's the alchemy formula. Qin Shorin's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Quick, let us see what's written on it. Chen Zhong also hurried over. Lu Li nodded and lowered his voice to read. First tier green bamboo grass. First tier thunderfire orchid. 500 years of earth milk essence. And what is this? Lu Li suddenly focused on the last sketch, which looked like a strawberry but had a few extra strokes that looked like it was smoking. I know. That's a strawberry on fire. Chen Zhong said unexpectedly. Lu Li and Qin Shorin both rolled their eyes at Chen Zhong. Lu Li said, let us not worry about what it is. You two remember the first 3 items. I remember that the miscellaneous disciples have tasks in the herb garden. So if there's an opportunity, you understand, right? Understood. The two of them certainly understood Lu Li's words. Their spiritual roots were so mixed that if they followed the conventional path of cultivation, they might really never be able to break through to the second level of qi refinement in their lifetime. Seeing this, Lu Li nodded and seriously reminded them. I need to warn you that Fan Jingping said this alchemy formula is something even the major sects don't have. If it gets leaked, it will definitely lead to a deadly disaster. So you two need to be careful, especially with those beasts. Got it, don't underestimate me. I know how to handle these things, Qin Shorin said earnestly. Well, that is good. After eating, Lu Li sent the two of them away, saying he wanted to cultivate and reminding them not to slack off just because they had the alchemy formula for the acupoint piercing pill, as there was still no solid lead on it so far. After they left, Lu Li lay directly on the bed, as he discovered that his original body lying down or sitting wouldn't affect his entry into the time hall. Moreover, when he sat, he always felt sore and achy afterward, but lying down was much more comfortable. Even if someone came in, they would just think he was sleeping. After cultivating for more than 30 hours, the first layer of the metal attribute barrier of his second acupoint had already begun to loosen, and he wanted to take advantage of the momentum to break through it directly. At that moment, while Lu Li was cultivating on the back mountain of the Qingyang sect, atop Tianjua Peak, 3 old men were happily drinking a little wine in a cave. One of the old men in green was Elder Yutong, who had tested Lu Li and the other spiritual roots today. The other person, if Lu Li were present, would also recognize him as the gray-robed old man who went to Longxing town to recruit new disciples. He was actually the 3rd elder of the Qingyang sect, Fang Buwei. As for the long-bearded old man sitting in the eastern position, whose aura was restrained and face flushed, he was none other than the renowned elder Xiao Ju of the Qingyang sect. The 3 of them were chatting happily, laughing heartily from time to time. Before long, all of them showed signs of inebriation. Yutong suddenly thought of something amusing, leaned over the table, and said mysteriously, Elder Xiao, Brother Fang, I encountered something interesting today. Do you want to hear about it? What interesting thing? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ju and Fang Buwei both looked at Yutong. Yutong was usually very serious and rarely gossiped, so they were quite curious. Hee, you might not believe it, but I actually met someone with 9 spirit roots today. 9 spirit roots. I've never even heard of such a thing in my life, let alone seen it with my own eyes. You don't know? I was completely dumbfounded at that moment, probing again and again. I still can't believe it. 9th spirit roots? Xiao Ju rolled his eyes. Old 2. You can't be so outrageous with your bragging, can you? You might as well say you recruited someone with heavenly spirit roots. I might believe you then. Exactly. Fang Buwei shook his head helplessly and said, although I did recruit someone with double spirit roots this time, it shouldn't have made you feel this way. The double spirit roots Fang Buwei mentioned referred to a girl named Xiao Yun he recruited in Longxing town, which caused a stir in the Qingyang sect. Even the sect leader Li Xianyang, who had been in seclusion for 3 years, came out personally. Fang Buwei gained a lot of attention and received numerous rewards because of this. Yes, Old 3's recruitment of double spirit roots contributed to the sect, so Old 2. Your insinuation is a bit excessive, Xiao Ju said, shaking his head. Who is insinuating? Let me tell you, not only are there 9 spirit roots, but there are also 2 with 7 spirit roots. Sighing, Xiao Ju and Fang Buwei exchanged glances, realizing they hadn't expected that a double spirit root would make the second elder so envious. However, speaking of which, the other party was in charge of the External Affairs Hall, which was originally their responsibility. It was no wonder that anyone would feel uncomfortable about it. Damn it. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Yutong slammed the table angrily. You don't believe me, right? If you don't believe me, go ask at the External Affairs Hall tomorrow. I still remember that those 3 kids, one is named Lu Li, and the other 2 are called Qin Shorin and Chen Zhong. You can check it out for yourselves. Keep making things up. The 2 stared at Yutong, looking utterly disheartened. Forget it. I'm done drinking, damn it. Seeing their expressions, Yutong was furious and shouted that the friendship had faded. Saying this, he kicked the table and flew out with a whoosh. In the next moment, ouch, a sudden cry of pain and a crisp sound came from outside. Xiao Ju and Fang Buwei exchanged glances and hurriedly ran out, only to see Yutong had fallen headfirst under a banana tree, which had been smashed in half. Old 2, when flying on a sword, don't drink. When drinking, don't fly on a sword. Xiao Ju's face twitched, clearly unable to hold back his laughter. Faded, faded. Yutong did a flip and stood up, waving his hand as a long sword whistled out. Ignoring the shouts from the two behind him, he soared into the sky without looking back. The next morning. Chapter 14. Fetching water. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Li, still in cultivation, was suddenly awakened by a harsh sound. By now, he had been training in the time hall for over 50 days, equivalent to 4 or 5 days in the outside world. The good news was that he had finally broken through the gold attribute barrier of his second acupoint, seeing a glimmer of hope at last. He got up and saw that the sky outside was already dimly bright. Lu Li knew it was time to start taking on tasks. The tasks for the miscellaneous disciples were not like those of the formal disciples. They didn't require going out and posed no danger. Most of the work was assisting formal disciples in their cultivation, such as chopping wood, fetching water, cooking, cleaning, and weeding in the herb garden, and so on. After tidying up a bit, Lu Li found that he felt no fatigue after staying up all night, which he could only attribute to the fact that his main body was asleep, making him secretly happy. This way, he could stay up all night without worry. Stepping out of his room, he ran into Qin Shoren and Chun Zhong, who had just come out as well. The three exchanged a few pleasantries and headed towards the small square of the miscellaneous hall. Like them, the miscellaneous disciples from every courtyard came out one after another. Upon arriving at the small square, Lu Li noticed that the deacon Wen Hong was standing with one hand behind his back on the steps at the northern end of the square, looking coldly at everyone, causing Lu Li to lower his head. Beside Wen Hong stood a thin, obsequious boy in a light blue long gown. When someone saw that boy, they couldn't hide their disgust and muttered under their breath, "Bootlicker." Lu Li cast a surprised glance at the person but said nothing. However, Qin Shoren curiously walked over to that person and asked quietly, "Senior brother, what bootlicker?" The person was startled and immediately made a silencing gesture. Then looked at Qin Shoren again, frowning. "You little brat, why do you look so creepy? Stay away from me." "You." Qin Shoren was quite angry, thinking to himself how good-looking he was. He rolled his eyes at the person and retreated back to Lu Li's side. After a moment, everyone had gathered. Deacon Wen Hong scanned the crowd before saying, "Today is the first day of the 8th month. According to the rules, we will reassign tasks today. Once you receive a task, you are not allowed to change it for a month, until the first day of next month. Everyone, line up and come forward." After saying this, he instructed the bootlicker beside him, "You go take care of the registration." The bootlicker quickly smiled and bowed, then sat at the registration desk. Calling out in a show of authority, "Everyone line up properly, one by one." Once everyone was lined up, Wen Hong yawned, seemingly not having slept well, and after giving a few instructions, turned to enter the main hall. As soon as Wen Hong left, 7 or 8 people immediately stepped out from the line and rushed to the front. "Brother Xian, I want the fishing task." One person eagerly said, "Big brother Sun, I want to fish too. Don't rush." The bootlicker responded with a smile while glancing back at the discontented crowd waiting in line. "Since you all chose to follow my grandson Xian, I naturally won't treat you poorly." Upon hearing this, Lu Li immediately understood that this person was forming cliques in private, giving the easy tasks to his own people. "Hey, why don't we join him?" Qin Shoren also caught on to the implication. The tall man standing in front of Qin Shoren turned to look at him and said meaningfully, "Little junior brother, if you just want to pass the time in the Qingyang sect, that's fine. But if you want to go further, I suggest you stay away from him." Qin Shoren was taken aback and quickly asked, "What do you mean, senior brother?" The man smiled and said, "Little junior brother, you may not know, but although the tasks assigned by that Sun Xian are nice, they deduct 70% from your contributions. In other words, you only get 30% of the contributions. And in reality, the contributions you receive are far less than those who work hard. Of course, if you're afraid of hard work, then just forget it." So that is how it is. After hearing this, the three of them understood. Sun Xian's people quickly finished taking their tasks, and as the line progressed, it was soon Lu Li and the others' turn. By this time, most tasks had already been chosen, leaving mostly hard labor. Seeing that Lu Li and the others were newcomers, Sun Xian's eyes turned, and he began to lure them in, saying he could arrange easy tasks for them. However, Lu Li and the others had long understood the situation. They were not here to take it easy, so they politely declined. Sun Xian's face immediately turned ugly upon hearing this, but he couldn't explode on the spot. After organizing himself, he threw out 3 tasks for the 3 of them to choose from. Although these tasks offered high contributions, seasoned miscellaneous workers generally wouldn't touch them. Qin Shoren picked and chose, eventually selecting the task of cleaning the sect square. Lu Li looked at the remaining 2 tasks, hesitated for a moment, and chose the water-carrying task. Although it was a bit laborious, the contribution was not low, amounting to 300 points for the month. Finally, it was Chun Zhong's turn, and by then there was nothing left to choose from, so he took on the task of chopping firewood. Having grown up in the mountains, they believed these tasks would not be difficult for them. After receiving their tasks, the 3 chatted for a bit before heading off to their respective jobs. Lu Li found a pair of buckets in the storage building, hoisted them onto his shoulders, and walked towards the eastern side of the miscellaneous workers' valley. As required, he needed to fetch water from the Bihue River, located a mile away, and then deliver it to the water pool at the top of Xian Peak in the west. Lu Li was now considered to be in the first stage of qi refining, and his movements were much lighter than before. Before long, he saw a river about 10 zhang wide ahead, its waters crystal clear. This must be the Bihue River. The water-carrying task did not specify how much water to carry each day, but it was necessary to ensure that 5 out of the 10 water pools at the top of Tsiyun Peak were completely full, as these pools served the entire miscellaneous worker hall for daily use. As for the water supply in other areas of Qingyun's sect, there was no need for anyone to carry it because a water supply system had already been set up during the construction of Qingyang's sect. Only the miscellaneous workers' valley lacked a water supply system, which was intended to train the miscellaneous disciples. The buckets were not ordinary. They were more than 10 times larger than normal buckets. If both buckets were filled, they would weigh no less than 500 pounds. Luli tried it out and found that just filling them 1/3 full was already a bit strenuous for him, so he dared not fill them further. He rushed back, walking and stopping along the way, and it took him a full quarter of an hour to reach the foot of Tsiyun Peak in the west. Looking at the steep path up the mountain, Luli wiped the sweat from his face and muttered a few words before heading up. Halfway up, he suddenly heard the sound of chopping from the thicket by the roadside. A sturdy young man was vigorously swinging an axe, putting all his strength into each swing. Yet he could only shave off a little bark from the dark tree trunk. Luli walked over and asked in confusion, "Fatty, is your axe not sharpened?" Shinzhong, seeing it was Luli, turned around with a gloomy face and handed the axe to Luli, saying, "You try it." Luli took the axe, looked at it, and lightly brushed his thumb against the edge. To his shock, he nearly cut his finger, exclaiming in disbelief, "This axe is so sharp?" "Yeah, it's already very sharp. But this damn tree is harder than iron. At first, I thought chopping down 3 trees a day would be easy." Shinzhong scratched his head, looking frustrated. "Haha. Take your time, no need to rush." Luli patted Shinzhong on the shoulder, shook his head, and went back to continue carrying his load up the mountain. Chapter 15. Brothers This Bastard. Looking at the 10 large water pools, only 3 were full while the other 7 were completely empty. Luli was so angry his mouth twisted. According to the rules, he had to ensure that 5 pools were completely full, and each pool required at least 100 full buckets, meaning he had to carry at least 200 full buckets to guarantee 5 pools were full. Given this method, he estimated that he would need to work day and night, and even then, it would only be possible to fill 2 pools if he filled both buckets to the brim every time for a month. This bastard must be doing it on purpose. Luli sat down on the ground, staring at the foot of the mountain, feeling indignant. Unfortunately, he was only barely at the first stage of qi refining, without even one meridian opened, unable to use true energy to collect heavy objects. Otherwise, he could consider secretly filling some water in the spatial hall. Oh, quite the temper. Huh. At that moment, a man in a blue long robe suddenly walked out from the thicket beside him, saying, "I'll take 90% of the contribution points, and I'll only make you carry 10 buckets of water each day. How about that?" Luli turned his head to see it was none other than Sun Zian. 90%? That meant he would have to give away 270 contribution points. Luli got up, glanced at Sun Zian, hoisted his load, grinned, and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I believe I can manage." Saying this, he ignored him and directly headed down the mountain. Humph, ungrateful. A flicker of malice flashed in Sun Zian's eyes as he shouted from behind, "I'll give you 3 days to fill those 2 pools with water. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude as your senior brother." 3 days? Luli paused. A strong sense of grievance suddenly surged up. So this is what Qingyang's sect is like. He witnessed once again the ugly side of cultivators, who would go to any lengths for resources. Was it just about wanting his contribution? "I won't do as you wish." Luli gritted his teeth and rushed down the mountain, not stopping until he reached the Bihue River. This time, he filled both buckets halfway and then hurried back with the utmost speed. From early morning to the blazing sun overhead, and then to the setting sun in the west, Luli finally couldn't hold on any longer. He lay by the water pool, looking at the starry sky, feeling utterly powerless. After a whole day of hard work, he had only managed to carry 10 buckets. Why not just give up? You can't win against him. A voice echoed in Luli's heart. No, absolutely not. 300 contribution points can be exchanged for 3 condensing true pills. How could I give up? Another voice quickly chimed in. Just then, 2 indistinct figures walked up toward the mountaintop. As they came closer, Luli realized it was Qin Shoren and Qinzhong. "Mud monkey," Qin Shoren said, holding a basin of steamed buns and pickles, looking at the dejected Luli, wanting to say something but hesitating. "It's fine, I can handle it." Luli shook his head. "Hey, eat something first." Qin Shoren handed a bun to Luli. "Thank you. No need to mention this between brothers." Luli nodded, lowering his head and eating heartily. "Fatty, how's the tree chopping going?" Qinzhong shook his head helplessly. "I've only chopped down 1 tree. But mine doesn't have a strict requirement. I just need to chop down 90 trees in a month." After eating, Luli glanced back at the water pool. "You guys go back first. I want to try again." "Try what?" "That bastard is clearly doing this on purpose to mess with us. I say we should all just stop working. Who needs this damn Qingyang sect?" Qin Shoren said angrily. "I think so too. He's just retaliating against us for not sharing the contributions. Do I not know that?" Luli shook his head, but we've worked hard to join Qingyang's sect. And there are ample cultivation resources right in front of us. As long as we contribute, we can exchange freely. If we leave, where will we find cultivation resources? But just bear with it. Once we reach the 3rd stage of qi refining, we can become formal disciples. Sun Xian should only be at the second stage of qi refining. Once we break through to the second stage, we can deal with him. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Li's eyes. Upon hearing that they would deal with Sun Xian, Qin Shoren and Chen Zhong's eyes lit up, and finally, Qin Shoren suggested that they help Lu Li fill the water pool first and overcome the immediate difficulty. Chen Zhong readily agreed. And Lu Li thought about it, and felt that was the only way. So the three brothers went down the mountain to find 2 more buckets, and started working hard overnight. At first, Qin Shoren could only fill 1/3 of the bucket, just like Lu Li did when he first started carrying water, but slowly he managed to fill half. Chen Zhong, being naturally strong, filled half from the beginning. And by the end, he was able to carry a full load. The 3 figures moved back and forth between Xian Peak and Bihue River under the night sky. Lu Li felt touched, and thought to himself that he could never let these 2 brothers down in this life. As dawn broke, some people were still fetching water, and others couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for them. However, Sun Xian's face darkened at the sight, and he stepped forward to block Chen Zhong, saying, "Have you finished chopping your trees? Fetch water here." Chen Zhong put down his load, and replied, "Senior brother, I will definitely chop the trees. I promise to give you 90 trees this month. That's not enough. The rules have changed. You must chop 3 trees every day, or you won't be allowed to eat or sleep." After saying that, he caught Qin Shoren. "And you must sweep the sect square 3 times a day. If there's even a bit of trash on it, I'll hold you accountable. 3 times? Why don't you just die?" Qin Shoren was instantly furious. The square was several miles around. Sweeping it once would take half a day, and sweeping it 3 times would mean no rest or sleep. "What did you say?" Sun Xian's face turned cold as he stepped forward and slapped Qin Shoren across the face. "Little brat, you're getting too arrogant. Get lost." Qin Shoren's eyes turned red instantly, wanting to step forward but was pulled back by Chen Zhong, who shook his head vigorously. Lu Li saw this scene from a distance and rushed over. "Beast, are you okay?" Seeing Lu Li come over, Qin Shoren relaxed his clenched fist and forced a smile. "I'm fine. It's nothing. Mud monkey, I'll go clean up now." After saying that, he didn't wait for Lu Li to respond and carried the water to dump into the storage tank below, holding back tears as he walked towards the Qingyang sect square. Chen Zhong looked apologetic, went back to get an axe, and strapped it to his waist. Then carried water up the mountain. "Let us go. I'll help you carry these 2 buckets up." "No helping." Sun Xian kicked over Chen Zhong's bucket and mocked. "I'm telling you, you do your own work. If anyone dares to help others again, it won't just be a simple kick over. You." Chen Zhong dropped his load and was about to fight back. "Fatty, forget it. I'll do it myself." Lu Li shouted immediately, not wanting Chen Zhong to get into trouble. Chen Zhong relaxed his fist, took a deep look at Sun Xian, and turned to leave. Lu Li appeared calm, but was seething with anger inside. He didn't even look at Sun Xian and buried his head as he walked up the mountain. After a night of effort from the 3 brothers, the 4th water tank was completely filled, but the 5th was still empty, and after 2 days, it seemed hopeless. Looking at the mist in the mountains, Lu Li sighed. What a paradise, but it's unfortunate that such a beautiful place is inhabited by a group of inhumane beasts. He sat on the ground to catch his breath, and the thick fog reminded him of the spirit object hall on the 1st floor of his pagoda. He remembered there seemed to be a celestial fruit there, and he wondered if it had ripened. Chapter 16. Body refinement. With that thought, Lu Li quickly immersed his consciousness in the spirit object hall. Upon looking, his heart raced. He saw that the 3-foot-tall stem had a red glow flowing, and the originally green leaves had turned bright red. The 10 greenish fruits had also turned crimson, each about the size of a baby's fist, resembling tightly clenched baby fists. What kind of fruit is this? Can it really be eaten? It shouldn't be poisonous, right? It looks so beautiful. Lu Li hesitated, then suddenly made up his mind. I'll risk it. If I succeed, I'll become an immortal. If not, I'll just consider that I never came to this world. Saying this, he focused his thoughts, and a fruit appeared in his hand. In an instant, a refreshing fragrance wafted over. Lu Li was shaken, feeling a wave of freshness wash over him, and exclaimed in delight, "It really is a celestial fruit." Unable to wait, he took a bite. There was no pit inside, and it melted almost instantly in his mouth. As the spiritual fruit entered his belly, a violent force suddenly spread through his body like a tidal wave, and the scorching energy made him feel as if he had plunged into a raging fire. "Ah!" Lu Li screamed and immediately plunged into the nearby water tank. Suddenly, the water began to bubble, but Lu Li still felt no coolness. That scorching energy felt like countless small knives cutting into his flesh and bones. Ugh! Lu Li's eyes turned red as he rolled around in the water tank. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, his face contorted in agony. Moments later, he fainted, floating on the surface of the water like a corpse. Around his body, thick strands of black-gray sludge were spewing out, and a stench rapidly spread around the water tank. It was unclear how much time had passed. Lu Li was suddenly awakened by the sunlight overhead. As he opened his eyes, a foul odor hit him, and he instinctively tried to cover his mouth and nose, but almost sank. It was then he realized he was in the center of the water tank. The water surface within a 9-foot radius around him was already covered in thick filth. Lu Li hurriedly swam to the edge of the tank, flipped over, and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. What kind of fruit is this? It almost killed me. After a long time, Luli finally got up from the ground, looked at the blazing sun, and thought, now I'm in trouble. I slept until noon. He immediately prepared to carry the water bucket down the mountain to continue fetching water. But after taking a few steps, Luli stopped again. He felt something was off. He seemed to have gained a lot of mass. Luli raised his hand to look and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He found that his once thin azarail arms had become much fuller, the skin tightly stretched, and upon looking at other parts of his body, the same was true. Moreover, he felt that his strength had increased significantly. Overjoyed, Luli sprinted down with the water buckets. Each of these buckets weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds. But now Luli felt no weight at all. He dashed to the Baishui River and filled both large buckets with water. To his surprise, he effortlessly lifted the nearly 400 or 500 pounds of water. Wow, celestial fruit. Luli was ecstatic, running back to the top of Tsiyun Peak with both buckets. After searching, he finally found the half-eaten celestial fruit in the grass by the tank, and with determination, he swallowed it whole. Sure enough, the feeling of plunging into a volcano hit him again. Without hesitation, Luli jumped into the water tank. This time, he was prepared. As soon as he hit the water, he held a dry branch in his mouth. He could distinctly feel his flesh and bones growing and refining. During the refining process, countless impurities floated out, and gradually, he became numb. The pain was no longer enough to make him faint. After a short while, Luli could no longer feel any changes in his body. He reluctantly climbed out of the tank, feeling that his strength had increased a bit more. Moreover, he seemed to have grown taller, and his physique had become much more normal. He looked at the first floor space, where there were still 9 spiritual fruits left, thought for a moment, and took another one, swallowing it whole. This time, the pain was more than halved, even without jumping into the water or holding a stick. He could endure it, and the impurities expelled were no longer so viscous, with the foul smell almost disappearing. He had a feeling that he could now lift 500 or 600 pounds with one hand, and if he used his shoulder, lifting 1,000 pounds would be easy. However, he was not satisfied with this and ate another celestial fruit. To his disappointment, after eating it, he initially felt his flesh and bones slightly moving. But that sensation faded completely afterward. Moreover, no impurities were expelled anymore. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that his bones had become as smooth as jade, while his flesh and blood cells were tightly bonded together, impenetrable. The feeling of strength was truly wonderful. Luli stood tall by the pool, gazing into the distance. His eyes shimmering with a ghostly glow, his aura elevated to another level, as if he had completely shed his mortal coil. Let's get to work. He picked up the water bucket again and sprinted down the mountain. After one round trip, he felt that this was still too slow. So he fetched another set of buckets and carried 4 at once, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, still managing it with ease, though he struggled to maintain his balance, spilling quite a bit when he walked too fast. At night, Chen Zhong was still chopping trees, and Qin Shoren had not returned. Luli didn't stop either. He had switched from 4 buckets to 8, each filled to the brim, equivalent to 2,000 pounds of strength. Only then did he start to feel a bit strained going uphill. It was extremely difficult to maintain balance, and a slight misstep would send him teetering. Luli dared not increase the load further and continuously practiced his water-carrying technique, ensuring the buckets remained balanced. At first, it was very challenging, but as time passed, he became more skilled. By midnight, Luli could carry the buckets without needing to hold them up, as they wouldn't slip. He had developed his own method of carrying water, using his spiritual sense to sense which bucket would tilt, and then adjusting his muscles to maintain balance. In the end, he could even control the strength of most of his muscles. What Luli didn't know was that with his current muscle control, if he learned martial arts, he would definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. The next morning, Luli finally stopped, looking at the 6 full pools of water before him with a satisfied expression, then joyfully walked down the mountain. Normally, this extra pool of water could last about 5 days. This meant he wouldn't have to carry water again for the next 5 days. As he reached the halfway point, he heard the sound of trees being chopped in the dense forest nearby. After a brief pause, he walked in, sighed lightly, and called out to Chun Zhong's back, "Fatty, take a break. I have something good for you." Chapter 17. Big Brother Good Stuff? Chun Zhong, exhausted, turned around suspiciously, and his pupils suddenly contracted when he saw Lu Li's dramatically changed demeanor. "What happened to you?" Lu Li smiled slightly, pulled out 3 bright red fruits from his chest, and handed them over. "I found these fruits on the mountain. After eating them, I turned out like this, and my strength increased a lot. I still have 6 of them, so I'll give you 3, and the rest are for the beasts." "Such good fortune?" Chen Zhong exclaimed excitedly as he took the fruits. "These fruits are great, but the first one feels like falling into a pit of fire, so you need to be mentally prepared. Go eat them by the water pool at the top of the mountain. If you can't handle it, just jump into the water." Lu Li shared his experience with Chen Zhong to prevent him from making any rash moves due to surprise. After hearing this, Chen Zhong felt both excited and scared. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's do it." Then he hurriedly made his way up the mountain. Moments later, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered echoed down from the mountain. Lu Li shook his head with a smile, picked up an axe from the ground, swung it in a semicircle, and with a loud thud, it struck the black wood in front of him, instantly embedding the axe over 7 inches deep. After a dozen more strikes, the black wood fell with a crash. Lu Li clapped his hands, pleased with his work, and then turned to the second tree. Unknowingly. Over an hour passed, and Lu Li had chopped down no less than 50 black trees. Just then, a rumbling sound approached, and a burly youth charged at Lu Li like a rampaging bear. Without even looking, Lu Li swung back his fist, sending the figure flying backward with a thud. Hey, why did you sneak attack me? Haha, I got itchy hands. Lu Li stepped forward to help Qinzhong up. How do you feel? At this moment, Qinzhong had become very burly, his muscles bulging, looking full of strength. I feel like I can knock over a black tree the size of a bowl with one punch. Saying this, he really did swing his fist down on a black tree the size of a bowl, and with a crack, the tree didn't break, but flipped over. Lu Li wanted to invite Qinzhong to come down the mountain to rest, but Qinzhong insisted on finishing chopping all 90 trees first, leaving Lu Li with no choice but to go down by himself. He first went to the cafeteria to grab something to eat, then headed straight back to his small room. Once back in his room, Lu Li didn't rest. He lay on the bed and directly entered the time hall to begin his training. Not long after Lu Li returned to his room, Sun Zian arrived at the peak of Xian Peak. He felt quite displeased with this junior who dared to go against him right after entering the sect. If he couldn't even handle a new disciple, how would he survive in the disciple hall in the future? However, when he saw the 6 full pools of water, he was completely taken aback. With a flick of his sleeve, he angrily descended the mountain to find trouble with Qinzhong, as he believed that those two guys had definitely helped Lu Li again. But when he reached the halfway point and saw the fallen black trees, he was even more shocked. Moreover, after just one night, Qinzhong, who had once been all fat, had somehow turned into a mass of muscle. It was simply unbelievable and incomprehensible. Is there something going on? Seeing Sun Zian arrive, Qinzhong approached him with an axe, his expression unfriendly. Seeing Qinzhong daring to threaten him, Sun Zian's anger boiled over, and he shouted, "You dare!" In an instant, he rushed in front of Qinzhong and raised his hand to strike him in the chest. Smack! The crisp sound rang out, and Qinzhong stood still, not moving an inch, while he swung his large hand and slapped Sun Zian across the face. Smack! Sun Zian had not expected this outcome. He thought Qinzhong would be sent flying by his palm, but suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his face, and he found himself flying backward and crashing heavily onto the dirt slope. Qinzhong was momentarily stunned, then revealed a fierce grin, roaring, "I'll kill you, you little brat." He charged at Sun Zian like a wild bull. Sun Zian's pupils contracted sharply, and he rolled to narrowly avoid Qinzhong's punch, retaliating with a fireball thrown at Qinzhong. Just as Qinzhong was about to chase after him, the fireball struck him in the chest with a loud bang, causing his insides to churn, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Crazy, keep being arrogant. Seeing this, Sun Zian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Standing at a distance with a sinister smile, "Kneel and admit your mistake, or I'll kill you. I recognize you," Qinzhong roared, stepping forward, and in a few strides, he charged at Sun Zian. Looking for death, Sun Zian retreated while throwing another fireball. This time, Qinzhong was prepared, seeing the fireball come at him. He directly extended his fist and smashed it. Smack! The fireball exploded under Qinzhong's punch. How is this possible? Sun Zian turned pale with fright and turned to run down the mountain. "You coward, if you have the guts, don't run," Qinzhong shouted from behind, but didn't chase. Although he had just exploded the fireball, his fists were still numb, and there was a faint burnt smell wafting from his hands. The fruit that the monkey gave was too powerful. I actually managed to scare off someone at the second level of Qi training. Watching Sun Zian tumble down the mountain, Qinzhong couldn't help but feel overjoyed. In the evening, Lu Li was still cultivating when he suddenly heard a thud sound from the courtyard. His ears perked up, and he immediately exited his meditation. He walked out to see that it was Qin Shorin who had returned. In the center of the courtyard lay a broom, presumably used to vent some dissatisfaction. Seeing Lu Li, who was tall and well-built, Qin Shorin couldn't help but rub his eyes. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he rushed over. Hey, where's your monkey look?" Lu Li's face twitched. "Come in and talk." The two then entered Lu Li's room. Moments later, Qin Shorin stared at the 3 bright red fruits on the table, swallowed hard, and said, "Hey, are you really going to give these to me?" "Of course. If I don't give them to you, what would I bring them out for?" Lu Li patted Qin Shorin on the shoulder. "Take them. We'll get revenge for that bastard and sooner or later." All right. Qin Shorin trembled as he tucked the fruits into his embrace. "Monkey, I can't thank you enough. From now on, you are my big brother. Come on, stop being so coy. You're the one who's the big brother." Lu Li shot him an annoyed glare. Hee. Qin Shorin chuckled awkwardly. "Big brother, I'm off to the mountaintop to eat the divine fruits. Wait for me." "Go ahead." Lu Li waved him off. Not long after Qin Shorin left, there was suddenly an excited knocking on the door from Qinzhong, accompanied by shouting, "Monkey, quick, open the door. I have good news." Hearing this, Lu Li helplessly rolled out of bed. After Qinzhong entered, he asked, "What good news?" Qinzhong laughed heartily. "You don't know? I just beat that bastard to the point he was rolling on the ground, crying for his mother. It was so satisfying." Lu Li was taken aback. "You beat Sun Zian?" Chapter 18. Eternal Sleep. What happened? Seeing Lu Li's expression was off, Qinzhong became a bit anxious. "It's fine, just beat him," Lu Li replied. Since it had come to this, he couldn't say much. In his view, Beating Sun Zian was exceedingly unwise. As the saying goes, if you don't kill the snake, you might suffer from it. If you're going to do it secretly. If it was just a beating, once Sun Zian recovered, it might lead to even worse retaliation. Did I do something wrong? Qinzhong scratched his head, looking foolish. Lu Li shook his head, changing the subject. You didn't do anything wrong. I wanted to beat him for a long time. Come, tell me how you did it. Although he was worried, he wouldn't show it in front of his brothers. Moreover, he was very curious about how Qinzhong managed to beat Sun Zian, who was at the second level of qi refining. After all, the second level of qi refining meant he had opened a complete meridian and could cast spells. Upon hearing this, Qinzhong immediately began to recount the events in detail, telling Lu Li everything that had happened. After listening, Lu Li quickly deduced that Qinzhong had gained the upper hand by relying on physical strength, which directly scared Sun Zian. Later, when Sun Zian hurriedly cast a spell, Qinzhong punched and shattered it, completely scaring him off, making him not dare to fight back. From this, Lu Li drew at least two conclusions. First, not all practitioners possess strong physical strength. Those who are physically strong are the exception. If used in battle, it can yield surprising results. Second, strong physical strength is sufficient to withstand some low-level spells, and as one's physical body strengthens, it can even withstand higher-level spells without a problem. After chatting for a while, Qinzhong left. Qin Shorin still hadn't returned, and Lu Li didn't think much of it. He closed the door and resumed his cultivation. So far, he had broken through the second layer of the wood attribute barrier of his second acupoint, and it was time for the third layer of the water attribute. He wasn't sure if it was due to body refining that had numbed his nerves, but while the initial impact of breaking through the barrier felt like needles stabbing him, now it just felt a bit tingly. A night passed in silence. Until the next evening, Lu Li felt a bit hungry, which brought him back to reality from his cultivation. He hadn't expected to have cultivated for an entire day and night. Lu Li finally understood what it meant to cultivate without the concept of day and night. Outside it had only been a few hours, yet in the time chamber, it felt like nearly 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Stepping out of his room, Lu Li planned to look for something to eat, but he noticed that the door to Qin Shorin's room was slightly ajar. He frowned and walked over to Qin Shorin's room. Pushing the door open, he found no sign of Qin Shorin, causing him to wonder why he hadn't returned so late. Hadn't he finished cleaning up? Just then, Qinzhong walked in from the courtyard, carrying a tray with 2 plates of stir-fried dishes and a large bowl of rice. Seeing Lu Li had come out, he quickly approached. Monkey, you're not cultivating anymore? I made you some food. Thanks. Lu Li turned back and asked, have you seen the beast? Qinzhong thought for a moment and shook his head. No, he probably hasn't come back from work yet. As he spoke, he handed the tray to Lu Li. You should eat something first. It'll be bad if it gets cold. Okay. With a heavy heart, Lu Li took the tray back to his room. Time passed, and 2 more days went by. During this period, Lu Li had gone out to fetch water for a day and filled the 7th pool. Meanwhile, Qinzhong had already completed his tasks for the month and spent his days practicing his punches in the courtyard. One day, in the evening, Lu Li finally felt something was off. He rushed out of his room, shouting to Qinzhong, has the beast not returned yet? Qinzhong frowned, recalling, I've been in the courtyard all day these past 2 days. Unless he came back secretly at night, his expression changed. He wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would he? Let us go look. Lu Li's heart raced. It had been 3 or 4 days. Given Qin Shorin's character, if he had succeeded in body refining, he would have come back to boast immediately. How could he hold back for so long just to work? He took Qinzhong and rushed towards Ziyun Peak. Where could he have gone? Beast, where are you? At the peak, Lu Li and Qinzhong anxiously searched around, shouting, but to their disappointment, there was no response from the mountain, nor any trace of Qin Shorin. Fatty, go check the square. I'll keep looking up here. Reluctantly, Lu Li could only hope that Qin Shorin was cleaning up in the square. All right, Qinzhong replied and thundered down the mountain. Lu Li continued to search at the summit, crashing through the grass, bushes, and thorny thickets, calling out without stopping. The fiery clouds in the sky began to fade, and night gradually fell. Lu Li had nearly searched the mountainside thoroughly. Suddenly, Lu Li skidded to a halt. He had just burst out from a cluster of leaves when he stumbled over a high embankment. Just as he was about to get up, he felt something soft under his foot. Looking down, his expression instantly turned pained and grotesque. There lay a body, ragged and covered in wounds, with a fist-sized hole blasted into its chest, lifelessly lying at his feet. Beast. Lu Li's pupils contracted, and his mouth fell open. Without caring that the body was nearly decomposed, he threw himself beside Qin Shorin, pulling him into his embrace. Wake up, brother. Lu Li's eyes reddened as he desperately shook Qin Shorin's lifeless body, a piercing pain stabbing through his heart. He didn't know how long it had been. Suddenly, Lu Li heard Qinzhong's anxious voice calling from the darkness, which brought him back to reality. He stood up and hoarsely responded, I'm over here. Immediately after, he saw Qinzhong rushing in with a torch. When Qinzhong saw Lu Li and the body in front of him, he trembled violently, dropping the torch with a thud and rushing forward. Beast. No. Lu Li's eyes were vacant, and he did not disturb Qinzhong. It was only when the latter helplessly sat aside that Lu Li said, let's dig a pit and bury him. We can't let him rot in the wilderness like this. Qinzhong nodded numbly and stood up. The two found an open area and began to dig with their hands. Before long, they had excavated a 3-foot-deep pit. They lifted Qin Shorin's body into the pit, looked at it for a moment with reluctance, and then buried it. A small mound of dirt quietly overlooked the valley below. Just wait, Luli murmured, walking down the mountain in solitude. Chunzhong cast a heavy glance at the mound of dirt and followed him. In the dim night, the mound appeared so lonely. A promising young man who had just embarked on the path of cultivation unexpectedly lay to rest here. Chapter 19. Silencing. After returning to the courtyard, Luli comforted Chunzhong for a moment before going back to his room. The celestial fruits on Qin Shorin were gone, presumably fallen into someone else's hands. The only one who knew about the celestial fruits was himself, so it was unlikely that this was a purposeful murder for treasure. The only possibility left was that Qin Shorin encountered an enemy while going up the mountain. After a conflict, the enemy discovered the celestial fruits and then killed him to silence him. And the only person who had a conflict with Qin Shorin was one individual. The answer was almost obvious. Luli did not tell Chunzhong his speculation because the other party was definitely targeting Chunzhong, who had previously told him that he had beaten Sun Xian on the mountain. According to the deduction, Sun Xian had already been beaten by Chunzhong once, so it was unlikely that one person would intercept Chunzhong on the mountain. In other words, the other party must have had accomplices. Ultimately, it was still his celestial fruits that harmed the other party. He touched the 3 explosive talismans in his pocket, clenching his fist tightly. The explosive talismans required true energy to activate, and with their first level of chi training, they had not opened a single meridian. Although they could mobilize true energy to make their bodies lighter, they could not release true energy at all. Now, if he wanted revenge, he could only seek to break through to the second level of chi training as soon as possible and then use the explosive talismans. Additionally, the explosive talismans on Qin Shorin had also been taken away, which was an extremely bad outcome for Luli. He had to be very cautious. He suppressed the impulse to seek revenge immediately and entered the time hall. At midnight, in the last large courtyard of the miscellaneous disciple living area, a man in blue gently closed the door behind him and walked out. The man had a rosy complexion, a tall figure, and an extraordinary demeanor. He wore a satisfied expression on his face and murmured, "I didn't expect those few fruits to have such effects. It's truly wonderful." Saying this, he shook his clothes and walked into the adjacent small courtyard. The rooms directly opposite the courtyard and the room on the left were lit, and the man in blue's expression darkened as he walked straight to the room opposite the door and knocked. Xiao Cheng, open the door. Footsteps soon sounded from inside, and a boy in pajamas opened the door. Upon seeing the man in blue, he was momentarily stunned. "Brother Sun, what are you?" At this moment, Sun Xian stood upright, completely shedding the previous servile demeanor. He chuckled lightly. "The last fruit was quite good, so I saved one for you. Let's go inside and talk." Xiao Cheng's face brightened with joy, and he hurriedly invited Sun Xian into the room. Just as Xiao Cheng turned around, a cold glint flashed in Sun Xian's eyes. He reached into his pocket and swiftly sent a rolled yellow paper flying toward Xiao Cheng's back. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire house. Xiao Cheng was blasted forward over a yard and fell heavily onto the bed, his back a bloody mess, with a broken spine and shattered organs barely visible. "You." Xiao Cheng struggled to turn his head, but before he could finish his words, he had already breathed his last. "Humph." Sun Xian snorted coldly, flipped Xiao Cheng's body over, and after searching for a moment, pulled out a piece of identical yellow paper from his embrace. Then he swiftly hid behind the door. Within just a few breaths, the door of the small house on the left of the courtyard burst open, and a burly man rushed into Xiao Cheng's room. When he saw the corpse on the bed, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately turned to leave. Just as he turned, a talisman suddenly sped toward him. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and the burly man was sent flying back. A large hole opened up in his chest, looking gruesome. Sun Xian, the big man's pupils dilated. His head tilted, and he fell dead. "To blame, just blame your bad luck. Only the dead can give me peace." Sun Xian flashed a pained expression as he continued to search the two bodies until he found another identical talisman on the burly man, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Such talismans were a pity to waste two of. Moments later, he shouldered one and easily vanished into the darkness. The next evening, someone discovered the bloodstains in the room. In a panic, they reported it directly to the steward, Wen Hong. Upon hearing that there might be a dead person, Wen Hong was immediately frightened and hurried over to check. In a place like Qingyang's sect, although the miscellaneous disciples all had 5 spiritual roots, they were still the foundation of the sect. The death of even one was a serious matter, let alone 2. If the punishment hall found out, his position would be at stake, and he might even be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the mountain. After a thorough inspection, Wen Hong's face turned extremely ugly. He summoned Sun Xian and instructed him to investigate the matter secretly, sternly ordering that the incident must not be leaked, or he would kill him. Sun Xian left the bloodstains deliberately to attract Wen Hong's attention, ensuring that the matter would not reach the punishment hall. Wen Hong's arrangement was exactly to his liking. He believed that as long as there were no further disturbances in the valley, this matter would pass. The next day, he came to Lu Li's courtyard and knocked on Lu Li's door. Lu Li woke from his cultivation and opened the door, his pupils constricting as he forced himself to calm down. Senior brother, what's the matter? Sun Zian feigned ignorance, saying, where's that guy Qin Shorin? I haven't seen him for days. Is he still doing his tasks? Lu Li immediately noticed that the other party had consumed the celestial fruit, and he could hardly suppress the rising impulse within him. He coldly replied, I only met him halfway, we aren't very close. If senior brother has nothing else, I'm going to cultivate. Not close. Sun Zian raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of surprise. Oh well, perhaps he ran away because he found cultivation too tiring. Speaking kindly, he added, Junior brother, persistence is key on the path of cultivation. You have to understand that senior brother arranges these heavy tasks for you all for your own good. Look at me. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm brimming with explosive power. I came through this way too, and that is how I achieved my current success. Do you understand senior brother's good intentions? Junior brother understands. Lu Li lowered his head, avoiding Sun Zian's gaze. Hee. As long as you understand. Sun Zian was satisfied to see that Lu Li had no intention of standing up for Qin Shorin and happily left. Once Sun Zian was far away, Lu Li could no longer hold back and punched the door, creating a large hole with a loud crack. Just as he was about to turn back to his room, he suddenly caught sight of Chun Zhong's tightly closed door on the right side of the courtyard. His brow furrowed, and he quickly walked over. The door wasn't locked, and Lu Li gently pushed it open. As I walked in, I found Chun Zhong lying motionless on the bed, his large face devoid of color, and his cracked lips looked as if he hadn't had a drink of water for days. Chapter 22 Years Fatty. Lu Li gently patted Chun Zhong's face. It's you. Chun Zhong slowly opened his eyes. Fatty, you can't go on like this. Once a person dies, they can't come back to life. Don't you want to take revenge for him? Lu Li frowned. Revenge. Upon hearing this, Chun Zhong immediately turned over and sat up. You know who did it? Lu Li paused for a moment and nodded. I know, but I can't tell you right now. Focus on your training, and when you reach the second level of Qi refinement, you'll naturally find out. He is very strong, right? Yes. Lu Li said this just to motivate Chun Zhong. Although Sun Zian had indeed become stronger after consuming the spirit fruit, it was nearly impossible for him to take Chun Zhong's life silently. Lu Li also believed he could not confront Sun Zian alone, which is why he chose to endure. More importantly, he thought that this matter definitely involved more than just Sun Zian. If they alerted the enemy, it would be troublesome. After hearing Lu Li's words, Chun Zhong immediately became spirited, stating that he would train hard. Lu Li reminded him to keep a low profile in his recent activities before he felt at ease and left. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. During these 2 years, neither Lu Li nor Chun Zhong had changed their jobs, still doing the work of chopping wood and fetching water. Sun Zian noticed that Lu Li and Chun Zhong had become much more low-key and no longer deliberately made things difficult for them, as if everything had truly passed. It was now warm spring. Everything was coming back to life, and the bare old tree in the yard had sprouted tender buds again. Lu Li was now 16 years old, standing over 7 feet tall, with his youthful black face now showing a bit of maturity. Dressed in a dark green outfit that made him look very capable, he stood quietly at the door, watching the muscular man in the yard throwing punches that whooshed through the air, lost in thought. The muscular man was Chun Zhong, who was half a head taller than Lu Li, wearing a short top and gray pants, with bare arms like iron, and thick eyebrows and big eyes that exuded an intimidating presence even without anger. Suddenly, Chun Zhong turned his fist and struck the old tree beside him. With a crack, the old tree, too large for one person to embrace, broke in half. Good. That punch must have been 5,000 pounds. Lu Li clapped his hands and walked towards Chun Zhong. This punching technique was called mountain shaking, which Lu Li and Chun Zhong had worked hard to obtain over 2 years, spending a total of 20,000 contribution points at the martial arts building. According to the old man guarding the martial arts building at the time, this technique was extraordinary, comparable to a divine-level technique. If it weren't for it being a partial manuscript and no one in the sect practicing physical techniques, he would never have exchanged it for Lu Li. The results proved that this technique was indeed remarkable. Cultivating it to the entry level could unleash double the physical strength. At the small success level, it would be 3 times. At the great success level, 4 times. At the full level, 5 times. The fully realized mountain shaking fist could mobilize the strength of every cell in the body. The stronger the physical body, the greater the power unleashed with each punch. Lu Li had now reached the small success stage, with his physical strength around 3,000 pounds. If he used mountain shaking, he could unleash a terrifying 9,000 pounds of force with one punch. Chun Zhong's physical strength was about 2,500 pounds, and with the entry-level mountain shaking, he could unleash around 5,000 pounds of force. Boss, I'm still a bit behind you, Chun Zhong said, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Over the past 2 years, Chun Zhong had gotten used to calling Lu Li boss. Lu Li smiled, putting a hand on Chun Zhong's shoulder. Your foundational strength is a bit weaker than mine. If you do more tree lifting exercises and refine mountain shaking further, you'll catch up to me. I understand, Chun Zhong replied. His muscles were becoming more developed, but it seemed like his brain was becoming less active. Lu Li thought with a hint of sadness, wondering if it was due to the excessive stimulation from 2 years ago. There's only one last acupoint left. I wonder how you're doing over there. Lu Li looked towards the courtyard gate, clenched his fist, and then relaxed it. Even though he had the time haul, after more than 2 years, He had only broken through 99 acupoints, with one remaining. As for Qinzhong, it was even worse. Although each acupoint had only 7 layers of barriers, he had only opened 45 so far. Fortunately, both of them possessed great strength. Although their realms were low, their combat power should not be underestimated. Boss, what are you thinking about? Seeing Lu Li silent, Qinzhong walked over to ask. Lu Li shook his head. Nothing, just keep practicing. I'm going back to rest. With that, he returned to his room. The small tree in the Three Treasures glazed tower had died after Lu Li harvested the fruit from it 2 years ago, seeming like a one-time thing. Over the past 2 years, he had checked periodically to see if any new seedlings had sprouted or if any other celestial fruits would appear. Unfortunately, more than 2 years had passed, and the land remained barren. After his daily check, Lu Li entered the time hall again. He had gotten used to this kind of life, without any extra socializing. Besides training, it was still training. Even when practicing mountain shaking, he mostly trained in the time hall, only going outside to test his skills when he felt he had made some progress. He was at a critical moment in the first level of chi refinement, and he no longer wanted to wait for the last acupoint. He needed to break through immediately, although the connection points of the meridians were in the Dantian. Besides the 2 main meridians that ran from the Dantian to the brain's celestial palace, the other 12 meridians were spread throughout the body. The first of these last acupoints was at the soles of his feet. Once fully opened, he would be able to perform small circulations and release his true chi at will. Lu Li was currently at the full stage of the first level of chi refinement, with his spiritual consciousness being several times stronger than when it was first condensed. He could sense the spiritual energy within a radius of 3 yards and did not have to wait for the surrounding spiritual energy to recover after refining. He now felt that the speed of refining was slower than the speed of absorption. On the 5th day in the secret realm, the 6th barrier of the last acupoint was finally broken. Of course, he didn't break all 6 layers in 5 days. Rather, he had already opened 5 layers previously, and only the last 3 remained: thunder, light, and darkness. These 3 attributes were the hardest to break through because, compared to the 5 elements, they were extremely scarce in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After another 10 days, the thunder attribute began to fluctuate. At this point, he could no longer hold on. The weakness in his body forced him to stop. After going out to eat and taking a stroll, just as he was about to return to his room, he was suddenly stopped by the hurried steward, Wen Hong. Kid, don't say I don't take care of you. The elder has been refining pills recently and needs a medicine boy for a month. The contribution is a whopping 3,000 points. Do you want to do it? Such a good thing. Lu Li looked at Wen Hong suspiciously. Usually, such good opportunities were secretly reserved for Sun Xian, allowing him to distribute some contributions privately. When would it be his turn? Seeing that Lu Li didn't respond, Wen Hong continued, Don't look at me like that. You know I'm not a bad person. I can tell you directly that the elder has a very strange temper. If he's in a good mood, he might reward you with a few bottles of pills. But if you upset him, then you can only pray for your own fortune. So that's how it is. Lu Li thought for a moment. He was about to break through to the 2nd level and needed contributions to exchange for a spell. More importantly, he would need to refine the acupuncture pill in the future, and this type of pill could not be entrusted to others. So he had to learn some knowledge about alchemy. This opportunity to go to Tianjua Peak was definitely a rare chance. So he nodded and agreed, asking, When do we go? Wen Hong saw that Lu Li had agreed and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Even the old servants knew that the Grand Elder was extremely difficult to serve, and many people had been beaten half to death and sent back after going. He smiled and patted Lu Li on the shoulder, saying, You're quite good. If you satisfy the Grand Elder this time, I will give you an extra 300 contribution points. Get ready. The Grand Elder will come here to pick you up in 5 days. Chapter 21. Revenge Break It. After more than a month in the time hall, Lu Li finally welcomed the most crucial moment of his life. In the past few days, he had prepared some dry food and hadn't stepped out of his room, eating a few bites of flatbread and drinking a few sips of cold water when hungry. Today was the 4th day, and he had been in the time hall for more than 30 days. His eyes were bloodshot, and there were dark circles around them, making him look like a giant panda. The last layer of the dark attribute barrier of the last acupoint in the 1st meridian was on the verge of collapse, and the dark true energy surged out from his dantian, rushing towards the last dark attribute barrier. 1 impact, 2 impacts, 99 impacts. Pop. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The barrier was broken. It was broken. Finally broken. Ha! Lu Li excitedly jumped up, dancing with joy, tears streaming down his face. It had been almost 3 years, and he had finally broken through. Lu Li's body trembled with excitement. He still remembered what the testing elder Yutong had said. I think you will never break through to the 2nd level of chi training in your lifetime. Well, isn't that broken now? Ha! After being happy for a full quarter of an hour, Lu Li finally calmed down. He eagerly pushed his palm forward, and a mass of black mist surged out from his palm, crashing against the pillar in front of him. It seemed not very powerful. Looking at the dissipating black energy, Lu Li felt somewhat dissatisfied. With a thought, he switched to fire attribute true energy, and this time it finally left a shallow mark on the pillar, but it disappeared in an instant. Lu Li knew this was due to the rules of the time hall. Even if he demolished the hall, it would immediately restore itself. After trying several different attribute true energies and exhausting all the true energy in his dantian, Lu Li finally stopped. Overall, he found that the attack power of wind attribute and light dark attribute was somewhat lower. The attack power of gold attribute and thunder attribute seemed quite good. Of course, it was also possible that he had not practiced any spells, making it difficult to properly guide the true energy. After spending half an hour, Lu Li restored all the true energy in his dantian and the first meridian, then contentedly exited the time hall. Once outside, he realized that it was already dark. Nightfall was good for doing things. He had debts of revenge from 2 years ago that needed settling. Although he had not yet practiced any spells, he did not want to wait any longer because he was leaving for Tianjua Peak tomorrow, and he was afraid of accidents. He gently knocked on Chunzhong's door, and soon the door opened, showing that he had not yet rested. "Boss, is there something going on so late?" Lu Li closed the door behind him and pulled Chunzhong to sit at the table, saying seriously, "Fatty, I'm planning to go help Shou Ren get revenge tonight. Do you want to come with me?" "Revenge?" Chunzhong trembled at the words, excitedly saying, "You finally told me." Lu Li nodded and recounted his guesses to Chunzhong word for word, while also stating that although he barely qualified as a second-level chi practitioner, he did not have full confidence of winning. If Chunzhong was unwilling, he could choose not to go with him. After hearing this, Chunzhong first had a face of self-reproach, stating that he had harmed Qin Shou Ren. If he hadn't beaten Sun Zian, the other party wouldn't have brought people up the mountain. Then he decisively said, "No matter what, I must go with you." Lu Li nodded and asked Chunzhong to hand over all his explosive talismans to him, as only he could activate the explosive talismans. Chunzhong gladly agreed. After receiving the explosive talismans, Lu Li rolled each one up individually, as he currently had almost no control over objects and relied solely on true energy for support. Rolling them up this way would allow them to be thrown further. After some planning, the two snuck out of the courtyard under the cover of night. They already knew Sun Zian's residence and carefully made their way into Sun Zian's courtyard. Sun Zian lived alone in his courtyard, and at this time, all the lights were out. It looked like he was already asleep. Lu Li signaled to Chunzhong to wait outside Sun Zian's door, then stepped forward to knock. "Knock, knock, knock." "Who?" Sun Zian woke up at the sound. "Brother Sun, it's me. I have a good thing I want to give you," Lu Li said, holding a paper talisman in one hand, his face fierce but his tone very flattering. "Good thing?" Hearing Lu Li's voice, Sun Zian suspiciously lit a lamp and opened the door halfway. "Here, son, the good thing is here." Suddenly, Lu Li exploded, flicking his fingers with both hands, and two wrapped talismans shot towards Sun Zian with a whoosh. Boom, boom. The door exploded open. Although Sun Zian had been very cautious, he was still a step too slow and was directly blasted back. Lu Li knew that Sun Zian had also consumed an immortal fruit, so this explosive talisman might not be able to kill him, so at the moment the other party was flying backward. He rushed through the broken door to chase after him. As expected, just as he caught up, Sun Zian had already flipped over and, at the same time, flicked his fingers, sending a yellow paper talisman flying towards Lu Li's chest. Boom. Lu Li was thrown back, his chest charred. Just as he got up, Sun Zian charged over, but what awaited him were two more talismans. Boom, boom. Two explosive sounds echoed, and Sun Zian was heavily smashed back again. He had already been seriously injured, and now he suffered two more hits. His clothes were completely tattered, multiple areas of his body were sunken, and he was spitting blood, looking extremely miserable. "You little brat, you have some guts." Sun Zian's eyes were blazing with fury. Although he looked miserable, he did not resign himself to fate and swung his fists toward Lu Li. "Are you comparing fists with me?" A hint of disdain flashed across Lu Li's face. And just as the other party's fist approached him within 3 feet, he suddenly threw a punch. As the punch was thrown, the air exploded. Bang! Crack! The sound of collision and the sound of bones breaking echoed simultaneously, and Sun Zian screamed in pain, his right arm hanging limply. Lu Li took advantage of his momentum and stepped forward to punch Sun Zian's dantian. With a crack, Sun Zian flew back onto the bed, then spewed out a mouthful of blood. His dantian was ruined. Lu Li was about to strike again, but at that moment, Chunzhong could no longer hold back and rushed in with a few steps, shouting, "Let me do it." Saying this, he stepped forward, grabbed Sun Zian by the waist, and suddenly lifted him up, then bent his knee and heavily smashed Sun Zian onto his knee, with a crack, directly breaking the other party's spine into 2 segments. "Ah!" Sun Zian's wretched scream pierced the eardrums, his face showing not only pain but also deep fear. He could not understand why Lu Li and the others would be so ruthless towards him. Chunzhong did not intend to let him go just like that. His fist, as big as a sandbag, was about to smash Sun Zian's head, but at that moment, Lu Li pulled him back, saying, "Wait." Sun Zian lay on the ground, making sounds continuously. Seeing Lu Li stopping him, he suddenly felt a strong desire to survive, spitting blood while pleading for mercy. "Let me go. I will give you everything I have." Chapter 22. Xiaoju everything? Lu Li squatted down, staring at Sun Zian coldly. "Tell me, besides you, who else killed Qin Shou Ren? So it turns out, you have been pretending to be foolish." Upon hearing this, Sun Zian finally understood why Lu Li and the others had come. He knew he would not survive, revealing a mocking smile. "I won't tell you. What can you do to me? Kill me? I'm not afraid, ha ha ha. Is that so?" Lu Li's mind moved, and a shiny kitchen knife appeared in his hand. Shaking it, he said, Who said I want to kill you? I can just slice you alive. Can't I? You think I can't find out if you don't tell me? It just takes some time. As he spoke, he lightly sliced off a piece of flesh from Sun Xian's arm. Ah, I'll tell you. Sun Xian looked at the kitchen knife in Lu Li's hand and immediately begged for mercy frantically. He was a cultivator, not as fragile as an ordinary person. This knife would definitely make him wish he were dead. Speak, my patience is limited. It's you Xiaoqing and Kung Fu. They were with me that day. Sun Xian lay on the ground, speaking intermittently. He didn't know whether he was deliberately stalling for time. But it took him a whole quarter of an hour to finish speaking. However, to his disappointment, no one came to investigate the situation until he was done. This was not anyone else's fault. It was just that Sun Xian had chosen an extremely secluded place to live. After hearing this, Lu Li finally understood the whole story. He didn't expect Sun Xian to kill Yu Xiaoqing and Kung Fu to keep the matter from leaking out. He handed the kitchen knife to Chen Zhong. Chen Zhong immediately swung the knife down, decapitating Sun Xian. Until this moment, the hatred that had been suppressed in their hearts was finally released. Lu Li squatted down and found a small golden bag on Sun Xian's body. This thing was called a storage bag, although it was not extremely rare in Qingyang's sect. Not everyone had one. To exchange for it, a basic storage bag required 1,000 contributions. He opened it and found a pile of contribution cards totaling 3,000 contributions, as well as a beginner spell called Fireball Technique. Lu Li directly recognized the storage bag with his blood and put it away, then took out 1,000 contributions and handed them to Chen Zhong. Find an opportunity to exchange for a storage bag. There's also a Fireball Technique in here. I'll give it to you when you reach the second level of Qi refining. Okay. Chen Zhong tucked the contribution cards into his pocket and looked at Sun Xian's corpse. What should we do with this dog? Lu Li thought for a moment and said, throw him into the Bihue River. So the two took advantage of the night to throw Sun Xian's corpse into the Bihue River. Lu Li knew that this matter could not be hidden as long as others did not guess it was them. After returning to his courtyard, Lu Li solemnly reminded Chen Zhong again before returning to his room. Taking this time, he also prepared to learn the Fireball Technique. Although it was just a beginner spell, it was still quite good for Lu Li at this stage. Unknowingly, the night passed just like that. Ding ding ding. In the morning, the square of the servants' hall echoed with gathering sounds again. Today was the first day of April, marking the start of another month's task distribution. Lu Li tidied up his clothes and walked out with Chen Zhong toward the square. On the stone steps in front of the servants' hall, Wen Hong was scanning the crowd lightly, seemingly waiting for something. However, after waiting for a long time without seeing Sun Xian's figure, he couldn't help but curse, really getting more and more audacious. Then he personally took charge and began to register. He knew those people, so naturally, he would assign lighter tasks and higher contributions to them. Even when Sun Xian was in charge before, most of the cut went into his own pocket. Chen Zhong still chose the firewood cutting job. This task might be difficult for others, but for Chen Zhong now, it was incredibly easy. He could finish a month's work in 3 days and comfortably cultivate while earning high contributions. Lu Li did not line up because he was waiting for someone. After everyone received their tasks, they dispersed. Chen Zhong exchanged a few words with Lu Li before returning to the small courtyard, leaving only Lu Li and Wen Hong in the square. Wen Hong approached and reminded, "Kid, remember what I told you. Serve the Grand Elder well, and you might soar to great heights in the future. I might even have to call you senior brother." Lu Li looked at Wen Hong in surprise, exclaiming, "I dare not." Wen Hong scoffed, "You're acting like a woman. Let me tell you, to be a person, you have to dare to think and act. Being timid won't accomplish anything. Like me, why am I so audacious in my favoritism? Isn't it just to go further?" As he spoke, he seemed to think of something, his eyes turning, and said, "That Sun Xian is getting more and more audacious. I have the intention to support you. What do you think? Support me?" Lu Li was somewhat surprised. He had always thought that Sun Xian had a very close relationship with Wen Hong, but now it seemed that he merely regarded the other as a tool to manipulate. "That's right, support you. Follow me. You don't have to work. Just help me find obedient servants every month, and I can give you 30 of the contributions I take. I'm not afraid to tell you. I only give Sun Xian 20 at most, and he can easily take in hundreds of contributions a month." Doing nothing and taking in hundreds of contributions? Lu Li was somewhat tempted, but the reputation of this bootlicker was a bit unpleasant. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Let us talk about it after I come back from Tianjua Peak. Of course, I'm just giving you a heads up." Wen Hong patted Lu Li on the shoulder. Looking up at the figure rushing through the sky, "The Grand Elder is here, speak well." Lu Li looked up and indeed saw a green shadow rushing from the horizon. As it got closer, he realized it was a green lotus platform, and on the platform stood an old Taoist with a round face and long beard. He must be the Grand Elder Xiaoju. Xiaoju descended to about 2 feet off the ground, but did not come down, glancing at Wen Hong. "Is this the black charcoal head?" "Black charcoal head?" Wen Hong glanced at Lu Li, who indeed had a somewhat dark complexion, and quickly replied respectfully to Xiaoju, "Yes. Yes, it is this black charcoal head. Pitch black. Did you just crawl out of a pill furnace?" Xiaoju stared at Lu Li, shouting, "Come up. Are you out of your mind?" Lu Li felt extremely displeased, but he couldn't vent his anger. He buried his head and stepped up. "Steady yourself, if you fall. I want to be responsible." Xiaoju exerted force, and the lotus platform suddenly shot up into the sky like a meteor. Luli was caught off guard and sat down on the lotus platform with a thud, instantly turning pale with fear, gripping the lotus petals tightly. Upon gripping, Luli discovered that this lotus platform was not a real lotus pod. It felt somewhat metallic instead. Really useless. Seeing Luli's embarrassment, Xiaoju lightly raised his hand and lifted Luli up. You don't even have this little courage, and you still want to cultivate as an immortal. This old man really must be out of his mind. If possible, Luli really wanted to kick this old man down from behind. Xiaoju naturally had no idea what Luli was thinking. He sneered at Luli and then, with a flick of his hand, the lotus platform suddenly glowed with brilliance, carrying the two of them whooshing away, leaving only Wen Hong feeling envious, thinking to himself how great it would be if he had the same power as the elder. Chapter 23. Thoughts. The lotus platform was fast, weaving through the peaks. Even so, it took a full quarter of an hour before it stopped on the waist of a giant peak shrouded in clouds and mist. The place they landed was a small square, which, although called small, had a radius of 100 feet. At the end of the square was a row of cave dwellings resembling kiln caves, with the middle cave being the most prominent, its entrance 3 zhang wide. The flower bed in front of the cave was filled with various flowers and plants, along with a few banana trees. However, one of the larger banana trees was inexplicably broken. Kid, let me tell you something. After landing, Xiaoju pointed to the slightly smaller cave door on the far left of the row of cave dwellings and said solemnly, "You will stay in there from now on. Without my orders, you are not allowed to wander around. Your neighbor is where I refine pills. And there's a bell in your cave. When I pull the bell, you must come out. I'll say this up front, if you delay even a little, I want to be lenient." "Yes, elder," Luli replied respectfully, although he felt that Xiaoju's words were somewhat stiff and lacking in compassion. His purpose for coming here was to secretly learn pill refining, so he didn't take it to heart. He just hoped that this old man would teach him a few things while refining pills. Seeing Luli's attitude was acceptable, Xiaoju softened his tone and said, "I just blew up a furnace while refining pills, so I spoke a bit harshly. You can go rest for now. I will call you if there's something." So it was because of a pill furnace explosion. Upon hearing this, Luli immediately understood, thinking to himself, no wonder he sounded like he had eaten gunpowder. He cupped his hands in acknowledgement, walked a few steps, and then turned back to ask, "Elder, may I ask, do I have to stay in the room? This cave looks a bit stuffy," he thought. Although he often stayed in the time hall for cultivation, he would almost always come out to get some fresh air every day. Xiaoju pondered for a moment and said, "You can sit at the door, but you absolutely cannot wander far, because I might refine pills at any time." Understood. Hearing that he could come out for some fresh air, Luli let out a slight sigh of relief, bowed, and then headed toward the stone cave. Upon entering the stone cave, Luli found that it was not as small as he had imagined, but it was arranged quite simply. A few stone benches surrounded a stone table, and there was a stone bed along with a small partition, which made up the entirety of the cave. When Luli pushed open the small partition, he found it was a toilet. Luli didn't complain and sat cross-legged on the bed, entering the time hall, and then began another round of cultivating the fireball technique. Later in the evening, Luli suddenly felt a bit hungry and remembered he had forgotten to ask where he could eat. So, he left the cave to find Xiaoju and ask. He knocked on the door of the largest cave in the middle, but there was no response from inside. So he walked to the cave on the east side. And when he reached the last cave, he saw a food character hanging on the door, and the door was open. After pausing for a moment, he walked in. Inside was a plump man who walked with a slight limp, wearing a floral apron tied around his waist, and he was busy doing something by the stove. "You are?" Seeing Luli come in, the fat man, holding a ladle, looked at Luli in confusion and asked, I am the new medicine boy. And I'm a little hungry, so." "Oh, so you're the medicine boy." The fat man pointed to a small steamer emitting steam. "You can eat a few freshly steamed dumplings first. The stir-fry dishes will take a little longer." "Thank you." Luli thanked him and then helped himself to the dumplings. "You've got some guts to take on the job of a medicine boy," the fat man said as he continued to busy himself. "What's wrong?" Luli was sitting in the corner eating dumplings when he heard this and asked in confusion, thinking to himself that Wen Hong had mentioned that this elder was hard to serve, but it wasn't that bad, right? As for the possibility of getting beaten, Luli had mentally prepared for that before coming. He was tough enough to withstand an ordinary slap. Moreover, looking at Qingyang's sect, earning 3,000 in a month was already a top job, not to mention the miscellaneous tasks. Even the formal disciples going out on missions had to risk their lives for a 3,000 task, which was quite dangerous. The fat man shook his head and sighed. "It seems you don't know much about this place. I'll just tell you to be cautious when you encounter Deng Qingsheng." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Luli and continued to busy himself. Luli originally wanted to ask who Deng Qingsheng was, but seeing that the other party had no intention of explaining, he decided not to make a fool of himself. After eating 3 baskets of dumplings, Luli finally felt full. Regardless of whether the other party acknowledged him or not, he politely thanked him and then left the cafeteria. Seeing Luli being so polite, the fat man sighed again. Once outside, Luli was just about to return to his room when he saw Xiaoju hurrying towards him from a small path on the west side. He quickly stepped aside and respectfully bowed. Xiaoju frowned. "Where did you go?" "To eat dumplings," Luli said, looking down. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhu seemed to remember that Lu Li was a miscellaneous worker and had not yet reached the level of abstaining from food. He inexplicably released his spiritual sense to probe and then showed a hint of surprise. 16 years old, first level perfection. When did you enter the sect? Reporting to Elder. It's been almost 3 years. The previous session? Xiao Zhu was even more shocked. You're not bad, reaching first level perfection in 3 years. First level perfection? Lu Li thought to himself, wasn't it second level? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized that although he could release true energy now, he indeed hadn't reached the second level yet, because his second meridian had just manifested, and he hadn't even opened the first acupoint, so naturally, he couldn't be considered to have entered the second level. He only said, disciple has just been cultivating diligently. Diligence is good. Xiao Zhu nodded in appreciation. Hard work can make up for a lack of talent. It's not impossible for a 5-element root to reach a high level of qi refining. Go back and rest well. Tomorrow I will refine pills and need your assistance. Yes, Elder. Lu Li continued on his way, shaking his head. Listening to the other party's tone, it seemed that even for a 5-element root to reach a high level of qi refining wasn't that easy. As for his 9-element root, he didn't know what to say. It seemed he had to think of a way to collect materials for the acupuncture pill. This time being able to observe the Elder refining pills was a stroke of luck. If he could get some guidance from him, that would be even better. Lu Li was determined to perform well and learn some pill refining skills from Xiao Zhu to avoid being flustered when he refined the acupuncture pill in the future. In the time hall, Lu Li extended his hand, and a red fireball slightly larger than a fist immediately floated in his palm. Although it was somewhat unstable, its temperature was not low, and the air around the fireball hissed. However, Lu Li himself did not feel the heat. He swung the fireball forward, and in an instant, it flew out quickly, crashing against the wall of the hall with a bang. The fireball shattered into pieces. Is this considered entry-level? Lu Li's face showed a slight joy. After practicing for so many days in the time hall, he could finally summon the fireball at will, and with his continuous practice, each fireball he summoned became more solid, and its temperature increased. He released his spiritual sense to sense the outside world, and found that the sky was already getting bright. With the thought of leaving a good impression on Xiao Zhu, Lu Li directly got up and left his room. When he got outside, he discovered that the cafeteria was still lit. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Li walked towards the cafeteria. Chapter 24, Jealousy Senior Brother, Good morning. As soon as Lu Li arrived at the cafeteria, he saw a limping figure busily working, occasionally raising an arm to wipe the sweat from his forehead, looking quite exhausted. The chubby guy turned around when he heard the noise, smiled upon seeing Lu Li, and greeted him with a good morning. He then returned to his work, saying, the buns are in the steamer, the porridge is in the pot, and the pickled vegetables are over there. You can help yourself. Okay, Lu Li nodded. Took 3 baskets of soup dumplings, a bowl of porridge, and a plate of pickled vegetables, then began to eat. He had to admit that the soup dumplings were delicious. With minced meat and chives, the meat was clearly fried and not greasy at all. After a few bites, Lu Li casually asked, Senior Brother, it seems there aren't any other people on the mountain. Can you finish all this food? You don't know, besides the Grand Elder. There's another Senior Brother on this mountain. The Grand Elder rarely comes to eat, but that Senior Brother is quite picky, so I make a few extra dishes for him to choose from. That way, I won't get punished. Senior Brother? Is it the Deng Qingsheng I mentioned yesterday? He is the Grand Elder's named disciple. At this point, the chubby guy sighed, shook his head, and stopped talking. Lu Li didn't ask further, and quickly finished eating before heading to the alchemy room to wait quietly. He waited for nearly half an hour before Xiao Zhu arrived with a tall, slender young man in green clothing. Xiao Zhu walked in front, while the young man followed behind, looking quite remarkable. When Xiao Zhu saw Lu Li waiting here early, he nodded in approval. Good awareness. As he spoke, Lu Li clearly noticed the young man frowning slightly, but pretended not to see it and respectfully said, this is what a disciple should do. Disciple? What disciple? The young man immediately scolded, you're just a servant. How dare you claim to be a disciple? Remember, in front of the master, you can only refer to yourself as a subordinate. Master? So this person is Deng Qingsheng. Lu Li frowned slightly, but didn't argue, lowering his head in acknowledgement. Xiao Zhu glanced at Deng Qingsheng, shook his head, and remained silent as he took out a token and pressed it against the door. With a flash of light, the heavy door to the alchemy room began to rise with a rumbling sound. Lu Li then realized that the door was actually a thick stone slab nearly a foot thick. The alchemy room was even more spacious than the cave he lived in, with a 1-foot-high alchemy platform in the center, on top of which was a bronze 3-legged alchemy furnace. In front of the alchemy platform was a knob mechanism. Surrounding the room were many shelves, some holding jade vials, and there were quite a few books on the shelf to the east. Once the two entered, Lu Li walked in with his head down. Kid, you probably haven't dealt with alchemy before. Today, I'm bringing Qingsheng here for 2 reasons. First, to familiarize him with alchemy. And second, to give you a demonstration so you understand what you need to do when I'm refining pills in the future. Xiao Zhu said as he turned back to Lu Li. Understood, Master. Lu Li replied. Xiao Zhu nodded and signaled to Deng Qingsheng, who immediately walked back to the door and pressed a mechanism, causing the heavy stone door to thud down again. Just when Lu Li thought the room would become dark, several beams of white light suddenly shot down from the ceiling. It turned out there were ventilation windows and light-transmitting tiles above, which had been covered when the stone door opened. Then Xiaoju waved his hand, producing a large pile of medicinal materials that he placed in a jade basin on the alchemy platform, and then sat down on a cushion in front of the alchemy platform, gently turning the knob. As he turned the knob, a flicker of fire suddenly emerged from under the alchemy furnace, and the temperature in the room rose instantly. So amazing. This was Lu Li's first time witnessing alchemy, and he thought to himself, how could there be such a big fire underground? Move aside. Just as Lu Li was pondering, Deng Qingsheng suddenly pushed him, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. Anger flared up inside Lu Li, and after steadying himself, he glared at Deng Qingsheng. What? Looking for a beating? Deng Qingsheng raised an eyebrow, looking down at Lu Li with disdain. Lu Li's earlier performance in front of Xiaoju had greatly displeased him. In his view, as a servant, he should know his place and not attempt to climb up to the master. Enough. You're just at the 4th level of qi refining. Why bother arguing with him? Sort the medicinal materials. Xiaoju suddenly said calmly. Yes, master. Deng Qingsheng shot Lu Li a fierce glare, then squatted down next to the jade basin in front of Lu Li and began sorting the medicinal materials. So he is at the 4th level of qi refining. Lu Li calmed his emotions and watched Deng Qingsheng's back, wondering what he was thinking. This step is called heating the furnace. The temperature can't be too high during heating. Otherwise, it will have an indelible impact on the first medicinal material. Xiaoju suddenly spoke, not sure if he was addressing Deng Qingsheng or Lu Li. Understood, master. Deng Qingsheng replied as he sorted the medicinal materials. Lu Li was about to speak but then closed his mouth, showing a hint of self-mockery. After all, he was just a servant, so how could the other person instruct him? However, he still took Xiaoju's words seriously. If you want, he pointed out, I'll just remember it secretly. That can't be against the rules, right? 1 stalk of Xianzhu grass. Xiaoju spoke again. Yes. Hearing this, Deng Qingsheng hurriedly took a stalk of the pitch-black spiritual herb from the jade basin, opened the furnace lid, and tossed it inside. So this is called Xianzhu grass. Lu Li observed this and silently noted it down. Once the medicinal material was added to the furnace, Xiaoju controlled the fire switch again, and the flame instantly grew larger. Lu Li looked over and was surprised to find that Xiaoju was operating with his eyes closed, making him curious about how he could gauge the fire's intensity without looking. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Xiaoju's hand controlling the fire switch was slightly trembling, and the flames beneath the alchemy furnace were also fluctuating slightly. If one didn't look closely, they would not notice. Lu Li wanted to ask, but didn't dare speak up. Suddenly, Lu Li noticed Xiaoju's face twitch slightly. It turned out a few drops of sweat had flowed into the corner of his eye. Lu Li's mind turned, and he glanced around, spotting a handkerchief on a shelf behind him. He carefully took it down and slowly walked over to wipe Xiaoju's sweat. This kid has good eyesight. Although Xiaoju didn't open his eyes, he knew it was Lu Li's action. Damn, this bootlicker. Deng Qingsheng was so angry that his body trembled, wanting to scold but then swallowing the words back. Lu Li saw this but pretended not to notice. As long as he could learn what he wanted, he wouldn't mind wiping sweat, even if it meant holding his shoes. As for Deng Qingsheng, he was probably just jealous of Xiaoju's attitude toward him. Controlling the fire can't be rushed. One must be familiar with the properties of the medicinal materials. Different materials require different degrees of heat. Being a bit heavy or light could affect the quality of the pill. What we can do is improve our familiarity with various medicinal materials through continuous refining and countless experiments. Also, controlling the fire shouldn't rely on the eyes to see the size of the flames. One must immerse their consciousness into the furnace, observing the melting degree of the medicinal materials at all times. Controlling the heat based on the melting degree of the materials is the best approach. It is rumored that a skilled alchemist can determine the necessary heat and melting time just by getting hold of a single medicinal material. That is our ultimate goal. Lu Li held his breath, listening to Xiaoju's intermittent explanation, fearful of missing a single word. Chapter 25, Memorization Now. He finally understood that the reason the other person kept his eyes closed wasn't because he wasn't looking, but because he was using his consciousness to sense the medicinal materials in the alchemy furnace. With this thought, he couldn't help but move his consciousness as well, secretly observing the medicinal materials in the furnace. At the same time, some doubts arose in his mind. Isn't it said that divine consciousness cannot penetrate physical objects? Why can it penetrate this alchemy furnace then? Or is it that the alchemy furnace, like the storage bag, has special restrictions? In fact, Lu Li guessed pretty close. The alchemy furnace, just like the storage bag, was designed with specific restrictions for people to probe with their divine consciousness from the very beginning, in order to facilitate control over the fire. Moreover, alchemy furnaces are also classified by rank. The higher the rank of the furnace, the more evenly the temperature is distributed, and the more restrictions there are, making it easier to produce pills. At this moment, the Xianzhu grass in the furnace was continuously changing and shrinking, with drops of light black medicinal essence slowly oozing out from the surface. After about a quarter of an hour, the Xianzhu grass had been fully refined, and a drop of essence the size of a grain of rice quietly lay at the bottom of the furnace. Wanzhuyu grass, Xiaoju said, exhaling lightly. Yes. Deng Qingsheng quickly took out a palm-sized crimson spiritual herb from the jade basin, opened the furnace lid, and was about to toss it in when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand, causing him to panic and throw the furnace lid to the ground. At the same time, he tossed the Zhuyu grass into the furnace. Sizzle. Instantly, the essence of the Xianzhu grass that had already been refined turned a shade whiter. Damn it. Xiao Zhu stood up abruptly, sternly reprimanding. How many times have I told you how hot this furnace is? Do you not understand? I forgot. Deng Qingsheng lowered his head, not daring to look at Xiao Zhu. Forgot? I see you didn't take my words to heart at all. Or is it that I've treated you too well, making you a bit complacent? Disciple knows wrong. Deng Qingsheng knelt down with a thud. Go back to the back mountain and close your door for half a year to work on that bad temper of yours. Don't act all high and mighty just because you have 3 spiritual roots. If you haven't changed after half a year, don't stay at Tianzhu Peak anymore. I don't want a disciple like you. Master. Xiao Zhu raised an eyebrow. Yes. Deng Qingsheng stood up with a dejected face, glancing at Lu Li with a fierce look as he passed by, then opened the mechanism and left without looking back. Xiao Zhu shook his head, closed the ground fire, glanced at the remaining dozens of spiritual herbs in the basin, waved his hand to collect them, and thought for a moment before taking a book from a nearby shelf and handing it to Lu Li, saying, This spiritual herb treasure book was brought back by the founding ancestor of our Qingyang sect from the upper sect. It records many spiritual herbs and is quite rare. I don't require you to remember the properties of various herbs, but you must memorize the names and appearances of the first 50 herbs within 7 days. I will come to test you on the herbs in 7 days. If you can answer correctly, you may stay. If you cannot, then you can go back to the miscellaneous hall and don't expect to earn any contributions. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's face instantly brightened, and he quickly took the spiritual herb treasure book. Compared to contributions, this was the real treasure. He made no promises, but said he would do his best. Xiao Zhu, feeling annoyed, no longer wasted time talking to Lu Li and directly chased him out. After leaving the alchemy room, the oppressive atmosphere instantly disappeared. Lu Li took a deep breath and returned to his cave dwelling, clutching the spiritual herb treasure book. In 7 days, memorizing 50 names and appearances of spiritual herbs, he didn't know if others could do it, but he had the time haul. So 7 days was equivalent to 70 days for him. If he still couldn't memorize them, he might as well run into a wall. Moreover, Lu Li had loved reading since childhood. While he wouldn't say he had an extraordinary memory, his recall was quite good. Additionally, since he had unblocked his first meridian, his perception had been further enhanced, making memorization even easier. In the time hall, Lu Li eagerly opened the spiritual herb treasure book. Upon opening it, Lu Li's expression grew even happier. Not only did it contain illustrations, but it also detailed the growth environments and properties of the herbs. The so-called properties refer to the common effects of the herbs and any potential conflicts with other herbs. Stone fern, 100 years for 1 rank. Can grow up to rank 3, prefers shade and fears sunlight, often found under stone crevices, commonly used to refine first-rank strength pills. Fire yang spirit leaf, 300 years for 1 rank, can grow up to rank 3, prefers sunlight and dislikes shade. Thorn algae, 100 years for 1 rank, can grow up to rank 2, suitable for both yin and yang, amphibious in water and land, commonly used to neutralize properties of herbs. The more Lu Li read, the more invigorated he became. After quickly flipping through a few pages, he returned to the first page to study, not only memorizing the names and appearances of the herbs, but also preparing to remember all the annotations. This book was truly a treasure, and he worried that if he missed it, he might never encounter it again. In the evening, Lu Li went out to grab something to eat. Just as he was about to leave, the chubby, lame cook suddenly said, Junior brother, that Deng Qingsheng came by today, angry as can be, taking a big bag of dry food and cursing. He looked extremely furious, so you better be careful and find a chance to go back to the miscellaneous hall. Deng Qingsheng. Lu Li turned around, clasped his hands, and said, Thank you, senior brother, for your concern. I will be cautious. He naturally knew why Deng Qingsheng was angry, but since the other party was punished to go into seclusion for half a year, he wasn't planning to leave just like that. Hopefully, you won't end up like me. Watching Lu Li's departing figure, the chubby, lame cook sighed, sitting at the table and rolling up his pant leg, staring at his right foot with helplessness. Below the knee, his right leg was entirely made of wooden prosthetics. After returning to his room, Lu Li immersed himself in studying the spiritual herb treasure book again. Suddenly, Lu Li shuddered, seeing something very similar on the 20th page that looked like a strawberry, entirely red with a faint flame aura surrounding it. He quickly took out the recipe for the acupuncture pill, and upon comparison, it turned out to be 90% similar. Red flame fruit, 100 years for 1 rank. Can grow up to rank 3, belongs to the yang attribute, only grows in magma fire veins. So, your name is red flame fruit. Lu Li firmly committed this name to memory, and with this, he had fully mastered all 4 herbs needed for the acupuncture pill. He just needed a viable means of self-preservation before he could leave Qingyang sect to search for these spiritual herbs. Deng Qingsheng appeared to be only a few years older than him. What gave him the right to act arrogantly toward him? Wasn't it just the cultivation corresponding to their ages? If he were strong enough, why would he need to bow and scrape? If he were strong enough, how could Deng Qingsheng dare to speak to him like that? After memorizing the red flame fruit, Lu Li continued flipping through the book. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed since the last alchemy session. On the 7th day, Luli only needed to study for half a day before putting the spiritual herb treasure book away, for by now, he had memorized all 6,301 spiritual herbs recorded in the book, including their properties and growth environments. Spending over 2 months in the time hall. This speed was not particularly fast, but Luli was already quite satisfied. He wasn't a genius and didn't possess an extraordinary memory. He just read a bit more. Ding 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 ding. Just as Luli was about to go out and relax, the bell on the roof suddenly rang, indicating that Elder Xiao was looking for him. Chapter 26. More money. Luli did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly left his cave dwelling. Upon stopping to take a look, he found that the door of the nearby alchemy room had already opened. He quickly tidied up his clothes and walked in. Closed the door, seeing Luli enter. Xiao Ju said while cleaning the alchemy furnace. Luli glanced at the mechanism button beside the door, tentatively pressed it, and with a crisp sound, the door began to slowly slide down. How are you doing with the herbs you were supposed to memorize? Xiao Ju asked casually, unable to discern any joy or anger. Luli quickly took out the spiritual herb treasure book from his bosom and handed it over, replying, Elder, I have memorized them all. You've memorized them all? Xiao Ju raised an eyebrow and took the elixir manual, casually summoning a plant with 8 long leaves, a deep blue body but red roots and stems. What is this? Luli's pupils constricted at once, and his breathing became a bit rapid. Isn't this the Lei Hua orchid used to make the acupoint pill? Seeing Luli's expression, Xiao Ju thought Luli was nervous and hadn't studied properly, so his expression turned cold. Speak. Luli finally reacted. Yes, it's the Lei Hua orchid. A first-level herb after 100 years, the highest being second level, like sunlight and dislike shade, and grows in open areas. No other elixirs can survive within 10 zhang of the Lei Hua orchid. You actually memorized the medicinal properties and growth environment? Xiao Ju was astonished. He then took out another herb that looked similar but was entirely blood red. What about this one? Blood crystal grass, a first-level herb after 100 years. The highest being first level, suitable for both yin and yang, grows in areas rich in spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ju was even more surprised. He took out a few more herbs for Lu Li to identify, and Lu Li answered effortlessly, instantly leaving Xiao Ju dumbfounded. He still couldn't believe that someone could memorize the entire elixir manual in just 7 days. To be clear, there are over 6,000 types of elixirs in this book. He directly flipped to a section towards the back of the elixir manual and pointed to an herb he had never seen before, asking for notes on the soul infant fruit. Soul infant fruit. After a moment of thought, Lu Li suddenly visualized a gray fruit that looked like an infant and said, Soul infant fruit, starts at 4th level, increases 1 level every 1,000 years, has a yin attribute that fears yang, commonly found in ancient battlefields where great beings were buried. It is an unparalleled elixir for enhancing spiritual strength. Xiao Ju's eyes widened, and upon comparison, he found that Lu Li's words were entirely accurate, leaving him momentarily speechless. After taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, I must say, your memory is terrifying. I felt dizzy after just looking at the first 1,000 types of elixirs in this manual, yet you. Lu Li naturally wouldn't tell him that he had spent over 2 months studying. He respectfully replied, Disciple has only been a bit diligent. Diligent? Are you saying I'm not diligent enough? Huh. Lu Li was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. I'm just joking, look at how scared you are. Alright, since you've memorized it, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. From now on, you can work here properly. I won't treat you unfairly. After speaking, he let Lu Li start selecting herbs. After categorizing them, Xiao Ju began refining pills, while Lu Li quietly waited for instructions. Seeing Xiao Ju sweating, he cautiously walked over to help wipe the sweat, and then returned to his spot to continue waiting. This kid, Xiao Ju thought he had a thick skin. But this kid's skin was even thicker. Softening his heart, he spoke a few more words about alchemy while refining. Lu Li was overjoyed and secretly memorized everything he said. After refining 1 herb, Xiao Ju asked Lu Li to throw in the 2nd herb, remembering how Deng Qingsheng got scolded last time. Lu Li naturally wouldn't lift the furnace lid with his hands. His gaze shifted, and before Xiao Ju could speak, he spotted a special cloth on the pill platform. He used the cloth to create a small opening in the furnace lid, quickly tossed the herb in, and immediately covered it again. According to Xiao Ju, the liquid in the furnace is extremely sensitive to temperature changes after refining, so it should be minimized as much as possible. In fact, Lu Li had refined his body before, and the furnace lid's temperature was nothing to him. He did this only to avoid getting scolded by Xiao Ju for not remembering. Xiao Ju nodded in appreciation upon seeing this. The two were busy in the alchemy room, while in a cliffside cave behind Tianju Peak, Deng Qingsheng was furious, smashing his fist against the rock wall. How could a genius with 3 spirit roots, who reached the 4th level of Qi training in just 6 years, be so disregarded? It's all your fault, all your fault. Deng Qingsheng's fist cracked as he clenched it, his eyes flashing with cold light. Just wait, I won't let this go. Suddenly, there was a knock at the cave door. Come in, Deng Qingsheng said coldly as he opened a small opening to a limping fat man outside. This iron door has restrictions. Once closed, only Xiao Ju's token can open it from the outside. After he comes in, he can only wait for 6 months until Xiao Ju comes to let him out. but Xiao Ju wouldn't let him go hungry, sending Min He to bring him meals every day. Min He is the limping fat man from the cafeteria. Hearing this, Min He slid a tray through the gap in the door. Just as he was about to leave, Deng Qingsheng suddenly called him back. Wait, help me with something, and I'll give you a reward. I'm busy. Min He replied casually and turned to leave. His leg was broken by Deng Qingsheng. If it weren't for his insufficient cultivation, he would definitely have killed that bastard, let alone help him with anything. A bottle of Ningxin pill. Deng Qingsheng shouted loudly, his killing intent surging. Ningxin pill? Min He paused and said lightly, what is it? Ningxin pill, as the name implies, is a pill that refines spiritual energy into true energy, helping people quickly refine spiritual energy. It's a coveted pill among Qi training period cultivators. Even in a place like Qingyang sect, a formal disciple can only receive 1 bottle a month. As for the disciples doing odd jobs, they can only dream of it. If one really wants it, they have to exchange contributions, 100 contributions for 1 pill, and 1,000 for a bottle. So when Min He heard the words Ningxin pill, he immediately stopped. The spiritual energy in Tianju Peak is quite dense. If he had a Ningxin pill to help, he could quickly break through to the 3rd level. Help me kill someone. Deng Qingsheng grinned mockingly as Min He paused, thinking that a dog is just a dog, remembering the good but not the bad. Impossible. Min He turned back to look at Deng Qingsheng. He wanted him to kill someone for just 1 bottle of Ningxin pill? 2 bottles, is that okay? Seeing Min He turned to leave, Deng Qingsheng pounded on the iron door. 3 bottles, or no deal. In the end, Min He was moved and walked back. How dare you bargain with me? Deng Qingsheng's eyes glinted with coldness as he hesitated several times before gritting his teeth and saying, fine, 3 bottles it is. Who do you want me to kill? That new boy. He is only at the 1st level's completion. And you are in the early 2nd level. It would be easy to kill him. New boy? Min He frowned, immediately realizing who Deng Qingsheng wanted to kill. He said flatly, he's my brother. Don't you think this request is ridiculous? Brother? Where do you get a brother from? Stop talking nonsense. Are you doing it or not? Increase the price. Heh, you've got guts, daring to play with me. At most, for bottles, take it or leave it. Min He laughed angrily and said, bring me his head within 7 days, payment upon delivery. Deng Qingsheng had no intention of giving Min He Ningxin pills. He thought to himself, once you kill that little guy, I'll expose you, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How wonderful. That won't work. Do you think I'm a fool? What if you go back on your word? But Min He was not easily deceived. What do you want? Deng Qingsheng couldn't help but look at Min He with new eyes. At least pay a 2-bottle deposit first. Min He extended his hand, looking at Deng Qingsheng calmly. The rest to be paid after the job is done, payment upon delivery. Hearing this, Deng Qingsheng clenched his fist, hesitated for a long time, and finally took out 2 jade bottles and tossed them out. I hope you don't play tricks on me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Chapter 27. Doghead Noon 5 days later. Luli was preparing to go out to the medicinal garden on the east side of Tianjua Peak to help Xiao Ju gather herbs when he suddenly heard a knock at the door, causing him to furrow his brow. In recent days, Luli had been accompanying Xiao Ju in alchemy until last night, when they had to stop due to the lack of Xianzhu Chao among the 4 medicinal ingredients needed for refining the Ningxin Dan. During this time, Xiao Ju found Lu Li's performance satisfactory enough to let him practice fire control. However, after Lu Li accidentally shook his hand and turned the spirit herbs in the furnace to ash, Xiao Ju, looking pained, forbade him from continuing. Due to the continuous alchemy, Xiao Ju's spiritual consciousness had been severely drained. So he planned to rest for 2 days and instructed Lu Li to gather 10 stalks of Xianzhu Chao from the medicinal garden. Naturally, Lu Li was eager to go because he had seen Lei Hualan in Xiao Ju's hands last time. And this time he could check if there were any Lei Hualan in the garden. If there were, he would definitely take good advantage of it. When he opened the door, Lu Li was surprised to find that the visitor was the chubby guy from the kitchen, carrying several plates of fragrant stir-fried dishes and a pot of wine. This chubby guy rarely went out. What brought him here today? Junior brother, can we chat? Min He said with a smile. Senior brother, please. Lu Li stepped aside. Entering the room, Min He went straight to the stone table and sat down, taking out the dishes and wine. After Lu Li sat down, he poured a bowl of wine for him, but without waiting for Lu Li to drink. He downed a bowl himself and said, Junior brother, what do you think we cultivate for? Lu Li was puzzled by Min He's actions and thought for a moment before answering. If it were 3 years ago, I think my greatest dream was to fly in the sky like it says in books. And now? Now, Lu Li pondered for a moment and said, I want to become stronger and not have to look at others' faces. Exactly. I thought that after cultivating, I could live freely. But now I realize that even a dog in the secular world lives more carefree than us. Min He said, shaking his head, and suddenly downed another bowl of wine. So what are we really here for? Lu Li shook his head. Cultivation is like climbing a mountain. To reach the top, sometimes we have to crawl. The path of crawling may be long, or it may be short. If we persist, we will see the peak ahead, overlooking all other mountains. If we cannot persist, the way back is easy, but it's difficult to climb up again. And we are now in the crawling phase, where we not only have to be careful not to slip and fall, but also be wary of those in front of us throwing stones at us. Sometimes, being a dog is just to prevent those ahead from throwing us down the well. Of course, if we can get help from those ahead, that's a pleasant surprise. We can be dogs, but we cannot be dogs for a lifetime. Once you surpass those who treated you like a dog, you can kick them down the mountain and make them suffer eternally. At this point, Luli stopped speaking. He said so much simply because he felt that Min He had some intention of retreating and wanted to nudge him with a hint of kindness. For Luli himself, no one could shake his will to cultivate. He must personally stand at the peak in this lifetime and see the people crawling beneath this magnificent land. Upon hearing this, Min He's eyes instantly became clear. He stood up and gave Luli a deep bow. Junior brother, your kindness, Min He will never forget. If I can continue on, I will definitely repay you. Saying this, he placed a jade bottle on the table and said, open it tomorrow. Then he hurriedly left. Luli frowned and stared at the jade bottle for a moment, just about to speak when Min He had already disappeared. He shook his head, stored the jade bottle in his spatial palace, and then walked out towards the small path to the west. Luli's insights came from his experiences at Qingliang Mountain and the death of Qin Shoren. People in the cultivation world were all striving to become stronger. And in this pursuit, right and wrong were not easily distinguishable, but there were enemies and allies. On the other side, after returning to the kitchen, Min He shouldered a package and carried another package as he walked up the small path to the east. He still walked with a limp, but his eyes were filled with light. Before long, Min He arrived again at the cliff at the back mountain, in front of the cave where Deng Qingsheng was in confinement. He knocked on the door, shaking the package in his hand, which was still dripping with fresh blood. Brother Deng, here is what you wanted. Inside, Deng Qingsheng's expression brightened at the words. He hurriedly opened the iron door, revealing a square hole, and eagerly said, did you kill him? Quickly give it to me. As long as he got the head, he would have the evidence. There were only a few people on Tianjua Peak, and since he was trapped here, he only needed to fabricate a reason, saying that Min He killed Lu Li to curry favor with him, and he wouldn't even have to act himself. Lu Li would have to die. This would be killing two birds with one stone. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Min He looked at Deng Qingsheng calmly. Brother Deng, don't you think something is missing? Missing what? Deng Qingsheng was stunned and said in a deep voice, you have to at least let me see it first, right? Seeing it is no problem. Min He slowly uncovered a corner of the package, and indeed, the head inside looked exactly like Lu Li's, with wide open eyes and a face full of horror. Good, great. Seeing the head, Deng Qingsheng felt that the matter was already half done. He took out 2 jade bottles and tossed them out. Here, quickly give me his dog head. I want to kick it a few times. Min He picked up the jade bottle and looked at it, suddenly revealing a playful expression. He shoved the package through the gap. Brother Deng, you should check carefully. I am absolutely reliable in what I do. Reliable? Deng Qingsheng looked at him oddly, thinking to himself that he would soon know what reliable meant. He couldn't wait to tear open the package, looking and looking, when he suddenly pointed at Min He and burst into laughter. Ha! You dog thing. You actually killed Lu Li to please me. You're dead for sure. Dead for sure, haha. Is that so? Unexpectedly, Min He remained unperturbed, still teasingly staring at Deng Qingsheng. What do you see under that neck? Neck? Deng Qingsheng was stunned, staring at the severed neck of the head, and then noticed that among the blood and flesh, there seemed to be a yellow paper. Pulling it out, his face suddenly changed. Illusion talisman. Min He, how dare you use an illusion talisman to deceive me? Just as Deng Qingsheng pulled out the illusion talisman, the head that originally belonged to Lu Li suddenly transformed into a dog's head. Ha ha ha. Min He laughed unrestrainedly. Deng Qingsheng, did you really think I would help you kill someone? You really overestimate yourself. Ha 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 ha. You wanted a dog head, and here it is, just what you wanted, haha. Deng Qingsheng, do you know the consequences of playing tricks on me? Do you believe that I will be the first to kill you once I get out? Deng Qingsheng gritted his teeth, his eyes almost spewing fire. He never expected that this usually submissive, honest chubby guy would dare to mock him like this. Kill me? Min He scoffed. That is something you'll have to wait until you get out to talk about. At this point, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he stared fixedly at Deng Qingsheng. Deng Qingsheng, you better stay alive. I will come to settle the score for this broken leg sooner or later. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. Scoundrel, don't go, don't go. Deng Qingsheng was so angry that he slammed the door furiously. In his rage, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Tianjua Peak was vast, and at the end of the small path on the east side of the small square was a mountain hollow, which was shrouded in white mist all year round. On the edge of the white mist, one could vaguely see a fence made of brown logs and a grass pavilion. At the end of the small path was the grass pavilion, where an old man in gray, over 50 years of age, was sitting cross-legged, seemingly in meditation. Lu Li stepped forward, took out the prohibition token given to him by Xiao Ju, and respectfully said, Senior, I come to gather herbs on the order of the Great Elder. The old man slowly opened his eyes, raised his head to look at the prohibition token in Lu Li's hand, and then stood up. His voice was a bit hoarse as he asked, what herb? Xianzhu grass. How many? 10 stalks. There are 15 stalks of Xianzhu grass left in the herb garden. It's 1 mile to the east. Go and get them yourself. As he spoke, the old man spread his palm, and a palm-sized jade token suddenly appeared in his hand. The jade token was light blue and had a green metal chain on it. The old man waved at Lu Li. Come here. Confused, Lu Li walked over, and the old man suddenly waved his hand, causing the jade token to fly toward him with a whoosh. Before he could react, it was already hanging around his neck. Then the chain tightened, almost choking him, causing Lu Li's face to change as he immediately tried to pull it off. Don't move. At that moment, the old man said lightly, this thing won't harm you. It just prevents you from using your storage space in the herb garden. Gather the herbs and come out immediately to register with me. So that's how it is. Lu Li relaxed his hand, took a breath, and walked toward the small door at the back of the grass hut. According to Xiao Ju, there were prohibitions on the surrounding walls, and without his token, touching them would result in death. Even with the token, Lu Li was still cautious and tried a few times to ensure that the so-called prohibition wouldn't attack him before pushing open the small wooden door. Upon entering the herb garden, he couldn't wait to walk to one side and tentatively sent his consciousness into his storage bag. Buzz. Instantly, the jade token around his neck emitted a faint ripple. He really couldn't use the storage bag. Lu Li's expression darkened slightly. Even if there were Lei Huolan here, he wouldn't be able to take it with him. Unwilling to give up, Lu Li tried to activate the Sambal Yuli Tower. In an instant, the storage space of the tower was laid bare. It could be used. Lu Li was delighted. He discovered that the jade token, which blocked his consciousness, couldn't prevent him from using the treasure tower. This meant he could do as he pleased inside. However, Lu Li quickly reined in his excitement. The old man had spoken the location and quantity of the Xianzhu grass so easily, indicating he was very familiar with the spiritual herbs in this garden. Even if he secretly took the herbs out, it was likely that the old man could easily trace it back to him. Never mind, let us gather the herbs first. Shaking his head, Lu Li walked toward the east side of the herb garden. It looked large, but there weren't many spiritual herbs inside, one on the east, one on the west, with each plant spaced quite far apart. Most of the herbs here were below first tier, and some were merely seedlings. As Lu Li walked, he hardly saw any qualified spiritual herbs. Thinking about it, first-tier spiritual herbs take at least 100 years to mature. There wouldn't be that many 100-year-old herbs. Planting them here was probably for the long-term benefit of the sect. As he walked, he arrived at the area where Xianzhu grass was planted. With one glance, he saw exactly 15 stalks of first-tier Xianzhu grass, thinking to himself that the old man was indeed very familiar with this herb garden. Just as he pulled out the 8th stalk, he suddenly noticed that one stalk beside it had branched off, appearing to be 2 stalks planted closely together. Upon closer inspection, he found that the smaller stalk had only 30 rings, meaning it was only 30 years old. His mind stirred, and he directly pulled up both the larger and smaller stalks, glancing back before stealthily tossing the smaller one into the spirit object hall. Then he immersed his mind into the spirit object hall, dug a small hole, and planted the Xianzhu grass. At the moment he planted it, Lu Li distinctly felt the Xianzhu grass become much greener and full of vitality, its quality far surpassing that of the Xianzhu grass planted outside. What a treasure this place is. Lu Li's face lit up with joy. After gathering 10 stalks of Xianzhu grass, he didn't leave the herb garden immediately, but wandered around. To his disappointment, he didn't encounter any more branching spiritual herbs, nor was there any sign of Lei Huolan in the garden. After exiting the herb garden, the old man on guard counted the number of Xianzhu grass in Lu Li's hands, then began to search him, making Lu Li feel uncomfortable. Finally, he took off the jade token around Lu Li's neck, allowing him to leave. As soon as he returned to the square, Lu Li saw Xiao Ju waiting for him and hurried over to bow. Senior, did you call for me? You don't have a jade device to preserve the spiritual herbs. I was worried about the loss of efficacy, so I waited here for you. Hand them over, Xiao Ju said, extending his hand. So the jade device can preserve spiritual herbs. Lu Li noted this and handed the Xianzhu grass to Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju counted them and nodded, saying, I don't have many herbs left. After refining one more round of Ningzhendan, I will stop alchemy. You performed well. After accompanying me to finish refining tomorrow, stay here to cultivate. Once a month is up, you can return. Thank you, senior. The spiritual energy on Tianjua Peak was extremely rich, and cultivating here would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. However, it was clear that the other party didn't intend for him to stay long-term. So Lu Li didn't press the issue. After all, he was just a servant disciple. It was normal for the other party to look down on him. The next day, Lu Li waited outside the alchemy room as promised. Later, Xiao Ju arrived. Without any small talk, the two entered the alchemy room one after the other to begin their final round of alchemy. Xiao Ju had some goodwill towards Lu Li and occasionally offered him pointers during the process, which Lu Li naturally committed to memory. This time, Xiao Ju refined faster than before, and by afternoon, he had completed all 10 batches of Ningzhendan. After finishing, Xiao Ju took out a yellowed booklet from his pocket and handed it to Lu Li. Kid, you're quite clever, but unfortunately, you only have 5 spirit roots, so you can't go too far. Alchemy requires a high level of consciousness, and even if I wanted to take you as a disciple, I wouldn't be able to. This alchemy notebook is something I compiled during my free time, mainly discussing some basic knowledge of alchemy. It will be quite helpful for you as an entry-level apprentice. Take it. Thank you, senior. Lu Li's eyes lit up as he quickly took the booklet. All right, you can go now. There are still 10 days left until the month is up. The spiritual energy on Tianjua Peak is dense. Don't waste it. Yes. Lu Li bowed again and turned to leave. Once outside the room, Lu Li couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. 20 days had passed just like that. But unfortunately, he had only learned some theory. His practical skills were still far behind. Reflecting on his gains over these 20 days, Luli could only say that his understanding of herbs and the basic knowledge of alchemy had significantly improved. As for practical skills, after he burnt the herbs last time, Xiaoju had not allowed him to control the fire again. It made sense. Spiritual herbs were precious, and how could he let him waste them? After returning to his room, Luli directly entered the time hall. Time was precious, and he didn't want to waste a moment. He first took out the alchemy notebook and read it several times, finding that what was written in it was almost the same as what Xiaoju had said during alchemy. After roughly jotting down the key points, Luli put the alchemy notebook away. Then he began to cultivate frantically. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense, and his refining speed could hardly keep up with the absorption speed. Luli couldn't help but sigh, wishing he had Ning Zhendan to help. Ning Zhendan could double the refining speed and was extremely valuable for Qi training period cultivators. In Qingyang sect, a low-grade Ning Zhendan required a full 100 contribution points. At noon the next day, Luli suddenly felt an intense hunger from his body, forcing him to stop. Upon arriving at the kitchen, Luli discovered that he had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, there were still plenty of buns in the steamer. Luli took the initiative to light a fire and heated them up to eat. He also found some shriveled pancakes in a large basin. And with the determination to cultivate until the end of the month, he collected all the pancakes as well. By now, the kitchen was completely empty. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the jade bottle he had given him, which he had mysteriously said could only be opened after a day. Out of curiosity, Luli took out the jade bottle. Chapter 29. Worship. When he opened it, he found 10 dark green pills lying inside. Is this the Ning Zhendan? Luli was somewhat incredulous, and after confirming it multiple times, he realized it really was Ning Zhendan. His face immediately lit up with joy. But then he furrowed his brows. Why did he give me Ning Zhendan? Was it just for those few words I said? After thinking it over, Luli couldn't make sense of it. However, since he had the Ning Zhendan, he decided not to dwell on it too much and thought he would thank Minhe if he had the chance again. What Luli didn't know was that Minhe had already left Qingyang sect, and it was uncertain when the two would meet again. With the Ning Zhendan, Luli was even more unwilling to waste time, so he returned to his room and began another round of closed-door cultivation. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 months had passed in the time hall, while outside it was only the 9th day. Calculating the time, today was April 30th, and he was supposed to leave. The good news was that he had successfully opened the 4th acupoint of the 2nd meridian and had truly entered the 2nd level of Qi training. His spiritual awareness had directly increased from a range of 10 zhang to 20 zhang, and his ability to absorb spiritual energy had also received another boost. The effect of the Ning Zhendan was indeed remarkable. However, each pill could only sustain its effect for about 3 to 4 hours. Before he could fully enjoy it, the effect would wear off, and for the rest of the time, he relied solely on himself to slowly refine. If he had more Ning Zhendan, he could definitely break through 2 more acupoints. It seemed that he needed to find a way to earn more contribution points. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how long it would take to break through to the 3rd level of Qi training and become an official disciple. After tidying up a bit, Luli left his cave residence. He hadn't exercised much in the past few days, and his body felt somewhat stiff. He stepped outside and took a deep breath of fresh air. Looking at the warm sun in the sky, he felt incredibly refreshed. Knock, knock, knock. Luli knocked on the door in front of Xiaoju's cave residence. He envied someone like Xiaoju, who could retreat without eating or drinking, and secretly thought that once he established his foundation, he would stay in the time hall to cultivate. With a creak, the door opened, and Xiaoju appeared at the door, sizing up Luli. Kid, do you have something to say? Luli casually glanced around and noticed that Xiaoju's cave residence was countless times more luxurious than his own. The stone table inside was filled with various fruits brimming with spiritual energy, making his face twitch slightly. It seemed that even foundation building experts didn't completely abstain from food. Seeing Xiaoju staring at him, Luli quickly lowered his head and said, reporting to you, Senior, today is the end of the month, and I need to go back. What about the contribution? Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten, Xiaoju said, with a rosy complexion and a strong smell of alcohol, clearly having drunk quite a bit. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and 3 purple cards appeared in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he took out another one, handing Luli a total of 4 cards. According to our agreement, it's 3,000 contributions, but since you performed well, I'll give you an extra 1,000. Take it. Luli was overjoyed and quickly accepted the cards. Thank you for your generosity, Senior. I'll leave now. I just had some wine, and my head feels a bit fuzzy, so I want to see you off. You can make your way back down the mountain slowly. Xiaoju nodded and turned around, slamming the door shut behind him. Hee, this old man isn't bad. Luli happily stored the contribution cards in the space hall. As for the storage bag at his waist, it was merely to avoid being discovered with his treasure tower, used to throw others off the scent. Just as he was about to leave, Luli glanced at the kitchen and suddenly remembered that he wanted to thank Minhe. So he quickly walked over. However, upon entering, he found it still empty, and even the leftover food had started to mold. A sense of unease rose in his heart. And after hesitating for a moment, he returned to knock on Xiaoju's door again. Moments later, Xiaoju flung the door open with a loud bang. What is it? Can't I enjoy my drink in peace? Luli silently cursed in his heart, but still politely said, "Senior, I found that the food in the kitchen has gone moldy, and Senior Brother Min, he has disappeared for many days. I'm worried something has happened to him and came to report." Min he. Xiao Ju frowned and stepped out, then hurriedly rushed towards the kitchen. After a series of loud clattering sounds, he turned back to Lu Li with a grim face and asked, "When did you last see him?" Lu Li thought for a moment and replied, "It should have been 12 days ago." 12? Not good. Xiao Ju's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly ran toward the back mountain. Lu Li initially wanted to follow to see what was happening, but remembering that Deng Qingsheng was still locked up in the back mountain, he decided not to make things difficult for himself and walked straight down the small path on the other side of the square. Back mountain. At this time, Deng Qingsheng had become a shadow of his former self, pale and bloodless, with dry hair, sunken eyes, and skin stretched tightly over his bones, looking as if he might die at any moment. He lay on the ground, motionless, staring blankly at the outside of the gate, his gaze vacant, lacking even the strength to speak. Xiao Ju rushed to the iron gate and kicked it open. When he saw Deng Qingsheng's condition, his body trembled, and he quickly ran over. "Ah Sheng, are you all right?" It seemed that having good talent indeed came with special treatment. Lu Li had tried various means to curry favor, but the other party had never let him stay for long. Meanwhile, Deng Qingsheng was naturally petty and sharp-tongued, and Xiao Ju had never given up on him. It was still morning when Lu Li was at Tianjue Peak, but by the time he made his way to the sect square, the sun was already setting, showing just how far it was from Tianjue Peak to the sect square. In the vast square, only a few scattered people were moving about, and each one was in a hurry, not lingering in the square. The entire Qingyang sect seemed a bit desolate, looking even quieter than the Servant Valley. Lu Li shook his head and headed east across the square. He inadvertently noticed a servant disciple cleaning the square, and a name suddenly floated to his mind, causing his nose to feel inexplicably sour. Wiping his eyes, Lu Li hurried on. When he reached the foot of Xian Peak, Lu Li looked up at the path leading up the mountain and then turned back to the square, where he spent 10 contribution points to exchange for some incense paper and candles at the Baibeitang. Incense paper and candles were originally mundane items, but since most disciples of Qingyang sect came from ordinary backgrounds, it was inevitable that on special days, they would want to worship their relatives from afar. So preparations were made for such occasions. Holding the incense paper and candles, Lu Li climbed up Xian Peak along the small path, reaching halfway up the mountain. He directly dove into the forest, walking for a while until he arrived at the familiar mound again. He first lit 3 white candles, then lit an entire bundle of red incense, and finally began to burn the paper. The flickering flames illuminated Lu Li's dark face, casting a glow in his ink-black pupils, reflecting a glimmer of light. That glimmer slowly gathered, and with a soft plop, it fell down. Lu Li choked back his emotions and murmured, "Although I avenged you, it's a pity you can't see it. If there's an afterlife, I hope you are a peerless genius, cherished as a treasure from the moment you are born." Chapter 30. A bootlicker after the worship. Lu Li returned to his small courtyard with his head down. As soon as he reached the entrance of the courtyard, Lu Li heard laughter coming from inside. He quickly suppressed his loneliness, straightened his clothes, lifted his head, and walked in, smiling as he called out, "Fatty, did you miss me, boss?" Chen Zhong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Li, then rushed over in excitement. "You finally came back. I heard that the great elder has a strange temper. Hurry. Let me see if you're missing any limbs." Lu Li's face twitched, and he jokingly scolded, "What missing limbs? Can't you see I'm perfectly fine?" I misspoke." Chen Zhong scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "All right, I won't blame you. How's it going? Did Wen Hong give you a hard time?" "No. I haven't seen him since you left." "That's good." As expected, Chen Zhong completed this month's tasks in just 3 days and then hid in the courtyard to cultivate. He rarely went out except for meals, and his training was just as diligent as Lu Li's. Moreover, he had also mastered the mountain-shaking fist to a minor extent, achieving 3 times the explosive power, which was quite terrifying. Lu Li hadn't practiced his martial arts in the past month, still at the minor completion stage, but his fireball technique had reached perfection, allowing him to unleash it at will, with the explosive power depending entirely on the amount of true energy in his body. The two chatted for a long time before parting ways. When Lu Li returned to his long-lost room, he felt a deep sense of familiarity. The spiritual energy here was significantly less than that of Tianjue Peak, and after a month of fatigue, Lu Li decided not to practice today. Without caring whether it was dark outside, Lu Li went straight to bed. He didn't know how long he had slept, but in a daze, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He frowned, thinking, "Didn't I tell them not to disturb me?" Feeling a bit frustrated, Lu Li scratched his head and got up to open the door. To his surprise, it wasn't Chen Zhong but a burly middle-aged man. Lu Li was taken aback. "Elder, is there something you need?" The visitor was Wen Hong. Wen Hong smiled, looked inside the room, and said, "Can we chat?" Lu Li quickly made way for him, and once Wen Hong entered, he followed and sat down at the table. Since it was getting a bit dark, Lu Li lit the lamp. "Looks like you had a good time at Tianjue Peak this past month." Wen Hong assessed Lu Li and said, "Not bad. The Great Elder isn't as difficult to serve as I imagined." "Great Elder?" Wen Hong was slightly taken aback. "You didn't see Deng Qingsheng?" "I heard that senior brother Deng seems to have upset the Great Elder and was punished to reflect on the back mountain, so I haven't run into him." Lu Li casually replied without explaining why Deng Qingxing was punished. Oh, then you're quite lucky, Wen Hong said with some emotion. Many people in the servants' hall have been tormented by him. Now, no one dares to mention Tianju Peak. Hearing this, Lu Li's expression darkened. He thought to himself that Wen Hong was indeed not a good person. He didn't explain the situation to him before he went. But fortunately, he was lucky. Don't blame me. I had no choice. Besides, you're doing fine, aren't you? Your subordinate dares not. Heh. Wen Hong chuckled awkwardly. Then casually took out a purple card and said, Here, take this. It's 1,000 contributions. I promised you 300 before, and seeing your gloomy expression, consider this extra as compensation. Lu Li's eyes lit up, and he quickly accepted the contribution card, smiling as he said, Elder, you really are generous. Calculating. He now had a total of 7,000 contributions, enough to exchange for 70 condensing true pills, but this amount was still far from sufficient for him. He urgently needed more contributions to exchange for condensing true pills to quickly break through to the 3rd level and become a formal disciple, because only formal disciples could exchange for higher level spells. If he remained as a servant, some spells couldn't be exchanged even if he had contributions. Very good. I like your greedy nature, Wen Hong nodded in satisfaction. How have you considered the matter I mentioned last time? Last time's matter? Lu Li frowned, finally recalling that Wen Hong had mentioned wanting him to help with something before he left. However, the reputation of this flunky seemed a bit too unpleasant. There were 66 disciples in the servants' hall, and at least half of them despised someone like Sun Zian. You better think carefully. You should know that even if you don't do it, as soon as I say a word, many people in the servants' hall will be eager to do it. Wen Hong lightly pointed out when he saw Lu Li frowning. All right, I'll do it. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Li agreed. If it were just ordinary servants, normal tasks would only yield 300 contributions a month at most, and at this rate, he would not know when he would be able to break through to the 3rd level and become a formal disciple. He was eager to become a formal disciple. He then asked, Elder, I can do this, but I want to know if there will be any trouble if this gets out? Trouble? Wen Hong snorted, don't worry. This is a long-standing tradition of the servants' hall. The higher-ups are well aware. As long as you don't kill anyone, I can help you settle other matters. However, I must say this up front. If you cause a death and it gets out, don't blame me for distancing myself from you. So that's how it is. Lu Li finally understood why Sun Zian had been so reckless before. The two chatted for a while longer before Wen Hong left. Lu Li remained at the table, gently tapping his fingers on the surface, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, on the 1st day of May, early in the morning, familiar knocking sounds echoed outside. Lu Li, having rarely had a good night's rest, got up, washed up in the courtyard, and then left the courtyard with Qin Zhong. Boss, I heard Wen Hong is looking for a new flunky. What if we secretly take him out once he has chosen? Qin Zhong said mysteriously while walking. What? Lu Li's face twitched as he shot a fierce glare at Qin Zhong. What flunky? Watch your words. Did I say something wrong? Qin Zhong scratched his head in confusion from behind. When they arrived at the servants' hall square, most people had already gathered, chatting quietly in groups about who Wen Hong would choose as the new flunky. The 4 people who had previously followed Sun Zian were now in a state of extreme fear, as they had relied on Sun Zian to bully others before. As Lu Li listened to the discussions while walking forward, a tall, thin man in gray suddenly called out to him, quietly warning, Lu Shidi, don't go forward. Today is different from usual. If you rush up and get seen by the flunky chosen by Wen Hong, they will definitely think you're trying to show off and will target you again. Lu Li recognized the person as Chu Qingfeng, who had been a servant for 7 or 8 years and was still at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. But it seemed he was close to breaking through to the 3rd level and becoming a formal disciple. Chu Qingfeng was a good person. When they first arrived at the servants' hall, he had kindly warned them that following Sun Zian would only lead to a lifetime as a servant. Although many in the servants' hall sympathized with Lu Li and his friends when they were targeted by Sun Zian, it was just sympathy. Only Chu Qingfeng had come to comfort them a few times. Lu Li remembered this and nodded in appreciation of the warning, saying, Thank you for the reminder, Shi Xiao. Then, under the astonished gaze of Chu Qingfeng, he walked straight up the stone steps. Then, Chapter 31, A Good Person. The venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Lu Li with disbelief, their faces filled with confusion, suspicion, and mockery, a variety of expressions that were quite entertaining. The 4 who had followed Sun Zian stared wide-eyed, their hearts pounding, because they saw Wen Hong actually smiling and nodding at Lu Li. In an instant, the 4 felt as if the sky was about to fall. Although they had not participated in bullying Lu Li and the others, they were well aware of the grievances between Lu Li and Sun Zian. If Lu Li decided to pursue the matter, they would be in big trouble. Lu Li straightened his back and scanned the crowd, showing none of the servile demeanor that Sun Zian had before. Wen Hong's expression was also not displeased. Instead, he felt that Lu Li was different from others. He cleared his throat and shouted in a voice like a bell, Listen up, from now on. Lu Li is the vice steward of our miscellaneous hall. He can fully represent my will. Anyone who dares to defy my arrangements will face my wrath. Seeing everyone stunned into silence, Wen Hong's expression darkened, and he suddenly shouted, Did you all hear that? Heard it. The crowd was startled and finally came to their senses, responding in unison. Vice steward. This term puzzled everyone, as Wenhong's followers had never held any position before, and he had never publicly stated that Sun Zian could act on his behalf. Even Lu Li looked at Wenhong in surprise, but Wenhong offered no explanation, simply instructing everyone to address Lu Li as such. After a round of admonition, Wenhong let Lu Li sit at the task distribution area to start assigning tasks, while he himself left without even looking back. What a load of crap, Vice Steward. Isn't he just a lackey? A lean man complained under his breath. Who the hell are you calling a lackey? Suddenly, Qin Zhonghu glared and stepped up, staring intently at the man. What? Can't a lackey be talked about? The man, named Shi Yinza, had been in the miscellaneous hall for 9 years and considered himself an old hand. Now at the second level of Qi training, he thought he would be chosen by Wenhong, but unexpectedly, it went to a newcomer, which made him very unhappy. Yeah, if you're a lackey, you have to be prepared to be scolded. Exactly. As Shi Yinza finished speaking, several veteran Qi training second-level practitioners stepped forward. You're seeking death. Qin Zhonghu roared in anger, and with a loud bang, he punched a gray-clad youth who was mocking him. Bang. The man had not expected Qin Zhonghu to attack and was caught off guard, sent flying several feet and crashing to the ground. His head twisted at an odd angle as he fainted. How bold. You, a newcomer, dare to attack us. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be called Shi Yinza. Shi Yinza, wanting to stir up trouble, cursed while signaling to the two beside him. Kill him. Hearing this, the two immediately summoned their true energy to strike. At that moment, a loud explosion sounded, and Shi Yinza, who had just spoken, was suddenly knocked over by a boy in dark green clothes standing 3 zhang away. The boy coldly scanned the surroundings, raised his hand, and 2 loud slaps echoed as the two were spun around before being kicked to the ground. The boy then clapped his hands and said, if you're not convinced, feel free to find me anytime. But if anyone dares to touch my brother, I'll make them wish they were dead. What immense strength. He is actually at the second level of Qi training, and it seems he didn't even use any spells just now. The crowd looked at Lu Li in shock. On the side, Chu Qingfeng couldn't help but show a bitter smile. The boy who had once been bullied had now become even stronger than him. Seeing that everyone was silent, Lu Li shook his head, walked up the steps, and said to the crowd calmly, I have a few points to tell you, and I hope you can remember them. First, you may not respect me, but you cannot show disrespect in front of me, or I won't be merciful. Such a bold attitude. Hearing this, the people below showed hints of defiance but kept quiet. Second, here, there is no favoritism. All tasks will be clearly priced. Easy tasks can be accepted by anyone, but as per the old rules, I will take 60 of the contributions. 60? Anyone can take them? Upon hearing this, the crowd was somewhat surprised, for previously, Sun Zian had only assigned such tasks to his own people and took 70. Lu Li ignored the crowd's expressions and continued. Third, as long as you complete the tasks on time and in full, I will not deliberately make things difficult for you. Of course, if anyone dares to oppose me. That's another story. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, their attitudes towards Lu Li changing considerably. It should be noted that Sun Zian had previously gone to great lengths to keep them in line, often making things difficult to prevent them from completing tasks, which was why everyone referred to Sun Zian as a lackey. If Lu Li truly meant what he said, he could be considered a good person. I want to take the fishing task, is that okay? I'm not in good health. Suddenly, a small, thin man asked nervously from the front. The fishing task could be considered quite easy and had a decent monthly contribution. Previously, those without connections in the miscellaneous hall could not obtain such tasks. Of course, as I said, as long as there are tasks available and you are willing to accept my terms, I can arrange it. Saying this, he waved to Qin Zhonghu. Fatty, don't accept tasks anymore. Come help me with the registration. Qin Zhonghu grinned. All right. He then sat down behind the long table, while Lu Li stood beside him, constantly flipping through the tasks and categorizing them. After some planning, Lu Li suddenly discovered a problem. Some tasks were too easy and took very little time, such as fishing, washing clothes, and chopping vegetables, which could be completed in 1 or 2 hours. Previously, these had been forced upon people as main tasks. Such tasks originally contributed less than labor-intensive tasks, which made it easier for those taking them, but after the cut, the contributions received were minimal. After thinking it over, Lu Li decided to categorize these tasks as part-time work, allowing everyone to do them in their spare time. This way, everyone could earn extra money, and his cut would also increase. After some calculations, Lu Li found that if all these tasks were completed, they could yield a total of 50,000 contributions. And after deducting the 70 owed to Wenhong, he could take home 15,000. After realizing this, Lu Li's expression became somewhat strange, thinking to himself that Wenhong, that bastard, was getting 35,000 for doing nothing all day. Of course, he himself was not doing much either, just registering tasks and earning 15,000 a month was quite good, especially considering that even those formal disciples couldn't earn that much in a month. Lu Li immediately announced to everyone that all these easy tasks would be classified as part-time work from now on. As long as they could ensure they completed their main duties, anyone could take them. Upon hearing that they could earn extra money, everyone immediately became excited, praising Lu Li as a good person. More importantly, Lu Li guaranteed that he would not deliberately make things difficult for their main jobs, which gave them more confidence in taking on part-time work. After explaining the commission rules again, Luli directly handed the task book to Qin Zhonghu and then turned to leave. He is currently very short on time and should first go to the Dan Tower to exchange for some Ningxin Dan for cultivation, aiming to quickly break through to the third level of Qi refinement and become an official disciple. Seeing that everyone was obedient to Luli, Shi Yinze immediately felt regretful. Since Wen Hong had already made this decision, there was almost no possibility of change. He had just wanted to vent his frustration earlier. Now, not only had he offended Luli, but he was also excluded by everyone. Brother Shi, I think we should find a time to apologize to him. There's no need to go against someone who has contributed, someone among them whispered. Chapter 32, Soul Banner in the Sect Square. Luli paused briefly before heading towards the Dan building, which is affiliated with the Qingyang Sect's Dan Hall and is specifically for exchanging pills. At this moment, there was only a middle-aged steward on the first floor who was exchanging pills for a girl in a light purple dress. The two exchanged no extra words. After the girl finished her exchange, she prepared to leave, but suddenly stopped at the door, looking thoughtfully at the dark-skinned boy rushing in. As the boy approached, she tentatively said, "You are Luli, junior brother?" Luli spotted the girl from a distance, paused to think, and quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Luli, greetings to senior sister Zhou. This person was Zhou Sini, who had saved him 3 years ago at the Qingliang Temple. If she hadn't rushed into the main hall in time, he wouldn't know whether he would be alive or dead now, so Luli was still grateful to her. "It's really you," Zhou Sini said, somewhat incredulously. "I heard from senior brother Chu that your spiritual roots are extremely mixed, but I didn't expect." This had completely overturned her understanding. In just 3 years, Luli had cultivated to the second level of Qi refinement with a 9 spiritual roots talent, which was hard for her to comprehend. Luli didn't know how to respond, smiled, and said, "It's just that I've worked a bit harder in my cultivation." Changing the topic, he asked, "Senior sister Zhou, has the evil cultivator been caught?" Zhou Sini shook her head. "No, there has been no news of him for 3 years. It seems he has already left Liangzhou. Not caught." Upon hearing this news, Lu Li's brows furrowed. He thought, Zhang Song treats this pill formula as his lifeline. So it's absolutely possible he wouldn't just give up like that. Moreover, he is so old, he probably won't live for many more years. The possibility of him capturing someone to experiment with the pill formula is low. Therefore, he is very likely to find opportunities with me and Qinzhong. Thinking of this, Lu Li suddenly felt a prickly sensation on his back. He even felt that the Qingyang sect might not be safe, because although Zhang Song can't enter the Qingyang sect, he can completely capture disciples who are out training and control them, then drive them back to capture me. I must prepare early. He had originally planned to exchange for Ningxin Dan, but now it seemed that exchanging for something that could save his life was the best strategy. Since a breakthrough in realm couldn't be achieved in a short time, even if he did break through, it would only be to the 3rd level. And the difference between one level and another wasn't that significant. But having a strong trump card was different. A powerful trump card could easily kill someone, even if it was just 1 or 2 levels higher. After coming back to his senses, Lu Li chatted with Zhou Sini for a few more moments before bidding farewell and leaving. He's all grown up now. Watching Lu Li's departing figure, Zhou Sini murmured with a faint smile before turning to leave. Baibao Building. This was a place specifically for the Qingyang sect to sell various miscellaneous goods, including but not limited to weapons, armor, talismans, etc. Generally, disciples of the Qingyang sect would come here to buy some life-saving items when they went out for training. At this moment, Baibao Building was also empty, with only a chubby middle-aged steward dozing on a recliner behind the counter. Lu Li walked up to the counter and gently tapped the surface. The chubby steward woke up, and upon seeing that Lu Li wasn't wearing a badge, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. "What do you want?" Not wearing a badge indicated he was just a servant disciple, who typically earned only about 200 to 300 contributions a month, mostly used to buy Ningxin Dan, so it was rare for someone like him to come here. Lu Li didn't know what he wanted to buy, so he said, "I want to buy some life-saving items suitable for me. I wonder if senior brother has any recommendations?" Life-saving items. The chubby steward looked at Lu Li suspiciously. "Why would a servant disciple buy these? Are you planning to go out for training?" Cough. "That is not something you need to worry about, senior brother." Heh, so mysterious. The chubby steward stood up. "There are many life-saving items, but they aren't cheap. Tell me how many contributions you have, and I'll recommend some for you." Lu Li thought, since it's for life-saving, I should buy the best, so he directly said, "I have 7,000 contributions. Senior brother, what do you think is suitable to buy?" 7,000. The chubby steward's body shook. "Are you kidding me? Even formal disciples rarely buy things worth 7,000 at once." Lu Li didn't waste words. He spread his palm and directly took out 6 purple cards, along with a stack of white and yellow cards. "I'm serious." Okay. The chubby steward's eyes lit up, and he turned and ran to the nearby shelves. "Wait, don't run away. Otherwise, I'll chase you to the Servant Valley and beat you." Lu Li felt speechless upon hearing this. A moment later, the chubby steward returned with a pile of miscellaneous items and dumped them onto the counter, casually picking up a black large knife and started introducing it enthusiastically. Seeing this, Lu Li quickly said, "Senior brother, I don't want weapons. Do you have something that is convenient to use and has great power, like powerful talismans? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The chubby steward rummaged under the counter and soon took out a stack of talismans and placed them on the counter. Mid-level speed talismans, 200 contributions each. Using true chi makes one lighter, increasing speed by at least 2 times. Mid-level explosive talismans, 300 contributions each. Mid-level trap talismans, 200 contributions each. Mid-level fireball talismans, 300 contributions each. High-level turtle shell talismans, 1,000 contributions each. After a round of introductions, the chubby steward looked up at Lu Li. How about it? Are you satisfied? Lu Li considered it and finally bought 5 explosive talismans, 5 trap talismans, 5 fireball talismans, and 10 speed talismans. As for the turtle shell talismans, he thought they were too expensive and that his physical body was still decent, so he decided to give up. If all these talismans were used on a single person, even a mid-level chi refinement cultivator would have to suffer, which was enough for Lu Li at the moment. Junior brother, actually I have a good item here. Do you want to take a look? Seeing Lu Li spend so generously, the chubby steward became much more polite and said mysteriously. Lu Li shook his head. I don't have any contributions left. Not having contributions is not a problem. You can exchange it for something else. What good item? Hearing the other party say this, Lu Li couldn't help but become a bit interested. The chubby steward's eyes flashed as he walked out from behind the counter, glanced around the door, and with a creak, closed the door. The light in the room instantly dimmed a bit. Seeing this, Lu Li frowned instantly, with one hand quietly reaching into his robe. Don't be nervous. How could I harm you here? Seeing Lu Li's hand reach for his robe, the chubby steward's face twitched. What exactly does senior brother want to do? Hee. Let me show you a good item. The chubby steward said, waving his hand, suddenly producing a 5-foot-tall black banner. The banner looked like a sign held by street fortune tellers. But the banner surface was shorter, and the pole was dark red, with a white skull painted on it, looking somewhat eerie. Almost instantly, a strong smell of blood and a chilling sensation rushed toward him. Chapter 33. Hard intent. What is this? Lu Li felt that this small banner didn't seem like a good item. The chubby steward chuckled. This is called the Blood Soul Banner. As for its grade, it can only be considered an ordinary mysterious artifact for now, because it contains no ghostly souls. It only got stained with some blood during its creation. Stained with blood? Yes. This small banner was made by a loose cultivator who was rampantly killing young boys and girls in Liangzhou. I was ordered to eliminate him and took this Blood Soul Banner as well. At that time, it had been soaked in blood for 3 years. Although it is of no use to me, it is quite good for a low-level cultivator like you. At this point, the chubby steward paused before continuing. Moreover, as far as I know, this Blood Soul Banner can grow. The more blood and souls it consumes, the stronger it becomes. What's more important is that it is currently just a mysterious artifact, which can be controlled by a chi refining stage cultivator. If it were a magical artifact, you wouldn't be able to use it at all. In the cultivation world, weapons and armor are classified into mysterious artifacts, magical artifacts, treasures, and spiritual artifacts. Under normal circumstances, chi refining stage cultivators can only use mysterious artifacts, while foundation establishment cultivators can use magical artifacts, and golden core cultivators can refine treasures. So what do you think? Are you interested? Forget it. I always feel this thing is too sinister, and I don't have any contributions to buy it. Lu Li shook his head and replied. Not to mention, this thing has been soaked in blood for 3 years, and it was from young boys and girls. How much resentment must that contain? Kid, are you really not considering it? You should know that in the cultivation world, strength is the most important thing. There is nothing inherently sinister in this world. Only sinister people. The chubby steward seemed eager for Lu Li to buy this Blood Soul Banner. Then why aren't you using it yourself? Upon hearing the chubby steward's words, Lu Li felt a bit tempted. This thing felt somewhat uncomfortable from a distance, but if used in the right place, it could indeed serve as a life-saving trump card. Actually, I also think it's a bit sinister. More importantly, I am already at the 8th level of chi refining. This Blood Soul Banner can only affect those at the 4th level of chi refining at most. To make it match my strength, I estimate I would need to kill over 100 people for it to devour. And I am a righteous and kind person, with no enemies to kill. Even if I wanted to strengthen it, I wouldn't be able to. It can affect those at the 4th level of chi refining. Lu Li's eyes brightened involuntarily. This was quite suitable for him right now. Moreover, this thing wasn't a one-time use item. Should he take it down? After thinking for a moment, he asked, how much are you planning to sell it for? 200,000, or help me with a task. 200,000. Why don't you go rob someone? Hee. You can choose the second condition. What condition? Lu Li looked at the chubby steward suspiciously, feeling that the other party was deliberately enticing him to help with a task. It made sense. He had already said he had no contributions, yet the other party was earnestly trying to sell it to him, which was unusual. This made him wary. Very simple. You are currently at the 2nd level of chi refining. When you reach the 3rd level, there will be an assessment to become a formal disciple. According to past rules, the assessment location is usually in the Qingyang Secret Realm. Deep within the Qingyang Secret Realm, there is a cave called Qingyang Mansion. What I want you to do is retrieve something from Qingyang Mansion for me. What is it? A stone, a green stone. A stone? Is there danger? There is some danger. If you can retrieve it, besides this Blood Soul Banner, I will additionally give you 100,000 contributions. A stone is worth so much contribution? That is not something you need to know. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Why look for me? Lu Li stared directly at the chubby steward, seemingly trying to read something from his face. He actually had some understanding of the assessment, as opening the secret realm was not easy. So each assessment required at least 10 people to open it, meaning he was not the only option. The chubby steward smiled meaningfully. It's very simple. You, as a servant, can bring out this much contribution, which shows you have some means, and I need smart people like you who have means. Senior brother really is a businessman. Luli smiled, stretched out his hand. I agree. Quick. The chubby steward directly threw the blood-soul banner over. Luli caught the flagpole, and a rush of bloody aura surged toward him, making it hard for him to breathe. His expression changed suddenly, and he hurriedly bit his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the flagpole. In an instant, he felt an inexplicable connection with this blood-soul banner. He could even sense a grayish space inside the black banner, with gusts of cold wind swirling in it, accompanied by the wails of countless children. What an evil thing. Despite having recognized the item as his, Luli felt his soul tremble upon hearing the wailing. After just a glance, he put it away. After securing it, Luli asked, what happens to the blood soul banner if I can't complete the task? Can't complete it? The chubby steward looked at Luli with a half smile. If you can't complete it, naturally, the blood soul banner will be taken back. Got it. Luli pouted and turned to leave. Watching Luli's back, the chubby steward's smile gradually faded, muttering to himself, I hope you won't disappoint me. When Luli returned to the servant valley, it was already noon. He didn't linger and went straight back to his room to enter closed-door cultivation. This time he didn't get any solidifying true pills, so he would have to wait until next month to earn contributions. By evening, four dejected figures arrived at Luli's courtyard. After some hesitation, a thin man in gray standing in the middle shook his head and sighed. Let's go. Hopefully, he can forgive us. The other three looked defeated and followed him inside. When they reached Luli's room door, the gray-clad man raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then knocked. Knock, knock, knock. The sound varied in intensity, as if worried about waking Luli, yet also afraid he couldn't hear it. After 3 knocks, the gray-clad man stopped knocking, lowered his head, and waited quietly, while the others held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. After a moment, Luli opened the door from the inside. Upon seeing Shi Yinza and the others, he frowned. What are you doing here? Shi Yinza felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this, secretly lamenting that Luli indeed held a grudge. However, since things had come to this, he could only brace himself and said nervously, We are here to apologize to the steward. As soon as he said this, the others lowered their heads. Please forgive us, steward. This undoubtedly indicated that they had softened. Apologize? Luli raised an eyebrow, looking at them with a half smile. Is this how you apologize? The others exchanged glances, and Shi Yinza suddenly realized. He spread his palm and respectfully presented 4 cards. Steward, this is our little token of appreciation. Please take a look. Actually, they didn't even need Luli to say anything. They had already discussed it beforehand. Each person contributed 1,000 contributions. Although it was a bit painful, if they could resolve this matter, it would be worth it. You understand. Luli casually waved and took the 4 cards. All right, let's consider this matter settled. Just don't come to provoke me again. Yes. Shi Yinza and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Let's go. I need to cultivate. Seeing that they were still standing there, Luli directly issued the dismissal order. Upon hearing this, Shi Yinza showed a hint of embarrassment, smiling apologetically. Sir, Chinshiti hasn't given us any tasks today. No tasks? Luli was taken aback and then chuckled. He called Chunzhong out from his room, instructed him not to make things difficult for the others, and personally assigned tasks to each of them before letting them leave. Shi Yinza and the others were deeply moved, and the last bit of resentment in their hearts disappeared without a trace. Boss, are we just going to let them go like this? Chunzhong said somewhat unwillingly. What do you want to do? Luli looked at Chunzhong calmly. Kill them? Even if we don't kill them, shouldn't we teach them a lesson? A lesson? Luli shook his head. Teaching a lesson will only make people harbor resentment, and then they will secretly plot against you and me. Just like we did to Sun Zian back then. You need to remember, unless you want to kill the other party, don't easily make enemies with others. Chunzhong's eyes lit up. Then let's kill them. You're really speechless, Luli thought, realizing that while Chunzhong's body was getting bigger, his brain seemed to be getting less useful. He could only straightforwardly tell him not to cause trouble for others and to focus on his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chunzhong immediately understood. Luli then took out his 4,000 contribution points and handed them to Chunzhong, asking him to find a time to help exchange them for condensing true pills. After a series of instructions, Luli returned to his room to continue his closed-door cultivation. This closed-door cultivation lasted for 2 months. During this period, Luli rarely went out, and all matters were handled by Chunzhong. Even for the task distribution in the 2nd month, Luli only stood on the platform for a moment. Wen Hong, after receiving 35,000 contributions, couldn't stop smiling, exclaiming that he didn't misjudge people. In the past, when Sun Zian was in charge, he made things difficult for everyone, and besides the low commission, the entire servant hall was filled with complaints. But under Luli, everyone happily accepted tasks. Not only had the commission increased, but the entire servant hall was peaceful. After distributing 15,000 contributions, Luli exchanged them all for condensing true pills. However, with his time in the temple, this amount of condensing true pills was still a drop in the bucket. After 2 months of closed-door cultivation, combined with the assistance of the condensing.Tru pills, he had opened up 26 acupoints in his second meridian, entering the mid-stage of the second level. Today was the first day of July, and he had to temporarily end his cultivation. Firstly, it was the day for contribution distribution, and secondly, there were new members joining. The triannual recruitment of Qingyang sect had concluded, so naturally, there would be newcomers coming to the servant hall. Greetings, elder. Greetings, senior brother Lu. In the small square of the servant hall, everyone greeted Lu Li as he arrived, all wearing smiles, and Lu Li responded with a smile, showing no arrogance. When Lu Li took the stage, Wenhong looked at him with a face full of grievances and said, "You brat, now the entire servant hall calls you elder. And no one knows I'm the one in charge." Lu Li smiled slightly. Why should an elder bother with them? As long as there are contributions, that's all that matters. That's true, Wenhong nodded, taking out 15 purple cards and handing them to Lu Li. Here, this is from last month. I have no habit of delaying salaries. Haha. Thank you, elder. Lu Li accepted them without hesitation. By the way, aren't there newcomers today? The newcomers will come later. I'll bring them to your courtyard. And you can get to know them and distribute tasks. Okay. Lu Li nodded, suddenly glancing at Chunzhong beside him. Elder, my brother here has worked hard. Shouldn't you give him something? Give him something? Wenhong glared. That's your job. You want me to give him something while you let others do your work? TCH. Stingy. After getting familiar with Wenhong, Lu Li realized he was just straightforward and not malicious, so he often joked with him. Alright, look at you. So obsessed with money. Wenhong shook his head and took out another purple card. This one is for that kid. Don't you dare pocket it. Lu Li didn't expect him to actually give it and quickly accepted it. How could I? I'll thank you on his behalf. The tasks were being distributed in an orderly manner, with no one cutting in line or crowding, just the occasional laughter and banter from the crowd. Lu Li and Wenhong often laughed together as they stood to the side. After all the tasks were distributed, Lu Li finally took his leave with Chunzhong. Back in the courtyard, Lu Li directly handed all the contribution cards to Chunzhong to exchange for condensing.Tru pills. As the saying goes, medicine is 3 parts poison. But Lu Li didn't care at all. He dared to use the condensing.Tru pills so recklessly because of the benefits brought by his body refining. He discovered that the impurities produced after absorbing the medicinal power of these pills could not enter his blood vessels or skin, but were expelled together. Lu Li just needed to circulate his true qi to expel them from his body. At noon, Wenhong indeed brought 5 young boys and girls in. Some looked dejected, while others were curious. Among them, 4 boys appeared to be around 10 years old, likely just awakened, showing no signs of cultivation fluctuations. Only the girl looked around 14 or 15 years old. Although she was simply dressed, her cultivation had reached the terrifying peak of the second level of qi refining. Much higher than Lu Li. Lu Li was shocked as he looked at the girl. Although they were both at the second level of qi refining. Even if she had opened up more acupoints than him, she could not hide from his perception. Surprised? Wenhong saw Lu Li's expression and his face twitched. I was also shocked when I first saw her, but don't be too surprised. Brother Lu from the Outer Affairs Hall said she comes from a fallen cultivation family. Due to a family disaster, she fled and happened to encounter the 3rd elder who was recruiting. So that's how it is. Lu Li had heard about cultivation families when chatting with his fellow disciples. They were essentially some big families in the secular world that passed down some cultivation methods because their ancestors were cultivators. But most of these families would send their members to sects after training them to the 3rd level of qi refining. As the cultivation resources in the secular world were far inferior to those of the sections, it was unfortunate that her family was exterminated. Her fate was indeed unfortunate. Seeing everyone curiously staring at Lu Li, Wenhong said to them, "Everyone remember, this black guy is named Lu Li, our vice elder of the servant hall. If you have any questions in the future, just find him." After saying that, he glared, "All of you, greet Elder Lu." "Greetings, Elder Lu." The 5 of them respectfully saluted, and the few 10-year-old kids looked quite serious, which made Lu Li think of the unfortunate Li Shangyun. He sighed and waved his hand. No need to be polite. However, when the girl heard the name Lu Li, she visibly trembled, which puzzled Lu Li. After thinking for a while, he decided it was just his imagination or that she was too nervous. "Alright, I'll leave this to you. I'm off to drink." Seeing this, Wenhong waved his hand and left. Lu Li was somewhat speechless. After thinking for a while, he called over Chunzhong, who was now bigger than Wenhong. He came over with a glare, startling the young boys and girls. Lu Li rolled his eyes at Chunzhong. "They just arrived. You helped them find a dormitory." "Oh." Chunzhong glanced at them, and when he saw the girl, he couldn't help but frown and asked, "Miss, do you have any requirements? Can I stay here?" The girl's gaze shifted between Lu Li and Chunzhong. Chunzhong was taken aback. He just wanted to ask if she had any special needs, like wanting to share a courtyard with female disciples, but he didn't expect her to want to stay here. He scratched his head and looked at Lu Li. "Boss, this." "It's fine," Lu Li nodded. "Newcomers might be shy. I can understand that." He then looked at the 4 boys. "This courtyard can accommodate 5 people. If any of you want to stay here, feel free to mention it, but there are only 2 spots available." 4 teenagers looked at each other, and finally, only one chubby boy with a round head stepped forward, saying, I am Su Chun, and I also want to live here. Is there anyone else?" Lu Li looked at the remaining 3. The 3 shook their heads, looking familiar with each other. So Lu Li had Chen Zhong take the three out of the courtyard to find another place to live. After inquiring, he learned that the girl was named Lu Xinyu, 14 years old, and had a 5-element spirit root. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to be a servant. Lu Li didn't ask more to avoid bringing up any painful memories for her. The boy named Su Chun was 11 years old, from a small village in Bay City, Liangzhou, and was also a farmer like Lu Li. When Chen Zhong returned, Lu Li had him assign tasks to the two and explain the rules for servants in the Qingyang sect before returning to his room. With the newcomers settled, Lu Li prepared to focus on his cultivation. This time, he aimed to reach the 3rd level in one go and then sign up for the formal disciple assessment. As Lu Li entered seclusion, Chen Zhong not only practiced daily but also took on the extra task of preparing meals for Lu Li. He knew Lu Li's intensity in cultivation. If he didn't deliver meals on time, Lu Li might not come out to eat for 2 or 3 days. Meanwhile, Chen Zhong's own cultivation progressed very slowly. So far, he had only opened 63 acupoints despite switching to some condensing true pills. And it was unclear when he would reach the 2nd level of qi training. It is worth mentioning that the big-headed boy Su Chun also practiced diligently, spending all his free time in the room except for cleaning. In contrast, Lu Xinyu often walked around the courtyard and occasionally glanced at Lu Li's door. Brother Chun, has the steward been cooped up in his room for months? Isn't he afraid of going crazy? One day, after finishing her tasks, Lu Xinyu sat in the courtyard watching Chen Zhong practice, casually saying, after a few months of getting to know each other, Chen Zhong and the other two in the courtyard became familiar, and since Lu Xinyu was of a similar age to Chen Zhong and had a gentle personality, he treated her like a younger sister. He finished his moves, squatted by the basin in the courtyard to wipe his face, and shouted, he's just a cultivation fanatic. A few months is nothing. The longest he once cultivated for over 2 years, hardly coming out except for the occasional chores. Now, he doesn't even have to do chores, and he cultivates as if his life depends on it. Saying this, he felt both emotional and worried, wondering if he would take a break. Oh, have you been here for a long time? More than 3 years, almost 4, Chen Zhong sighed, seemingly recalling some sad memories, shaking his head and saying no more. I have to go prepare food for the boss. Although he doesn't eat, preparations still need to be made. He delivered meals daily, but Lu Li rarely ate. I'll go with you. Lu Xinyu immediately stood up from her chair and followed him. Chen Zhong didn't refuse. The two went to the cafeteria to get some food and then returned to the courtyard. This time, Lu Xinyu also followed Chen Zhong into Lu Li's room. Lu Li's room was similar to others. Upon entering, there was a round table, and to the right was an ancient-style 8 immortals bed with a canopy, separated by an opaque mosquito net. This was intentional by Lu Li to prevent anyone from seeing him sleep inside. Otherwise, Chen Zhong would probably shout and make a fuss. The two entered, and unsurprisingly, yesterday's meal remained untouched. Chen Zhong placed the hot food down and prepared to leave after clearing away the previous day's meal. Lu Xinyu glanced at the big bed a few more times, frowning and murmuring, why does it feel like someone is sleeping? What? Chen Zhong looked at Lu Xinyu in confusion. Nothing. Thus, day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, another winter arrived, and more than a year had passed since the last newcomers joined. This winter seemed exceptionally harsh. It even snowed heavily at Qingyang sect, which had never seen snow before. Overnight, the entire Qingyang sect was covered in a thick blanket of snow. In the servant valley, Wenhong announced a few days off for everyone to rest until the snow melted before resuming work. Although practitioners had bodies far stronger than ordinary people, they couldn't ignore such cold for typical qi training practitioners. However, one person was an exception. Chen Zhong was currently shirtless, carrying a large stove from outside directly to Lu Li's room, gently placing the stove 3 feet away from Lu Li's bed before shaking his head and quietly closing the door. Brother Chun, is the steward still cultivating? A lively girl wrapped in a snow coat peeked her head out from Chen Zhong's room and asked. Chen Zhong nodded and walked over. There was also a large stove in Chen Zhong's room, and besides the snowy Lu Xinyu, there was a big-headed boy fiddling with the charcoal fire. The big-headed boy seemed to have grown quite a bit. In the evening, Chen Zhong prepared to help Lu Li with dinner, but unexpectedly, Lu Xinyu stood up first, saying, Brother Chun, you take a break, let me do it. Chen Zhong nodded and sat back down. It wasn't the first time Lu Xinyu delivered meals. At first, he was a bit worried, but as time went on, he noticed that Lu Li seemed to eat more often when Lu Xinyu brought the food. So he was happy about it. Before long, Lu Xinyu brought several bowls of steaming food to Lu Li's room. While tidying up, she kept glancing at the bed and almost spilled a bowl of soup, only snapping back to reality and hurriedly leaving. Ouch, it feels like my bones have grown. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly heard a thud. Turning her head, she saw Lu Li rolling off the bed. She hurried back, placing the tray on the table and rushing to help Lu Li. Chapter 36. Registration with Lu Xinyu's support. Lu Li stood up, but the softness on his arm made him pause slightly. After thanking her, he quickly withdrew his arm. Lu Xinyu stood blushing beside him, saying nothing. Lu Li moved his joints, producing a series of cracking sounds, and gradually adapted. Upon closer inspection, he found that Lu Xinyu had gained a more lively aura, a stark contrast to her demeanor when she first entered. To avoid awkwardness, Lu Li asked first, where's the fat boy? The fat boy? Lu Xinyu thought for a moment and suddenly realized, he's by the fire in the room. By the fire? Lu Li glanced at Lu Xinyu's attire, then quickly walked to the door. A rush of cold air hit him as he looked outside at the white expanse, and Lu Li suddenly felt dazed. Another winter had come. Unknowingly, it had been almost 5 years since he joined Qingyang's sect. He had transformed from a 13-year-old naive child into a 17-year-old young man. After this March, he would be 18, and if he were in the secular world, he would likely have a child or two by now. Truly, cultivation knows no age. And time flows like water. What is the steward thinking about? Lu Xinyu stood beside Lu Li, softly asking. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. It's nothing. I'm just a bit emotional. Lu Li shook his head. You don't have to call me steward anymore. You can call me Brother Lu or Lu Li. Also, thank you for the meals you've brought me during this time. They are delicious. This was the truth. Lu Xinyu's meals seemed carefully selected. Unlike Qinzhong, who only knew how to pile meat on his plate, making Lu Li nearly nauseous. This is what Xinyu should do. Brother Lu doesn't need to thank me. Lu Li nodded, stepping out of the room and arriving at Qinzhong's door. Upon seeing Qinzhong's thick arms, he couldn't help but tease, Fat boy, have you caught a cold? Why are you dressed so lightly? Be boss. Qinzhong was taken aback, suddenly standing up and rushing towards Lu Li. Boss, have you gone mad? You've been in closed-door cultivation for so long. Aren't you anxious to break through? Lu Li patted Qinzhong on the shoulder and then sat down by the stove. Lu, Brother Lu, Su Qin timidly called out to Lu Li. Isn't this a big-headed doll? You've done well, kid. In just over a year, you've opened up 20 meridians, Lu Li said with some surprise. Aye. Ha ha. Boss, stop teasing him. He's like a girl, too shy. I'm not shy. I just don't like to talk, Su Qin replied. The room was warm, and the few of them gathered together, laughing and joking. At first, Su Qin was a bit reserved, but as Qinzhong and Lu Li continued to joke around, he relaxed and started sharing some amusing stories about the kids in the village. Lu Li and Qinzhong naturally empathized with this and felt a sense of familiarity. It was hard to say whether it was the memories that stirred up some sadness, but Lu Xinyu's mood dropped a bit, and she stood up to excuse herself back to her room. As night fell, Lu Li did not cultivate. Sleeping in the snowy winter was very comfortable. He lay in bed, slowly flipping through a book titled Alchemist's Notes, continuously simulating alchemy scenes in his mind. Over the past year, he had focused solely on improving his cultivation level. Although he successfully manifested his third meridian and opened up 5 of its acupoints, he had not practiced anything else, and he wasn't sure if he had gained or lost from it. After reading for a while, Lu Li put away the notes and began thinking about the future. He had already reached the 3rd level of Qi training and could sign up for the formal disciple entrance examination, which also meant he would have to give up his identity as a servant disciple. He would no longer be able to receive the monthly contribution of over 10,000 from the servant hall. It seemed he needed to talk to Wenhong about whether he could leave this position for Qinzhong. Qinzhong had also reached the 2nd level of Qi training. Although he had just achieved it, given his strength, it was no problem for him to take this position. Lost in thought, Lu Li fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lu Li prepared to go out to find Wenhong, but saw Lu Xinyu standing at the courtyard gate, looking around as if waiting for him. Lu Li approached her and asked, Junior Sister Lu, what are you doing here? I'm waiting for you, she replied. Waiting for me? Yes. I want to sign up with you for the entrance examination. Lu Li was taken aback. After probing with his consciousness, he discovered that she had also reached the 3rd level of Qi training. So he said, then let us go. Signing up for the entrance examination also required applying to Wenhong, who would then send the application to the Elder Hall for review. When Lu Li found Wenhong, he was leisurely drinking by the stove, enjoying life, which made Lu Li envious. When Wenhong heard that Lu Li wanted to participate in the examination, his expression became quite colorful, both shocked and reluctant. Lu Li had only been there for 4 or 5 years and had already reached the 3rd level of Qi training, which was astonishing. Of course, people like Lu Xinyu, who were already half a step into the 3rd level, did not count. After sighing for a while, Wenhong said, the entrance examination needs to be reviewed by the Elder Hall. As long as 2 elders approve, you can participate in the trial. After completing the trial, you will receive a formal disciple badge and gain the opportunity to select techniques on the 2nd floor of the technique building. Additionally, ordinary disciples receive 10 condensation pills as a reward each month. For ordinary disciples, this is a substantial gain, but for you, it might not be worth it. Lu Li smiled bitterly and replied, I can't help it. I can't stay in the Servant Valley forever. Besides, I want to go to the 2nd floor of the technique building to select techniques. I need a formal disciple identity for that. Well, it's up to you. However, even if you leave, I still need to ask you about this position as a steward. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Lu Li smiled and said, this doesn't need me to say. Qinzhong is probably even more familiar with this than I am. Wenhong laughed and said, I knew you would say him. All right, it's settled then. Qinzhong will replace you. But that kid has a bit of a fiery temper. You need to explain things clearly to him so he doesn't cause any trouble. Don't worry, I'll talk to him. Okay, you 2 go back first. I will report this matter, and if all goes well, within 3 days, someone will take you to the Foreign Affairs Hall for assessment. After the assessment, your spots will be reported. Assessment? It's just to check your cultivation level. It's a mere formality. Anyone with good eyesight can tell. Oh, I heard that at least 10 people are needed to open a trial, and this time you 2 are lucky. 9 people have already signed up. So with the 2 of you, the secret realm can definitely be opened. At this point, when Hong paused before continuing, as someone who has been through it, I want to remind you, the secret realm isn't that peaceful. Once you get in, grab your task items and leave. Don't risk your life fighting for things that aren't worth it. What things that aren't worth it? I don't know the specifics, but it seems to be something left by the sect's founding ancestor, Qingyang Zhenren. Chapter 37. Before the examination, the two chatted for a while before Lu Li and Lu Xinyu returned to their courtyard. Lu Li didn't know what those things that aren't worth it were, but he speculated that it might be the green stone that the fat steward from the treasure pavilion wanted. In the room, Lu Li organized all the talismans on him in preparation for emergencies. He had 10 speed talismans, which could double his speed when activated with true energy, useful for escaping in critical moments. He had 5 flame bullets, which were attack-type talismans that could unleash the power of a mid-level cultivator's fireball technique, equivalent to a Qi training level 4 to 6 fireball technique. He also had 7 explosive talismans, which were similar to flame bullets and also belonged to the mid-level attack talismans. He had 5 quagmire talismans, which were earth-type spell talismans mainly used to trap enemies. Using them when the opponent is unprepared could make them sink deep into the ground. Using talismans was like temporarily inviting a cultivator to cast spells for oneself, requiring only a small amount of true energy to activate, thus avoiding personal consumption while maximizing power. After organizing the talismans, Lu Li took out the Blood Soul banner. The banner pole was dark red, and the bloody aura emanated from it, making one feel uneasy. The banner itself looked like a piece of black rag, with only a white skull on it. The moment it was summoned, gusts of cold wind surged around. Even though Lu Li had already recognized it as his own, he still felt a chill in his body. With no target to test its effects, Lu Li just took a look and put it away. This was all of his external trump cards. Besides these, Lu Li's greatest reliance was his own physical body. With 3,000 basic strength combined with the mountain-shaking fist, which was not to be underestimated. As for the fireball technique, it was good for misdirection. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, a man in a light blue long robe arrived in the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Chen Zhong hurriedly greeted him and then went to call Lu Li. After Lu Li came out, he thought for a moment and quickly walked over, respectfully cupping his hands. Greetings, senior brother Lu. The visitor was none other than Lu Feng, who had originally taken them to the servant hall. Lu Feng's face was filled with indescribable shock. He had never imagined that Lu Li would have a day to leave the servant valley, and judging by the situation, Chen Zhong was not far behind. Lu Feng was not arrogant, and politely returned the greeting. Junior brother Lu truly amazes me. Lu Li smiled and said, it's just a pile of pills. This statement was both true and false. If a normal person had so many pills, they would probably not dare to consume them all, as their bodies simply couldn't handle it. Moreover, Lu Li had the time haul, and the amount of condensation pills he consumed in a day was astonishing. But he was not worried at all, because his body could automatically collect impurities. When it came to elixirs, there was only a lack, not something he was afraid to consume. Lu Feng shook his head. He had experience with elixirs. Take himself as an example. He actually didn't lack elixirs, but he needed to rest for several days after taking a Ningxin pill before he could take another, otherwise his body couldn't handle it. However, everyone has their own secrets, and Lu Feng didn't pry further. After chatting for a while, Lu Feng finally stated his purpose. He was there to help them with testing. Lu Li quickly called Lu Xinyu out, and after Lu Feng scanned with his spiritual sense, he said it was ready and told them to prepare. Once the elders were ready, they would open the Qingyang secret realm. As for the rules of the assessment, they would only be told when the secret realm opened. After Lu Feng left, Lu Li did not continue practicing the Qingyang technique, but instead began to practice his fist techniques. As it was impossible to improve his realm in a short time, only his fist techniques still had room for progress. Thus, Lu Li sometimes practiced boxing in the time hall, and sometimes went outside to spar with Chen Zhong. The sound of fists whistled through the air as the two exchanged blows. Lu Xinyu seemed disinterested in cultivating and often stood at the door watching the two of them. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her bright eyes flickered, seemingly lost in thought. It wasn't until half a month later that Lu Feng came again. By then, it was early spring. The accumulated snow had long melted, and the spring sunshine poured down, causing the old tree that Chen Zhong had broken to sprout tender buds once more. Lu Feng came to take Lu Li and Lu Xinyu to participate in the assessment. Lu Li called Chen Zhong over to give him a serious warning, then reluctantly glanced at the small house he had lived in for 4 or 5 years before resolutely turning to follow Lu Feng. When they reached the foot of Xian Peak, Lu Li discovered that a group was already waiting for them. 8 men and 1 woman, all disciples of the miscellaneous disciple valley. However, they were all older than Lu Li, one of whom was Chu Qingfeng. When he saw Lu Li approach, Chu Qingfeng was the first to step forward and greet him. Junior brother Lu, you really are like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. Upon hearing this, some of the others smiled and nodded at Lu Li, but a few others acted indifferent. Indeed, once they left the miscellaneous disciple valley, Lu Li could no longer care for them, so there was no need to curry favor. Lu Li took note of this but didn't take it to heart. He cupped his hands and smiled at Chu Qingfeng, saying, sorry to keep you waiting. Humph, still thinking of yourself as a vice steward, acting so high and mighty, said a 30-something man in green, crossing his arms and glancing at Lu Li. He's just a kid. Why bother arguing with him? Chuckled another person beside him. Haha. But don't underestimate him. I spent 1,000 contributions to get to where I am today. Speaking of which, I really should thank our steward Lu. He made things difficult for me in over a year. Just then, a tall, thin man approached Lu Li with a half smile, saying, "Right, steward?" It was none other than Shi Yinza, who had pleaded for mercy back then. I agree. Luckily, senior brother Shi was flexible back then. Or we would have been in trouble, said Xie Zishir, one of Shi Yinza's companions. The provocateur, the man in green, was named Wan Sinan. And the one who agreed was Su Yuqing. These two usually kept a low profile, but it was surprising to see such resentment from them. As for Shi Yinza and Xie Zishir, they were indeed talented individuals, managing to hold back until the Qi refining stage 3 assessment to explode with their grievances, which made Lu Li see them in a new light. Lu Li had no reaction to their provocations. Instead, he turned to Lu Feng and asked, "Senior brother Lu, is everyone here?" "Yes," Lu Feng nodded, scanning the group with a frown. "I know how you all feel right now. But I must tell you that leaving the miscellaneous disciple valley doesn't mean you are superior. You are still at the bottom tier of formal disciples. So I advise you not to hold yourselves too high. Moreover, whether you can pass the assessment is still a question." Chu Qingfeng was taken aback. "Senior brother Lu, is there a chance of not passing the assessment?" "Heh." Lu Feng looked at Chu Qingfeng strangely and said, "What do you think an assessment is? Since there is an assessment, there will naturally be passing and failing. I might as well tell you in advance, if you fail the assessment, you will lose your chance to become a formal disciple forever and will only be sent to the secular world to do menial work for the rest of your life." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone's hearts immediately sank. They thought it was just a formality, but they didn't expect it to be a serious matter. Chapter 38. Secret Realm Opening. Lu Feng led the group through the square, heading down a small path to the north. "Senior brother Lu, what did you mean by being sent to the secular points to do menial work if we fail the assessment?" Lu Li quickly walked a couple of steps to catch up with Lu Feng and asked quietly. Lu Feng glanced at Lu Li and said as they walked, "Junior brother, you may not know this, but our Qingyang sect has external points in various cities in Liangzhou, mainly for collecting intelligence or resources, which is part of the sect's external affairs hall. Those responsible for these matters are the miscellaneous disciples who have failed past assessments. So that's how it is. Thank you for clarifying, senior brother." Lu Li understood now. "Junior brother, the secular points lack sect resources for support. If you want to cultivate, you can only exchange contributions for resources. So don't easily give up your chance to become a formal disciple. Otherwise, Qi refining stage 3 will likely be your highest realm for your entire life." Lu Feng kindly reminded him. "I understand," Lu Li replied gratefully. As they approached noon, the group finally reached the end of the path. A gray-black cliff loomed before them, towering dozens of zhang high, spanning 2 to 3 li in width. With the center high and the sides low, the front smooth and looking like a giant old grave. The two glaring red characters Qingyang were carved on the smooth cliff face. Lu Li glanced at it and felt as if he were about to be pulled in, quickly averting his gaze. At the base of the cliff, in a thatched hut, 3 old men sat cross-legged, chatting. Lu Li recognized them at a glance. One was the second elder, Yu Tong, who had once helped him test his spiritual roots. One was the grand elder, Xiao Ju, from Tianjua Peak. The other, whose name Lu Li didn't know but had seen in Longxing Town, was actually the third elder, Feng Buwei. As they approached the thatched hut, Lu Feng told everyone to wait outside while he went in. He respectfully bowed and said, reporting to the grand elder, second elder, and third elder, "All the disciples for this assessment have arrived." The 3 exchanged glances and stood up. Upon seeing this, Lu Feng quickly stepped aside. Xiao Ju was the first to approach the group, scanning them with his gaze. Suddenly, his expression changed in surprise as he took several quick steps to Lu Li and exclaimed, "Kid, you've reached the 3rd level?" Lu Li was puzzled. Wasn't there a registration process when signing up? Didn't they know about him? After a moment's thought, he understood. Although he had stayed at Tianjua Peak for a month, Xiao Ju had never asked for his name and had always referred to him as Kid. He couldn't help but chuckle. Disciple took some elixirs and barely reached the 3rd level. TSK, you really surprised me. Your cultivation speed is not inferior to my named disciple," Xiao Ju said. "What has you so emotional, old brother?" Yu Tong, who had been behind him, also came forward. When he saw Lu Li, his expression changed dramatically. "Wow, it's you." Saying that, he immediately turned to call out to Feng Buwei behind him. "Old 3, come here. Last time I told you, you didn't believe me. You see for yourself. Isn't this kid a 9-spirit root?" 9-spirit root? Xiao Ju was taken aback and suddenly exclaimed, "Is this the kid you mentioned last time?" He remembered that the 3 of them had a falling out over this matter during their last drinking session. And Yu Tong had even broken his banana tree in a drunken stupor. Who else could it be? Yu Tong widened his eyes and stared at Lu Li. "Your name is Lu Li, right?" Lu Li's face twitched. "Yes, elder. You really are called Lu Li." Xiao Ju couldn't believe it, grabbing Lu Li's wrist to investigate. Upon doing so, his round, old face suddenly became very interesting. Damn, how could there be such chaotic spiritual roots in this world? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. At that moment, Feng Buwei also approached. When he saw Lu Li, he first frowned, and then looked even more incredulous. Did you participate in the awakening ceremony I held in Longxing Town? Although Lu Li's appearance had changed significantly, his darkened skin and sharp eyes made him seem somewhat familiar. Yes, Elder, Lu Li replied respectfully. I remember you didn't awaken last time, right? Upon hearing this, Fang Buwei frowned immediately. It's like this. We were captured by the evil cultivator Zhang Song on our way back from the awakening ceremony. Lu Li briefly explained the situation but did not mention that he had obtained the alchemical formula. No one noticed that when Lu Li mentioned being captured by Zhang Song and brought to the Qingliang temple, a flash of hatred crossed Lu Xinyu's eyes. After hearing this, the three of them were filled with emotion, feeling that Lu Li was quite fortunate. Although they were very curious about how Lu Li, with his 9 spiritual roots, could cultivate to the 3rd level of qi refining so quickly, they did not press for further details. After expressing their sentiments, they finally got to the main topic. Xiao Ju took out 11 brocade bags and asked everyone to draw one. Once everyone had drawn a bag, he said, listen carefully, you have only 10 days. Each bag contains a task for this assessment, and everyone's task is different. You must successfully bring back the task items to be considered qualified, otherwise, you will fail the assessment. Additionally, inside the bag, besides the task, there is a jade pendant. If you encounter life-threatening situations or complete your task, you can crush the jade pendant, and you will naturally be teleported out. If you crush the pendant without completing the task, you will be directly deemed unqualified. Do you all understand? Everyone's faces changed at the mention of life-threatening situations, but when they heard about the life-saving jade pendant, they all breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to indicate they understood. Xiao Ju nodded and continued. Although it seems a bit unlikely, I still have to mention it. According to the records of the sect, our founding ancestor, Qingyang Zhenren, entered this secret realm and never came out again. And the Tai Xian Jing that the ancestor practiced was also taken inside. The Tai Xian Jing is a secret not passed down by our sect, and its cultivation speed far exceeds our sect's Qingyang Ju. According to disciples from past assessments, there is a cave deep in the secret realm called Qingyang Mansion, which is very likely related to the ancestor. So if possible, after completing your tasks, try to explore Qingyang Mansion. If anyone can find out the whereabouts of the ancestor or bring back the Tai Xian Jing, our sect will reward you generously. Tai Xian Jing. The cultivation speed far exceeds Qingyang Ju. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression changed. Even with the assistance of the Ningxin Dan, his speed of refining spiritual energy could not keep up with his absorption rate. If there was indeed a higher level technique available, he had to strive for it. The others had similar expressions to Lu Li's. Upon hearing about the higher level technique, they were all determined to explore Qingyang Mansion. Seeing this, Xiao Ju nodded in satisfaction and said, follow me. He then turned and walked towards the thatched cottage, with Yutong and Fang Buwei following closely behind. After passing through the cottage, everyone discovered that there was a cave at the bottom of the cliff. But the entrance was blocked by a swirling purple mist about 2 zhang in. Xiao Ju and the other 3 stood a zhang away from the purple mist, then exchanged glances and simultaneously summoned a purple jade pendant, which floated in front of them. As the 3 of them continued to form seals, the pendant began to emit dazzling light, and strange runes whirled around it. Activate! Suddenly, Xiao Ju shouted coldly, and the runes on his jade pendant transformed into a streak of flowing light that shot towards the purple mist a zhang away. Yutong and Fang Buwei did the same, and 2 streaks of flowing light followed suit. The 3 of them instantly turned pale, their breaths weak. Suddenly, the purple mist ahead began to whirl rapidly, ultimately forming a purple vortex, and a gust of fierce wind rushed toward the cave entrance. If we don't enter now, when will we? Xiao Ju shouted. The others exchanged glances, seemingly fearful of the vortex. Seeing this, Lu Li frowned slightly, gritted his teeth, and stepped in first. Chapter 39. Bamboo Grass. So this is the Qingyang secret realm? After a dizzying spin, Lu Li suddenly found himself in a strange space, where he was greeted by patches of withered yellow grass, some 3 feet high, making it hard to see the end, and it looked quite desolate. Unlike what he had imagined a secret realm to be. Beneath his feet was a small path made of green stones, but it was deeply covered by the fallen grass on both sides. The path was covered in moss, bearing the marks of time. Could it be that someone lived here? Lu Li pondered as he looked ahead. He took out a piece of yellow paper marked with the Foreign Affairs Hall seal from the brocade bag he received from Xiao Ju, which hastily scribbled a line. Collect 10 first-level spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs? Looking at the withered yellow surroundings, Lu Li was puzzled. Could there really be spiritual herbs in such a desolate place? He returned the yellow paper with the task back to the brocade bag, and then took out a purple jade pendant, carefully placing it in his chest pocket. This pendant was meant for life-saving. He couldn't afford to lose it. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly heard several sounds around him. Turning his head, he saw that Chu Qingfeng and his group had come in. A white figure was walking towards him from a distance, brushing off the dry grass on her clothes. Lu Xinyu gently called out, Lu Dage. Lu Li nodded and curiously asked, what is your task? Lu Xinyu opened her brocade bag to check, and then frowned slightly as she said, kill a first-level early-stage spiritual beast and bring back its body. Killing a spiritual beast? Lu Li felt both incredulous and curious. He found it hard to believe that such a desolate place could have living creatures. He was curious because, in his lifetime, he had seen wild wolves and hares, but he had never encountered a spiritual beast. Lu Shidi. Chu Qingfeng also walked over to greet him. Lu Li smiled back and, after asking, learned that Chu Qingfeng's task was also to kill spiritual beasts, but he needed to kill two. In the distance, Wan Sinan, Su Yuqing, Xie Zishir, and Shi Yinza had also gathered together, quietly discussing something. The remaining four seemed unwilling to get too close to Lu Li's group and did not join Wan Sinan's four, but instead formed a small team on their own. Seeing this, Lu Li thought for a moment and said, "My task is different from yours. How about we go together? I can help you kill the demon beasts. And if you find any spiritual herbs, you can give them to me. This way, it will be easier to complete the tasks." That's exactly what I meant. Chu Qingfeng immediately agreed. Lu Xinyu also had no objections and nodded in agreement. Thus, the three formed a team, and after a brief exchange, Lu Li led the two along the green stone path. The weeds by the roadside were too thick, even with a spirit herb. It was impossible to see with the naked eye. At first, Lu Li sent out his divine sense to sense the surroundings, but as time passed, he felt extremely fatigued and had to retract his divine sense. He walked for an unknown amount of time. The weeds on both sides actually began to grow shorter, and a hint of green even appeared. Lu Li's expression brightened, and he called out, "It seems that the deeper we go, the stronger the vitality. Let's hurry." Saying this, he began to run wildly. The others, seeing this, thought Lu Li had discovered some treasure and hurriedly chased after him. About a quarter of an hour later, Lu Li stopped at the edge of a lush bamboo forest. The dead grass here had completely receded, and the bamboo forest in front of him was lush and green. A stark contrast to the desolate scenery before. Wan Sinan and the other three also arrived, panting, only to realize that Lu Li had not found a spirit herb. However, seeing the vibrant scene, Wan Sinan couldn't be bothered to waste words with Lu Li. After glancing at Lu Xinyu, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Then he rushed into the bamboo forest impatiently. Shi Yinza and the other three quickly followed. "Junior brother, should we also go?" Chu Qingfeng, worried about being overtaken, said. Lu Li nodded and followed at a slow pace, deliberately slowing down his steps. Since they liked to take the lead, let them go ahead. This bamboo forest did not seem like a wild bamboo grove. There were many intricate stone paths in the middle, and Lu Li increasingly felt that this Qingyang's secret realm was inhabited. "Junior brother, aren't we going to the front?" Seeing Wan Sinan and the others getting farther away, almost disappearing from sight, Chu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel anxious. "It's fine, the mission isn't that easy to complete. Until the last moment. What you have in hand may not necessarily belong to you." "What do you mean, junior brother?" "Nothing much. We'll just look for our own. This bamboo sea is vast. There's no need to follow them." After Lu Li said this, he really stopped chasing after Wan Sinan and the others and instead walked towards the left path at the fork. Not long after, Lu Li suddenly looked at a cluster of green bamboos on his right. The other green bamboos were spaced several feet apart, but this cluster had dozens of them growing together. This reminded him of the records in the Spirit Herb Treasure Guide, which mentioned a spirit herb called green bamboo grass that liked to grow in such environments. More importantly, green bamboo grass was one of the 4 spirit herbs needed to refine the acupuncture pill. If he could obtain green bamboo grass, it would undoubtedly bring him one step closer to refining the acupuncture pill. Filled with anticipation, Lu Li walked over. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled, as they hadn't sensed any spirit herb aura at all. However, Lu Li had already begun to search through the cluster of green bamboos. This cluster was too dense, making it impossible to see what was inside. Lu Li frowned and summoned a pitch-black axe from the space hall. This axe was taken from the miscellaneous building, prepared for emergencies. He swung the axe and quickly knocked down a few green bamboos. After cutting down 7 or 8, he finally saw the scene inside, which was filled with rotting bamboo leaves. After a brief pause, Lu Li began to scrape the rotten bamboo leaves out. The damp bamboo leaves, accompanied by a musty smell, were not pleasant, but he didn't care at all. It wasn't until the pile of rotten leaves outside had reached 3 feet high that Lu Li stopped, excitedly diving in and grabbing a half-foot-tall seedling. The seedling was entirely green, also had bamboo joints, and its leaves were similar to the outside green bamboos, but with more branches and a faint mist swirling around it. "What is this? A spirit herb?" Chu Qingfeng approached with disbelief. "How did junior brother find it?" Lu Li smiled. "This is called green bamboo grass. It likes to grow in the dark center of bamboo clusters, where its spiritual energy is covered by the surrounding green bamboos, making it hard for ordinary people to detect its presence. Actually, I didn't discover it either. I was just taking a chance. So that's how it is." Chu Qingfeng suddenly understood. "Then let's quickly find more such bamboo clusters." Lu Li nodded, putting the green bamboo grass away, and continued forward. Successfully finding a green bamboo grass put him in a great mood. The bamboo forest seemed boundless. There should be more. And since they were here, they couldn't miss this opportunity. Compared to other elusive things, refining the acupuncture pill was undoubtedly much more important. In the distance, the other 3 men and 1 woman among the examination disciples happened to see this scene. One person said with a flickering gaze, "This kid is really lucky, finding a spirit herb so quickly." The woman chuckled lightly. "No need to rush. There are only 3 of them. If it comes to it, we..." Chapter 40. No mercy. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Luli was still wandering in the bamboo forest, hoping to find more green bamboo grass. To expand their search range, Shu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu both volunteered to search separately. After thinking for a moment, Luli agreed, as the other two groups seemed to have moved far away from the bamboo forest, so he believed the two wouldn't be in danger. At first, Luli followed the stone steps in the forest, but soon he directly entered the bamboo forest. Before long, Luli discovered another cluster of gathered green bamboos. Following the previous method, after cutting down a few, he cleared away the rotten leaves and was overjoyed. Great. Found another one. So far, he had already found 6 green bamboo grasses, all of which he had planted in the spirit object hall for use when he refined the acupuncture pill later. Suddenly, Lu Li's ears perked up. He seemed to hear a faint cry for help. Listening closely, there was no further sound. After thinking for a moment, he felt something was off. He hadn't seen Lu Xinyu and Chu Qingfeng for over half a day, and he hoped nothing had happened to them. So he released his divine sense to search for their traces. Meanwhile, in the bamboo forest about half a mile to Lu Li's left, Lu Xinyu, dressed in a white long dress, looked panicked as she faced 4 people in front of her, continuously retreating. Don't come over. What do you want? What do we want? Luan Sinan grinned lewdly, glancing at the 3 beside him. She actually asks what we want. Ha ha, little junior sister, look how quiet it is around here. Why not play with us? It would be much more fun than cultivating. Shi Yinza laughed creepily as he stepped closer. Yeah, cultivation is so boring. Let us teach you something exciting. Su Yuqing and Xie Zishir also had strange smiles on their faces, one hand continuously rubbing underneath, looking extremely filthy. You guys. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu trembled with anger and turned to flee. Humph, refusing to drink the toast and forcing us to take the hard way. Then don't blame us for being rough. Luan Sinan's expression turned serious as he chased after her in a few steps, raising his hand to unleash a golden true energy blast towards Lu Xinyu's back. Lu Xinyu's pretty face changed. While running, she shot back a water arrow. Bang! The two energies collided, and Lu Xinyu was directly sent flying, hitting the ground but immediately getting back up, using the momentum to attempt to escape again. Just then, Shi Yinza raised his hand, and a vine shot out, wrapping around Lu Xinyu's feet. Caught off guard, Lu Xinyu fell to the ground, and just as she was about to get up, the vine swiftly coiled around her tightly. Sure, brother, you have great skills. The others rushed forward, surrounding Lu Xinyu. No. No. Lu Xinyu looked at them in horror, her body shaking uncontrollably. Scream. The louder you scream, the more excited we become. Wan Sinan squatted down, gazing at Lu Xinyu with interest. TSK, you really look quite lovely. Looking at Shi Yinza and the others, he said, how about I play first? Naturally, the senior brother should go first. The others nodded with smiles and stepped outside, folding their arms and waiting to watch the show. No, let me go. Little junior sister, I advise you to enjoy it. Otherwise, the senior brothers can be quite heavy-handed. Wan Sinan said as he moved to untie Lu Xinyu's clothes. At that moment, Lu Xinyu suddenly gritted her teeth and threw out a yellow talisman. Boom. In an instant, Wan Sinan was sent flying a distance of 10 feet. While Lu Xinyu seized the chance to escape. Poof. Wan Sinan, covered in dirt, spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn woman, if I don't take you down today, I won't be called Wan Sinan. Catch her. Shi Yinza and the others immediately reacted and gave chase. Brother Lu, save me. Lu Xinyu cried out in despair as she ran. Damn woman, no one can save you today. Shi Yinza's expression turned fierce. And as he reached out a foot away from Lu Xinyu, a green vine shot out. Just then, a dark green figure rushed out from the bamboo forest nearby, accompanied by a sinister voice, and a talisman shot directly at Shi Yinza's chest. Boom. The fireball exploded, and Shi Yinza instantly bent over like a shrimp and flew back. Lu Li had no intention of letting Shi Yinza off so easily. He summoned a speed talisman and chased after him like lightning, raising his hand to punch. Buzz. The space seemed to twist. Crack. Like a watermelon exploding, Shi Yinza's head was directly blown apart. Where Shi Yinza fell was just where Xie Zishir and Su Yuqing, who were following closely behind, arrived. Before the two could react, Lu Li threw out 2 talismans, and just as they were sent flying, he followed closely behind Xie Zishir like a parasite. Crack. A punch landed on Xie Zishir's forehead. Then, without caring whether the other was dead or alive, he turned back and punched Su Yuqing's head until it exploded. In less than 10 breaths, the 3 of them had their heads blown off. No, impossible. Wan Sinan, who was about to step forward, saw this and his pupils dilated, his legs trembling as he dared not think further. He reached into his robe, wanting to use a life-saving talisman to escape the secret realm. But at that moment, a small black flag suddenly thrust into the ground in front of him with a thud, and a surge of black mist gushed out from the flag, wrapping around him tightly in the blink of an eye. Luan Sinan instantly felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. His mind seemed frozen, and a strong smell of blood assaulted his senses, making him dizzy. For a moment, he was stunned in place. After several breaths, Luan Sinan suddenly came to his senses and was about to break free from the black mist. But just then, a massive fist came crashing in with a gust of wind. Bang! Luan Sinan was smashed out of the black mist, Half of his head had already disappeared. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Luli took a deep breath, his expression calm. At this moment, he finally felt relieved. In the distance, Lu Xinyu seemed to be stunned, covering her mouth in terror as she watched the scene unfold. Is this boy really the seemingly harmless Luli? Luli did not notice Lu Xinyu's expression. He reached out to summon the blood soul flag, but inadvertently saw Wan Sinan's blood flowing back towards him, continuously surging into the flagpole. With a thought, he raised the small flag and thrust the flagpole into Wan Sinan's lower abdomen. Instantly, the corpse began to rapidly shrink, while a wisp of black-gray mist flew up from Wan Sinan's mind, struggling as it was pulled into the tattered flag. Luli frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. As he probed his consciousness into it, he found that the gray-black mist had transformed into a head without a body, resembling Wan Sinan. The head seemed to sense Lu Li's presence, looking up at him before wailing and drifting around in the flag's internal space. Thus, the Blood Soul flag obtained its first evil spirit. Moments later, Lu Li withdrew the Blood Soul flag. By this time, Luan Sinan's corpse had completely turned into a desiccated corpse, looking quite eerie, even catching Lu Li off guard with such an effect. He searched the corpse and took out a storage bag before heading towards the other 3 corpses. Chapter 41. The Big Green Snake. Until he had turned all 4 into desiccated corpses, Lu Li finally stopped. His principle was either not to act or to eliminate all traces, leaving no hidden dangers for himself. If he let even one of these forgo, it wouldn't be good for him. He couldn't bear the sin of killing fellow disciples. Opening the 4 storage bags to take a look, he collected a total of 5,000 contribution cards and 15 first-grade spirit herbs, 5 of which were green bamboo grass. Additionally, there were 3 low-level entry-level spells. There wasn't even a single talisman. It made sense, though. A mid-level talisman could cost hundreds of contributions, and these people wouldn't be willing to part with them. However, in Lu Li's view, while cultivation was important, having hidden cards was even more crucial. Cultivation was always something visible, but hidden cards could catch one off guard. Returning to Lu Xinyu's side, Lu Li asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" I'm fine. Lu Xinyu's face was a bit pale. "Thank you. You're welcome. If you hadn't helped me find the green bamboo grass, you wouldn't have encountered danger. By the way, the green bamboo grass," Lu Xinyu said as she took out 2 pieces of green bamboo grass from her storage bag and handed them to Lu Li. "I found 2 pieces." Looking at the green bamboo grass in Lu Xinyu's hand and the dirt on her fair little hands, Lu Li's heart trembled slightly, and he carefully accepted them. "Thank you." Lu Xinyu smiled at his words. No need to be polite." With this, Lu Li now had 13 pieces of green bamboo grass. If all the refining of the acupuncture pill succeeded, he could at least refine 13 pills. As for the other 10 spirit herbs collected from Wan Sinan and the others, Lu Li didn't need them for now and planned to use them for task submission. "Let's go. We need to find Senior Brother Chu." Lu Li had already completed his task, and this bamboo forest clearly had no spirit beasts, so they needed to look elsewhere. After walking a few steps, Lu Li noticed that Lu Xinyu seemed to be injured, one hand covering her chest, her complexion difficult, and he frowned. "Do you want to rest for a bit?" I'm fine. Let's find Senior Brother Chu first. There isn't much time left. We need to complete the task quickly." "All right." Lu Xinyu had been injured by Wan Sinan's true energy earlier, walking quite slowly. Lu Li wanted to support her several times, but ultimately held back, causing Lu Xinyu to roll her eyes. Finally, her eyes turned, and she directly fell towards Lu Li. Lu Li was startled and hurriedly caught her. "Junior sister, I think you should rest for a bit." Saying this, he helped her sit down to the side. Lu Xinyu pouted, looking displeased, and then began to circulate her true energy to recover. After a while, Lu Xinyu's complexion improved significantly, and she stood up. "Brother Lu, let's go." The two continued onward. After walking for a while, they suddenly heard Chu Qingfeng's anxious voice from the bamboo forest on their right. Lu Li quickly responded, and moments later, he saw Chu Qingfeng rush out from the bamboo forest. "Junior brother, junior sister, where have you two been?" "Nowhere. We just walked a bit further that way and just came back," Lu Li replied. "Oh." Chu Qingfeng took out 3 pieces of green bamboo grass and handed them to Lu Li. "Junior brother, I found 3 pieces. Do you think we should look for more?" Lu Li accepted them. "I've got enough already. Let's go help you find spirit beasts." With another 3 pieces, he now had 16 pieces of green bamboo grass. "Junior brother, I just saw a large snake over there, and I'm not sure if it's a spirit beast. I'm naturally afraid of snakes, so I didn't dare to get too close." Chu Qingfeng pointed to the direction behind him. "A large snake? It's entirely green, at least as thick as a water bucket and 2 to 3 zhang long. That's huge." This is the first time Lu Li has heard of such a big snake, and for a moment, he felt nervous. "Let's go take a look. If it's too dangerous, we can find a smaller one." In Lu Li's view, the bigger the creature, the harder it would be to deal with. So, the two followed Chu Qingfeng directly towards the northern part of the secret realm. After walking for about half an hour, they faintly heard the sound of flowing water ahead. After 100 steps, Lu Li suddenly saw a hillside on his right, with many protruding stones and some small trees. The sound of water came from a small stream at the junction of the bamboo forest and the hillside, flowing down to the valley below. Before them was also a downward slope covered with lush green bamboo. To the left, There was a rocky hill similar to the one on the right, with trees clustered but not dense. Standing here, looking through the green bamboo, they faced a sheer cliff. On the cliff, there was a wide stone staircase leading up the mountain, about a zhang wide, but very steep, with what seemed to be a cave at the end. There appeared to be some characters on the cave, but it was too far for Lu Li to see what was written. "Brother, where's the big snake you mentioned?" Lu Li asked. Chu Qingfeng scratched his head and pointed to the slope ahead of them. "It was right below here just now. Why is it gone?" "Below here?" Lu Li glanced at the bamboo forest below. The slope wasn't very steep. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go down and take a look. There seemed to be a cave across the way. Could it be the Qingyang Cave? Qingyang Cave? Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu's eyes lit up at the mention and followed Lu Li as they slowly walked down into the valley. The cave was directly opposite them, and heading down into the valley seemed to be the best choice. Wait, when they reached halfway down the mountain, Lu Li suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the left, as if a snake was slithering. He quickly raised his hand to signal the two behind him to stop. He turned his head to look. Hiss! Suddenly, a massive green snake sprang up from the decaying leaves about a zhang away on his left. It raised its green head, opened its large mouth wide, and two sharp fangs gleamed coldly as it lunged at Lu Li. Lu Li let out a strange cry and retreated frantically. At the same time, he reached into his bosom, regardless of what talisman he grabbed, and threw it forward. Boom! A loud explosion. Lu Li didn't look back to see the result, retreating wildly again while pulling out more talismans. He found a speed talisman and stuffed it into his boot, then vigilantly stared at the area enveloped in black smoke. Luckily, the talisman he threw was an explosion talisman. If it had been a speed talisman, that would have been a big joke. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu had already retreated back to the flat area above. Lu Xinyu shouted to Lu Li, "Big brother Lu, come up quickly, don't bother with it." Just as Lu Li was about to respond, the snake's head lunged at him again from the black smoke. If one looked closely, they would see that the green head was already covered in blood, but its eyes were a deep red, clearly having been provoked into a murderous rage by Lu Li. Seeing this, Lu Li's expression hardened, and he threw out another explosion talisman. Boom! This time, Lu Li hit his mark, actually throwing the talisman into the big green snake's mouth. Lu Li clearly saw that the snake's jaw was blown through. With a thud, the snake's head slammed heavily onto the ground, but it didn't die. Instead, it began to thrash wildly, its massive tail whipping back and forth, sending the surrounding bamboo the size of bowls flying in disarray, as if it were in a frenzy. Chapter 42. The Heartless Immortal on the 5th day of the assessment. Time had already passed halfway. In the thatched hut outside the secret realm, Xiao Ju and the others had not left. Sigh, if the restrictions tighten further, the Ancestors' Cave might be permanently closed. I wonder if these little guys will be able to enter the Ancestors' Cave this time, Xiao Ju muttered, staring at the purple mist below the cliff. The Qingyang secret realm seems to have special restrictions, which become stronger over time. According to records, initially, even those at the 12th level of Qi refinement could enter, but as time passed, recently only those at the 3rd level of Qi refinement could get in. The Qingyang sect has gone to great lengths to enter the Qingyang cave and see what's inside, but ultimately gained nothing. The high-level officials of the Qingyang sect watched anxiously, but had no way to resolve it. If the restrictions tightened to the 1st level of Qi refinement, then even sending people in would be futile. Sigh, it's fate. Yutong shook his head and sighed. It is said that the ancestor's cultivation is extraordinary, and his methods of prohibition are even more fearsome. His actions must have deeper meanings. Deeper meanings? Feng Buwei looked at Yutong in confusion. Yes, I've heard someone mention that it seemed abnormal when the ancestor entered the Qingyang secret realm, and he strictly prohibited the disciples of the Qingyang sect from entering the secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, these restrictions may not be natural, but set by the ancestor himself. Perhaps we juniors have made decisions that go against the ancestor. Is there such a thing? Xiao Ju frowned and said, "Why didn't you mention this before?" Yutong smiled bitterly. Actually, I also want to know the ancestor's whereabouts. If he truly passed away in the Qingyang cave, then his abilities might also be in the Qingyang cave. So to put it simply, it's coveting the legacy of the Qingyang true person. Xiao Ju and Feng Buwei understood upon hearing this, as they were also harboring the same mindset. They just didn't know about the ancestor's previous prohibition. It seems that this Qingyang secret realm is not as simple as imagined. Inside the secret realm, Lu Li and his group had already descended into the valley. After crossing the small stream, they found a winding forest path. The group had been walking along the path for several hours, yet they still had not reached the end. It truly felt like chasing a mountain that would tire out a horse. After killing the large green snake last time, they encountered a slightly smaller green snake and a half-zhang-long mutated porcupine. The smaller green snake was easily dealt with by the three, but the mutated porcupine left Lu Li and Chu Qingfeng in a difficult situation, their bodies covered in quills. In the end, Lu Li, with a pained expression, threw out several fireballs to finally deal with it. With that, the three's tasks could be considered complete. What surprised Lu Li was that after walking for so long, they hadn't encountered the other 3 men and 1 woman who entered with them. He didn't know where they had gone. The valley was very quiet. Apart from the footsteps of the 3, there were no other noises, not even birdsong. The ancient trees on both sides were lush, completely blocking the sunlight above. making the path appear somewhat dim. After walking for a while longer, Luli suddenly raised his hand and stopped, his eyes fixed intently on the corner ahead. It seemed there were sounds coming from that direction. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu exchanged glances and quickly halted. Big brother Lu, what's wrong? Lu Xinyu asked in a low voice. There's movement. As soon as Lu Li finished speaking, 3 figures suddenly emerged from around the corner. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman in brownish-yellow clothing leading the way. The group walked ahead with their heads down, not saying a word, their expressions appearing somewhat dejected. Lu Li recognized them. They were the other 4 who had entered the assessment with them, but he didn't know why only 3 remained now. The woman also saw Lu Li and the others, slightly furrowing her brows, and quickly walked over with 2 others, smiling as she said, Junior brother Lu, are you heading to Qingyang Prefecture? Qingyang Prefecture? It seems that the cave on the cliff is indeed Qingyang Prefecture. Lu Li's thoughts turned, and he quickly understood. Nodding in response, yes, senior sister, why have you come back? Hee, that Qingyang Prefecture is not easy to enter. We don't consider ourselves strong enough. And since our mission is not yet complete, we won't waste time going there. At this point, the woman's gaze flickered slightly, and she smiled at Lu Li. You've been in the bamboo forest for so long. You should have completed your mission by now, right? Lu Li shook his head. Not yet. We kept wandering around inside and ended up lost, which is why it took so long. We didn't find many spirit herbs. Is that so? The woman seemed somewhat disbelieving. It's true. Lu Li didn't want to linger with her, directly stating, Senior sister, we wish to take a look at that mysterious cave first. So we will take our leave. Saying this, he exchanged glances with Lu Xinyu and brushed past her. Just as Lu Li walked past the woman, a fierce look suddenly flashed across her face. Raising her hand, a fireball crashed toward Lu Li's back. Watch out! Lu Xinyu exclaimed, quickly moving behind Lu Li. Bang! With a loud explosion, Lu Li felt something hit him. Turning around, his expression changed drastically. It turned out that Lu Xinyu had blocked the attack for him. What are you doing? Chu Qingfeng's expression changed as he rushed over to help Lu Xinyu, glaring at the 3 with anger. What are we doing? The woman smiled slightly. Hand over the spirit herbs on you, or don't blame us for not showing mercy to fellow disciples. The other 2 surrounded Lu Li and the others. 1 on the left and 1 on the right, wearing mocking expressions and not saying a word. At this moment, with one of Lu Li's group injured, they were fully confident in taking them down. You are actually robbing fellow disciples. Chu Qingfeng finally reacted. In his mind, fellow disciples should support each other. How could they do such a thing? Robbing? Hee, the sect has rules against. Boom. Before the woman could finish her sentence, a dark blue figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Raising a hand, a punch. The upper half of her head was smashed to pieces above the nose. The other 2 men still wore mocking expressions. Lu Li turned back, charging at the man on the right with another punch. The man on the left finally reacted, panicking and hurriedly retreating while reaching into his robes. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu broke free from the stunned Chu Qingfeng and shot a water arrow toward the man's chest. The man, in a panic, instinctively used his internal energy to block, but in that moment of hesitation, Lu Li had already taken care of the man on the right and was rushing toward him. Spare me. Boom. All he received was a sharp pain in his chest, and he was sent flying 2 or 3 zhong, crashing heavily into the ancient tree behind him, leaving a gaping hole in his chest. Lu Li's face turned pale as he supported himself on his knees, breathing heavily. This time, he truly gained insight. The senior sister who had just been chatting with him had instantly turned ruthless. The world of cultivators really made one dare not relax. What the others didn't expect was that Lu Li's combat power would be so strong. Being at the 3rd level of Qi training, they couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. It's not that Lu Li was too strong, although he had great strength. If the others had been prepared to dodge, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to die. Unfortunately, they were careless and never expected Lu Li to dare to kill. After all, they just wanted to rob some spirit herbs. Chapter 43. Qingyang Prefecture. Junior sister Lu, you and senior brother Chu go ahead. I will join you shortly. After recovering a bit, Lu Li glanced at Lu Xinyu and Chu Qingfeng. Lu Xinyu understood, nodded, and looked at the still shocked Chu Qingfeng. Senior brother Chu, let us go. Chu Qingfeng nodded woodenly, following Lu Xinyu ahead. Once the 2 had left, Lu Li summoned the Blood Soul banner, inserting it into one person's chest with a puff. Instantly, that person's body began to shrivel, and blood-like gas slowly flowed into the banner pole, while grayish-white gas merged into the banner surface. After about half a quarter of an hour, all 3 corpses had turned into mummies. Lu Li retrieved the Blood Soul banner and found that there were now several bodiless evil spirits in the banner. Some with green faces and sharp teeth, others covered in sores, each with their own characteristics, chasing each other as if they wanted to devour one another. Lu Li withdrew his consciousness, opened the 3 storage bags, and found a total of 6,000 contribution cards, along with some miscellaneous items. As he flipped through them, Lu Li was suddenly attracted by a gray ancient book. Great Yin Forbidden Technique. Looking at the large characters on the cover, Lu Li slightly furrowed his brows and slowly opened it. The Forbidden Ones, based on the 8 directions of the universe, harness the power of all spirits. It can attack, defend, absorb, and limit. After flipping through a few pages, Lu Li realized that this seemed to be a book about forbidden formations and spells. but it was written too profoundly, and just a glance made him feel a bit dizzy. It should be a treasure. This place is not suitable for studying. Lu Li stored the great yin forbidden technique into his spatial hall and moved forward. That Chu Qing Feng is too soft-hearted. I wonder if this will cause trouble. As he walked, Lu Li's gaze flickered, feeling hesitant. He feared that Chu Qing Feng might not withstand the sect's investigation and reveal this matter. But he also didn't want to kill Chu Qing Feng, finding himself in a dilemma. After all, the other party had never thought of harming him and was quite decent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had a chivalrous heart. Before long, Lu Li finally emerged from the forest path and found a spacious platform enclosed by a railing ahead. Behind the platform was a stone staircase leading up the cliff, and at the end of the staircase was a cave that seemed to have no door. Above the entrance were the three large characters, Qingyang Prefecture. At this moment, Lu Xinyu and Chu Qing Feng were about a zhang away from the stone staircase, examining something. As Lu Li approached, he discovered it was a corpse. The body was covered in scars and showed signs of having been burned by fire, looking quite tragic. Big brother Lu Xinyu called out upon turning around. Chu Qing Feng remained silent with a stern expression. Lu Li nodded. Wasn't this the person from earlier? How did he end up dead here? We don't know either. He was already dead when we arrived, Lu Xinyu said. Hearing this, Lu Li squatted down and searched the corpse, finding the storage bag missing. He roughly understood what had happened, shaking his head and saying, it must have been those three from earlier who killed him. Those three? Lu Li did not elaborate. Looking toward the stone staircase leading up, shall we go up and take a look? Okay. Lu Xinyu nodded and followed Lu Li onto the staircase. Chu Qing Feng hesitated for a moment, but followed as well. The staircase, aside from each step being higher than normal, seemed to have no special features. However, when Lu Li took the 10th step, he suddenly felt as if something was weighing down on him. Although it was very slight, he still sensed it. Lu Xinyu, who followed closely, reacted even more strongly, her body shivering slightly as she frowned, and said, there seems to be something strange here. Is there? Lu Li sensed again, but found nothing unusual, and continued forward. When he reached the 20th step, he suddenly felt the weight on him again. As if a brick had been placed on his shoulder, suddenly adding another weight. Strange. Lu Li shook his head and continued onward. On the 30th step, Lu Li felt his body grow heavier again. At this moment, Lu Xinyu, who had caught up, was already sweating on her forehead. Brother Lu, there's likely a gravity restriction array here. Gravity restriction array? Lu Li asked, confused. Yes, I've seen it in the family records. It says that some powerful beings can set up restriction arrays using the terrain, including gravity restriction arrays, which can also be understood as formations. Those who enter will feel a gravity far exceeding that of the outside world, making their movements sluggish. If the restriction array is strong enough, it can even crush someone to death. Is there really such a thing? Lu Li frowned and looked up at the remaining stone steps above, which seemed to have about 70 or 80 more. After hesitating for a moment, he thought, since I've come this far, it would be a pity not to try. So he continued to ascend. The reason he dared to go up was actually related to the fat steward from the Baibao Pavilion, who had specifically pointed out that there was a piece of green stone in Qingyang Mansion, which was enough to indicate that the other party had been to Qingyang Mansion, or that someone had visited it. Since others could reach it, as a body-refining practitioner, he shouldn't be stopped by this gravity restriction array. Unknowingly, Lu Li had reached the 70th step. At this moment, Lu Li felt as if an ordinary person was carrying a bucket of water, although it was somewhat heavy. It was not enough to defeat him. On the other hand, Lu Xinyu beside him was bent over, struggling greatly, gasping for breath. Junior sister, why don't you just stop going up? Lu Li thought, if you can't make it, it's just right. If there's any treasure inside, I'll have to share it with you. Lu Xinyu wiped the sweat from her forehead and glanced at the remaining stone steps. I feel okay. All right then. Lu Li shrugged and continued forward. To Lu Li's surprise, the previously silent Chu Qing Feng seemed to be even more relaxed than Lu Xinyu and even surpassed her later on. By the time they reached the 90th step, the gravity suddenly increased. Lu Li, caught off guard, felt his body shake as if an ordinary person had switched from carrying a bucket of water to a bag of cement. However, after a slight adjustment, Lu Li returned to normal. There were only 9 stone steps left, and the gravity hadn't increased any further. It seemed that this was the highest it could go. It appeared that the so-called gravity restriction array wasn't that formidable after all. Lu Li felt somewhat disappointed because with this level of gravity, it was likely that the 2 people behind him would not be defeated, and if that happened, wouldn't the treasure have to be shared among 3 people? If he were to forcefully send the 2 back, he felt he wouldn't be able to do that. With a sigh, Lu Li finally reached the top of the stone steps. As he stepped onto the highest platform, the gravity on him suddenly disappeared. In front of him was a giant cave entrance that was 2 zhang high and 3 zhang wide. Looking inside, the floor was dark, and at the deepest point was a stone platform with a palm-sized green pebble on top. However, Lu Li's gaze was not on the pebble. Instead, it was on the pile of scattered bones on the futon in front of the stone platform, wrapped in an ink-blue long gown that shimmered with black light. Looking extraordinarily remarkable, Lu Li immediately took a liking to it. However, he was also puzzled. If the gravity restriction array was clearly not very strong, why hadn't those 4 people entered the cave? Also, regarding the fat steward who had tasked him with retrieving the green stone, back when Just as Luli was pondering, Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu also walked up one after the other. Both of them seemed to have exhausted themselves. Bending over and gasping for breath, their faces flushed red. After resting for a quarter of an hour, they finally regained their breath. Brother Lu, why aren't you going in? Lu Xinyu asked. Of course, I'm waiting for you. I'm not the kind of person who eats alone, Luli said calmly, without a hint of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, both of them brightened up, and Chu Qingfeng's originally composed face relaxed a bit as he cupped his hands towards Lu Li. Junior brother's righteousness is commendable, but please never do anything to harm your fellow disciples again. Lu Li's eyes flickered, and he smiled. Of course. I was just angry because they hurt junior sister Lu, and I lost my temper for a moment. Hearing this, Lu Xinyu's eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude, mixed with some conflict. Chu Qingfeng then sighed heavily in relief, thinking that although his junior brother was a bit impulsive, he was indeed good to his own people. He once again cupped his hands and said, Junior brother, everyone has almost recovered. Let's go in together and see what treasures there are. We can divide it among the three of us. All right. Lu Li nodded, extending his hand. Brother, junior sister, please. As he said this, he pretended to walk forward. And the two had no suspicions, stepping straight inside, while Lu Li's raised foot suddenly retracted. Just as the two stepped into the cave, an unexpected change occurred. A yellowish aura suddenly rose up, enveloping the two of them in an instant. Ah! A cry of horror echoed. And Lu Li released his divine sense to see that the two had already collapsed in the yellow mist, their heads pressed tightly against the ground, motionless, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Another gravity restriction array? Lu Li's face changed drastically. After struggling several times, he gritted his teeth and rushed in. And almost instantly, Lu Li felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, his bones creaking under the pressure. Without time to think, Lu Li grabbed one person in each hand and charged out of the cave. Brother, junior sister, are you all right? Lu Li asked anxiously, slapping each of them on the face, trying to wake them up. Uffed. After receiving 2 slaps from Lu Li, the two of them spat out blood and finally regained consciousness. Thank you, junior brother, Chu Qingfeng said, looking pale with lingering fear. Thank you, brother Lu, for saving us. They both said, then began to sit cross-legged to recover. If it weren't for Lu Li's intervention, they would probably have a hard time getting out. Seeing this, Lu Li frowned. There was indeed something wrong here. At this moment, the yellow mist had not dissipated. If it were only the gravity restriction array, that would be fine. But he was worried that there might be other things waiting for him behind the restriction array. With a conflicted expression, he glanced back at the two. But just that glance seemed to reveal that the cooling mountain across was somewhat different, so he turned around to take a look. His face suddenly revealed an incredulous expression, as he discovered that the once vibrant, cooling mountain was now covered with a layer of withered yellow. And the bamboo leaves at the top of the green bamboo were slowly falling. What is going on? Lu Li couldn't understand how it changed so suddenly. Junior brother, I think we should go back. It seems we can't get in here. Chu Qingfeng, having almost recovered, stood up with a look of residual fear. Lu Xinyu simply looked at Lu Li without speaking. Lu Li placed one hand behind his back, lightly tapping his fingers, then shook his head. I want to try again. Saying this, he took out a swift movement talisman and pasted it on his leg, glancing back at the two. You stay here. Chu Qingfeng wanted to say something, but Lu Li had already rushed in. In the yellow mist, Lu Li bent over and moved forward with difficulty. Every step he took had to pause for a moment. This less than 2 zhang of yellow mist felt so distant. The distance to the place with the bones was about 4 or 5 zhang. Although Lu Li was walking slowly, he believed he could get out of the yellow mist without issue. He was worried about what other things might be in the remaining 2 or 3 zhang behind the mist. It took him a full 15 minutes to cover this 2 zhang distance. Just as he was about to reach the edge of the yellow mist, Lu Li suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, and casually took out a storage bag and tossed it forward. Instantly, flames surged ahead, with red flames reaching 4 or 5 feet high, extending right up to a zhang in front of the bones. Is this also a restriction array? Lu Li looked at the rising crimson flames, his heart racing. After staring for a while, he couldn't resist the temptation of the treasure and slowly reached out to test the temperature of the flames. He had tempered his body, and ordinary high temperatures couldn't harm him, but he was afraid that this flame would exceed his limits. After several tests, Lu Li's face suddenly lit up with joy. No problem. Although the flames were a bit scorching, they were still bearable for him. With a sudden burst of strength, he leaped directly through the yellow mist. And just as he left the mist, he felt his body lighten and unexpectedly jumped 5 or 6 feet, landing right in the center of the flames. The flames roared, and a sudden smell of charred flesh wafted through the air. Looking down, Lu Li found that while his body was fine, his clothes had been completely burned away, and not a single hair remained on him. He rubbed his head, and the charred ashes fell off. Turning around, he saw Lu Xinyu outside scream and turn away instantly. Lu Li grinned and dashed forward, completely naked. The moment he stepped out of the flames, both the yellow mist and the flames disappeared. The barrier was broken? Lu Li was taken aback. Not having time to think, he hurriedly grabbed the dark blue robe and put it on. Seeing this, Chu Qingfeng's face lit up with joy, and he rushed in as well. Damn! Lu Li was halfway through putting on his clothes when he saw Chu Qingfeng charging in. He didn't care about his clothes anymore and rushed to the side of the long table, snatching up the blue stone. Chu Qingfeng entered and saw that there was nothing left inside. Glancing around, he suddenly noticed a blue jade bottle beside the long table and hurriedly rushed over. Lu Li initially wanted to take the jade bottle as well, but thought better of it. He shouldn't be too ruthless, especially since they were acquaintances. Besides these two items, the entire cave was empty, with some remnants indicating that there should have been many treasures inside, but they had disappeared over time. Chu Qingfeng glanced at the blue jade bottle and was about to open it to see what was inside when he suddenly noticed that Lu Li's expression was somewhat abnormal. At that moment, Lu Li's face was extremely strange, alternating between blue and red, with his eyes showing the same colors. "Junior brother, what's wrong with you?" Chu Qingfeng's expression changed, and he hurriedly approached to inquire. "Step back," Lu Li croaked out, struggling to say two words. At that moment, a gray shadow suddenly rushed into his mind, competing and merging with his consciousness. "Kid, stop struggling. Becoming my physical body is a fortune you have accumulated over 8 lifetimes. I have waited for this day for hundreds of years." The gray shadow suddenly transformed into an eerie middle-aged man, with extraordinary features, long black hair, and a blood-red flame mark on his forehead. Seize the body." Lu Li suddenly thought of a term, his eyes filled with terror. Chapter 45. Qingfeng seizing the body means that once one's consciousness reaches a certain realm, it can merge with the soul, forming an independent spirit. After the original body dies, the spirit can still act independently, seizing another's body for its own use. However, this ability is generally only initially possessed in the nascent soul stage, but it cannot survive for long, meaning that this person's original cultivation level is likely above the nascent soul. This left Lu Li in a panic. The two entities began to tug of war in Lu Li's mind. "Give up. My methods are not something a mere chi refining stage pawn like you can resist." The eerie man devoured while speaking to disrupt him. "Am I going to die?" Lu Li felt intense pain in his mind, replaying scenes from his journey. "No, I can't die. I've worked so hard to reach today. How can I die here?" The more he recalled, the more unwilling he became, until he remembered the scene of trading at the Baobao building. Lu Li seemed to grasp something, shouting, "Flag, come." Suddenly, a 5-foot small flag appeared out of nowhere, and with a crack, it plunged into the ground before Lu Li, releasing a torrent of bloody aura, as 6 or 7 ferocious evil spirits roared and charged into Lu Li's mind. Lu Li pointed at the eerie man. "Bite him to death." The evil spirits roared and instantly pounced on the eerie man. "No, how could a righteous disciple like you craft such an evil weapon?" The eerie man, upon seeing the evil spirits charging towards him, immediately abandoned the struggle for Lu Li's body and shot out with a whoosh, while outside. Chu Qingfeng looked on with a worried expression. However, in the next moment, a wisp of gray-black energy suddenly surged into his mind. "Ah!" Chu Qingfeng instantly screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Hearing the scream, Lu Li's expression changed, and he immediately directed the evil spirits from the flag to charge into Chu Qingfeng's mind. No. But what came back was Chu Qingfeng's scream of agony. Lu Li's face changed, and he quickly retracted the evil spirits. But just then, Chu Qingfeng suddenly stood up, his eyes darkly fixed on Lu Li. "Kid, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't used the soul flag to suppress his consciousness, I wouldn't have succeeded so quickly. You are not Brother Chu." Lu Li's face changed, and he took a couple of steps back. "Brother Chu, you can also call me Brother Chu. But my name is Qingfeng." As he spoke, he extended his palm. "The Great Yin Forbidden Technique is in your hands. Hand it over." "What do you mean?" Lu Li warily eyed Chu Qingfeng. "Don't pretend to be confused with me. I have merged with this kid's memories. You killed those few people, and it's impossible you didn't take the Great Yin Forbidden Technique. Moreover, let me tell you, this Great Yin Forbidden Technique was something I expended great effort to throw out, just to have you learn the formations inside and come here to accept my body seizure. Unfortunately, those people were just too useless. Not only did they take the Forbidden Technique without researching it, but they also fought among themselves. So it turns out, all of this was your doing." Lu Li finally understood why the Great Yin Forbidden Technique was in the hands of those few people. Enough. I think although you are in the Qingyang sect, your methods have quite the style of my demon sect. Hand over the Great Yin Forbidden Technique, and I will spare your life." Qingfeng extended his hand, waiting for Lu Li to hand over the Great Yin Forbidden Technique. "Dream on." Lu Li lifted the flag and shot it towards Qingfeng. "A mere ant dares to oppose me." Qingfeng's expression turned cold, and he formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, blood mist surged around him. But after flickering for a moment, the blood mist suddenly receded, and Qingfeng's expression turned extremely ugly. "What a waste. Even a single person couldn't be killed. And I couldn't even unleash my blood sea technique." While speaking, he swayed his body, dodging the blood soul flag, breathing heavily. "It seems you are nothing special." Seeing this, Lu Li felt reassured and activated the swift talisman under his feet to charge at Qingfeng. Outside, Lu Xinyu saw that Lu Li was no longer using the blood soul flag and rushed in as well, raising her hand to cast a water blue palm print towards Qingfeng's back. A little trick. Qingfeng's figure flickered, disappearing like a ghost, and in the next moment, he appeared right in front of Lu Li, then raised his hand and punched towards Lu Li's chest. Lu Li didn't expect the opponent to be so fast, and could only hurriedly raise his fist to meet it. Bang! With a loud crash. Both of them were forced back 5 steps. Qin Feng steadied himself, his expression growing more and more unsightly. He was actually pushed back 5 steps by a mere chi-refining third-layer ant, but before he could speak, 3 water arrows shot towards him again. Little brat, do you really think my patience is endless? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a red glow, and he slightly tilted his body to dodge the water arrows. Then, as if teleporting, he covered 3 zhang in an instant, and with a kick, he sent Lu Xinyu flying out of the cave. Junior sister. Lu Li exclaimed in surprise and chased after them again. The two began to fight in the cave. At first, Lu Li was completely like a punching bag, being knocked around by Qin Feng, blood flowing from his mouth and looking very disheveled. However, as time passed, Qin Feng's true energy was exhausted, and Lu Li gradually gained the upper hand with his brute strength, occasionally throwing out talismans that made Qin Feng suffer immensely. Bang! Another collision, and both of them became unsteady. Kid, this ends here for today. Once I recover, I'll come to take your life, Qin Feng said, taking out a purple jade tablet and threatening, you better not reveal my existence, or I'll expose everything about you killing your fellow disciples and possessing the Blood Soul banner. With that, he crushed the jade tablet with a snap, and his entire person disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the Qingyang secret realm began to tremble. Lu Li's expression changed drastically. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed out of the cave. The moment he burst out of the cave, he was stunned by the scene outside. The once lush green valley had turned lifeless. The leaves of the ancient trees had all fallen, and the trunks were covered in cracks, looking as if they had been dead for countless years. Moreover, the entire secret realm was shaking violently, as if it was about to explode. There was no time to think. Lu Li quickly pulled up Lu Xinyu. Junior sister, hurry, crushed the jade tablet. Lu Xinyu looked seriously injured, and upon hearing this, she didn't hesitate. She hurriedly took out the jade tablet, infused it with true energy, and with a snap, crushed it to pieces. Seeing Lu Xinyu disappear, Lu Li also crushed his own jade tablet in a similar manner. After a dizzying spin, Lu Li fell with a thud at the foot of a cliff, and then he felt someone pick him up and move rapidly. In a blur, Lu Li seemed to hear a rumble and the sound of falling rocks before being thrown to the ground. He didn't know how long it had been when he finally woke up. Chapter 46. Return. Opening his eyes, he realized he was out of the secret realm, lying on a small path outside. The cliff in the distance had collapsed, and amidst the rubble, he could vaguely see the shadow of the thatched cottage from before. Lu Xinyu was also lying on the grass beside the path, still unconscious. Xiao Zhu and the other 2 were surrounding Qin Feng, asking him something. Upon seeing Lu Li awake, they all gathered around him again. Xiao Zhu asked, Kid, are you okay? At this time, Lu Li was wearing a dark blue robe, which shimmered with a remarkable blue light, but his shiny bald head looked somewhat amusing. He stood up, scratched his head. I'm fine. What exactly happened inside? Xiao Zhu's eyes were fixed on Lu Li. Lu Li frowned slightly and looked through the gaps between the people, only to see Qin Feng calmly gazing at him. His expression very indifferent, without a hint of tension, which made Lu Li a bit uncertain. He was so calm. Lu Li squinted slightly, took a deep breath, and said, I don't know either. We were collecting spirit herbs when suddenly the secret realm began to shake violently, and I got scared and came out. After a quick mental calculation, Lu Li held back his thoughts. This person was behaving too calmly, and he suspected that even if he mentioned taking over Chu Qingfeng's body, the 3 elders might not notice anything unusual. If he angered the other party and revealed the incident of using an evil artifact to kill his fellow disciples, he would only get himself into trouble, because although the secret realm was shattered, those corpses might not have been destroyed yet. Of course, Lu Li wasn't afraid of the elders investigating. The Blood Soul banner was in the spatial hall, and he was confident that no one else could discover the existence of the pagoda besides himself. However, this way, neither he nor Qin Feng would gain any advantage, which was completely pointless internal strife, and it might even provoke this 1,000-year-old evil spirit, which was really not worth the risk. Hearing Lu Li's words, the 3 elders exchanged glances, all showing deep suspicion. As for Qin Feng, he had not raised his eyelids the entire time, seemingly unfazed by Lu Li's actions. Senior brother, do you think it could be a case of extreme changes leading to reversal? Fang Buwei suddenly looked at Xiao Zhu thoughtfully and said, What do you mean by extreme changes leading to reversal? Xiao Zhu asked. It's like this. Since the restriction of the secret realm might have been set by the ancestor, its purpose should be to limit the Qingyang sect disciples from entering the secret realm. And as the restriction strengthens, it must consume a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Could it be that when the consumption reached a certain extent, the supply of spiritual energy could not keep up, resulting in the self-destruction of the restriction? Fang Buwei explained. I think the third one makes sense, Yutong nodded. This possibility cannot be ruled out, Xiao Zhu agreed. Looking at Lu Li, when you came out, besides the secret realm shaking, did you notice any other abnormalities? Reporting to the elder, I saw that all the ancient trees inside instantly withered, Lu Li said truthfully. He was also curious as to why the secret realm would suddenly explode. After hearing this, the 3 nodded in agreement, and Fang Buwei said, Then it should be correct. The withering of the ancient trees indicates that the restriction not only consumed spiritual energy, but also absorbed the vitality of the secret realm. The three then inquired about some matters regarding Qingyang Mansion, but Lu Li frankly stated that he hadn't had time to enter Qingyang Mansion, brushing it off. During the questioning, Lu Xinyu also woke up, and it was unclear whether she had heard the conversation among Lu Li and the others. But what she said was nearly identical to Lu Li's account, which made Lu Li secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After further discussion among the three elders, Yutong led Lu Li and the others to the External Affairs Hall to handle formalities. In the second floor of the External Affairs Hall, Yutong had the group take out their pouches and task items for inspection, then personally registered them. After completing the registration, he handed each of them a storage bag, saying, "This storage bag is a reward for you becoming formal disciples. In addition, it contains a badge, a token, and a complete Qingyang scripture." Complete Qingyang scripture? Yes. The Qingyang scripture you practiced before could only be cultivated to the qi refining stage, while the complete Qingyang scripture can support you to cultivate to the foundation establishment perfection stage. So that's how it is. Lu Li had thought that the previous Qingyang scripture had flaws. Now, with the complete Qingyang scripture, it could enhance the cultivation speed. However, it turned out to just add methods to reach the foundation establishment stage, which was somewhat disappointing. Yutong ignored Lu Li's change in expression, explained some matters regarding formal disciples, and then called Lu Feng to take Lu Li and the others to find their residence. The residence area for formal disciples was on the west side of the sect square, with a wide tree-lined avenue extending from the square all the way to the foot of a majestic peak. On both sides of the avenue were neatly arranged individual courtyards, probably numbering in the hundreds. The individual courtyards were built luxuriously, a far cry from the quarters where the miscellaneous disciples lived. Lu Feng pointed to the high peak behind the courtyard and said, "That is Qingyun Peak. The spiritual energy there is much denser than at the foot of the mountain. Once you reach the 8th level of qi refinement, you can move from the courtyard below to the cave dwellings above to cultivate." Lu Li looked up and saw that Qingyun Peak was shrouded in clouds and mist, resembling a fairyland, which made him yearn for it greatly. After finishing, Lu Feng led the group further, and they first walked along the main path for a while, then entered a ramp. Walking all the way to the end of the ramp, where they finally stopped in front of an individual courtyard, Lu Feng took out 3 jade keys and handed them to the three respectively, saying, "The courtyard door has defensive restrictions, and this is the key to the restrictions. You must keep it safe. If you lose it, you will have to compensate 500 contribution points." Lu Li held the key and glanced at the silent Qin Feng, feeling something was off in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he pulled Lu Feng aside and asked softly, "Senior Lu, is there a separate courtyard available? I really can't get used to living with strangers." It wasn't that Lu Li disliked living with strangers. If it were just Lu Xinyu, it would be fine. But as for Qin Feng, it was better to avoid him. Lu Feng shook his head. "Junior brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that there's no way. Don't be fooled by the number of courtyards here. Each courtyard actually houses many people. Please bear with it for now. Once someone moves up the mountain, I'll help you find a separate courtyard." How does that sound? Lu Feng actually had some fondness for Lu Li. If it were anyone else, he might have already stormed off and wouldn't he have been so polite in discussing this. Hearing this, Lu Li felt disappointed but still politely cupped his hands and said, "Then I will trouble Senior Lu. If there is a vacant courtyard in the future, I would appreciate it if you could let me know. I will not forget your kindness." "All right, I've noted it down. You can go in and have a look first. I'll take my leave." Lu Feng gave a brief instruction and then left. Lu Li shook his head helplessly. When he walked back, the courtyard door was already open. But Lu Xinyu was still waiting at the entrance for him. Seeing Lu Li return, she asked, "Lu De Gu, what did you need to talk to him about?" "Nothing. Just chatting. Let's go in." Lu Li smiled lightly, not providing further explanation, and walked straight inside. Upon entering, directly opposite was a main house with 3 connected rooms, with a living room in the middle and bedrooms on both sides. To the left of the courtyard was a guest house with 2 connected rooms. The courtyard was paved with flooring, and the flower bed in the corner had some flowers and a nameless ancient tree, which made the place look much better than the servant valley. After roughly understanding the layout, Lu Li chose the room on the right side of the main house. Lu Xinyu said she didn't want to be too close to Qin Feng, so she chose the room on the left side of the main house. Qin Feng remained silent throughout, quietly watching the two come and go, as if observing 2 lambs awaiting slaughter. Unable to endure such a gaze, Lu Li exchanged a few words with Lu Xinyu before heading towards his own room. The walls of the room were not just thin boards like in the servant valley, but were built from thick ancient stones, with a stone door that provided a strong sense of security. This made Lu Li feel slightly relieved, as Qin Feng's current cultivation level likely wouldn't easily shake these walls. Qin Feng felt like a thorn in his heart. He couldn't think of a way to eliminate him and instead had to constantly worry about being schemed against. He gently pushed the stone door, finding it somewhat laborious even though his basic strength had reached 3,000. Fortunately, there was a mechanism button nearby that could close the door with a gentle press. After securing the stone door, Lu Li walked straight to the table and began to count the gains from this secret realm expedition. In the first layer of the pagoda's medicinal garden, 16 stalks of emerald bamboo grass were growing vigorously, filling Lu Li with anticipation. He thought it was time to find an opportunity to go out and seek the other 3 materials for the acupoint piercing pill. The effects of the acupoint piercing pill were incredibly remarkable. 1 pill could open up an acupoint, undoubtedly making it the best choice for him to quickly enhance his cultivation. Besides the emerald bamboo grass, Luli was surprised to find that the mysterious pearl grass he had collected from Tianju Peak had actually grown to 50 spirit patterns. This puzzled him. It had only been just over a year. How did it grow from 30 to 50 so quickly? Could it be that this layer of the medicinal garden could accelerate growth? Thinking of this, his breathing became a bit hurried. If that were true, wouldn't he be able to quickly cultivate a large number of spiritual herbs in the future? Wait, that's not right. Luli had not noticed before, but upon closer inspection, he found that the land in the medicinal garden had actually expanded significantly, reaching over 3 zhang. It turned out that the medicinal garden could indeed expand. When he initially activated the small pagoda, he received related information stating that the more spiritual items inside, the larger the first layer's space would become. Now it seemed to be true. After exiting the medicinal garden, Luli poured his consciousness into the second layer's spatial hall. As expected, the second layer's spatial hall had expanded to a 30 zhang square area due to the expansion of the first layer's medicinal garden. With a thought, he took out an ancient book and a palm-sized blue pebble from the spatial hall. This was the greatest gain from this secret realm journey. Curiously, he picked up the blue stone and examined it closely. After a while, Luli couldn't help but feel disappointed. The blue stone looked just like an ordinary pebble, without anything special about it. Why did the fat steward value this blue stone so highly? Luli's eyes flickered. Could it be that it was just because this thing was placed prominently, and he mistook it for a treasure? No, it should be something more than that. While pondering, a sudden thought struck him. He bit his middle finger, forcing a drop of blood to fall onto the blue stone. The blood was instantly absorbed by the blue stone. Then, the blue stone shook, and golden characters flew out from within, automatically arranging themselves to form a scripture that hovered in front of Luli, Tai Xian Jing. Seeing the first 3 large characters, Luli trembled with excitement. This was actually the Tai Xian Jing. In the next moment, those golden characters twisted and surged into Luli's mind. Before Luli could examine it in detail, an old and weak voice suddenly sounded from within the blue stone. I am Yi Qingyang. I was invaded by a demon, and to prevent the demon from harming the sect, I confined myself in this secret realm. Now feeling my end approaching, I leave behind the Tai Xian Jing and the Dian forbidden technique. The Tai Xian Jing belongs to the Tai Xian Dao sect of our sect. If anyone from our sect obtains it, they must hand it over to the sect for proper handling and must not make it public, lest they attract disaster. The Dian forbidden technique records the inheritance of forbidden paths against the heavens. I obtained it by chance, and all my array and forbidden skills stem from this. If a fated person obtains it, they must store it carefully. Once this item is made public, it could become an enemy of the world, making it hard to end well. So terrifying? Luli stared at the ancient book on the table, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. After the old voice finished speaking, there was no further response. Luli tentatively called out a few times, "Senior," and after confirming there was indeed no response, he picked up the blue stone again for inspection. The blue stone appeared unchanged, but the Tai Xian Jing had now belonged to Luli. With a thought, he realized that the fat steward wanted the blue stone, so he might as well take it to exchange for some contributions. Putting away the blue stone, Luli picked up the Dian forbidden technique and began to read through it. Is this not boasting? Upon reaching the end of the outline, Luli's eyes widened in surprise, as there was a line of text written at the back. Those who master the forbidden technique can reverse the hand to create prohibitions, and everything their mind reaches becomes a forbidden area. Confinement, annihilation, life, death, and control are all just a thought away. This meant that wherever others stood, with a wave of their hand, as long as their consciousness could sense the area, it would all turn into a forbidden zone. Life and death, plunder, all would be within their thoughts. If this were true, then the Dian forbidden technique was indeed terrifying beyond measure. One must know that true great beings can cover vast distances with their consciousness in an instant. If paired with the Dian forbidden technique, wouldn't that be directly against the heavens? However, when he eagerly flipped to the next pages, he found that he could only see the first article, 100 Resolutions of Symbolic Prohibition. As for the 2 articles mentioned in the outline, 100 Resolutions of Array Prohibition and Dian Forbidden Technique, they seemed to be stuck together, making them impossible to open. He flipped to the last page of Symbolic Restrictions and their solutions and discovered it stated, only upon successful foundation establishment can one practice the array restriction techniques. It turned out that it wasn't stuck. Rather, his cultivation level was insufficient. Luli understood that he could only read the second section once he reached the foundation establishment stage. After looking for a while longer, Luli finally put away the Great Restriction technique. The first section discussed various talisman-making techniques and rune carving, which required many materials that he currently didn't have time to gather. His urgent task now was to collect materials for the acupuncture pill to break through his cultivation. The path of talismans had to be postponed until he had time to study it later. In the evening, Luli finished counting all his gains, stretched lazily, and muttered, I should go find the fat steward to report in. He's still owing me 100,000 contributions. With that, he opened the mechanism and walked out. Just as he exited the courtyard, a man in gray followed him out. mirroring Lu Li's steps. Lu Li suddenly turned around and glared at Qin Feng. What do you want? Qin Feng looked at Lu Li calmly and said, Kid, hand over the Great Restriction technique to me, and I won't make things difficult for you. How about I take you as my disciple? Chapter 48. Perspective. Give me some time to think about it, okay? Lu Li didn't directly refuse, as he was worried that being too firm would provoke Qin Feng into a corner. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes brightened. Thinking that this kid was somewhat sensible and understood that such a reverse destiny item was beyond his control, he nodded and said, all right, I'll give you a month to consider. With that, he turned and walked back. Seeing that Qin Feng was no longer following him, Lu Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and headed towards the sect square. When he arrived at the treasure pavilion, the fat steward was busy. Upon seeing Lu Li come in, his face lit up, and he urged the inner disciples, hurry up, hurry up. Why are you dawdling over a few hundred contributions? It's really embarrassing. The several disciples turned red and blue at once upon hearing this, and they directly turned to leave, muttering, forget it, we're not buying anymore. Let's go exchange for the condensing true pill. Exactly. Humph, buy it if you want. The fat steward walked out from behind the counter, closed the door with a bang, rubbed his hands with a face full of anticipation, and asked, so, did you get it? Lu Li smiled lightly, waved his hand, and the green stone appeared in his hand. Is this it? Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Quickly, give it to me. The fat steward didn't care how Lu Li got it, and trembled as he reached for the green stone. Hey, Lu Li raised an eyebrow, putting the green stone away. Did my senior forget something? Forget what? The fat steward was taken aback, then laughed heartily. You little rascal. Saying that, he took out 10 gold cards and handed them to Lu Li. 100,000 contributions. Count them. Lu Li's eyes sparkled as he took the cards, and indeed, there were 10 cards of 10,000 each. He nodded, not too much, just right, 100,000. After a pause, he pretended to be puzzled and asked, Senior, what's so special about this green stone that makes you so obsessed? I don't know, but I feel this item is extraordinary. Enough nonsense, quickly give it to me. The fat steward said impatiently. Lu Li didn't say much more, handed over the green stone, and he wasn't worried about the fat steward leaking this matter. According to the rules, anything obtained in the Qingyang mansion must be submitted to the sect, and privately profiting from it was a serious crime. If he exposed himself, he wouldn't gain any benefits. The fat steward took the green stone without even looking at it, and urged Lu Li to leave quickly. Lu Li looked at the fat steward with a hint of curiosity and jokingly asked if he could buy some talismans. During this trip to the secret realm, he had used up almost all the talismans he bought last time, leaving only 3 earth-trapping talismans. Now that he was in trouble with Qin Feng, he had to be prepared. After some haggling, Lu Li bought 30 explosive talismans and 25 speed talismans for 11,000 contributions. With that, all the contributions he had scavenged from the secret realm were gone, leaving him with just the 100,000 contributions he had just received from the fat steward. He planned to exchange all of these for condensing true pills, cultivate for a bit, and then find an opportunity to escape from Qin Feng to search for the whereabouts of thunderfire orchids and other spiritual herbs. Wait. As Lu Li was about to leave, the fat steward's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled out a yellow-covered book from his pocket and said mysteriously, Junior brother, speaking of life-saving things, it has to be one's own strength. Look, this movement technique is of high earth rank. It's rarely seen in 100 years. Movement technique. Lu Li was taken aback. Movement techniques were quite rare. Even high earth rank techniques were hard to come by in the Qingyang sect. Typically, movement techniques had no attribute restrictions and anyone could cultivate them. Compared to combat skills, movement techniques were the real life-saving skills. If you couldn't win, you could run away. He grabbed the ancient book, and the first thing that caught his eye was the 3 characters' swift wind steps. Opening the first page, Lu Li's expression turned peculiar because it clearly stated, use wind as your spirit, light your body, like wind and shadow, with no trace to be found. This was a wind attribute movement technique. No wonder the other party was willing to part with it. Looking across the entire Qingyang sect, aside from himself and Xinzhong, it would be hard to find another person with wind attributes. However, the fat steward couldn't possibly know that he had wind attributes. Was he trying to trick me? Thinking of this, Lu Li pretended not to understand and pointed to the words use wind as your spirit on the first page, asking, Senior brother, what does this mean? Upon hearing this, the fat steward involuntarily showed a hint of evasion in his eyes, awkwardly laughing. This, should mean to make a person as free as the wind, right? This proves that this technique is extraordinary. Keep making things up. Lu Li chuckled inwardly but didn't expose him, instead nodding seriously. Seeing Lu Li nod, the fat steward became even more boastful. Junior brother, to be honest, if it weren't for me being too fat to fly, I would never part with this technique. You don't know how rare movement techniques are. Let me tell you, not to mention high earth rank movement techniques. Even Xian rank movement techniques are hard to find throughout the eastern wilderness. Really? Lu Li raised an eyebrow. How much? 100,000 contributions. The fat steward thought to himself, this technique is good, but he had never seen anyone with wind attributes, so he could profit off this kid. It was just his bad luck. 100,000? Why don't you go rob someone? Lu Li tossed it back directly, pretending to leave. Wait, don't go. Just tell me how much you want. We're brothers, name your price. The The fat steward panicked as Lu Li was about to leave. He had shown this movement technique to many inner disciples, but they all just glanced at it and then rejected it. Today he finally caught a fool, and he had to get rid of this thing. Hearing this, Lu Li stopped, raised 3 fingers, thought for a moment, and then raised one more, 40,000. I won't take a penny more. Seeing Lu Li first raise 3 fingers and then change to 4, the fat steward thought 40,000 might really be this fool's limit. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll give it to you." He was willing to sell the swift wind steps at such a low price. And he had to start from the origin of this technique. This technique was actually a loss he suffered when he was a servant. At that time, he didn't understand anything and wanted to learn a movement technique. By chance, he found this dusty swift wind steps in a corner on the first floor of the technique building. The old man guarding the building saw him choose swift wind steps and not only didn't warn him, but smiled and said, "Young man, your taste is really good." This made him waste 3,000 contributions. Thinking back on it now made him grind his teeth in hatred. "Thank you." After obtaining the Gale step, Lu Li was overjoyed and thought to himself that today was indeed a good day. He expressed his gratitude and walked outside. "No need for thanks. I hope you won't hold a grudge against me in the future," the plump steward muttered to himself, suddenly recalling his past experiences in the martial arts building. A wicked sense of amusement surged within him, and he shouted at Lu Li's retreating figure, "Junior brother, you have a good eye." Chapter 49, Gale, my eye for talent is naturally good. Lu Li smiled slightly and headed straight for the alchemy pavilion. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Lu Li exchanged the remaining 60,000 contributions for 60 bottles of essence solidification pills, much to the astonishment of the pavilion steward. He then hurried back to his dormitory. Each bottle contained 10 pills, and each bottle cost 1,000 contributions. After walking for a while, Lu Li suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at a man behind him wearing a white sun and blue sword badge. "What do you mean by following me, senior brother?" The man, seeing that Lu Li had noticed him, approached with a smile and said, "Junior brother, you can't possibly use so many essence solidification pills at once. Why not lend me a few bottles?" Lu Li frowned slightly and replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm helping another senior brother exchange these. I can't lend them to you." After saying this, he turned and walked away, releasing his spiritual sense to remain alert to any movements behind him. Upon hearing that Lu Li was helping another senior brother, the man showed a hint of hesitation. By the time he looked again, Lu Li had already walked far away, muttering to himself, "You're lucky this time." He then turned and left. Lu Li sighed in relief when he saw that the man did not pursue him. He thought to himself that the principle of not flaunting wealth was indeed correct, and it seemed he would have to be more cautious in the future. Although he was a formal disciple, his cultivation level was the lowest, so suddenly possessing so many essence solidification pills would certainly attract attention. Before long, Lu Li returned to his small courtyard. The door of Qin Feng's room was tightly shut. Presumably he was cultivating inside, and there was no sign of Lu Xinyu in the courtyard. When Lu Li entered the living room, he found Lu Xinyu sitting at the door of the left room, staring blankly. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her face was somewhat pale. Lu Li frowned slightly and walked over to ask, "Junior sister, are you sick? Why is your face so pale?" Lu Xinyu shivered slightly, not lifting her head, instead burying it down and saying, I'm fine. Junior sister, if you're sick, you need to get treated. I'm really fine." "All right." Lu Li looked at Lu Xinyu for a moment, then turned and returned to his room. With 60 bottles of essence solidification pills, totaling 600 pills, each with an effect lasting for 1 hour. He calculated that he could use them continuously in the time hall for 50 days, which was equivalent to 5 days in the outside world. If news of him finishing 600 pills in 5 days got out, someone would likely want to capture him for research. Lu Xinyu watched as Lu Li's room door slowly closed, her reddened eyes revealing a hint of struggle. Suddenly, she coughed violently, covering her mouth. When she opened her palm, it was covered in blood. She sobbed softly, Why does heaven treat me this way?" Inside the room, Lu Li lay motionless on the bed, his mind already entering the time hall. He was not in a hurry to cultivate, but began to carefully review his memories of the Taishan classic. Those golden small characters had merged with his memory since entering his mind. He just hadn't comprehended them yet. It was like reading a book. He remembered the words, but didn't understand their meanings. As he continued to read, the joy on Lu Li's face grew stronger. The Taishan classic was indeed more complete than the Qingyang technique he had practiced before, and the methods for absorbing and refining were more advanced. Moreover, the Taishan classic could cultivate to the Yuaning level, although that was still a bit far for him. After studying for 4 or 5 hours, Lu Li thoroughly grasped the Qi refinement chapter, then sat cross-legged in the hall to begin absorbing. As he operated the incantation, the spiritual energy within a Tianzhong radius immediately surged toward his body. The speed was remarkably fast, far beyond what the Qingyang technique could compare to. Once the spiritual energy entered his dantian, Lu Li began to separate and refine it according to the methods described in the Taishan classic. The refining speed was more than twice as fast as that of the Qingyang technique, and he was not even using the essence solidification pills. This meant that his current state could fully match the previous state when using the Qingyang technique with pills. This gave Lu Li even more confidence. Who said that a 9-spirit root couldn't cultivate immortality? It was just that he hadn't encountered a powerful technique before. Of course, Others would definitely not be able to, because even if they had techniques, they wouldn't have as much time. After a round of refining, Luli thought of something, and 60 jade bottles immediately appeared in front of him. He opened one, took out a dark green essence solidification pill, and swallowed it. He then took a deep breath, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him once again. With the support of the essence solidification pill, the refining speed increased significantly. Thus, Luli continued to refine, breaking through acupoints, refining, and breaking through, busy to the point of joy. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed in the outside world. During this time, Luli had also come out twice, both times to get some dry rations from the dining hall before hurriedly returning. Each time he returned, he saw Lu Xinyu sitting at the door, staring blankly. Her complexion seemed to be getting paler, and her eyes even appeared a bit dark. But no matter how Lu Li inquired, she insisted she was fine. This left Lu Li with no way to help her. On the 100th day in the secret realm, Lu Li suddenly moved, instantly appearing 10 zhang away, his speed so fast that one could only see an afterimage. One breath, 10 zhang. This gale step has been mastered, Lu Li said with delight, murmuring to himself. He had stopped practicing the Taishan classic on the 70th day of the secret realm after opening the 26th acupoint and had switched to practicing the gale step. By now, he had reached what seemed to be the mid-stage of the third layer. According to the records of the gale step, one breath covering 10 zhang was considered entry level, 20 zhang was minor success, 50 zhang was major success, and 100 zhang was perfection. Of course, this was the best state during the qi refinement stage. If he reached the foundation establishment stage, the speed he could unleash would depend entirely on the amount of true qi used and the strength of his body, with no specific upper limit. This was the terrifying aspect of the gale step. Lu Li wondered if the gale step had any fighting power compared to Qin Feng's ghost-like movement technique. He still felt lingering fear when he thought back to that day in the Qingyang mansion, where Qin Feng's movement was almost like teleportation. If he hadn't had a strong enough body and Qin Feng had been in better condition, he might not have been able to leave alive. Suddenly, Lu Li looked at the dark blue robe he was wearing and noticed that there was still a faint ink-like glow swirling on it. He frowned slightly. The robe looked good, but it seemed a bit too eye-catching. Moreover, it felt a bit loose on him, not fitting well. This item was clearly not an ordinary product. On a whim, Lu Li squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip and let it fall onto the robe. In an instant, the robe shimmered with a ghostly light, and a stream of information flowed into Lu Li's mind. Ink Cloud Treasure Robe can shrink and expand freely, can repair and clean itself. It really can recognize its master. Lu Li thought, and with a thought, the robe suddenly transformed into a fitted dark blue battle suit, identical to the one he had worn before, but much better fitting. This is a good item. It feels much more comfortable now. Lu Li examined himself and moved his body around, feeling much more at ease. He didn't like robes. This battle suit was much more convenient for movement. With another thought, the flowing light around him disappeared, making it look no different from ordinary clothing. Ding ding ding. Just then, a series of crisp sounds suddenly came from the roof. Lu Li quickly exited the time hall and opened the door to find that it was Lu Xinyu. Chapter 50 Departure Junior Sister, is something the matter? Lu Xinyu nodded slightly, looking at Lu Li, who hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Lu, I have taken on 2 tasks. Can you accompany me? Tasks? What tasks? Lu Li knew that formal disciples could claim a vial of Ningxin Dan every month. But once used, they had to rely on their own contributions to purchase more, which came from completing tasks. Unlike the chores of the outer disciples, formal disciples' tasks were mostly dangerous and almost always required going outside. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu took out a piece of paper stamped with the seal of the Foreign Affairs Hall and handed it to Lu Li. Lu Li took it and saw that it stated, 1. Hunt a level 1 spirit beast, the Xuanfeng wolf, and collect wolf skins, each worth 300 contributions. Suggested location, Thunderfire Mountain Range. 2. Collect Thunderfire orchids, each worth 500 contributions. Suggested location, Thunderfire Mountain Range. Lu Li didn't think much of the first task, but when he saw the words Thunderfire Orchid, he couldn't help but grip the task sheet tighter. It turned out that Thunderfire orchids grew in the Thunderfire Mountain Range. He already had the Chui bamboo grass, and the Thunderfire orchid was one of the ingredients for refining the acupuncture pill. It seemed necessary to make a trip to the Thunderfire Mountain Range. Lu Li quietly remembered the name Thunderfire Mountain Range. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Seeing Lu Li gripping the task sheet tightly, Lu Xinyu asked weakly. No, nothing. Lu Li returned the task sheet to Lu Xinyu, somewhat worried. Junior sister, your health isn't good. Is it really suitable for you to go out on tasks now? Lu Xinyu shook her head. I've run out of Ningxin Dan, and my cultivation speed is very slow now. I want to break through quickly and take revenge for my parents, but I'm afraid I can't deal with those demon beasts. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she began to sob softly. Hearing this, Lu Li felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He reached out and gently patted her shoulder. All right, I will find a time to take a task and accompany you. Thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Xinyu lowered her head. No need to be polite, Lu Li said as he pulled Lu Xinyu into the room. Under her terrified expression, he closed the door. Seeing her frightened look, Lu Li was stunned. Junior sister, don't misunderstand. I actually wanted to tell you that Qin Feng won't let us leave easily. To prevent any accidents, we need to plan. Upon hearing Lu Li say this, Lu Xinyu finally relaxed. The two secretly plotted for a long time before Lu Xinyu left the room. The next morning, Lu Xinyu left the courtyard early, and it seemed that Qin Feng had not noticed her departure, as his door remained tightly closed. By evening, Lu Li came out to sit in the courtyard for a while, just as he was about to get up and go out. Qin Feng suddenly opened the door and walked out. Kid, it has been over 10 days. What have you decided? At this time, Qin Feng's aura had become much stronger, and his appearance had slightly changed, resembling the form he had when he wanted to seize Lu Li's soul. Lu Li stood up. There are still over 10 days left. I'm currently learning the entry-level talisman making method from above. It should take about 7 or 8 days, so just wait a bit longer. Entry-level talisman making method? Qin Feng's expression darkened. Who allowed you to learn the things from above? Heh. Lu Li pretended to be displeased. The great yin forbidden technique is in my hands now. Does the senior not even allow me to learn the entry-level talisman making method? If that's the case, then I can only destroy it. Don't. Qin Feng's expression changed. Fine. I'll let you learn, but I can only give you 10 days. If you haven't learned it by then, rest assured, senior, if I can't learn it, it will only mean that I am not fated with the great yin forbidden technique, and I will willingly hand it over to seek a good future. He said with anticipation, by then, senior, don't forget to take me as your disciple. Qin Feng's expression brightened, laughing, you kid are on the right path. I'll give you 10 days, and once I learn the great yin forbidden technique, I can also guide you. Hearing this, Lu Li flattered him again, praising him profusely, which made Qin Feng feel delighted. Finally, Lu Li mentioned that he was going to the Baibage treasure pavilion to buy spirit paper, and he swaggered out of the courtyard in front of Qin Feng. Seeing Lu Li leave, the smile on Qin Feng's face vanished instantly, and he said darkly, a mere chi refining stage kid isn't even qualified to be my blood slave, yet he dares to dream of being my disciple. Once I obtain the forbidden technique, I'll slap you to death, you little bastard. In the square, Lu Li hurriedly walked with his head down, his face devoid of color except for a cold expression. Qin Feng's aura had become increasingly overpowering. He didn't dare to release his divine sense to probe Qin Feng's cultivation, but he could vaguely sense that Qin Feng was nearing the late stage of the 3rd level. This kind of speed was unimaginable even for him, who possessed the time hall. I can't stay in the Qingyang sect any longer. As Lu Li's thoughts raced, he ultimately made this decision, to leave the Qingyang sect and temporarily avoid the spotlight. He didn't choose to leave directly, but went to the outer Disciple Valley to find Chun Zhong, solemnly instructing, Fatty, I'm going out for a while, and I don't know when I'll be back. That Zhu Qinfeng has already been possessed in the secret realm. Now he is called Qinfeng. In 3 months. You must secretly spread this news, but don't let others know it's you who leaked it. A year later, I will wait for you at Baiyun Valley outside the Qingyang sect. You tell me the situation of the Qingyang sect there. Although Chen Zhong was confused, he saw Lu Li's serious expression and replied earnestly, Boss, don't worry, I will definitely do as you say. Just that the outside world is different from the sect. You must be careful when you go out. I know. Lu Li patted Chen Zhong's shoulder. The Qingyang sect is a good place. You should seize the opportunity to cultivate well. As for a year later, we'll talk about it then. After giving a few more instructions, Lu Li hurriedly left. Back at the square, Lu Li hesitated for a moment before walking into the Foreign Affairs Hall. After taking on more than a dozen level 1 demon extermination tasks in one breath, Lu Li finally walked out. He wasn't sure if the news about Qin Feng would expose him, so whether he could return to the Qingyang sect was still uncertain. As for taking on the tasks, it was just a hope that Qin Feng wouldn't have time to expose him, allowing him to return to submit the tasks later. If he really was exposed, then Chen Zhong would definitely inform him, and he would directly not return to the Qingyang sect. Under the cliff south of the Qingyang sect square, a carriage was quietly waiting. The girl in the white dress on the carriage had her eyes fixed on the descending path, her sickly face showing hope, struggle, and pain. As the sky grew darker, suddenly, a shadow flashed down from the narrow path on the cliff like a ghost, appearing beside the carriage after a few breaths. The girl in the white dress was startled and trembled. When she saw the boy's figure, she forced herself to calm down and exhaled. Brother Lu, it's you. You scare me to death. Let us go? Lu Li shook his head and climbed into the front compartment of the carriage. He glanced back at the cliff, his eyes showing reluctance, then gave the horse a whip on its rear. Go. Chapter 51. New grave day and night alternated, and the grass and trees receded. The mutated horse galloped along the way, seemingly tireless, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One day, it suddenly began to rain lightly. And inside the carriage, Lu Xinyu's severe cough echoed. Every time Lu Li heard this sound, he knew they would have to stop. Lu Xinyu had to rest for a while after each cough, and anyone with discerning eyes could see that there was something seriously wrong with her health. Lu Li had asked Lu Xinyu before, but she always swallowed her words back, as if there was something difficult to say. Lu Li looked up at the towering mountains that were faintly visible at the horizon, stopped the carriage, turned around, and entered the carriage. Junior sister. If it's really not possible, shouldn't we just not go? Looking at Lu Xinyu's appearance, it seemed that she was in immediate danger. Even though Lu Li was eager to find the Thunderfire Orchid, he couldn't bear to see her die in front of him. Lu, brother Lu. Lu Xinyu covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her face pale, and said, we should be close to Qinglei City, right? Yes. In half an hour we'll pass outside Qinglei City. After that, we'll travel for another day and we'll reach the Thunderfire mountain range. Lu Li replied slowly as he sat beside her. Half an hour? Lu Xinyu glanced at the rain curtain outside and murmured, Brother Lu, I want to enter the city to pay my respects. Can you speed up? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer. Junior sister you. Lu Li looked at Lu Xinyu's pale face, hesitating to speak. What exactly? Brother Lu, please don't ask. When we get to Qinglei City, I'll tell you everything. Okay, all right. Lu Li nodded sadly, then turned and sat back in the front cabin. He suddenly cracked the whip. Giddy up. The horse neighed loudly, the wheels spun rapidly, and the carriage shot through the rain curtain like a sharp arrow. The raindrops hitting Lu Li's face felt like pebbles, blurring his vision and unsettling his mind. We're here. Soon, a blurry outline of a city emerged through the rain and mist. Lu Li's expression brightened slightly, disregarding his wet clothes, and turned to say, Junior sister, hold on. He cracked the whip again, dispersing the falling rain into mist. The carriage sped into the city. The guards at the gate only saw a shadow flash past, reaching out a hand only to retract it, their mouths agape in shock and confusion. They doubted whether their eyes were playing tricks on them, or if they had seen a ghost. In the torrential rain, the streets were empty, and the carriage moved smoothly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the eastern city gate. Lu Mansion. The dark plaque bore 2 golden characters. The horse neighed loudly, and the speeding carriage screeched to a stop in front of the gate, standing in the rain. Lu Li pulled back the carriage curtain and softly called out, Junior sister, we've arrived. The voice from inside the carriage was weak. After a moment, Lu Xinyu slowly emerged, a snow-white veil covering most of her face. Brother Lu, do I look good? The veil concealed most of Lu Xinyu's features, but there were many dark red veins on her forehead, resembling a grotesque spider web. Lu Li's pupils constricted sharply. Undoubtedly, Lu Xinyu had been beautiful before, but now she looked like this. Looking into her hopeful eyes, he nodded, Junior sister, you look very good. Lu Xinyu smiled. Facing the pouring rain, she lightly jumped down from the carriage, but upon landing, her body softened, and she suddenly fell to the ground. Lu Li quickly caught her. Junior sister, Brother Lu, take me inside. This is my home. I've come home, the girl whispered, almost inaudibly. Okay. Lu Li nodded, picking her up in his arms, and, facing the rain, walked step by step toward the entrance of Lu Mansion. The door was not tightly closed, leaving a gap. Lu Li kicked it lightly, and the door creaked open, revealing a scene of desolation. Scattered bones lay haphazardly on the plaza behind the door, mercilessly battered by the rain, and a chilling aura rushed toward Lu Li, making him shiver involuntarily. What happened here? Lu Xinyu turned her head, looking at the plaza, bloodshot eyes shedding 2 streams of bloody tears, her expression forlorn and helpless. Father, mother, your daughter is unfilial and couldn't avenge you. Lu Li opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found he didn't know what to say at all. The breath of the woman in his arms was rapidly weakening. Perhaps, at this moment, nothing he said would matter. Lu Xinyu withdrew her gaze and looked at Lu Li. Brother, I'm sorry, I lied to you. What? Lu Li looked at the girl in his arms. I was actually sent by Zhang Song to Qingyang sect. The purpose was to lure you out. He killed my whole family and forced me to swallow a heart-eating bug. I hate him to the core, but I had no choice. The bug would hatch in 2 years, and I hesitated for 2 years. A few days ago, I felt I couldn't hold on any longer. I wanted to go home, so I lured you out. But don't worry, I didn't tell Zhang Song. I was just afraid to go home alone. As she spoke, Lu Xinyu slowly took out a storage item from her bosom. Brother Lu, there's a treasure inside that can block divine sense detection. This is my apology to you. Can you forgive me? So it was like this. Lu Li suddenly felt a wave of fear, staring blankly at Lu Xinyu, shaking his head. I do not blame you. I should be grateful to you. Grateful for your kindness. Grateful for giving me a chance to live. Indeed, if one's family were annihilated, one would do everything possible to survive, seeking revenge by any means necessary, without caring for the life or death of an unrelated person. Yet she did not do that, giving him a chance to live. What more could he say? However, Lu Li couldn't help but lament. Sometimes danger truly comes unexpectedly. It seemed he would have to be more careful in the future, as not everyone is like Lu Xinyu. Brother Lu, you are so good. Upon receiving Lu Li's response, Lu Xinyu's heart relaxed. Her gaze began to fade rapidly, and she murmured, Father, mother, your revenge. Her words trailed off suddenly, her delicate hand falling limply. Junior sister, Lu Li exclaimed, shaking Lu Xinyu in his arms vigorously, but she no longer responded. She had died. Lu Li fell silent, his heart pained, as if pierced by needles. He didn't even know why his heart hurt. He and this junior sister seemed to have little connection. After a moment, Lu Li braved the rain and walked to the center of the plaza. Several talismans shot out. With a few loud explosions, a pit about 10 feet wide emerged. Lu Li returned to pick up Lu Xinyu and looked at her, then resolutely stepped back into the rain. Before long, a new grave appeared in the center of the Lu family plaza, with a stone tablet 3 feet high inscribed with the words Grave of Junior Sister Xinyu, representing Lu Li's heartfelt tribute. Junior sister, rest in peace. If one day I kill Zhang Song, I will definitely return to tell you. After staring at the gravestone for a while, he slowly walked back to the corridor, picked up the storage bag from the ground, and placed it in his bosom. He closed the door and left. Chapter 52. Arrival at Shuiyun Town. The heavy rain continued, and the dark horse-drawn carriage clattered along the streets of Qinglei City, sounding crisp and clear. Compared to the hurried entrance that felt like it might crush the rain curtain, it now seemed very calm, even a bit desolate. The boy in dark blue attire sitting in the front cabin leaned against the door frame, holding a purple-blue storage bag in one hand, lost in thought. He didn't know whether to feel grateful or sad. Because of her kindness, he escaped a calamity. Perhaps he should feel grateful. But he couldn't find any joy. Perhaps he was not truly a heartless person after all. Luli thought he had been ruthless enough, but only now did he realize that he had always been kind-hearted, only deeply suppressing that kindness when dealing with enemies. The carriage left the city and continued southeast. The Thunderfire mountain range is located in the southeast of Liangzhou, with its highest peak reaching over 1,000 feet, stretching thousands of miles east to west, with north-south branches crisscrossing, resembling a giant centipede lying down. Crossing from north to south leads to the territory of Daqian's eastern province. The Thunderfire mountain range is considered a wonder of Liangzhou, with fiery red rocks and forests on its branches, while the main range is a deep blue, giving the mountains their name. This place is rich in various elixirs, among which the Thunderfire orchid is the most famous, attracting a continuous stream of treasure hunters and herbalists. As more and more people gathered, many small towns began to emerge at the feet of several branches, and some forces came into being. One day, at the entrance of Shuiyun Town, located at the foot of the westernmost branch of the Thunderfire mountain range, a black carriage approached. The young driver looked at the bustling crowd on the street, quietly released his spiritual sense to sense the surroundings, and couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. Why are there so many cultivators? After thinking for a moment, he got off the carriage, untied the reins, and gave the horse's rear a slap, saying, "Go, you're free now." The mutated steed seemed to have some spirit, turned its head to glance at Lu Li, let out a long whinny, and then galloped away. Only then did Lu Li touch the purple jade at his waist and walk in slowly. The purple jade, called Hidden God Jade, was obtained from Lu Sinyu's storage bag. When activated, it can shield any spiritual sense probing within the same major realm. This undoubtedly added another life-saving card for Lu Li. As he walked, Lu Li discovered that this seemingly unremarkable little town was actually filled with about 50 to 60% cultivators. Although most of them did not have high cultivation levels, there were still some whose strength he couldn't see through. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, Lu Li did not specifically probe anyone's cultivation level. As he walked and observed, he found quite a few shops selling items for cultivators nearby. Out of curiosity, he approached a grocery store and watched from a distance, wondering how cultivators traded with each other. Did they also use gold and silver? That seemed unrealistic. After watching several transactions, Lu Li finally understood that they were actually using condensed true pills as currency. After thinking about it, it made sense for the condensed true pill to be used as a universal currency, since it was a necessity for qi refining stage cultivators. However, he currently didn't have even a single condensed true pill on him, which made him truly poor. After just looking around, Lu Li was about to leave when the plump shopkeeper suddenly walked over to him. He first showed a look of suspicion, then respectfully bowed and asked, "Senior, do you need anything?" "Senior?" Lu Li frowned. Both he and the other party were at the third level of qi refining, so why would he call himself senior? Not wanting to ask directly, he thought for a moment and inquired, "Do you buy storage bags here?" The plump shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Yes. Storage bags may not be rare for someone like you, senior, but for us, ordinary loose cultivators, they are scarce goods. Lu Li nodded and casually tossed out a storage bag. "How much will you give for this one?" The plump shopkeeper took it and probed with his spiritual sense, then immediately said, "According to the normal market price, we would buy this basic storage bag for 12 low-grade condensed true pills. But on account of your status as a senior, I can offer you 15. What do you think?" "On account of my status?" "Ahem, right." As the plump shopkeeper spoke, he kept sneaking glances at Lu Li's chest, seemingly wanting to see more clearly. Seeing this, Lu Li also lowered his head to check his chest, and upon looking, he immediately understood. The other party was not seeing through his cultivation, but was actually wary of his Qingyang sect badge. It seemed that the influence of the Qingyang sect was indeed quite substantial in Liangzhou. However, that was good. He could sell a few more condensed true pills. So, he pulled out all the storage bags he had, totaling 9, and sold them all. So many. The plump shopkeeper was taken aback. "What's wrong? Don't want them?" Yes. The plump shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "I'll get you the condensed true pills right away." In a little while, the plump shopkeeper took out a large jade bottle and 5 small jade bottles, handing them to Lu Li. "Senior, a total of 150 pills, please count." Lu Li scanned with his spiritual sense, and, finding no issues, nodded, "No problem." He then turned to leave. As he walked, Lu Li thought about it and decided to take off the badge. When out in the world, one must be cautious. People from sects like Qingyang sect probably look down on ordinary loose cultivators, and he might have offended quite a few. If someone held a grudge against a disciple of Qingyang sect, wouldn't he be bringing disaster upon himself? What Lu Li did not know was that just as he left, the plump shopkeeper closed the door, hurriedly walked into a side alley, and stopped at the entrance of a place called Shuiyunjai. After tidying his clothes, he stepped inside. The 2 guards at the entrance quickly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Protector Wang." The plump man ignored them and walked directly into the hall, where he respectfully called out to a rough-looking man snoring loudly in a tiger skin chair. Wang Fu pays respects to the big boss Su. What's the matter? Su Shan leaned back against the chair, still looking up. Big boss. Another Qingyang sect brat has come. Qingyang sects? Su Shan slowly sat up, squinting at Wang Fu and asked, did you look carefully? Absolutely not wrong. I saw him 3 times. What's his cultivation level? Mid-stage 3rd level. Alright, take a few brothers and take care of him. Remember to be clean about it. Don't leave any evidence behind, or you know the consequences. Yes, big boss. The small town was not very long. Only about 2 or 3 miles from east to west. Luli had not walked far when he reached the end. Half a mile outside the town, there was a fiery red forest rising from low to high, with a distant blue expanse at the end. This was one of the branches leading to the main vein, the Shuiyun branch. He didn't know where the thunderfire orchid grew. Looking at the endless crimson forest in front of him, Luli realized he had underestimated the thunderfire mountain range, thinking it was like a medicinal garden waiting for him to pick. Well, he would have to search slowly. After a moment's hesitation, Luli walked directly out of the small town. At this moment, outside the town, 2 women and 1 man were quietly discussing something. Upon seeing Luli come out of the small town, one petite girl in pink ran towards him with bright eyes, asking, Senior, are you alone? A fragrant scent wafted over, and Luli couldn't help but take a closer look at the girl in front of him. She seemed to be only around 14 or 15 years old, with a slightly round face and a pair of sparkling big eyes, which gave him a sense of familiarity. But after thinking for a moment, he still couldn't recall where he had seen her before. He then glanced at the young man in the blue robe and the girl in white in the distance, and asked thoughtfully, is there something you need? It's like this. We discovered last time. Ling Jr. sister. The girl in pink didn't finish her sentence when the young man in blue approached, glanced at Lu Li, and said, Junior brother, we want to go into the mountains to gather herbs, and we just happen to need one more person. It's dangerous for a chi refining 3rd level to go into the mountains alone. Why not join us? It would also be safer. At first glance, this sounded like it was for Lu Li's benefit, but he felt something was off. Senior brother you. Junior sister, when out in the world, have you forgotten the elder's advice? Alright. The girl in pink pouted and stopped talking. What do you think, junior brother? I'm at the 5th level of chi refining. It would undoubtedly be much safer for you to join us. The young man in blue said again. Luli thought about it. Since he didn't know the whereabouts of the thunderfire orchid anyway, it would be better to follow these people into the mountains and see if he could gather some information from them. So he nodded in agreement, pretending to be delighted as he said, in that case, thank you for your care, senior brother. The young man in blue relaxed upon seeing Luli agree. It's only right when out in the world. He then called to the girl in white, Junior sister Fu, let us go. In a short while, a few people arrived at the edge of Shuiyun Mountain. What caught their eyes were the trees with bright red trunks. And even the ground was covered with purple-red sandy soil. It was hard to say if it was because too many people had walked here, but the weeds in the forest were quite sparse. The 3 people in front were walking, and the junior sister Fu occasionally tried to strike up a conversation with the man in the green robe. However, he only replied with a sentence or 2 from time to time, while he often boasted to junior sister Ling about his past experiences in the Thunderfire Mountain range, claiming that even the chief of Shuiyun village had to take a detour upon seeing him. But it seemed that junior sister Ling was not very interested and didn't even respond. The relationship among the 3 appeared to be quite subtle. Feeling a bit bored, junior sister Ling suddenly slowed down and walked alongside Lu Li, asking, why aren't you speaking, senior brother? Lu Li's eyes brightened, thinking that the opportunity had finally come. And he quickly said, Junior girl Ling, I heard that Thunderfire orchid is abundant in the Thunderfire Mountain range. Is that true? The man in the green robe seemed displeased and snorted, saying, Humph, Thunderfire orchid? It's true, but Thunderfire orchid only grows on the main ridge, which has long been controlled by the 6 major villages. How could someone like you, a mere chi refining 3rd level, go there? Brother Zhong, he's just asking. There's no need to speak like that. Junior sister Ling frowned and said, I'm doing this for his own good, so he doesn't recklessly go to the main ridge and lose his life, the man in the green robe said, then turned to junior sister Ling and added, Junior sister, when you're out, be careful. Some people appear very dark on the surface, but their hearts are even darker. Hearing this, Lu Li felt a bit displeased. Wasn't he obviously referring to himself? So what if I'm dark? Am I eating your family's rice? Although he was upset, Lu Li didn't directly confront him because he didn't like to engage in pointless face-saving disputes. Although the senior brother's words were unpleasant, he at least gained 2 useful pieces of information. First, Thunderfire orchid only grows on the main ridge, meaning there was none on this branch. So he needed to find an opportunity to break away from the others and head straight to the main ridge. Second, the main ridge had already been occupied by the 6 major villages, so he had to be cautious after going up, or he might be in danger. The group continued to move forward, and Brother Zhong seemed to have a purpose, leading them through the forest. What they didn't know was that just 100 feet behind them, the fat Wang Hufa was trailing them with 5 or 6 people. One of the chi refining 2nd level men said, Hufa, that kid actually found help. Should we? Fat Wang pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, that guy in the green robe has an extraordinary aura. He is most likely from a sect. Moreover, they are clearly walking with a purpose, likely having discovered a treasure. You go back and inform the chief, asking him to come personally with people. Understood. The man nodded and slowly retreated. About 2 hours later, Lu Li and the others had gone deep into the jungle. Besides the bright red tree trunks, the weeds and small trees on the ground had increased, clearly indicating that not many people had walked this far. Suddenly, a series of urgent rushing sounds came from the bushes ahead. Brother Zhong's expression tightened, and he raised his right hand to signal them to stop. The white-clothed junior sister Fu nervously leaned closer to Brother Zhong and asked, "Brother, is it a monster?" Roar. Before Brother Zhong could respond, a large gray creature suddenly leaped high from the bushes and charged toward the two. "Get out of the way." Brother Zhong's face changed, and while dodging, he kicked junior sister Fu sideways. As the two dodged, Lu Li and junior sister Ling were exposed. Junior sister Ling was so frightened that she let out a scream and stood there blankly, covering her eyes. Lu Li had already moved half a step sideways before the two in front dodged, and seeing this, he furrowed his brows and quickly used his wind step to fly back, catching junior sister Ling around the waist, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike. Brother Zhong then reacted and rushed over, asking, "Junior sister, are you okay?" He then glared at Lu Li. "Let her go?" Lu Li glanced at Brother Zhong indifferently, and then released junior sister Ling. Junior sister Ling came to her senses and ignored Brother Zhong, instead looking at Lu Li shyly and saying, "Thank you." Brother Zhong's face turned ashen. After the gray creature rushed past, it couldn't stop and crashed forward several feet, then roared again and charged toward Lu Li and the others. How dare a mere first-level beast be so arrogant? Watch me kill you. Brother Zhong seemed intent on showing off, and when he saw the creature charging, he didn't dodge. Instead, he waved his hands, and 5 sharpened wooden stakes appeared out of thin air, which he pushed forward. The sharp stakes shot toward the gray creature. After a few muffled sounds, the charging creature finally fell 3 feet in front of Brother Zhong. Concerned that the creature might not be able to withstand it and had hidden to the side, Lu Li then discovered that the creature was actually a large wild boar with tusks. "Junior sister, you weren't scared, were you?" Brother Zhong said proudly, patting his hands as he walked back. Upon seeing Lu Li hiding to the side, he immediately wore a mocking expression. "Junior brother, what were you doing?" Lu Li smiled awkwardly. "I was just finding a suitable position to sneak attack." "Sneak attack? Sneak attack who?" Of course, that pig." Chapter 54. Scheme for the Crimson Flame Fruit. After zigzagging for a while, the group had entered a valley. Unlike the previous jungle, the temperature in this valley seemed to be much higher than outside. Except for Lu Li, the other 3 looked quite uncomfortable, with sweat soaking through the backs of Brother Zhong and junior sister Fu. Meanwhile, junior sister Ling's cheeks were also flushed, resembling a ripe apple. She blinked her big eyes and looked up at Lu Li, asking curiously, "Senior brother, don't you feel hot?" Lu Li turned to meet her gaze, the familiar feeling growing stronger, and shook his head. "I'm okay." Unable to hold back any longer, he asked, "Junior sister, have we met somewhere before?" Brother Zhong paused. "Junior brother, what joke are you making?" "Let me tell you, junior sister Ling has a noble status. She is not someone like you, a loose cultivator, can associate with. One should have some self-awareness." Hearing this, junior sister Fu thought to herself that Lu Li was quite bold, but unfortunately, his strength wasn't enough. However, junior sister Ling seemed to ponder the question and said while walking, "I also feel you look a bit familiar, but I just can't remember." "Junior sister, focus. We are almost there," Brother Zhong interrupted. Hearing this, junior sister Ling stopped speaking. Shortly after, 2 red cliff walls suddenly appeared before the group, with a narrow gap in between that could only accommodate 1 person at a time. Roar. At that moment, a frantic beast roar suddenly came from deep within the gap, reverberating and shaking the heart. Lu Li frowned. Just from the sound alone, he could tell that this creature was definitely not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, he involuntarily slowed his pace. Seeing Lu Li stop, Brother Zhong, who was already prepared to enter the gap, suddenly turned back. "Junior brother, why aren't you going?" This wouldn't do. He still needed Lu Li to help attract the attention of that flame lion. Hee. Lu Li smiled. "Senior brother, you haven't told me why we are here yet. You all are familiar with each other, but I'm all alone. What if you all trick me together? Moreover, you all headed straight for this valley, which clearly has something you want. I get no benefit. Why should I help you?" Brother Zhong frowned. "Junior brother, that's not right. If it weren't for me killing that wild boar, would you have made it here safely? Can't junior brother even show a little gratitude?" "Yes, junior brother. One must not forget their roots," Bai Fu Yao said, her eyes glancing around. Forget roots." Lu Li stepped back a few paces, warily eyeing the others. "I haven't collected a single spirit herb on this journey, yet I've helped you rescue Sister Ling. If we're talking about forgetting roots, isn't that more about you?" Brother Zhong. "What this brother said makes sense. Since we called him along, he should also have a share of the Qi Yin fruit. Let's tell him the truth," Sister Ling said. Qi Yin fruit. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's heart raced. The Qi Yin fruit was the last ingredient on the recipe for the acupuncture pill, sketched out by Fan Jingping, which Lu Li had seen in the Spirit Herb Treasure Guide. He thought to himself, no wonder the air here is so scorching. Could there be a magma area inside? With the news about the Lei Hualan already obtained and the Qi Yin fruit now within reach, it seems like heaven is helping me. As Lu Li pondered, Zhang Ping's eyes flickered, and he made a decision. Since that's the case, I won't hide it from you, junior brother. Deep within that crevice is a valley over 50 zhang in diameter. At the bottom of the cliff behind the valley is a cave. According to the clues I've gathered, there's a pool of magma inside, where the qi yin fruit grows. However, to enter the cave, we must cross the valley, which is home to a first-level mid-tier spirit beast, the flame lion. What we need to do is have 3 of us attract the flame lion's attention while 1 person sneaks into the cave to collect the herbs. First-level mid-tier spirit beast? Luli frowned. Are you sure you can handle it? A first-level mid-tier beast is equivalent to the 4th to 6th level of qi refining. Given Zhongping's cautiousness, it must at least be equivalent to the 5th level of qi refining. Zhongping shook his head. We don't need to kill it. That flame lion is huge and can't fit through the crevice or into the cave. We just need to hold it off for a little while our teammate collects the herbs. Is that so? Luli's eyes flickered. All right, I agree. But how do you plan to divide the qi yin fruit? Zhongping smiled slyly and said, since we're in this together, of course, it will be split evenly. Upon hearing this, Fu Yao and Sister Ling exchanged surprised glances. Luli thought to himself, this guy is so straightforward. It seems he doesn't intend to share it with me. After all, he is the strongest among us and obviously can't go into the cave to collect the herbs. Thinking of this, Luli forced a cheerful smile. Then I thank you, brother. Haha, you're welcome. Let's go. The group then entered the narrow crevice one after another. Zhongping led the way, followed by Fu Yao, who had reached the 4th level of qi refining, then Luli, and finally Sister Ling. It seemed Zhongping intended for Sister Ling to collect the herbs. Would he be able to snatch the qi yin fruit from her? At the same time, a group of bare-chested men in the distant valley watched this scene with gleaming eyes. Boss, should we follow them in? Wang Hufa asked, his eyes darting. The burly man at the forefront said with a heavy brow, just wait here. The crevice leads to a dead end. They can't escape. All right, the boss is wise. We'll just sit and reap the benefits. The fur of the flame lion is worth quite a bit, another man chimed in. Heh, I actually discovered the flame lion inside long ago, but I was worried about the brothers getting hurt, which is why I didn't touch that beast. These fools dare to go in. They must have some tricks up their sleeves. I'll just wait for them to exhaust their trump cards, and then, heh. The boss clearly did not know Zhongping's true intentions. At the end of the crevice, Luli looked through the gap between the two in front and saw that it indeed led to a valley surrounded by towering cliffs. The valley was sparsely vegetated, and a gigantic male lion lay lazily between 2 ancient trees. The lion was nearly 2 zhang long, with robust limbs, sharp fangs, and a body the color of red. Lying on the ground, it resembled a small mountain, clearly not something to be trifled with. Through the sparse redwood, Luli vaguely saw a dark cave entrance 2 feet wide and 5 feet high on the opposite side of the valley. That must be the cave where the qi yin fruit is located, as Zhongping mentioned. At that moment, Zhongping turned his head and said seriously, I'll count to 3. We will all rush out together to draw the flame line to the left. Then Sister Ling can take the opportunity to go to the cave and collect the qi yin fruit. Do you all remember? Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zhongping took a deep breath and began to count. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed toward the flame lion. Chapter 55. Your senior brother is not a good person. Seeing this, Fu Yao quickly followed. Only Luli stood there, seemingly frozen in place. When the flame lion noticed the two rushing in, it sprang up with a loud roar, its massive body towering even over them. It seemed surprised that humans would intrude, roaring excitedly and pouncing forward with eager strides, closing the 5 zhang distance in the blink of an eye. The two were completely unprepared for this outcome, nearly scared into sitting on the ground. They feigned an attack and then sprinted away in a panic. The flame lion was not willing to let them go, letting out a low roar that reverberated through the valley. Its massive body leaped into the air and landed with a thud where the two had just stood. Fortunately, both acted quickly. Otherwise, they would have been turned to mush by the flame lion's paw. However, even though they avoided the claws, they were still sent flying back over a zhang by the powerful shockwave. Senior brother, what are you doing? Hurry up. Sister Ling urged Luli anxiously from behind. Sorry, my legs are numb. Luli observed the situation and suddenly started using his movement technique to head straight for the cave. That's right. He didn't go to distract the flame lion but headed directly for the cave. Kid, what the hell are you doing? Zhongping was furious, running for his life while cursing Luli. Hold on, senior brother. I'll get the qi yin fruit and be right back. Luli moved swiftly and had already crossed more than half the valley in the blink of an eye. Sister Ling paused for a moment, seemingly confused by Luli's actions, but then she seemed to understand and charged toward the flame lion. Senior brother, I'll help you. Zhongping was nearly driven mad, and while fleeing, he shot wooden spikes at the pursuing flame lion, but these spikes couldn't even pierce its skin. It was clear that the flame lion had advanced to a higher tier. Seeing Luli had already dashed into the cave, Zhongping could only yell at the two. Retreat back to the crevice. We'll talk after he comes back. Upon hearing this, the two who had planned to help immediately turned and ran back to the crevice. Bang! The flame lion couldn't stop in time and slammed its massive forehead against the crevice, roaring at Zhongping, who was now close by. Zhongping's face turned pale. Panting heavily, Fu's sister, Ling's sister, stepped back a bit. On the other side, Luli entered the cave and found that it was not narrow at all. In the center of the cave was a pool of bright red magma, bubbling and exuding waves of heat. On the edge of the magma pool, a small tree with shiny red fruits hung full of sparkling fruit that resembled strawberries, but much more translucent, like molten iron. Chi-yin fruit. Haha. It really is the Chi-yin fruit. Lu Li was overjoyed. There were 50 of these Chi-yin fruits, truly unexpected fortune. He first carefully tested the temperature of the Chi-yin fruit. As soon as his hand touched it, it sizzled, like roasting meat, giving him a prickly sensation. But it seemed bearable. With a slight turn of his eyes, he no longer bothered to pick the fruit and directly uprooted the small tree. In an instant, the air began to smoke. Lu Li did not dare to hesitate. With a thought, he directly stored it into the spirit object hall's medicine garden. Then, he focused his mind and dug a large pit in the garden to plant the Chi-yin fruit tree. After that, he stared at the changes in the fruit tree with an expectant expression. A quarter of an hour passed. Half an hour passed. He found that not only did the fruit tree not die, but it also became increasingly translucent, and the area within 3 feet around the fruit tree turned completely red, as if the tree was automatically adjusting the environment around it. This space is incredible. Lu Li was both delighted and shocked. What a treasure had he stumbled upon. As time went by, not only did the land beneath the Chi-yin fruit tree change, but even the space of the medicine garden expanded slightly again. It seemed that the Chi-yin fruit was extremely rare. Looking at the lush green bamboo and grass in his garden, Lu Li couldn't help but feel good. Now, he just needed the Lei Huolan and the Diru essence. Once he found these 2 items, he would immediately start refining the acupuncture pill. After feeling happy for a while, Lu Li exited the medicine garden. He peeked out halfway to look at the crack opposite and found that several people were still there, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. If Zhongping had run away in anger, it would have been a big deal. However, he thought the other party would not run away. After all, he still wanted to kill him and monopolize the Chi-yin fruit. Lu Li did not dare to make any noise. If he attracted the flame lion, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, the flame lion was currently facing away from him. He simply walked to the cave entrance and gestured to Zhongping and the others, hoping they would understand his meaning. Zhongping had been paying attention to the cave entrance. Seeing this, he instantly became furious and glared at Lu Li, then turned to his junior sister Fu Yao. Junior sister, that bastard has come out. Let's lure the flame lion away. What about me? Junior sister Ling asked. You shouldn't go. Your cultivation is too low. It would be bad if you got caught. Oh, Zhongping had never seen her so obedient, and his previously annoyed mood improved a bit. He thought, once I kill that kid, we'll return to the sect so that people outside won't worry about my junior sister. He took a deep breath, waved his hand to signal, and rushed out, forming a seal with his hands, sending a large burst of sharp wood flying towards the flame lion. Beast, die. The flame lion roared again, chasing after Zhongping. Seeing this, Fu Yao quickly cast spells, shooting ice spikes desperately at the flame lion's rear. The flame lion, caught off guard, suddenly shrank back and turned to charge at Fu Yao. She originally wanted to retreat into the crack, but seeing that Lu Li had not come over, she could only lead the flame lion to the right. Zhongping took the opportunity to catch his breath and shouted to Lu Li, "Why aren't you coming out yet?" After saying that, he also ran towards Fu Yao. Lu Li estimated that the 2 wouldn't hold on for long, so he no longer hesitated. He took a step, and with a whoosh of wind, he instantly covered Tin Zhong, making several leaps before rushing into the outside crack. Seeing the girl in a pink dress standing in the middle of the road, he quickly urged, Junior sister Ling, hurry up and go. What about my senior brother and sister? Let us go out and wait. Lu Li's expression was anxious. No, I want to wait here, the girl insisted stubbornly. Then I'm sorry. Lu Li's expression hardened, and he directly picked her up, sprinting out. Once they were out of the crack, he threw junior sister Ling down and said seriously, little girl, your senior brother is not a good person. I advise you to stay away from him. Goodbye. After saying that, he took off like the wind, dashing towards the outside valley. You can't leave. She finally realized that this black senior brother was indeed a bad person. Junior sister, where is he? Just then, Zhongping and the others finally ran out, panting heavily, with their hair in disarray and dirt mixed in their necks, looking very disheveled. He ran away. Ran away? Zhongping's face was about to drip with water. He shouted angrily, Kid, dare to play tricks on me, I will crush you to pieces. After saying that, he called out and chased after him. Chapter 56. The little sheep of Qingyang's sect big boss, that bastard from Qingyang's sect has come out, hiding behind a rock. Fat Wang shouted excitedly as he saw Lu Li running towards them. You all go and block him. The big boss did not show himself. Yes. Fat Wang grinned and waved his hand at the burly men squatting behind him. Follow me. Hearing this, more than 20 shirtless brawny men flashed out from behind the boulders, instantly forming a long line. Lu Li was running for his life when he suddenly saw a group of brawny men appear in front of him, almost crashing into them. He barely steadied himself, and when he saw the short and fat Wang Hufa, his expression darkened. It's you. Hee hee, of course it's me, the dog of Qingyang's sect. Did shouting a couple of senior make you float? Ha ha ha. Come on, let this protector take off your dog legs. Yes. The brawny men shouted in unison, marching towards Lu Li side by side. They were all at the second level of chi refining. Just you guys. Lu Li glanced back, took a step, and like lightning, charged towards the front brawny man, raising his hand for a punch. The brawny man hadn't reacted yet when he lost consciousness, and the others only saw a huge figure flying out, and then Lu Li vanished from sight. Looking back at the others, the brawny man's head was already shattered. Gulp. Everyone swallowed in unison. This is too strong. Isn't the second level of chi refining no match for him? Even Fat Wong was stunned. After regaining his senses, he screamed in a fit of rage. Chase him. He didn't know what Lu Li had done to make him hate him so much. The big boss, who was hiding behind the rock, also did not expect Lu Li to be so fast. He originally wanted to chase after him, but thought there was still a big guy behind, so he retreated again. Fat Wong and his group chased out for more than 10 zhong, but stopped because they realized they couldn't sense Lu Li's presence anymore. Just then, a man in a green robe and two figures in white and pink rushed over from behind. Fat Wong decisively ordered the crowd to stop them. People from Shuiyun village. Zhong Ping stopped, looking at Fat Wong with a serious expression. What do you want? Hee, what do you want? Fat Wong sneered. You are with that dog from Qingyang sect, right? Since that's the case, then all of you stay here. Saying this, he waved his hand. Take them down. Impudent. Zhong Ping was furious. He waved his hand, and several sharp wood shot out. After a few muffled sounds, the three brawny men charging forward fell directly to the ground. The remaining brawny men's pupils shrank in fear, not daring to step forward. Zhong Ping sneered. Looks like you are being given face. You dare to insult our Qingyang sect. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, the big boss, who had been hiding behind the rock, walked out clapping his hands. Friend, you have great means. Zhong Ping turned around and frowned. You are also from Shuiyun village? Hee, your inside is quite ordinary. You kill my people. And you don't even recognize me, Su Shan. Su Shan, you are the big boss of Shuiyun village. Humph, you're not too stupid. Su Shan stepped forward, leaping high, and at the same time, he grasped with his right palm, and a gray stone the size of a basin appeared out of nowhere. As it fell, the gray stone shot towards Zhong Ping like a cannonball. 5th level perfection. Zhong Ping's pupils suddenly constricted, and his hands quickly formed seals, as a cyan rune disc appeared before him in an instant. However, before the disc could solidify, a gray stone had already smashed down. Bang! The gray stone struck the cyan rune disc, and in less than half a breath, there was a cracking sound, and the disc vanished into thin air, while the giant stone continued forward, crashing into Zhong Ping's chest with a thud. Uffed. Zhong Ping spat blood and was sent flying. Su Shan did not intend to let it go like this. Just as Zhong Ping was flying backward, he leaped high again, launching the same attack once more. Senior brother. Be careful. Fu Yao and Ling Shimi both exclaimed in surprise, rushing forward to help. Fu Yao was slightly faster and reached Zhong Ping's side in an instant, casting a seal to shoot several ice arrows at the gray stone. But unexpectedly, at that moment, Zhong Ping's expression turned fierce, and he yanked Fu Yao in front of him. Boom! The speeding gray stone struck Fu Yao on the forehead, cracking her skull open. She turned back in disbelief, wanting to ask why, but the person behind her had already disappeared, and she fell backward, staring blankly at the sky. Hee. Worthy of being a mixed breed from Qingyang sect, actually using his junior sister as a shield. Looking at Zhong Ping fleeing in panic, Su Shan's face was full of mockery. He then inserted a talisman into his shoe and transformed into an afterimage to chase after Zhong Ping, shouting to the others from Shuiyun village, capture that girl. The boss wants to have some fun tonight. The remaining bodyguard Wang and a dozen strong men immediately surrounded the girl in pink. Wang looked at her calmly. Are you going to surrender? Or do we have to do it ourselves? The girl in pink was now dazed, completely at a loss. She didn't understand who the good guys were and who the bad guys were. Why did her senior brother want to harm senior sister Fu? Why did that dark-skinned senior brother want to steal the spiritual medicine? Why did these people want to kill them? Why are people like this? Seeing the girl silent, Wang waved his hand. Take her down. Instantly, 2 strong men approached the girl, thinking she had been scared silly. After all, people from sects were like flowers in a greenhouse. They might even be afraid of killing rabbits, let alone people. But just as they got closer to the girl, she suddenly snapped back to reality and cried out, "Don't come any closer. Please let me go. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person." Ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter at the girl, exchanging glances, and someone teased, "Little sister, you're not a bad person, but your brothers aren't good people either. So you should just surrender obediently. If you get hurt, it won't be fun. No, let me go, let me go." Seeing a big man continue to approach her, the girl was terrified and turned to run, but she was pushed back because she was surrounded. Ha ha ha. A little lamb from Qingyang sect. The crowd laughed in unison again. The girl immediately showed despair, trembling and begging for mercy, completely forgetting that she was also at the 3rd level of chi refinement. If she fought back, she might not be able to escape, but she wouldn't be bullied like this either. Meanwhile, Wang just watched with his arms crossed, coldly observing the scene. He believed that with him there, even in this state, the girl wouldn't last 3 rounds in a direct confrontation. The 2 strong men lost patience and were about to grab the girl. The girl lost her last hope, her face ashen. But at that moment, a gust of wind suddenly swept across everyone's faces. A dark blue figure swooped down from a nearby tree like a ghost. Hands up. Both fists flew out. The 2 strong men were sent flying back with a loud crash, lying on the ground with their heads tilted, completely motionless. Chapter 57. Qin Shorin's cousin. After knocking down the two men, the remaining people from Shuiyun village finally reacted. They all roared, casting various spells towards Lu Li, who did not dare to be careless even though they were all at the second level of Qi refinement. He casually summoned 4 explosive talismans, turned his body, and threw them in 4 directions. The explosive talismans collided with the incoming spells, producing a series of thunderous explosions that made Lu Li's eardrums ache, while the group of second-level Qi refinement men stumbled and fell over. Intermediate talismans. Wang's pupils constricted, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. After a flicker in his gaze, he shouted, "He can't hold on. Quickly, surround him and kill him." Seeing the strong men really surrounding him, Wang quietly took out 2 talismans, holding a fireball talisman in his hand just in case, while activating a movement talisman to dash crazily towards the valley exit. In the black smoke, strong men continued to be sent flying out, either with caved-in chests or cracked heads, all dying in a tragic state. Crack. As the last person fell heavily outside the black smoke, the scene finally quieted down. Lu Li rushed out, only to find that the fat man was no longer there. His expression darkening, he glanced at Fu Yao's body, seeing her cracked head and wide-open eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. She was already dead. Sighing, Lu Li returned to the scene, taking the dazed Ling Shimmy to the side. Worried that the big boss would return, he did not dare to stay long. Took out the blood soul banner and inserted it among the corpses. The blood from the surrounding bodies immediately flowed back, surging towards the banner pole, while wisps of gray-black gas struggled towards the banner's surface. The bloody aura of the blood soul banner thickened again, and the spirits within roared continuously. Lu Li was somewhat surprised to see that the bloody half-head of Wan Xiaonan had actually grown a bit larger, but it dared not confront Fu Yao's cracked skull directly. It seemed that Fu Yao's resentment was quite strong. "Are you okay?" Once all had turned into dry corpses, Lu Li collected the blood soul banner and walked over to the girl in pink, asking. Hadn't he actually left? He had been using the Gale Step continuously, which had depleted his vital energy, and had simply hidden atop a redwood tree. Wang had not discovered him because he activated the Conceal Spirit Jade, shielding himself from spiritual detection. The girl buried her head, her body trembling slightly, and did not speak. Lu Li frowned. "If you don't speak, I'll leave. The big boss will probably be back soon, and then you can fend for yourself." As he spoke, he really started to walk away. To be honest, he was willing to help mainly because he wanted to seize something from Wang, but he hadn't expected the other party to run away directly. If it weren't for the benefits he gained from the Blood Soul banner, this round would have been a wasted effort. As for the girl, although he was somewhat familiar with her, he wouldn't risk his life to help. "No, don't leave me, Xiaoyun." Seeing Lu Li actually saying he would leave, the girl burst into tears, appearing truly like someone who had never seen the world. "Xiaoyun." Lu Li stopped, finally realizing where the familiar feeling came from. The little girl with the tiger head who was the first to awaken when Longxing Town awakened was named Xiaoyun. Sigh. Lu Li sighed and walked back. "Come with me. We need to leave here." Without caring whether she agreed or not, he pulled her up, carrying her on his back and dashing towards the valley exit. Not long after Lu Li left, the big boss indeed returned, accompanied by Wang. The two looked at the ground full of dry corpses, their pupils involuntarily shrinking, and the big boss suddenly looked at Wang. "Are you sure he is really a disciple of Qingyang sect?" I saw him wearing the emblem of the Qingyang sect with my own eyes." Wang Hufa's jaw trembled. Good. The leader clenched his fist tightly, not expecting that the Qingyang sect, known as a righteous sect, actually had someone secretly practicing such evil techniques. After a moment, he seemed to think of something. His eyes turned as he said, "Immediately notify the other brothers in the stronghold to search for this kid with all their might." "Leader, I'm afraid the brothers are no match for him." What are you afraid of? Let the brothers bring signal flares. They don't need to engage, just signal will do." "Yes." On the other side, in a hidden cave near the top of a branch, Lu Li sat cross-legged on a stone, closing his eyes to recover his true energy. Ling Xiaoyun's complexion had improved quite a bit compared to before, and her big eyes were secretly sizing up Lu Li. After about a quarter of an hour, Lu Li finally recovered and suddenly looked at Ling Xiaoyun. "Am I good looking?" "Huh." Ling Xiaoyun quickly lowered her head upon hearing this. Lu Li found this girl interesting, but too naive. Such a person would definitely be praised by everyone in the secular world, but in this desire-filled cultivation realm, naivety would inevitably lead to being bullied. "Are you from Longxing Town?" Lu Li asked with some emotion. Ling Xiaoyun showed a hint of surprise. "How do you know?" Because I can calculate." "I don't believe it." Ling Xiaoyun suspiciously stared at Lu Li, seemingly trying to find something on his face, but looking around. She only felt a bit familiar without knowing where that familiarity came from, so she asked, "Senior brother, what's your name?" "Me? My name is Qin Shorin." Qin? Ling Xiaoyun was clearly stunned for a moment. Suddenly her eyes widened. "I know. You are Lu Li." Now it was Lu Li's turn to be confused. "How did she know?" Still trying to trick me," Ling Xiaoyun said proudly. "You probably don't know. Qin Shorin is my cousin. He mentioned you when he came to my house to play before, saying he had a friend named An Ho, who looked like a black and shiny monkey. Also, I saw you when I awakened that year." Lu Li was taken aback, not expecting Qin Shorin to have such a cousin. "By the way, didn't you not awaken? How did you?" Ling Xiaoyan clearly didn't understand. Oh, I was lucky and later found some wild fruits to eat, and suddenly awakened. It seemed the other party still didn't know that Qin Shoren had already entered the Qingyang sect. Luli didn't want to mention that sad past, and casually made up an excuse. So that's how it is, you are really lucky. Through their casual chat, Luli learned that Ling Xiaoyan actually had dual spirit roots of water and wood. After entering the Qingyang sect, she directly became a disciple of the third elder Feng Buwei. In just 3 years, she reached the third level of qi refining and is currently at the peak of the third level, half a step into the fourth realm, with a cultivation level slightly higher than Luli. However, she was too naive and had never engaged in any killings, so she didn't know how to utilize her abilities. In battle, aside from covering her eyes, she would just scream. Feng Buwei, feeling helpless, decided to take 2 formal disciples to bring his apprentice out for some training. That's how the previous events occurred. He didn't expect the other party to be that beast's cousin. This made things a bit tricky. Chapter 58. Everyone step back. Let me handle it. Big brother Lu, what are you thinking about? Seeing Lu Li's serious expression, Ling Xiaoyan glanced outside the cave, feeling a bit scared. Lu Li shook his head, stood up, and walked to the cave entrance to look outside. The cave was located halfway up a steep peak, with lush redwood trees below and leaves the size of basins covering the sky, obscuring the view of the forest. Suddenly, a cluster of red leaves 100 feet away below began to tremble violently, as if someone was deliberately shaking the trunk. Lu Li's eyes narrowed, and he slowly took half a step back. After a while, the trembling red leaves stopped, and then a rustling sound of crawling came from the forest. Is it a monster? Lu Li frowned slightly, glanced back at Ling Xiaoyan, and thoughtfully said, "Follow me." Ling Xiaoyan hurriedly followed. The two of them cautiously made their way down the mountain. As they approached the base of the steep peak, Lu Li finally spotted the monster. It turned out to be a plump creature resembling a rhinoceros, but with faint scales on its back. A silver horn over 2 feet long protruded from its nose. The rhino monster also noticed the two, snorted lowly, smoke billowing from its nostrils, and shook its body as it charged towards them with a rumble. Level 1, early stage. Lu Li sensed it, his gaze flickering as he looked at Ling Xiaoyan beside him. Xiaoyan, it's up to you. Huh. No, wait. Go. As Lu Li spoke, he pushed Ling Xiaoyan toward the charging rhino monster. Seeing the rhino monster charging, Ling Xiaoyan was so scared that she nearly lost her soul, screaming as she immediately covered her eyes with both hands. Damn. Lu Li's face twitched, and in a flash, he was in front of Ling Xiaoyan, grabbing that sharp silver horn and simultaneously kicking the rhino monster's cheek, sending it tumbling to the side. He then pulled down Ling Xiaoyan's hands that were covering her eyes and sternly shouted, "Kill it, or I won't help you." Ling Xiaoyan felt wronged upon being scolded by Lu Li. Not going to do it. Lu Li's expression darkened, and he turned to leave. The rhino monster steadied itself and charged at Ling Xiaoyan again. Ling Xiaoyan's legs trembled, and she turned to run towards Lu Li. Just as she reached Lu Li's side, he grabbed her and shouted, "Are you useless? A dignified third level of qi refining, and you can't even kill a level 1 early stage spirit beast? What use are you alive? You might as well die." After saying that, he suddenly turned back and punched, sending a fireball towards the charging rhino monster. As the monster was dazed, he threw out several more fireballs. With a series of explosions, the rhino monster's head burst open, and it fell down. He turned back to look at Ling Xiaoyan coldly. "Did you see? It's just big. It can't even withstand a basic fireball. What are you afraid of?" After saying that, he angrily returned to the cave, leaving Ling Xiaoyan standing alone, sobbing helplessly. "Woo, bad person, you are a bad person. I don't want your help." Ling Xiaoyan stood there for a while, wiping her tears and walking into the forest. Behind the cave, Lu Li sighed softly, and the jade pendant on his waist glowed as he stealthily went down again. As he moved through the forest, Lu Li maintained a distance of over 10 feet from the creature, occasionally using the redwood trees to conceal himself. About half an hour later, Ling Xiaoyan suddenly stopped and began to slowly back away, as a completely gray wild wolf was cautiously approaching her. The wolf wasn't too big, but measured about 5 to 6 feet in length, with faint blue light in its eyes and sharp fangs that seemed to threaten Ling Xiaoyan. "I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you." Ling Xiaoyan retreated while muttering to herself. Seeing Ling Xiaoyan continuously back away, the gray wolf seemed to gain confidence and suddenly leaped into the air, opening its mouth to pounce on Ling Xiaoyan. At this sight, Lu Li's heart jumped to his throat, but he forced himself to remain hidden. Ling Xiaoyan retreated several steps while screaming. Just when Lu Li thought she would cover her eyes again, Ling Xiaoyan suddenly moved. She waved her hands and shouted, "I bow palm." Buzz. Instantly, a water blue transparent rune disc appeared in front of her, and a giant transparent palm print flew out from the rune disc, crashing towards the gray wolf's head. The gray wolf was caught off guard and was hit solidly by the palm print. Bang! With a dull sound, the gray wolf was sent flying, and Ling Xiaoyan's face lit up with joy, ready to gloat. However, to her surprise, the gray wolf got back up, howling sharply, and lunged towards her calf like lightning. Ling Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically, and in her panic, she threw out a talisman. Boom! The talisman exploded, and the charging gray wolf was blown to pieces. However, Ling Xiaoyan was also caught in the blast, being knocked back 5 or 6 feet and crashing to the ground with a thud. What a waste! Luli shook his head inwardly. That explosive talisman must have been made from at least 7 or 8 pieces, and she had used them all at once. But Ling Xiaoyan didn't care at all. She got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and a glimmer of light shone in her eyes. She glanced back hesitantly, but then, almost defiantly, continued forward. After another 2 or 3 hours, the sky began to darken. During this time, she encountered 2 more wild wolves. After a messy battle, she finally managed to escape unscathed. She was growing increasingly tired. Yet the light in her eyes became more intense. She realized that the demon beasts weren't as terrifying as she had thought. Just then, a sudden rustling sound came from the bushes to her left. Ling Xiaoyan quickly stopped and slowly retreated, her eyes fixed on the moving branches in the distance. Moments later, a short, stout figure emerged, followed closely by 3 muscular men without shirts. It was actually Wang Hufa and his group. Wang Hufa was momentarily stunned upon seeing Ling Xiaoyan. But then he was overjoyed. Little girl, where's that kid? At this moment, Ling Xiaoyan had already used up all her talismans. Although she wasn't as frightened of the group as before, she still felt fear and took a few steps back. I don't know. Don't know? Wang Hufa chuckled ominously. You'll find out soon enough. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, take her down. The 3 muscular men exchanged glances and rushed forward, unleashing 3 streams of differently colored true energy towards Ling Xiaoyan. The true energy wasn't condensed, indicating that they hadn't even learned any spells. It was just ordinary true energy. I'll kill you. Ling Xiaoyan shouted angrily, forming a hand seal, and a green shield suddenly appeared in front of her. Bang! Advanced spell. The 3 streams of true energy struck the shield and created a series of crisp sounds. The 3 muscular men looked at each other, astonished by what they saw in each other's eyes. Wang Hufa's pupils constricted, but then he was ecstatic, shouting, everyone retreat. Let me handle this. He swiftly moved forward and hurled a massive fireball at Ling Xiaoyan. Ling Xiaoyan's pretty face changed, and she quickly poured more true energy into the now dim shield, causing it to brighten again. Boom. The fireball collided with the shield, producing a loud explosion. The shield dimmed momentarily, but did not shatter. Ling Xiaoyan only swayed slightly. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet give way, and she sank into the earth, leaving only her neck above ground. Wang Hufa wore a mocking expression, giving Ling Xiaoyan no chance to react, and directly sent a fireball crashing towards her head, seemingly intent on killing her. Chapter 59. The gray-clad old man Wang Hufa's actions were too swift for Ling Xiaoyan to react. As she saw the fireball flying towards her head, despair washed over her. Humph, as if I don't exist. Accompanied by a cold voice, a fireball suddenly flew out from Wang Hufa's right side, crashing into the fireball he had launched, causing both to explode in a burst of flames. Immediately after, a dark blue figure appeared right in front of Wang Hufa. Wang Hufa's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively reached for a signal flare in his pocket, but Luli would not give him that chance. With a thunderous punch, he struck Wang Hufa squarely in the face. After a loud bang, Wang Hufa's hefty body was sent crashing backward. Luli pursued him and kicked Wang Hufa in the chest with all his might. The other 3 men were left dumbfounded, gulping as they turned to flee. Leaving now? Don't you think it's a bit late? A voice that sounded like death echoed behind one of them, causing the person to feel a chill run down their spine. They wanted to plead for mercy but suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of their head and then lost consciousness. In just a few breaths, the remaining 2 also fell to the ground, unable to rise. Luli let out a sigh of relief, looking at Ling Xiaoyan, who had just emerged from the dirt. Are you all right? You said you wouldn't care about me anymore. Ling Xiaoyan sulked, turning her head away. Hee, quite stubborn, Luli said, shaking his head as he turned to deal with the corpses. Moments later, 3 more evil spirits were added to the Blood Soul banner, and he obtained 2 storage bags, both looted from Wang Hufa. Luli didn't check what was inside. Instead, he pondered over the 4 items that looked like firework tubes. It seemed that besides the big boss of the Water Cloud Village, who was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, there weren't any other experts. If he could lure the big boss away, perhaps Ling Xiaoyan could safely descend the mountain? With this thought, he took out 5 speed talismans and 5 explosive talismans, handing them to Ling Xiaoyan. Keep these talismans safe. In a bit, I'll draw the people from the Water Cloud Village to the east. After 2 hours, take advantage of the night and head west. Once you're out of the forest, don't enter Water Cloud Town. Just find your way back to Qingyang Sect. Can you do that? Ling Xiaoyan was taken aback. Why are you helping me? Luli smiled. Because you're pretty. Although this was said in jest, Luli genuinely wanted to help Ling Xiaoyan, not for any other reason, but for the sake of his deceased brother. Ling Xiaoyan shot him a glance, suddenly feeling that this person wasn't so annoying after all. All right, let us not waste time. You should head west now, but don't go too far. First, find a place to hide. Wait for me to set off the signal flare in the east, and then you can leave quickly after 2 hours. Can't we leave together? No. Will you be in danger? Don't worry, I'm much stronger than you. I'll be fine. You may look like a bad guy, but you're quite nice to me. Ling Xiaoyan said with some worry, lifting her head earnestly. Lu, big brother, you must come back alive. Lu Li was momentarily stunned, and by the time he regained his senses, Ling Xiaoyan had already disappeared into the darkness. Good luck, he murmured, shaking his head as he turned and sprinted towards the east. However, he didn't use the gale step. While it was fast, it consumed a lot of true energy. And as a means of escape, it couldn't be used indiscriminately. After running for a bit more than half an hour, Luli took out a signal flare. Using his true energy, a brilliant firework instantly lit up the sky. Outside the branch, Sushan looked up and was overjoyed, immediately gathering everyone. We found the trail of that person, follow me. He had thought Luli would escape outside, which was why he had set up a blockade outside. Now, it seemed that the opponent was already very close to the main vein. This made him anxious. If Luli made it to the main vein, it would be troublesome. Ling Xiaoyun, upon seeing the firework rise, silently prayed, please don't let anything happen. After releasing the firework, Luli immediately dashed away, running more than 10 miles before stopping to release the second signal flare. At this time, Sushan had already gathered all the people from Watercloud Village. A group of more than 20 people, marching in the direction Luli had gone. However, they hadn't reached the first signal point when they saw the second signal flare light up further east. Sushan immediately quickened his pace. That kid is escaping, move faster. By early morning, Luli had already run an unknown number of miles. Without Ling Xiaoyan by his side, he felt much lighter and acted without any reservations. He unhesitatingly launched the last signal flare. At this time, a group of people from Shuiyuanzhai had long been left behind by Sushan. Seeing the signal flare light up again, Sushan couldn't help but curse. Damn it, what did that kid eat to grow up so fast? After launching the signal flare, Luli didn't run forward. Instead, he turned around and headed back the way he came. After returning about 2 miles, he leaped lightly onto the top of a flourishing redwood branch and then used the hidden god jade to conceal his presence. Before long, Luli saw Sushan sweep past beneath him, not stopping at all. After waiting for a while and confirming it was safe, Luli jumped down from the tree and pondered for a moment before heading towards the main vein. It was said that the Thunderfire orchid grew on the main vein. It was time to go look for it. 3 days later, Luli finally climbed up to the main vein of the Thunderfire mountain range. He discovered that the jungle on the main vein was a deep blue, and the spiritual energy was much denser than that of the branch veins, almost rivaling Tianjue Peak. It should be good for cultivation here, Luli thought as he searched for traces of the Thunderfire orchid. Not long after, Luli's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly ran forward. Just 10 zhang ahead, in a clearing covered with dead leaves, there was a plant resembling a spring orchid with 8 leaves, exuding a faint blue light. Thunderfire orchid, haha, it really is the Thunderfire orchid. Luli was overjoyed and carefully uprooted it. Unlike the blue leaves, the roots of this Thunderfire orchid were bright red. After admiring it for a while, Luli planted it in his medicinal garden. Finding one as soon as he arrived greatly boosted his confidence. Unknowingly, Luli had spent 3 days on the main vein. To his surprise, during this time, he hadn't encountered anyone from the 6 major villages, not even a single beast. Moreover, the Thunderfire orchid was surprisingly abundant. In just 3 days, he had collected 120 stalks, as if they were waiting for him to pick them. If it weren't for the desolate surroundings, he might have suspected it was someone's medicinal garden. Why does it feel so unreal? Luli frowned and noticed another Thunderfire orchid appearing 10 zhang away. Instead of feeling happy, he felt a vague sense of unease. Never mind, I'll just collect it first. With that thought, Luli prepared to gather the Thunderfire orchid. However, halfway there, an old man in gray suddenly jumped out from the nearby thicket and blocked his path. The old man was small in stature, with a pointed nose and small eyes, looking at Luli with a strange smile, and said, "Good boy, you dare to steal from the Bai Rijai?" Chapter 60 Bai Ritown Bai Rijai? What Bai Rijai? Luli stared at the old man warily. You don't know? The old man narrowed his eyes, suddenly let out a strange laugh, and turned to a group of strong men rushing over behind him, shouting, "Come quick, someone is stealing your spiritual herbs." As he said this, he swiftly moved in front of Luli, and before Luli could react, he grabbed him and threw him toward the group of strong men, saying, "Boy, good luck." After that, he vanished without a trace. Luli was horrified and crashed into the 3 strongest men at the front, flying backward with them for over a zhang, tumbling into a heap. "Kid, where the hell did you come from?" The 3 strong men felt like their bones were about to break, lying on the ground and groaning. Luli hurriedly climbed up from the pile of men, moved 10 zhang away, and cupped his hands at them, saying, "Brothers, I just came to collect herbs. I don't know that old man." "What did you say?" One of the strong men stood up, clutching his stomach. "I don't know that old man." The strong man roared in anger, waving his hand to the others behind him. "Come on, kill this herb thief." "Damn!" Luli screamed and turned to flee. "Don't run. Stop. Kill him." A group of strong men roared as they chased after him. As he ran, Luli glanced back and was nearly scared out of his wits. The group of strong men were surprisingly fast, not lagging behind him at all. Although he wasn't using the swift wind step, he had activated the swift movement talisman. Upon sensing, he realized that none of these men were below the 3rd layer, and he couldn't see through the 3 leading ones at all. He thought, could these be the so-called people from Bai Rijai? If ordinary henchmen are this strong, how strong must the leader of Bai Rijai be? Thinking of this, he dared not hold back any longer and immediately activated the swift movement talisman along with the swift wind step, disappearing in a flash. Where did he go? Don't know. The group of strong men chased for over 50 zhong, suddenly losing sight of Lu Li, their faces looking very unpleasant. Meanwhile, in a pit on a giant branch extending north from the middle section of the Thunderfire mountain range, Lu Li was panting heavily, warily watching the cave entrance. Kid, you stepped on my foot. Suddenly, a ghostly voice came from behind Lu Li. Shit. Lu Li nearly jumped up in fright, but a thin, bony hand covered his mouth and yanked him back. Don't shout, or I'll kill you. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Lu Li was stunned, turned around, and saw it was that old man again. He was instantly furious and yanked the old man's arm down. Old man, what do you mean? What do you mean? Lu Li initially wanted to ask why the old man used him as a shield, but thinking it over, he found the question too childish. So he chose to remain silent and sat down. Kid, are you angry? Lu Li, kid, your movement technique is pretty good. Where did you learn it? Lu Li, kid, why aren't you talking? Lu Li, old man, my patience has limits. Don't think you can act arrogant just because your realm is higher than mine. Be careful, I might kill you. Oh, kid, pretty arrogant, huh? He just SOSO. Lu Li's eyes turned, and suddenly he shot out of the pit, simultaneously tossing 3 explosive talismans back into the hole. Boom. Instantly, dirt flew everywhere, and an old man, mixed with a cloud of dirt, shot up into the sky. The pit was already small, and the power of the 3 explosive talismans was maximized. You bastard, dare to trick me. Lu Li laughed maniacally and took off running. You little bastard, don't run. I'll kill you. On my old back. On the hillside, the old man was ragged, covered in dirt. Shouting in the direction Lu Li fled. I found that old thief. At the top of the hill. A strong man excitedly pointed at the old man lying on the slope and shouted. Then a group of strong men rushed down with a rumble. Damn it. The old man rolled and crawled, throwing out several talismans to escape, disappearing into the redwood forest below. In the middle section of the Thunderfire mountain range, there was a town named by Re Town at the end of a branch extending north. Although called a town, it was actually equivalent to a small city. Bustling with traffic and intersecting streets, quite lively. As evening approached, the lights in White Day Town gradually illuminated, providing a warm and safe feeling amidst the vast wilderness. Later, a young man dressed in dark blue attire arrived at the town gate. Finally made it out. The youth glanced back at the Leihua mountain range, slowly exhaling in relief before stepping inside. He was Lu Li, who had just run out from the Leihua mountains. The trip had its rewards, but he hadn't expected that the spiritual herb would actually have an owner, which led to him being chased. Upon entering the town, Lu Li noticed that it was much more prosperous than Shuiyun Town, with wide streets, bustling crowds, and ancient buildings, indicating that this town had some history. He had walked too quickly earlier and had forgotten to observe where he was. Steamed buns, mantu, guests come play. Calls echoed in Lu Li's ears as he strolled down the street. Soon, he arrived in front of a 5-story tall restaurant in the center of the town. He looked up at the sign and walked inside. Welcome, esteemed guest. As soon as he entered, a cheerful waiter approached him. Are you looking to dine in or stay the night? Let's eat something first, Lu Li casually replied. All right, esteemed guest. The second floor is quieter, the waiter tentatively suggested. Although it's a bit more expensive. Lu Li, unaware of the implications, immediately said, let's go to the second floor. Great. The waiter's face lit up with joy. Bowing respectfully to lead Lu Li, making him feel a bit embarrassed. He thought, is it really necessary to be like this just for a meal? Upon reaching the second floor, the waiter glanced around and pointed to a table by the window. Sir, that spot is quiet and has a nice view outside. What do you think? That one will do. Lu Li agreed without a second thought. All right, sir, please take a seat. The waiter's grin stretched from ear to ear. After sitting down, the waiter handed Lu Li one of the 2 menus. Sir, take a look at what you'd like to eat. Lu Li flipped through and pointed at a dish called wolf's heart, dog's lung, asking, what is this? This is roasted gray wolf heart, a low-level spirit beast. And it tastes quite good. Would you like to try it? Spirit beast? Yes. All the dishes on the second floor are made from spirit beasts and spiritual herbs. They're definitely worth the price. Lu Li nodded. Then I'll have one. After that, he ordered a few more dishes. Suddenly noticing that the numbers next to the dish names were different, each with a circular mark next to them, and curiously asked, what does this mean? The waiter quickly explained, oh, that's the price of the menu. Oh, this one represents 1 tael of silver, right? Silver? The waiter was taken aback and chuckled, sir, don't joke around. Who doesn't know that our Bai Ri Inn only accepts Ning Zhendan on the second floor? Ning Zhendan. Lu Li jumped up. Are you saying that all the dishes I just ordered cost Ning Zhendan? Yes, what's wrong? Sir, you're not short on money, are you? The waiter's smile gradually faded. What? Of course not. Bring it on. Lu Li's face twitched, and he sat back down. His heart was bleeding. Those few dishes he ordered totaled 15 Ning Zhendan. However, for the sake of face, he had to accept it. Seeing this, the waiter smiled again, his expression changing at a terrifying speed. Soon, 6 or 7 dishes were brought to the table. The aroma wafted into Lu Li's nostrils, instantly stimulating his appetite. And he no longer cared about how many Ning Zhendan he would spend, diving into the food. However, just after a few bites, he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him. He looked up and was stunned. A ragged old man, covered in black grime as if he had just come from coal mining, was sitting across from him, staring intently. He looked like a beggar, but the flickering flame in his eyes indicated he was very angry. Who are you? Luli asked, his mouth full of food, staring blankly at the beggar. What do you think? The beggar spat out a mouthful of black smoke. I think. Looking at the beggar's somewhat swollen face, Luli found him somewhat amusing and burst out a mouthful of rice. Can you not sit in front of me? I just want to eat my meal. Huh. You little bastard, you dare to laugh. The old man instantly exploded in rage, standing up as if to hit Luli. Hey, senior, please calm down. Luli quickly raised his bowl and backed away. He had already recognized this man. He was the old man he had blown up with an explosion talisman in the Lehua Mountains. Humph. The old man glared at Luli and sat back down, seemingly not really intending to hit him. Luli awkwardly sat back down. Senior, you can't blame me for this. You were the one who tricked me first. If I weren't lucky, I wouldn't be sitting here, right? The old man said. You are the first person to make me so miserable. Hand over your movement technique, and we'll call it even. Movement technique? Senior, are you joking? Luli said, while stuffing his mouth with food. Every technique has a master. If I dare to spread it casually, I wouldn't need you to act. My master would kill me. Master? The old man raised his eyebrows slightly, scrutinizing Luli, and asked suspiciously, who is your master? To him, Luli's movement technique was truly terrifying. He had never seen a chi refining stage cultivator possess such agility. It was normal for such a secret technique to have a master. Luli didn't look up, continuing to eat while saying, my master never lets me reveal his name. But since you want to know, I'll let you in on a little secret. Please don't spread it around, or my master will definitely beat me. Stop stalling. Just say it. The old man said impatiently. Luli pretended to look around and leaned closer to the old man's ear, whispering, actually, my master is named Luli. Please don't tell anyone else, or else. Luli? The old man frowned, staring at Luli. How come I've never heard of this person? Ahem. Senior, it's not surprising that you haven't heard of him. My master's skills are profound, and he has been cultivating in the deep mountains for years. How could an average person know him? The old man was taken aback. Is that true? I, Qin Shorin, swear to heaven, if I tell a half-truth. May lightning strike me. Your name is Qin Shorin? Yes, and I haven't asked for your name. The old man's eyes turned, and he suddenly grinned. Wuda. How about we be friends, Qin Daoist? Wuda? Luli was taken aback, thinking what a ridiculous name. But this old man truly lacked moral integrity. He glanced at Wuda, thinking that being friends is fine, but if you trick me again, don't blame me for calling my master to deal with you. How could I? I'm a person of pure nature. How could I engage in deceitful acts? What happened before was a misunderstanding. I thought you were from the Bairi stronghold, so I acted a bit harshly. I hope you don't hold it against me. Hee, no hard feelings, no hard feelings. But about that movement technique, I'll ask my master before I say anything. When will you ask? Are you annoying, or what? This old man kept bringing up his movement technique, clearly not a good person. Wuda chuckled awkwardly. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I was just casually mentioning it. Saying this, he turned his eyes to the waiter at the staircase and called out, Waiter, come over here. The waiter was momentarily stunned. And when he saw Wuda, his expression immediately darkened. He quickly ran over and said, Where did this filthy beggar come from? Get lost quickly. You're disturbing our esteemed guest's meal. Be careful, or I'll kill you. He then turned to Luli with an apologetic smile. Please don't be angry, sir. I'll have him removed right away. Luli glanced at the waiter without saying a word. In the next moment, the waiter was sent flying back to the staircase. And Wuda, like a leech, rushed forward, grabbing him by the collar and staring at him fiercely. Do you dare to insult me? The waiter trembled. His face filled with fear. Please spare me, senior, spare me. Spare you? Wuda slapped him hard across the face and then smashed a jade bottle against his chest. Open your dog eyes and see what's inside. The waiter looked at Wuda in horror and then trembled as he opened the jade bottle, which was filled to the brim with condensing true pills, at least 4 or 5 dozen of them. He couldn't help but shudder and slapped himself twice. Forgive me, senior. It's my fault for not recognizing a mountain of greatness. This is interesting. Wuda released the waiter and ordered dishes according to the money inside. And that kid would be responsible for the total. Why yes, the waiter was both regretful and delighted. My brother is quite wealthy, he thought. When Wuda returned, Luli couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Just a small matter. Brother Qin, take your time eating. There will be more good dishes soon. Before long, the waiter arranged a full table of food and kept pushing it towards Luli. However, Luli had already eaten enough and wasn't interested in the feast. Wuda thought Luli was still concerned about the earlier incident and said, speaking of those damn 6 major villages, they're really not worth anything. If they hadn't turned the Thunderfire Mountain range into their private territory, how could I have had a misunderstanding with Brother Qin today? 6 major villages? Luli became a bit interested. To be honest, brother, I've been training hard in the mountains with my master until now, and this is my first time here. Could you tell me about these 6 major villages? Chapter 62, Striking It Rich. The 6 major villages, huh? Wuda sipped some wine casually and said, the 6 major villages are the Bairi village, the Piaoshui village, and the Guangming village located in the north of the mountain, and the Dihu village, Yulong village, and Tianlang village located in the south. After hearing this, Luli wondered why the Shui Yun village, which had chased him, was not mentioned, and asked, what about Shui Yun village? Shui Yun village? What place is that? Wuda looked puzzled at first, then realized. You must be talking about a newly established small village. There are too many small villages in the Thunderfire mountain range. If Shueyun village was a small village, how powerful must Bairi village be? Thinking of having stolen herbs from Bairi village, he couldn't help but feel worried and asked, Brother, do you know where Bairi village is located? Bairi village? Wuda raised an eyebrow. What do you want to do? They have their eyes on me, so I'm preparing to stay away from them. Wuda's expression suddenly became very strange. Didn't you see the 3 words Bairi town written on the town gate when you entered? What do you mean? What do you think? Let me tell you. This is the base of Bairi village, Bairi town. What? Luli was startled and stood up in shock. It was too dark outside, and he hadn't noticed. He didn't expect he had run into their den. Hey, what are you going to do? Of course, I'm going to run. Luli turned to leave without looking back. Wuda hurriedly got up to block Luli. Don't rush. When I came in, I happened to see all the people from Bairi village rushing out, heading into the mountains. If you run out now, it's like looking for death. Rushing out? They didn't notice you? Isn't that thanks to you? Wuda shot a resentful glance at Luli, tugging at his ragged clothes. If I looked in the mirror now, I probably wouldn't even recognize myself. Hearing this, Luli grinned and sat back down, but his worries were hard to shake off. Now that he had obtained 3 of the 4 materials needed to refine the acupoint pill, he was just missing the last one, earth milk essence. If there was no earth milk essence in the Thunderfire mountain range, it would be better to leave early. If he were caught by those from Bairi village, it would be a loss. Thinking of this, he asked, Brother, have you heard of earth milk essence? Wuda was momentarily taken aback, and his expression grew increasingly strange. Thinking, is this kid a worm in my stomach? He looked at Luli suspiciously and suddenly had an idea, smiling broadly. Brother Chin, you really asked the right person. Do you really know? Luli was overjoyed. Of course, Wuda nodded, leaning in mysteriously, and said, What you don't know, brother, is that I came here specifically for the earth milk essence, but I also happened to collect a few Thunderfire orchids. Oh, to be honest, brother, I've already received accurate news that there is a sinkhole on the main vein called the Shui Pit, and there is earth milk essence inside. I even personally went down to explore. The cold air is pervasive down there, definitely the place where earth milk essence grows. You went down to explore? Have you already obtained earth milk essence? No. Wuda awkwardly sat back down. There is a small guy at the 6th level of chi refining guarding the place. And I didn't want to confront him directly, so I avoided it for now. A small guy at the 6th level of chi refining? Your cultivation level. Hehe. I am currently at the 5th level of chi refining. Luli. After the exchange, Luli finally got the news about earth milk essence. However, according to Wuda, there was a second-in-command from Bairi village stationed at the Shui Pit, and that second-in-command was at the 6th level of chi refining. Wuda's suggestion was for them to go together, with Luli distracting the person while Wuda went to get the earth milk essence. And then they would split it. Naturally, Luli didn't believe Wuda's nonsense, but since the other party was at the 6th level of chi refining, it was unrealistic for him to snatch the earth milk essence alone. After thinking it over, he pretended to agree. Seeing Luli agree, Wuda was overjoyed. Thinking, the kid is still a bit naive. Since all the people from Bairi village had gone to the Thunderfire mountain range, the two decided to stay in the city to cultivate for a while and wait for the commotion to pass before heading to the Shui Pit. After eating, Luli found the waiter to book a room. The waiter strongly recommended that Luli stay on the 5th floor, claiming that the rooms there were very luxurious and had special services. Having been tricked once, Luli naturally wouldn't be fooled again and insisted on a regular room. So the waiter took him to a simple room on the 3rd floor facing the street. The room was very simple, and he could hear the noise from the street outside, but Luli didn't mind. He found it quite cozy. More importantly, it only cost 30 taels of silver for a month. Luli had killed many people and wasn't short on silver, so he casually threw out 100 taels to the waiter. Book it for 3 months. The extra is yours. The waiter had no cultivation and was just hoping to earn a bit more commission by recommending better rooms. Seeing Luli's generosity, he immediately expressed his thanks repeatedly. After the waiter left, Luli locked the door behind him. He then sat at the table and took out 2 brown storage bags, eagerly counting their contents. The 2 storage bags were obtained from the protector of Shueyun village, who also ran a grocery store, so there must be quite a lot of items inside. He opened the first storage bag and couldn't help but feel delighted. Inside was a neatly arranged stack of jade bottles, at least 150 large jade bottles. He silently chanted in his heart, condensing true pill, condensing true pill. Then, with an expectant face, he opened one bottle. And when he saw it was filled with dark green pills, he burst into laughter, striking it rich. Striking it rich. It really is condensing true pill. He opened several more and, without exception, they were all Ningxin Dan. When calculated, there were more than 15,000 of them. Adding the 150 he had on him, he now had a total of 15,500. Even if he practiced continuously, it would be enough for him to stay in the time hall for over 3 years. After putting all the into the space hall, Luli eagerly opened the second storage bag. He projected his divine sense inside and found it filled with animal skins, various kinds, looking to be no less than 2,000 sheets. With so many animal skins, they should be worth quite a few, right? Luli pondered and put the storage bag into the space hall, thinking that the guardian Wang was indeed a good fortune child, which benefited him. What he didn't know was that the leader of Shuiyun village, Su Shan, was already mad with rage over Wang's death and was searching for his whereabouts with a group of brothers across the mountains. After tidying everything up, Lu Li first entered the medicinal garden to take a look and found that the space of the medicinal garden had reached a radius of 2 miles, containing 130 thunderfire orchids, 16 emerald bamboo grass, as well as the Qian fruit tree and a Xian pearl grass. What is this? Lu Li suddenly noticed a red, crystal-like fruit lying on the red soil under the Qian fruit tree. Chapter 63. The bounty of the daylight village. He picked up the Qian fruit to inspect it and then suddenly realized this Qian fruit was fully ripe, having 300 spirit patterns. According to the standard of Qian fruit, 100 years equals 1 tier, and it can only reach up to tier 3. Once it reaches its limit, it will no longer grow. Lu Li thought for a moment, summoned a bunch of jade bottles, and picked all the Qian fruits, putting them into the jade bottles. The fruit tree was still there, so it might bear new fruits. After storing all 50 jade bottles in the space hall, Lu Li left the medicinal garden and went to the time hall. He had been away from the Qingyang sect for almost a month, and during this time, he was busy searching for spiritual herbs and had no time to cultivate. So far, he had only opened 26 acupoints in his 3rd meridian, and now was just the right opportunity for him to cultivate properly. Since the spiritual energy here wasn't very rich, Lu Li didn't plan to use any this time. With the assistance of the Tai Xian Jing, refining this thin spiritual energy was more than enough. Meanwhile, in the forest on the main ridge directly opposite Daylight Town, flames flickered as over 100 people moved through the woods searching for something. An old man in a blue robe stood at the edge of a cliff with one hand behind his back, watching the flickering flames below, his expression dark enough to drip water. Few knew that this man was Bai Sheng, the elusive leader of the Daylight Village. Soon, a powerful man in a brown short coat hurried over and saluted Bai Sheng, saying, reporting to the leader, the inventory is complete. Bai Sheng took a deep breath and asked, how is it? The man in the brown short coat lowered his head, not daring to look at the old man, and trembled as he replied, according to the remaining traces, no less than 300 plants have been stolen. Bastard. Bai Sheng's eyes were about to burst with rage as he shouted, search. Even if we have to turn over the Thunderfire mountain range, we must catch that little thief and that old thief. Bai Sheng, what about the other villages? You just focus on the search. As for the other villages, I will handle them myself. Yes. By the way, inform everyone that you are only there to catch people when passing through other territories. Be honest and don't disturb their spiritual herbs. If anyone brings trouble to Daylight Village, you know my methods. Yes, leader. The man shivered slightly at the words and quickly ran down the mountain. The western section of the Thunderfire mountain range went completely crazy, with over 100 men and women wearing Daylight Village badges running through the woods, gradually moving toward the east side of the mountain. 3 days later, news of the spiritual herbs stolen from Daylight Village spread rapidly, causing an uproar in the entire Daylight town, with everyone discussing who was so bold as to steal from Daylight Village. 15 days later, the search team from Daylight Village arrived at the middle section of the Thunderfire mountain range and encountered the local forces, the people from the Snowfall village. After a long standoff, it seemed that no agreement was reached, and the people from Daylight Village had to consult Bai Sheng. After hearing the news, Bai Sheng was furious again, saying, good, Ui Pai Oxu, I will remember this grudge. He then announced a retreat, leaving only a few people to continue searching on the mountain. The day after returning to Daylight Town, Bai Sheng published a bounty announcement, with images of an old man and a young man spreading throughout the town. Those who provided accurate clues would be rewarded with 800 low-grade, and those who provided heads would be rewarded with 3,000. Such an enticing reward instantly stirred the spirits of the scattered cultivators, who surged toward the Thunderfire mountain range. However, Daylight Village had rules. Scattered cultivators were not allowed to enter the main ridge and could only search in the major branches. At this moment, not only in the western section, but some scattered cultivators also flooded into the middle branch, even beginning to spread toward the western section. Fortunately, the waiter who had seen Lu Li was just a mortal and had no time to go outside. Otherwise, he would have been exposed on the spot. Time flew by, and 3 months passed. The scattered cultivators who went out to search for Lu Li and the others returned with disappointment on their faces, and the once desolate streets returned to their previous liveliness, with long sighs and complaints echoing in the taverns. The waiter, who often delivered meals to Lu Li, sat on the side during his free time, listening to everyone tell stories and feeling quite envious of cultivation, even imagining how great it would be if he could be as powerful as the little thief and old thief mentioned by the others one day. By evening, the waiter once again delivered dinner to room 306 as per usual. This was what the guest had instructed, delivered every 3 days. Although the guest ate little, he was very generous. Carrying a few plates of small dishes and a basin of rice, the waiter gently knocked on the door and then waited quietly. According to past habits, the guest would open the door in about 60 breaths. However, this time was clearly different. After just 10 breaths, the door opened, and a dark-skinned youth in a dark blue outfit smiled at him, taking the tray. Thank you for your hard work. It's what I should do, the waiter respectfully replied, then prepared to leave. Suddenly, The youth called out to him, "Wait." After speaking, he tossed out a silver ingot. "Come in. I have some questions for you." The waiter was overjoyed, carefully stowing the silver ingot in his pocket, and quickly walked in. "What would you like to know, dear guest?" Luli smiled and gestured for the other to sit down before asking. "Recently, it seems that Daylight Town has been quite quiet, but now it has suddenly become lively again. Has something happened?" "Oh, about that." The waiter immediately began to speak excitedly. "I heard that 2 months ago. Someone stole spiritual herbs from the territory of Daylight Village, and then the leader Bai Sheng personally led people to catch them." Seemingly worried that his information might not be worth the silver in his pocket, the waiter spilled everything he knew, gossip included, regardless of truth. After hearing this, Lu Li's heart sank, and he looked at the waiter. "You haven't seen that bounty announcement?" The waiter shook his head, thinking Lu Li also wanted to take the bounty, and said, "No, I went out a few times recently since the tavern had little business, but unfortunately, all the announcements were torn down by those cultivators. If you want to see it, you can ask those cultivators." Lu Li let out a slight sigh of relief. "I see. All right, dear guest. Do you have any other questions?" The waiter stood up and asked. Lu Li thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered Wu Da, who had also been in seclusion recently. He wondered if he had come out yet, so he asked, "By the way, has that beggar made any moves recently?" The waiter glanced at the door before whispering, 3 days ago in the evening, I saw him come out. It's been nearly 2 months now. And there are places to bathe in the room, yet he still looks so filthy. I really don't understand. Can one get addicted to being a beggar? Oh, he came out. But it seems there hasn't been any movement in his room these past couple of days. I wonder if he's left. All right, I got it. You can go." Once the waiter left, Lu Li couldn't help but show a contemplative expression. Wu Da left 3 days ago. Was he planning to go alone to retrieve that earth milk essence? Chapter 64. Encounter with the night howling wolf after dinner. Lu Li paced back and forth in his room with a frown. After spending 3 months outside and 30 months in closed-door cultivation in the Time Palace, he had opened 66 acupoints in his 3rd meridian and reached the late stage of the 3rd realm. If he wasn't killed instantly, with his speed and the hidden god Jade, he should be able to escape from the pursuit of cultivators below the 6th realm. But if he was surrounded, that would be a problem. Where exactly did that old man Wu Da go? With his strength and character, he shouldn't have gone to the Sun Eater pit alone. Could it be that after 2 to 3 months of cultivation, he had a breakthrough? Did he become aloof? Suddenly, there was a loud and urgent knock at the door while Lu Li was lost in thought. He immediately showed a vigilant expression, leaning against the door and asking in a low voice, "Who is it?" "It's me, your old man. Chin, little brother, open the door." A familiar voice came from outside. Lu Li quickly opened the door, and in came a thin old man in a gray robe, with a small nose, small eyes, and a handlebar mustache. It was none other than Wu Da. From the looks of it, he didn't seem as shabby as the waiter had described. "Kid, we can't stay here any longer. We need to leave immediately." Wu Da handed Lu Li one of the 2 black cloaks he was holding. "Put this on. It will be convenient for our actions." "You went outside just to buy this." Lu Li shook the cloak in his hand. The cloak was surrounded by a circle of black gauze, which felt very comfortable to the touch, unlike ordinary fabric. Looking from the inside out, it didn't obstruct the view at all, but from the outside looking in, it was just a black void. Of course not. I've had this cloak for a long time. I only went out to gather information, but I didn't expect that the Sun Eater camp would issue a bounty. He suddenly looked up at Lu Li. "You kid, you seem a bit different from before, huh?" "Different?" Lu Li was taken aback, tilting his head to glance at his long hair hanging by his ear, and then it dawned on him. Isn't that a good thing? He had previously been burned bald in Qingyang Prefecture, and after 3 months, his hair was only 5 inches long. Now, it was already 3 feet long, black as ink. And his entire demeanor had changed. "It's good, but your dark face hasn't changed much. It's safer to wear the cloak. If you die, it's fine. But if you get me into trouble, that would be a hassle." Hearing this, Lu Li thought to himself that this old man really wasn't a good person. It seemed that this trip required not only caution against others, but also vigilance against this old thing. He pulled the cloak over his head. "Are we leaving now?" Wu Da, not noticing the change in Lu Li's expression, also put the cloak on his head. "Of course, it's easier to act at night. Let's go." The 2 immediately left the room and went downstairs, not bothering to greet anyone before exiting the tavern. Although it was pitch black outside, Daylight Town was still brightly lit. They didn't take the main entrance, but instead wove through back alleys, and soon arrived at a low wall. This surrounding wall was only to prevent some unseeing beast from the mountain from attacking ordinary people. It wasn't very high. The 2 easily jumped over, and then disappeared into the vast darkness of the night. The mountain path at night was not easy to walk. Even though Lu Li's eyesight was much better than that of an ordinary person, he still wouldn't dare to run too fast without releasing his spiritual sense. However, Wu Da seemed accustomed to walking at night, and moved effortlessly through the forest. "Hey, old Wu, wait up." In a valley, Lu Li, who was following behind, suddenly noticed 2 green lanterns following closely behind and quickly tugged at Wu Da's clothing. "What's wrong? Don't walk so fast. There's a big guy behind us." "Big guy?" Wu Da turned back suspiciously, and his expression suddenly changed. "Damn, it's the Wolf King. Run." Saying this, he not only didn't stop, but instead ran even faster. "You bastard." Lu Li was furious, not bothering with anything else, and summoned a speeding talisman in his hand, swiftly overtaking Wu Da. Oh whoa. Suddenly, a sharp howl came from behind, and the two green lanterns began to chase them fiercely. Kid, don't you understand the virtue of respecting the old and cherishing the young? Wait for me. Wu Da cursed and sprinted away. Hearing this, Luli didn't stop but ran even faster, crashing through branches that snapped loudly, leaving Wu Da far behind. Kid, stop running. Let's fight it to the death. Wu Da shouted breathlessly from behind. Old Wu, you hold it off first. I'll go ahead to rest for a bit and come back to help you. Luli wasn't foolish. This was the Wolf King, and wherever it appeared, a pack of wolves was sure to follow. If they got surrounded, it would be troublesome. Beast, if you run again, I won't let you off. Seeing the Wolf King was less than a yard away, Wu Da's mouth twisted in anger as he pulled out a speeding talisman and chased after Luli Bang. It was unclear whether Wu Da was running too fast or Luli too slow, but he crashed straight into Luli. Why did you suddenly stop? Wu Da complained, holding his chest with a frustrated expression. Cough, I didn't wanna. Luli pointed ahead at a patch of green eyes. It seems we are surrounded. Aho, aho. The howls of wolves came from all directions. Ugh. The Wolf King halted, howling to the sky. The pack of wolves in front seemed to have received some instruction and began to change their formation, surrounding the two, showing a significant level of intelligence. This is bad. Wu Da muttered to himself. What do we do? Luli also put away his joking demeanor and asked seriously. What else can we do? We need to fight our way out. Night howling wolves have a strong territorial instinct. I guess they won't dare to cross the main vein, Wu Da said. All right. Without waiting for Wu Da to say anything else, Luli took a step forward and charged towards the wolf pack. Good kid, you have some courage. Wu Da praised as he turned to the left, completely taking a different direction from Luli. You really aren't a good person, Luli thought angrily, realizing that he had attracted a large number of wolves to himself, and not only did Wu Da not help him, but he also attacked through the weaker point. He thought, if I catch you later, I will definitely make you pay. Raising his hand, a gray wolf that pounced at him was smashed back to the ground. Meanwhile, on Wu Da's side, he had already cut through the outer edge of the wolf pack. Luli initially wanted to lead the wolves away, but found his path blocked. These small wolves were charging at him recklessly, forcing him to abandon that plan. Using the power of the speeding talisman, Luli zigzagged, smashing his way through. Before long, more than 10 small wolves lay motionless on the ground. However, there were still over 100 in the pack, and this way was not sustainable. Gritting his teeth, Luli stepped on the head of one of the juvenile wolves and used the leverage to leap into the air. Then, a gust of wind surged around him, and he flew more than 10 feet away. As soon as he landed, 4 or 5 small wolves pounced at him again. On the other side, Wu Da had already vanished from sight. You bastard, I won't let this go. Luli didn't want to fight, but with Wu Da's disappearance, the wolf pack surged towards him, each one moving incredibly fast. If he didn't use the gale step, he would have to rely on the agility talisman just to barely keep up with the little wolf's speed. Chapter 65. The scheme of the sun-eating pit in the dark valley. Luli dodged and maneuvered, the sounds of explosions and wolf howls echoing around him. At first, Luli was determined to escape the battlefield, but as time passed, he became enraged. Even though his robes were tattered and his body covered in wounds, he did not retreat an inch. He realized that with every dodge and counterattack, he was gaining more control over his body's strength. Every punch was perfectly measured, neither too strong nor too weak. Each punch could bring a little wolf down. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Of the more than 100 little wolves, only about 20 were still circling him. While Luli was becoming unsteady, he still had true energy in his body, but it felt incredibly heavy. In the distance, the Wolf King, who had been quietly watching Luli, seemed to have found the right moment. Suddenly, it crouched down and shot towards Luli like an arrow. Waiting for you. Luli's swaying body suddenly straightened. Just as the Wolf King approached within 10 feet, he threw out 2 explosive talismans. Boom, boom. The Wolf King fell from the air, but it was not seriously harmed. After shaking itself, it charged at Luli again. At that moment, another talisman fell at its feet. Instantly, the ground sank, and the Wolf King's body quickly sank down. The Wolf King let out a startled cry, and with a powerful kick of its tail, it attempted to leap out. Luli would not let it have its way. As the wolf sank, he shot forward, leaping onto the Wolf King's back, and suddenly produced a pitch-black axe, bringing it down fiercely towards the Wolf King's head. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the axe sank 5 inches into the Wolf King's skull. Arg! The Wolf King howled in pain, exerting itself and leaping out of the mud pit. So strong. Luli's pupil shrank as he tightly grasped the long fur on the Wolf King's neck, swinging the axe in a frenzied attack. Arg! The Wolf King howled repeatedly, jumping up and down. Thud! Another axe fell, and the Wolf King finally collapsed, unable to rise again. Luli also lost all his strength, collapsing on the Wolf King's back, gasping for breath, while keeping a vigilant eye on the 20 or so young wolves in the distance. He was truly exhausted. Seeing their king dead, the young wolves hesitated for a moment before scattering in all directions. Luli, relieved, fainted on the spot. He had no idea how long it had been. Luli felt a warm sensation on his face, and someone was patting it. When he opened his eyes, he saw a gray-cloaked figure squatting in front of him, instantly enraged. You scoundrel! How dare you come back? Wu Da gave an awkward smile, Cough. Don't be so angry. I'm back, aren't I? If it weren't for me keeping watch for you all night, you might have been eaten by some monster. Humph. Keeping watch all night? You were afraid no one would help draw away that chi refining 6th layer master, weren't you? How could that be? Chin kid, you think too badly of me. To be honest, I didn't leave last night. I was watching you the whole time. If I hadn't wanted you to gain some experience, I would have helped you long ago, Wuda said, without a hint of embarrassment. Heh, so I should thank you then. Luli sat up, brushing off the grass on his body, only to realize his clothes were in tatters. Channeling his spiritual power, his clothes instantly returned to their original state. This was the Mo Xia treasure garment, which could restore itself no matter how damaged it was. Before Luli could express his gratitude, he suddenly widened his eyes. Kid, your clothes are quite nice. Can I? Absolutely not. All right. Wuda pouted, but his gaze remained fixed on Luli, seemingly still coveting Li's treasure garment. Luli couldn't be bothered to deal with Wuda. He had seen through this person. A typical greedy character who would want to claim any treasure for himself. However, when he was about to clean up the wolf carcasses, he discovered that all the wolf skins were gone, leaving only bloody corpses behind. It seemed someone had skinned them all. Li's expression darkened, and he turned to Wuda, extending his hand and speaking in a deep voice. Hand it over. What? Stop pretending. Who else could have taken all these wolf skins if not you? Cough, how petty. Wuda smiled awkwardly, seeing that Luli genuinely seemed angry. He didn't retort and instead took out a storage bag and tossed it to Luli. Here, this is what you worked for all night. Luli snorted coldly. Using his spiritual sense to check the storage bag, he found over 80 wolf skins inside, and then put the storage bag away. Hey, my storage bag. This is compensation for you selling me out last night. Luli had no intention of returning it, having lost all goodwill towards Wuda. He also believed that as long as he wanted to escape, even a chi refining 5th layer master couldn't do anything to him. Fine. Wuda glanced at Luli, then asked, ready to set off? Luli looked up at the dimly blue mountain ridge above. Let's go. He didn't say anything about not getting tricked again because he knew that even if the other party agreed, it would be a lie. Moreover, he also planned to trick the old man hard. As dawn broke, the two moved cautiously, afraid of being discovered. 2 hours later, under the blazing sun, they finally arrived at the main ridge of the Thunder Fire Mountain range. Here, they were even more careful. Wuda released his spiritual sense along the way, wary of falling into an ambush by the Bairijai. By the time the sun was setting, they finally emerged from the dense, dim blue forest, revealing a vast expanse of grassland. The grassland was also a shade of dim blue, and at first glance, Luli thought it was covered in thunderfire orchids. But upon closer inspection, it was all just weeds. This grassland was at least 30 miles in diameter, and the open and pleasant scenery lightened his mood. He turned to Wuda and asked, how far is the sun-eating pit? About in the center of this grassland. We need to get closer to see. Wuda pointed ahead and then walked forward. Luli followed at a leisurely pace, glancing at Wuda's back, unsure of what he was thinking. In less than 15 minutes, they stopped at the edge of a circular pit. The pit had a diameter of at least 100 feet and was also 100 feet deep. Looking down, he could faintly see several large round stones at the bottom, as well as clusters of green plants. After staring at the dim blue expanse for so long, suddenly seeing a few clusters of green plants made Luli feel somewhat familiar. It felt like a person who had walked in the desert for months suddenly spotting a green mountain. The surrounding cliffs of the pit were flat, but in front of the two was a steep little path that seemed to lead down. Luli asked, should we go down from here? Wuda nodded, pointing to the largest gray boulder at the bottom of the pit. Once we go down, I'll hide behind that boulder. He then pointed to an inconspicuous dark entrance in front of the boulder. Entering there will lead to the stone pool. There's someone cultivating in the stone hollow beside the stone pool. You have to look closely to find him. Don't get too close. Just shout at him from a distance to lure him out, then use your movement technique to trick him out of the pit. Chapter 66. Encountering Zhongsong. You aren't planning to take the earth milk essence and run away, are you? Luli stared at Wuda suspiciously. How could I? I'm not that kind of person. Rest assured, once I take the earth milk essence, I'll come out and help you shout at him. Then each relies on their own abilities. If he chooses to chase me, I won't need your help. After half a month, we will meet again in Snowy Town. And I will share the earth milk essence with you. Are you sure he isn't fast? Don't worry, I've been here before. He couldn't even catch up to this old man. So how could he catch up to you? Fine. Luli was somewhat skeptical. Although he was prepared to trick this old guy, if the other party was too strong, he was afraid it would backfire. With that said, the two of them walked down the steep path along the cliff. The path was somewhat steep, and ordinary people would probably not dare to walk it, but as cultivators, they had much more courage than ordinary people, and their body control was quite impressive. Before long, they reached the valley bottom. When they arrived at the bottom, Luli realized that the seemingly inconspicuous stones above were not small. Each clump was large enough to conceal an adult's figure, especially the one Wuda pointed out earlier, which was as tall as a 2-story small building. Stepping on the cobblestones, they headed straight for the dark cave entrance. The huge stone next to the entrance was the hiding place Wuda mentioned. Upon reaching the large stone, Wuda stopped and seriously advised, Kid, although that guy is slow, you're only at the 3rd level of chi refining. If you hold back and he slaps you to death, don't blame me for not warning you. Luli glanced at Wuda and said, "Don't worry, I don't want to die yet." After chatting a bit more, Wuda secretly hid behind the large stone. Taking a deep breath, Luli cautiously approached the cave. According to Wuda, that person was at the 6th level of qi refining, and he had never faced someone at that level before, which made him feel uncertain. The cave was not very well lit, but it wasn't too dark either, allowing for normal movement, though the path was not very wide, and the overhead stone walls occasionally dripped water. According to Wuda, this passage was over 30 feet long and winding, and as long as he was careful, he wouldn't be discovered. After walking a few steps, Luli still felt somewhat uneasy, so he took out the hidden spirit jade from his waist and slowly infused his true energy into it. Once the jade emitted a purple light, he put it back at his waist and continued forward. The hidden spirit jade could block any qi refining cultivator's spiritual sense for about half an hour each time it was infused with true energy, which was quite good. After turning 2 corners, the passage ahead was no longer a foot wide. In front of the passage, a soil-colored stone basin with a diameter of 2 to 3 feet and a height of about half a foot came into Luli's view. In the center of the basin stood a stalagmite, surrounded by shimmering liquid, with a rich and strange aroma wafting in the air. Luli focused and saw that there seemed to be milky, white liquid slowly flowing from the tip of the stalagmite, trickling down its surface and into the basin, though at a very slow pace, making it hard to notice unless one looked closely. Earth milk essence. Luli's heart raced, the last ingredient for the acupoint pill. The earth milk essence was finally found. As long as he obtained the earth milk essence, he could begin the alchemy process. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Suppressing his excitement, Luli stealthily emerged from the corner and carefully stepped into the 1-foot straight path. According to Wuda, there was a stone hollow next to the basin where the 6th level qi refining cultivator was practicing, so he had to be cautious. The passage was narrow, and Luli could not see where the stone hollow was, so he could only press against the stone wall and continue forward. Next to the stone basin was a hollow, where a gray-clad old Taoist sat cross-legged. The old Taoist was thin, with a face full of dark spots, white hair and beard, and a somewhat eerie appearance. At that moment, the old Taoist was meditating with his eyes closed, completely unaware that Luli had entered. Just a foot away from the exit of the passage, Luli stopped and cautiously poked his head out to look to the right of the stone basin. Upon seeing this, he exclaimed, "What the hell, Zhang Song?" Luli shouted, cursing Wuda's ancestors in his heart. Was this really a 6th level qi refining cultivator? It was clearly a trap for him. Without a second thought, he turned around and fled. Who? Zhang Song, hearing the sound, opened his eyes like lightning and charged towards the passage. Luli was nearly scared out of his wits and ran for his life. This guy was a 6th level qi refining cultivator 5 years ago. Although he wanted to kill Zhang Song, with his current cultivation, he was afraid he wouldn't even survive a slap. After a few flashes, Zhang Song finally caught sight of Luli's shadow. His small eyes filled with anticipation as he excitedly shouted, "Kid, are you that little brat? Stay, I won't harm you. Hurry up and stay, or I'll kill you." Luli ignored him completely, feeling that he wasn't fast enough while running, so he summoned a speed rune and stuck it to his foot. Instantly, he felt a gust of wind beneath him and dashed out of the passage. Then he quickly turned and ran behind the large stone where Wuda was hiding, shouting, "Old Wu, run. He.S. at the 6th level of qi refining. You can't hide." As if afraid Zhang Song wouldn't hear him. Wuda's face turned green upon hearing this, and he cursed Luli in his heart several times before soaring into the sky. "Good. It's you old bastard." Zhang Song, who had just burst out, recognized Wuda by his figure and angrily charged at him. "Kid, how dare you disrespect your ancestor?" Wuda's hair stood on end as he threw a talisman behind him. Bang! With a loud explosion, Zhang Song only paused for a moment before chasing after them again. "Old bastard, you can't run today? And that little brat in front, stop. Help me catch this old bastard, and I'll give you the earth milk essence." Zhang Song shouted while chasing, unsure if he was telling the truth. Luli didn't believe Zhang Song's nonsense at all. The other party probably wanted to capture him even more. After running like mad, they climbed to the top of the pit in just a few breaths. Wuda was cursing behind him. Using the speed rune wasn't enough, so he summoned a small green triangular flag, which, when unfurled in the wind, flew him directly up to the top of the pit. Zhang Song seemed to have gone mad this time, relentlessly pursuing the two. Before long, Luli, who was running in front, entered the jungle. The moment he leaped into the jungle, he jumped onto a massive blue canopy tree. After reaching the top, Luli immediately held his breath and remained completely still. After a few breaths, he saw Wuda rushing past him with a series of strange cries. A couple of breaths later, Zhang Song also swept by like the wind. After stabilizing for a moment, Luli jumped down from the tree and flew straight back towards the pit. The earth milk essence was right in front of him, and he had to take the chance. Chapter 67. Gathering the spiritual herbs, Luli quickly returned to the bottom of the pit, not daring to delay for a moment as he rushed deep into the cave. Looking at the large basin full of shimmering milky white liquid, Luli breathed a slight sigh of relief. He then squatted by the stone basin, took out a large pile of jade bottles, and began to quickly collect the earth milk essence with both hands. After about half a quarter of an hour, Luli had completely emptied the earth milk essence from the basin, and he eagerly stored it in the second level space hall. After counting, he found that he had filled over 130 bottles. According to the prescription, the earth milk essence was only a neutralizing agent, and only one drop was needed at a time, so he didn't know how many acupoint pills he could refine with this over 100 bottles. Luli wasn't collecting so much earth milk essence for himself. He just didn't want to leave any for Zhang Song. Now he was somewhat puzzled. What did it mean for Zhang Song to guard the earth milk essence without taking it? Was it intentional to wait for me to take it? Like waiting for a rabbit by the stump? With this thought, Luli suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, thinking that this old man was truly sinister. After glancing around and finding no other treasures in the pit, Luli immediately turned and ran. Once out of the sinkhole, he didn't head back in the previous direction, but instead sprinted toward the southern side of the mountain range. According to the map, the main ridge of the Thunder Fire Mountain Range marked the boundary between Liangzhou and Dongzhou. The area north of the main ridge was Liangzhou, while the area south was Dongzhou. The Baiji stronghold was one of the 3 major strongholds in the north, and he had already completed his task of collecting materials for the acupuncture pill, so there was no need to venture northward again. Even if he were to return to the Qingyang sect, he needed to avoid Zhang Song's scrutiny. What if the other party set a trap at the sect's entrance? Finally arriving at the dark blue forest south of the grassland, Luli slowed his pace. At this point, his true energy was nearly depleted, and he urgently needed to recover. Dragging his weary body, he searched for a hidden spot in the forest. Oh, there's thunderfire grass here too? After walking for a while, Luli suddenly spotted a blue plant not far ahead and thought, could this be from another stronghold? Hesitating for a moment, he couldn't resist and pulled it out by the roots, thinking that pulling just one wouldn't be noticed. As he continued walking, he found another one. Forget it. 2 should be fine. Half an hour later, Luli looked at the distant thunderfire grass and twitched his lips, having already pulled out 300 stalks. What was one more? After pulling this stalk, Luli realized he had arrived at the junction of the main ridge and a massive crimson branch. Thinking that he didn't have to hesitate anymore, he looked around and suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a small cave entrance on the rocky slope of the branch. His heart leaped with joy, and he hurried down. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a cave entrance, but it was quite small, only large enough to crawl in. Luli stepped on a redwood about the size of a bowl to peer inside, and found that it seemed fairly spacious. He thought it was a good place and released his spiritual sense to check, discovering that the spiritual energy around was much denser than in Baiji town. So he decided to hide here for a while. He broke off a leafy branch from the redwood, then crawled backward into the cave while dragging the branch. Once he was far enough in, Luli wedged the branch at the entrance to cover it. After retreating 2 or 3 feet, the interior became spacious. He stood up and found that it seemed to be specially constructed, with a space of at least 2 zhang in circumference. And there were even stone benches and stone beds. Luli didn't think too much and directly sat cross-legged on the stone bed, beginning to recover. Once he had recovered sufficiently, he sank his spiritual sense into the medicinal garden space. To his delight, the medicinal garden space had expanded again, reaching a radius of 5 li, and it was filled with vibrant life, the rich fragrance of herbs permeating the entire space. Most of it was thunderfire orchid, with over 400 stalks, followed by the emerald bamboo grass. There were only 16 stalks of emerald bamboo grass, which made Luli feel somewhat dissatisfied. With only 16 stalks, he could only refine the acupuncture pill 16 times, which was a shortfall among the various medicinal materials, especially since he had 50 red flame fruits. Moreover, the red flame fruit tree had also begun to bud, suggesting it would bear fruit again, transforming into his physical form. He approached the emerald bamboo grass and examined it closely. After a while, he found a particularly vigorous stalk, broke it into 2 sections, and inserted one of the cuttings into the side, wanting to see if it would survive. After completing this, he entered the time hall to begin seclusion. To avoid being spied on, Luli took the concealment jade inside before entering. Here, the spiritual energy was dense, and he still had over 15,000 condensing true pills in use. This time he planned to push for the 4th level of cultivation. The 4th level of qi refinement was a watershed. Entering the 4th level indicated reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement, with strength far surpassing the 3rd level. As Luli activated the Tai Shin Sutra, the surrounding spiritual energy immediately surged toward him, swiftly filling his dantian. Luli thought to himself that the spiritual energy here was indeed rich, and quickly began to refine it. After a round of refinement, he suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy in the Thunder Fire Mountain range contained a significantly higher proportion of thunder attribute energy compared to other attributes, which made him secretly happy. The thunder attribute barrier was quite difficult to break through, so this increased his chances of a breakthrough considerably. On the other side, after Zhang Song chased Wu Da to the area belonging to the Snowfall stronghold, he suddenly felt something was off and hurriedly returned to the sinkhole. Upon seeing the empty stone basin, he was instantly consumed with rage, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. His disheveled gray hair falling onto his face as he said with a face full of hatred, "You brat, so ruthless. I waited for you for 5 years, 5 years. Why did you do this to me? I only wanted the pill formula. No, I can't give up like this. I must catch you. You can't escape." Then, clenching his fist, Zhang Song quickly left the sinkhole and headed straight for Baiji town. In the central courtyard of Baiji town, Where the words Baiji Stronghold were inscribed in large characters, Zhang Song walked in with a grim expression. Greetings, second deputy. The guards at the entrance hurriedly saluted respectfully upon seeing Zhang Song. If Luli were here, he would surely be terrified, not expecting Zhang Song to be the second deputy of Baiji Stronghold. His arrival in Baiji town was practically like a wolf entering a tiger's den. Zhang Song couldn't even be bothered to respond, striding straight through the square into the main hall. Inside the main hall, an elderly man in a blue robe sat in a high position, discussing something with others. When he saw Zhang Song enter, he was momentarily taken aback and quickly came down, smiling as he greeted, "Old brother, why have you returned? Did you get what you wanted?" Everyone looked at Zhang Song with fear in their eyes. Zhang Song narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd before saying, "I encountered the person, but didn't catch him. I came down the mountain specifically for this matter." He roughly recounted the previous events to the members of the Baishui stronghold, then looked at Bai Sheng and continued, "Help me catch that brat. You know the benefits." He then took out paper and pen, sketching two portraits, one of the old man without a cloak and another of a young man wearing a hood. I've seen this old man once, but I didn't get a clear look at the boy's face. The old man can be left to fate, but this boy must be captured. You understand, right? Upon seeing the portraits, the expressions of the crowd suddenly turned a bit strange. Wasn't he this old man the thief they had been pursuing some time ago? And this young man seemed somewhat familiar as well. Chapter 68. Searching for the Dan furnace a few days later. The cultivators around the Thunderfire Mountain range went mad once again. After more than 3 months, Baiji Stronghold not only didn't give up on hunting the two people, but also increased the bounty. 8,000 condensing chi pills for the young one, and 3,000 condensing true pills for the old one. This amount drew not only those unaligned cultivators, but even people from other strongholds who secretly sent out their own to try to get a piece of the action. Of course, they were more curious about why these two were worth so many condensing true pills. However, the strongholds that sent people out did not include the Earth Tiger Stronghold, located in the southern section of the mountains. The people of Earth Tiger Stronghold were also going crazy because their Thunderfire orchids had been completely stolen by someone, and they were now frantically searching for the culprit. Just like Baiji Stronghold, the outside world was quite unsettled these days. Luli, hiding in the cave, could occasionally hear the sounds of footsteps outside and waves of scanning spiritual sense fluctuations. Fortunately, he had the concealment jade. Otherwise, even hiding in the cave would be difficult to escape such dense spiritual sense probing. On the 15th day, just as Luli felt an unbearable hunger, a golden snake thicker than an adult's arm slithered out of the cave entrance. Luli felt a surge of joy, ensuring there was no one around before summoning his black axe and chopping down at the snake's head. The snake didn't even seem to be a spirit beast. It had no chance to react before Luli severed its head, and the remaining body writhed wildly on the ground. Once the snake stopped moving, Luli grabbed its corpse and stuffed it into his mouth. As the foul smell filled his mouth, Luli fought the urge to vomit, pinching his nose and chewing with a chomp-chomp sound. It must be said that although this snake was not a spirit beast, under the nourishment of spiritual energy, its flesh and blood energy were quite abundant. After eating about half a foot of it, Luli felt a warm sensation in his body and regained quite a bit of strength. After finishing, Luli glanced at the remaining snake corpse, thought for a moment, and stored it in his spatial hall. Luli discovered that the spatial hall was different from ordinary storage bags. It seemed to be able to completely maintain the freshness of items. Even spirit herbs inside could retain their spiritual energy, making it better than jade bottles. It was quite miraculous. After doing all this, Luli continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Meanwhile, the passing cultivators outside had no idea that Luli was hiding right under their noses. Summer passed into autumn, autumn turned to winter, winter faded into spring, and in the blink of an eye, it was June again. The events of last summer had faded from everyone's attention. The Thunderfire Mountain range had returned to its usual calm, with herbalists gathering herbs and hunters hunting demon beasts. The old and young thieves had completely disappeared. Some said they had left the Thunderfire Mountain range. Others said they had perished in the mouths of demon beasts. And still others claimed they had been executed by the Daylight Village. In short, all of this had nothing to do with them anymore. On this day, at a small cave entrance located at the junction of the main western ridge and a branch ridge, a head slowly poked out, tilting to take a look behind before continuing to crawl out. Once fully emerged, it revealed an 18 or 19-year-old boy dressed in dark blue. The boy stood 7 or 8 feet tall, with a straight posture, dark skin, and 3 feet of black hair cascading down his shoulders. He wasn't particularly handsome, but certainly not unattractive either. His eyes darted around, and then he jumped down the hillside with a graceful leap. Light and agile, he landed in the crimson forest below, finally letting out a long breath. He hadn't expected to be in seclusion for a whole year, which had caused him to miss his appointment. Remembering his agreement with Qin Zhong from over a year ago, Luli couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. During this year, apart from occasionally hunting for food, he had been in continuous cultivation, and all of his more than 15,000 condensation pills were now gone. The good news was that his achievements far exceeded expectations, and he had successfully broken through to the 5th level of chi cultivation. Though he had only opened one acupoint in the 5th meridian, it was still a solid 5th level of chi cultivation. It was precisely because he was eager to break through to the 5th level that he had secluded himself for so long. Otherwise, he would have come out much earlier. Forget it. Since he had already missed the time, he would first look for an alchemy furnace to refine the acupoint-piercing pill before heading back. As Luli thought this, he hurried down the mountain. With his cultivation level rising, his agility had improved significantly. With a light step, he could leap 20 to 30 feet. Although his speed couldn't match the use of wind step, it was good that it didn't consume any true energy. By the afternoon, Luli arrived at the foot of the mountain. As expected, there was indeed a town here, and its scale was comparable to the previous daylight town. The entrance stone tablet on the northern side of the town read, Earth Tiger Town. Earth Tiger Town, Luli murmured, stepping inside. There were quite a few people in Earth Tiger Town. The streets were filled not only with cultivators, but also with ordinary folk, presumably working to make a living. After glancing around, he walked straight into a shop called Gathering Treasure Hall. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man in a dark golden robe was reading a book. Seeing Luli enter, he hurriedly stood up to greet him. He began to say a word but suddenly swallowed it back, respectfully asking, "Senior, what do you need?" He realized he couldn't see through this young man at all. He didn't even dare to call him young friend. In this world, age didn't represent anything. Only strength made one a senior. A survival secret Ding Wei had gleaned after decades of wandering as a loose cultivator. Luli casually scanned the shelves and shook his head, saying, "I want to sell some beast skins. Do you buy them here?" He still had over 2,000 beast skins from the last time he obtained them from the protector of Watercloud Village and wanted to sell them to buy an alchemy furnace, which would surely cost quite a bit. Yes, of course. Ding Wei quickly nodded, then asked, "Senior, how many beast skins do you have for sale?" Without further ado, Luli directly tossed out a storage bag. "They're all in here. You can count them yourself. If the price is right, I can sell them all to you." Beast skins were generally used to make armor for cultivators, and some people also used them as medicinal materials, so their usage in the cultivation world was quite broad. And there was no worry about selling them. Ding Wei cautiously picked up the storage bag, scanned it with his divine sense, and suddenly exclaimed, "As senior, you have this." "What's wrong?" Luli frowned, wondering if he had discovered something. "And no, it's nothing. It's just that I've never seen anyone offer so many beast skins at once." "Oh, now you have. How about it? Can you handle it?" Luli sighed in relief. "I can handle it, but senior may need to wait a moment. I need to go find the Hall Master to report this. Is that okay?" "Hall Master?" Luli asked. "You may not know, but Gathering Treasure Hall is not my private property. It's part of the Earth Tiger Village's business. I can't provide this many condensation pills at once." "Another bandit village." Luli slightly furrowed his brows. "You tell me how many condensation pills you are prepared to offer." Ding Wei looked again and said, "Senior, there are a total of 300 early-stage beast skins and 910 mid-stage beast skins here. I can offer you 3 low-grade condensation pills for each early-stage skin and 6 for each mid-stage skin, totaling 360 pills. Since your quantity is quite large, I'll round it up and give you 500. What do you think?" 500, huh? Luli calculated. This price was beyond his expectations. However, Earth Tiger Village was clearly not a small bandit village like Watercloud Village, and he hesitated about whether to take this risk. Seemingly sensing Li's hesitation, Ding Wei patted his chest and assured him, "Senior, don't worry. Our Earth Tiger Village is large and prosperous, and our chief is very righteous. He would never engage in any dishonest practices. You see. All right, I'll wait for you for half an hour." In the end, Luli decided to make the deal here. Being cautious while out was indeed wise, but being overly timid was not appealing. Ding Wei immediately assured him it wouldn't take half an hour, then called a servant to watch the store while he hurriedly left. Luli took back the storage bag and started to look around the store. After a while, he turned to the servant and asked, "Do you have any alchemy furnaces for sale here?" The servant shook his head and said, "Senior, alchemy furnaces are too precious. Not to mention here. Even other shops directly under the 5 major bandit villages probably don't have any." "No alchemy furnaces?" Upon hearing this, Luli was somewhat troubled. He hadn't expected alchemy furnaces to be so hard to find. What should he do now? Seeing this, the young servant thought for a moment and then said, "Senior, we hold an exchange meeting on the first day of each month here. Many cultivators take this opportunity to trade for their desired items. The location is at the Tiger Might Square south of the town. You can try your luck there." "Oh, there's such a thing." Luli immediately became interested and gratefully said, "Thank you for letting me know. You're too polite, senior." After that, Luli chatted casually with the young servant. Not long after, Ding Wei, who had left, returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a cloud robe. As soon as the middle-aged man entered, he walked straight towards Luli. Midway, he sensed something and retracted his divine sense. By the time he reached Luli, he had already put on a smile and cupped his hands, saying, "Young brother, a young hero." Seeing Ding Wei nodding at him from behind, Luli understood that this person was probably the Hall Master he had mentioned, and quickly returned the greeting with cupped hands. "Just a country boy. I can't accept the praise from the Hall Master." "Ha ha ha, you're too humble, young brother. At such a young age, you've achieved this level of cultivation. Even though you are in the countryside, you are much stronger than those sect's prodigies." Upon hearing this, Luli smiled but said nothing. Prodigies from sects? He wouldn't dare to compare himself. The middle-aged man in the cloud robe saw this and got straight to the point. I heard that you want to sell a large amount of beast skins. Is that true? Luli nodded and said, Indeed, I just discussed it with that steward. The middle-aged man smiled and said, That guy doesn't understand things and lacks insight. I, Lei Ming, will take charge and add an extra 5,000 condensed true pills for you. How about that? Bing Wei behind them showed a look of confusion upon hearing this. Even if this batch of goods sold completely, it would only earn a maximum of 2,000. If they added 5,000, that would be a loss. However, since Lei Ming was speaking, he couldn't interject and could only listen quietly. Upon hearing this, Luli not only didn't feel happy, but instead frowned. What do you mean, brother? Haha, I mean no harm. I just like making friends. Brother, you should clarify your intentions. Otherwise, I want to sell the beast skins. Luli didn't believe that good fortune would just fall from the sky. This person's enthusiasm likely meant something more than just friendship. Cough, you still don't believe me, huh? Lei Ming laughed awkwardly. Then turned to Ding Wei. Let's proceed with the deal you discussed before. After saying that, he looked at Lu Li and said, Young brother, you can complete the transaction first, and then we can find a place to chat. What on earth does this person want? Lu Li frowned, feeling suspicious. But the other party didn't seem aggressive, so he couldn't grasp the situation clearly. He flickered his gaze and smiled. All right. Since they had discussed it beforehand, the transaction was completed quickly. Lu Li received 9,005 condensed true pills. If this had happened right after he left Qingyang's sect, he would have been overjoyed. But now he showed little expression, calmly putting away the pills. Lei Ming observed Lu Li's demeanor and thought to himself, this kid is so calm. I really didn't pick the wrong person. Perhaps he can truly help me. It's worth noting that even as the hall master of the Earth Tiger Gang, his annual salary is only 1,000 condensed true pills. This 9,000 is equivalent to his 5-year salary, yet this kid remains unfazed, which is not something ordinary people can achieve. After the transaction was complete, Lei Ming took Lu Li out of the shop. After some twists and turns, they arrived at a place called Falling Tiger Tavern. When the two entered, the chubby shopkeeper behind the counter personally came out to greet them respectfully. It seemed that this Falling Tiger Tavern was also a property of the Earth Tiger Gang, which made Lu Li frown slightly. Lei Ming smiled and gave a few instructions before gesturing. Young brother, please. It looked like he was preparing to go to the second floor. Lu Li was taken aback and suddenly remembered his previous experience at the Daylight Tavern, and his expression became strange. He thought, wouldn't this guy want me to spend a few thousand condensed true pills here? Young brother, what's wrong? Seeing Lu Li in a daze, Lei Ming asked suspiciously. Cough. I think the first floor is quite nice. How about, that won't do. Young brother, a young hero, must go to the second floor. Our fates have crossed. I must treat you properly as a host. Treat me properly? Confirming that he wouldn't be spending his own money. Lu Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had some money, it wouldn't be enough to buy a good alchemy furnace. So he still needed to save. The second floor was even more elegantly arranged than the Daylight Tavern. Each table was surrounded by a circle of screens, and there were decorations and flowers placed in the aisle, creating a very pleasant environment. Let's sit over there. At the stairway. Lei Ming pointed to a corner by the window. After the two sat down, they had just exchanged a few words when several waiters came over with various delicacies, stopping only when the table was completely filled. The table was full of delicious dishes, looking extremely tempting, but Lu Li's expression was somewhat distracted. Young brother, eat. Don't be polite. Lei Ming cheerfully urged, while also replacing some dishes he thought were good in front of Lu Li. Since he were so enthusiastic, then I want to be polite. Lu Li smiled faintly and stopped being courteous. Moreover, he had been in closed-door cultivation in the Lei Fire Mountain range for too long and was starving, so he began to eat and drink heartily. However, while eating and drinking, Lu Li couldn't help but glance at Lei Ming from time to time. In fact, there was one question he couldn't understand. With this person's identity, what could he not accomplish that required him to be so courteous to a stranger like himself? Chapter 70. Lei Ming's request. Thinking about it, Lu Li didn't stop eating and continued to help himself. Lei Ming, unlike Lu Li, ate slowly and seemed to be deep in thought, eventually sighing. Brother, just say what you want, Lu Li said while eating. He knew Lei Ming had something to say and was somewhat curious about what it was. They had only met by chance, although they were now sitting together for a meal. It was unlikely that Lei Ming would naively think that this meal would make Lu Li help him with something. Hearing this, Lei Ming finally found an opportunity to speak up, looking a bit embarrassed. To be honest, I do have a matter I would like to ask for your help with. Brother, go ahead and tell me. They addressed each other as brother, but in their hearts, they didn't necessarily take each other seriously. It was like how Lu Li treated Wu Da, calling him brother affectionately on the surface while secretly thinking of ways to outsmart him. Lei Ming no longer concealed his intentions and stated directly, actually, it's like this. I have a daughter named Lei Xiaoman. Her mother died early, and I've raised her myself. It might be because I was too strict with her that she has developed a resistance to me. A month ago, she brought a man in his 30s named Zhang Yu to see me, saying she wanted to go out and explore with him. Although Zhang Yu tried his best to disguise himself, the sinister look on his face couldn't escape my eyes. I determined that he was not a good person. So I firmly refused, not only driving Zhang Yu away, but also locking Xiaoman up for her to reflect. Lei Ming spoke for a full quarter of an hour before stopping. After listening, Luli finally understood the whole situation. It turned out that after Lei Xiaoman was locked up, instead of reflecting, she took the opportunity of Lei Ming going out to deceive the guards and escape. Lei Ming was anxious and searched everywhere for news. Eventually, he received a piece of news that he found hard to accept. His daughter was getting married. The groom was Zhang Yu, the son of Zhang Dafu, the hall master of the Yulong gang. Heavens! His daughter is only 14 years old. Lei Ming felt as if the sky was about to collapse. If it were just a matter of age difference, it would be fine, but according to the information he received, Zhang Yu, who was only in his 30s, had already married 7 wives, and none of them lived for more than a year after their marriage. It was obvious that there was something wrong with Zhang Yu. He thought about personally going to bring his daughter back, but his identity was special. If he appeared in the Yulong village, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. If it were just trouble, that would be one thing. But he was more worried that once he spoke up, his daughter would become even more determined in her decision, which left him in a dilemma. With less than 10 days until the wedding, Lei Ming was in a state of panic. If he couldn't come up with a solution, he would have no choice but to report to the big boss and ask him to help bring the brothers to storm Yulong village and forcibly take her back. The losses that would result from such an action would be incalculable. Until today, when Ding Wei mentioned that a formidable young senior had arrived, it sparked an idea in his mind. Lei Ming's suggestion was to have Lu Li sneak into Yulong village before the wedding and quietly lure his daughter out. He had received news that Yulong village was recruiting, and with Lu Li's skills and talents, he could at least become a team leader. And it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a home master. After all, Zhang Dao was only at the 6th level and was already over 60 years old. Brother, what do you think? Lei Ming was afraid Lu Li would refuse, so he quickly added, as long as you agree, I will immediately give you 5,000 Ningxin pills. And after the job is done, I'll give you another 5,000. After saying that, he put on a pitiful expression. Brother, you don't know how hard it has been for me to raise Xiaoman. And now that she's not even grown up yet, she runs off with someone like Zhang Yu. If she gets hurt, All right. Lu Li's face twitched, thinking it was you who forced your daughter into this situation. However, he did indeed want the Ningxin pills. Although this plan was somewhat risky, if he was careful, it shouldn't be a big problem. So he agreed, I can help you. But I hope you won't go back on your word. I'm a loose cultivator, and my parents are dead, so I have no worries. The implication was clear. If you dare to deceive me, I can do anything. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming was overjoyed and quickly assured him, don't worry, brother. My character is absolutely reliable. Saying that, he took out a storage bag and handed it to Lu Li. You can check it first. This is the deposit. As for the rest, I'll go borrow it from the boss right now. Lu Li. Borrow? Lei Ming awkwardly replied, to be honest, this is all my savings over the years. But don't worry, our boss is easy to talk to, and he will definitely lend it to me. If he doesn't lend it, I'll work like a cow or horse to repay you for the rest of my life. Lu Li held the storage bag in his hand. Unsure of what to say, he secretly counted and found that there were more than 5,000 Ningxin pills inside. It seemed that Lei Ming wanted to win his favor, and he didn't take out the extra few hundred. After calculating, it seemed that even if he only got over 5,000 Ningxin pills from this trip, it wasn't a loss, so he nodded and agreed. All right, I'll help you, but you have to prepare the rest for me. Okay, definitely. After saying this, Lei Ming took out something that looked like a firework tube and handed it to Lu Li. Brother, try to sort it out the day before the wedding. If you really have difficulties, just fire the signal flare. It seemed he was still a bit worried. All right, Lu Li put away the signal flare. The two exchanged a few more words before Lu Li left the tavern, while Lei Ming seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and went downstairs. If nothing unexpected happened, this trip should be manageable. The signal flare he gave Lu Li was not just for signaling. It also contained a small rune that could easily track the holder's whereabouts. Of course, Lu Li was unaware of this. At this moment, he was still puzzled as to why the other party trusted him so much. He thought to himself, could it be that he had some special charm? While pondering, Lu Li arrived at a stable on the east side of the town, which specialized in selling horses. Yulong village was located in the southern middle section of the mountain range, more than 1,000 miles away from the western Dihu village. Relying on footwork alone would exhaust him. After several selections, Lu Li chose a robust-looking black horse, shiny and sleek, with a sharp horn on its head, obviously a hybrid. There were still 10 days until Lei Xiaoman's wedding. It seemed he had to hurry. He also needed to return in time for next month's exchange meeting. Giddy up! Lu Li shouted, and the black horse immediately transformed into a streak of black light, shooting towards the town's exit. Chapter 71. Arriving at Yulong Town in the southern middle section of the Lei Fire Mountain Range, Yulong Town. Like the other 5 major strongholds, Yulong Town also has a history of hundreds of years. Moreover, due to its location in the central part of the mountain range, it is even more prosperous than Dihu Town and Baiji Town. In the center of the town, there is a massive estate covering an area of several dozen miles, which is the soul of Yulong Town and the location of Yulong Village. In addition to the luxurious main hall and the square in the north, there are also dozens of separate courtyards on either side of the square. The courtyard on the west side of the square is where ordinary disciples of Yulong Village reside, while the courtyard on the east side of the square is where the higher-ups of Yulong Village live. At this time, in a backyard named Dao Courtyard on the east side of the square, a red-clad girl with her hair styled in a bun, beautiful but expressionless, was sitting at a stone table in a daze. Behind the girl, Two maidservants stood quietly, not uttering a word. Just then, a thin, pale-faced man in green clothes walked out from the east wing. After taking a distant look at the girl in the courtyard, he retracted his gloomy expression, forced a smile, and quickly walked over, shouting from afar, "Xiaoman. Greetings, young master." The two maidservants hurriedly bowed. However, the girl in red seemed not to have heard and ignored him. Seeing this, Zhang Yu's eyes flashed coldly, and he sternly reprimanded the two maidservants. "What did I tell you? Why isn't Xiaoman happy?" Upon hearing this, the two maidservants' faces turned pale, and they knelt down with a thud. "Young master, spare us. Young master, spare us." "Spare you? Humph." Zhang Yu sneered and was about to make a move. Enough. Suddenly, the girl in red stood up. "It's not their fault." Only then did Zhang Yu retract his hand. "Get lost." "Yes, yes." The two maidservants felt as if they had received a reprieve and quickly ran out of the inner courtyard, lifting their skirts. "Xiaoman, be happy. I've done everything you asked. Marrying you officially won't make you suffer." Lei Xiaoman remained expressionless and said, "I understand. You can go now. I want to be alone before the wedding." Zhang Yu's gaze flickered, and he smiled. "All right, as long as you obediently listen, everything will be as you wish." After saying that, he really left without looking back. When he reached the entrance of the backyard, he turned back to glance at Lei Xiaoman, who had sat back down on the stone bench, then withdrew his gaze and coldly instructed the two guards, "Make sure to protect Xiaoman. If anything happens, you two don't need to live." "Yes." The two strong men suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold and quickly bowed their heads in response. After Zhang Yu left, Lei Xiaoman finally couldn't hold back and began to cry. "Daddy, I was wrong. Where are you, Xiaoman? I miss you so much." She had been deceived by Zhang Yu, who said the outside world was 100 times more fun than Dihu town, with wildflowers everywhere on the mountains and fish frolicking in the rivers. But after leaving Dihu town, she saw no flowers and was instead placed under house arrest, with intentions to lay hands on her. If it weren't for her also reaching the 3rd level of Qi training, she would have likely fallen victim to a poisonous attack by now. However, what surprised her was that after that act of resistance, this Zhang Yu actually became more restrained, returning to the gentlemanly demeanor he had when they first met. Yet, the sinister aura that occasionally emanated from him made Lei Xiaoman feel as if she were falling into an ice cave, and this feeling had been intensifying over time. He seemed less like a living person. "There are only 6 days left. Father, if you don't come soon, you won't be able to see me." Lei Xiaoman didn't know if her father had received the message. At that moment, she wished it was all just a dream. Meanwhile, outside the west gate of Yulong town, a large black horse puffing white smoke was pulled up by a boy who made its front legs jump. Finally arrived. "My butt is about to fall apart." The boy dismounted and rubbed his rear. The person was Lu Li, who had been traveling nonstop for nearly 4 days. After getting off his horse, he looked around and found a secluded spot to lead the black horse over and tied it with a long rope before heading towards Yulong town. He still had use for this horse and couldn't let it go. On West Street, Lu Li glanced around and didn't rush to Yulong village. He had come in a hurry and didn't know much about Yulong town, so he needed to be cautious. After wandering around the town a few times and getting somewhat familiar with the environment, he finally entered a restaurant. The restaurant was called Yulong Restaurant, and from the name, it was clear it was an official establishment. This time, Lu Li didn't go upstairs but instead found a lively spot on the first floor. Ordered a pot of wine and a few small dishes. He didn't drink wine, it was just for show. Despite being on the first floor, the prices were not low. Those who could sit here were either outside merchants or cultivators. Ordinary people could not enter Yulong Restaurant. "Hey, that girl from Tsuihua Tower is really something, friend. Want to go take a look later?" "Ha ha ha, go. Look at you. You're so thin. I think you should replenish your body first." As soon as Lu Li sat down, he heard some gossip from a table behind him and thought this was a good spot for gathering information. Before he could listen closely, he was drawn to the voices from a table in front of him. "I heard that Lier guy had a stroke of luck yesterday and found a storage bag." "Really? Who told you that?" "Who else? He said so himself. But I didn't see him today. I wonder where he went to enjoy himself." "Humph. Enjoy? I happened to see his corpse at the foot of the mountain this morning." Someone at the adjacent table suddenly sneered. "No way. That's really bad luck. He's not unlucky. He deserved it. He didn't even understand that wealth shouldn't be flaunted. What kind of scattered cultivator is he?" Someone from afar mocked. "Ha ha ha, Brother Wong is right. Let's toast from afar. Cheers." The people on the first floor were quite casual, and before long, they were toasting across several tables. "Little brother, can I sit here?" While Lu Li was eating peanuts, a mature voice suddenly rang out in front of his table. He looked up to see a middle-aged man dressed in coarse cloth, holding a simple knife, with a face full of stubble. Lu Li smiled. "Of course, no problem." The middle-aged man nodded, sat down, and ordered a few small dishes and a pot of wine, starting to eat by himself. The noisy atmosphere didn't pause at all with the man's arrival. Laughter continued to rise and fall, but Lu Li's table seemed particularly quiet. After eating for a while, the man suddenly looked up at Lu Li. "Little brother doesn't drink. Why did you order wine?" Lu Li raised his eyebrows and glanced at the wine jar, then smiled. "I'm waiting for someone who wants to drink." "Someone who wants to drink?" "Yes, if you want to drink, you can have some." The middle-aged man smiled lightly. "You're here to gather information, right?" Lu Li was slightly surprised. It seemed that the people here were not simple and didn't hide anything. He smiled and said, I heard that Yulong Village is recruiting? Haha, that's not really news. This has spread throughout Yulong Village and even to Tianling Village and Dihu Village. Are you just coming down from the mountains? Luli shook his head. Not really, just came from afar. However, I find it puzzling. I just walked around the entrance of Yulong Village and found it quite calm. Could you enlighten me? He had just been to the entrance of Yulong Village, where it looked very peaceful, not at all like a place that was recruiting. In Luli's view, for such a large mountain village to recruit, these scattered cultivators should be rushing to get in. Hearing this, the middle-aged man took a sip of wine before saying, It's not that there is no movement, it's just that the excitement has passed. Oh, Luli was secretly surprised. What do you mean? The man shook his head, looking somewhat disappointed. This time Yulong Village is only recruiting captains and above, with a minimum requirement of the 3rd level of Qi training. Naturally, not many people can participate, and 2 days have already passed. Today should already be in the selection phase. So that's how it is. It's already been 2 days, no wonder there was no one at the entrance. With this thought in mind, Luli couldn't help but feel anxious and quickly finished eating before leaving. At the entrance of Yulong Village's giant estate. Stop. What are you doing here? 2 guards stretched out their hands to block Luli, one of them frowning and asking. Luli looked up at the square behind the gate and saw that many people were gathered around the arena in the center of the square. He quickly said, This big brother, I am here to participate in the selection. Participating in the selection? The 2 were taken aback, and the arrogance on their faces diminished significantly. They were just ordinary disciples. This time, the positions for selection were at least at the captain level. If he really got selected, he might become their superior. So they quickly said politely, Please, young hero, even though they had entered the selection phase. The rules above stated that the selection wouldn't be considered over until the arena fights were finished, so letting Luli in wasn't against the rules. At this moment, on the arena in the center of the square, 2 men were fighting, moving and dodging, launching 5 elemental spells in succession, creating a formidable impact upon collision. Around the arena, a group of ordinary disciples from Yulong Village were curiously watching the scene, some pointing at the arena, and the noise was chaotic and unruly. On the east side of the arena, there were 3 large redwood chairs. A middle-aged man in a golden robe with a 5 elemental aura sat in the middle. His eyes slightly closed, seemingly uninterested in the fight. This man was the head of Yulong Village, Yu Qinglong. Sitting to Yu Qinglong's left was a man in a blue robe named Zhang Dao, who was the hall master of Yulong Village. The hall master held power only second to the head among the various mountain villages, and there was no distinction regarding which hall. He was simply the hall master, capable of leading the captains and ordinary disciples below him. To his right sat a man in a black robe, who was the second in command of Yulong Village, Xiao Yunfeng. So far, among the 3, except for Zhang Dao, who was watching the arena, both Yu Qinglong and Xiao Yunfeng appeared disinterested and seemed to be on the verge of dozing off. The disciples watching from the outside were also quite casual, sitting or standing in a haphazard manner without any discipline. Inside the inner circle, there were only 8 participants in the selection, all at the 3rd level of Qi training. Because of the low number of participants, Yu Qinglong ultimately decided to recruit only 1 captain, which made the fight slightly more interesting. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the arena as 1 person was knocked off the stage, leaving only a middle-aged muscular man holding a meteor hammer standing on the platform. Who else is there? Hearing this, Yu Qinglong slightly opened his eyes, nodded, and said, This guy has impressive brute strength. Winning 7 matches makes him qualified to be the captain of our Yulong Zhai. So is it settled then? Zhang Dao asked, tilting his head. Just like that, wait. Yu Qinglong was halfway through his sentence when a young man in blue martial attire squeezed out from the crowd. Who is this? Is he also here for the selection? He looks somewhat capable, but why is he so dark? The disciples all turned to look at Luli. Shut up! Yu Qinglong shouted, and the scene immediately fell silent. He squinted his eyes to examine Luli. Then his eyes lit up as he stood up and walked toward Luli. Are you here for the selection as well? The crowd showed expressions of surprise. Their big boss had been sleeping since the beginning and had finally gotten up for this person. 19 years old, 5th level. Xiao Yunfeng and Zhang Dao exchanged glances. Unable to hide their shock, Luli glanced at the arena and then returned his gaze to Yu Qinglong, cupping his hands and replying, Yes. But I wonder if I can still participate? Haha, of course you can. Yu Qinglong looked extremely pleased, but he added, But you might be bullying him a bit, right? Luli scratched his nose. How about this? Yu Qinglong thought for a moment, and suddenly turned to point at Zhang Dao. He is the hall master of our Yulong Zhai. Already at the late stage of the 6th level. If you can last 3 moves against him, I will create a vice hall master position for you. How about that? Is that Zhang Dao? Luli looked in the direction Yu Qinglong pointed, thinking that the one getting married was this person's son. After a moment of consideration, he nodded in agreement. All right, good, you have guts. Yu Qinglong immediately called Zhang Dao over to explain the situation. Upon hearing it, Zhang Dao couldn't help but feel a bit heavy-hearted. He thought to himself, it seems the big boss thinks I'm too old and lacking in potential, and wants to find someone to replace me. He did not deny that Luli had great potential, but once it threatened his position, that was a different story. However, he did not show it, instead praising Luli. Then the 2 walked up to the arena. The chubby man with the meteor hammer had initially planned to teach Lu Li a lesson, but upon seeing Lu Li daring to spar with the Hall Master, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The two faced each other on the platform, with Yu Qinglong below crossing his arms and saying, "Arena rules, no talismans allowed, and do not intentionally take someone's life. Begin." Hearing this, Zhang Dao smiled grimly at Lu Li. "Kid, you better be careful. For the sake of Yulong Zhai, I won't hold back. You have killing intent towards me?" Lu Li frowned slightly, becoming vigilant in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Hall Master, just go ahead and attack." "You want me to attack?" Zhang Dao let out a strange laugh, and suddenly dashed towards Lu Li, with a wave of his hand. True energy transformed into large stones that whistled as they smashed towards Lu Li's chest. Chapter 73. A scheme to lure Yulong Zhai as expected of the late stage of the 6th level. Lu Li saw how skillfully his opponent used his techniques, and instantly became alert. Just as the first large stone was 3 feet away, he decisively activated the wind step, and a series of giant stones whizzed past him in an instant. What incredible speed! The crowd below gasped. Zhang Dao was momentarily stunned, then grinned maliciously. "You can't escape." Accompanying his words, a vine as thick as a fist was already wrapping around Lu Li. "Humph." Lu Li snorted coldly, raising his hand to send 3 fireballs the size of wash basins crashing into the vine. Boom. A loud explosion was followed by a sizzling sound of burning. After a few breaths of struggle between the fireballs and the vine, the charred, shrunken vine suddenly broke through the fireballs and lunged toward Lu Li's chest. It seemed Lu Li was still a step behind. However, at this point, the vine posed little threat to Lu Li. With a wave of his fist, he swatted the attacking vine aside. Amid the crowd's gasps, Lu Li took a step and was already standing in front of Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao saw a fist coming at him, distorting the very space around it, and his pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively struck out a piece of gray stone to collide with the fist while retreating explosively. Bang! Lu Li's fist crashed into the gray stone, causing it to explode instantly. Hiss! Such strong physical power. The crowd collectively gasped. However, Lu Li did not intend to stop there. As the gray stone exploded, he pressed in closely toward Zhang Dao like a shadow. Zhang Dao was horrified and couldn't stabilize himself, quickly retreating to the edge of the arena. Just as he was about to fall off, he suddenly performed a flip in midair over Lu Li's head, while simultaneously sending a series of gray stones crashing toward Lu Li's back. The use of techniques and reaction to combat were impeccable. Lu Li felt the whooshing wind behind him, and his expression changed. There was no time to dodge, so he turned around abruptly and swung his fist, mountain shaking. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions rang out as the true energy transformed gray stones instantly became countless fine powder scattered across the arena. Before Lu Li could regain his senses, a green vine charged toward him from within the powder. Enough. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from below the arena, accompanied by a burst of golden light shooting up from beneath the stage, instantly shredding the green vine to pieces. It was clear that Yu Qinglong had intervened. 3 moves are up. He has won. Yu Qinglong glanced at the gloomy Zhang Dao and said flatly. Zhang Dao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he turned to Lu Li with a smile. "Little brother, you have good skills." Hee. Thanks to the Hall Master for showing mercy." Lu Li forced a smile as he stepped down from the arena. The crowd finally reacted. This young man actually managed to last 3 moves against the Hall Master. After this battle, Lu Li had a certain understanding of his own strength. Even though he was only newly at the 5th level, relying on his physical power, he could easily withstand the late stage of the 6th level. If he added his trump card, the Blood Soul Banner, catching the opponent off guard, perhaps he could even counterattack successfully. Of course, Lu Li had to admit that relying solely on his fireball technique would be quite difficult against a 6th level opponent. It seemed he would need to learn some high-level spells if he got the chance. "Good kid, you really opened my eyes." Yu Qinglong walked up to Lu Li, his face full of admiration. He believed that even if he hadn't intervened, this kid would have been fine against Zhang Dao's last move. His intervention was merely to save face for the opponent. After all, such a genius was rare even in a sect like Qingyang sect, let alone in Yulong Zhai. "The big boss overpraises me. It was merely the Hall Master showing mercy," Lu Li said with a half-smile, glancing at Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao, being an experienced man, outwardly praised Lu Li profusely while inwardly feeling extremely cold. After a round of mutual pleasantries, Yu Qinglong led a few people into the discussion hall. After a round of discussions, they confirmed Lu Li's position as Vice Hall Master and granted him a building on the right side of the square called Qingshan Courtyard. Of course, to avoid trouble, Lu Li still reported the name Qingshan. Under the guidance of a disciple, Lu Li arrived at Qingshan Courtyard. The courtyard was not small, divided into front and backyards. His disciple, named Yukong, was about the same age as Lu Li, but his cultivation was only at the 2nd level of qi refinement, which made him a bit reserved in front of Lu Li. Lu Li stopped in the front yard to take a look around before heading to the backyard. The backyard was large, spanning 100 feet in circumference, with pavilions, towers, flowers, and greenery all present. Standing in the middle of a gazebo, Lu Li had no interest in enjoying the scenery and turned to Yukong to ask, "Brother Yu, is the layout of all the courtyards here the same?" "My lord, you flatter me. I cannot accept the title of brother." Yukong quickly bowed and replied, From my understanding, the courtyards on the east side of the square have similar layouts. Oh, Luli nodded, then asked, do you know where the Hall Master lives? Yukong said, the Hall Master lives in the Great Martial Courtyard, just behind the Green Mountain Courtyard. Are you planning to pay a visit to the Hall Master? Luli nodded. Of course, it's customary to pay a visit when one arrives. After asking Yukong a few more questions and getting a general understanding of the current state of the Yulong village, Luli dismissed him. Currently, the high-ranking members of Yulong village consisted of 3 people, the chief, Yu Qinglong, the second chief, Xiao Yunfeng, and the Hall Master, Zhang Dao. Luli had a rough understanding of Zhang Dao's strength. Facing him alone would not be an issue, but it would be troublesome if he had to deal with a burden. As for Yu Qinglong and Xiao Yunfeng, it was said that both of them were at least at the 8th level of cultivation. If they intervened, the mission would be impossible to complete, and Luli thought it necessary to distract the 2 of them. But what method could he use to get both chiefs to leave at the same time? Luli racked his brain but couldn't come up with a good plan. That evening, while sitting cross-legged on his bed and preparing to enter the time hall for cultivation, a flash of inspiration struck him as he remembered the Thunderfire Orchid in the herb garden, and he immediately had an idea. As one of the 6 major villages, Yulong village surely had a jurisdiction over its territory. So, he went up the mountain overnight. It wasn't until the next morning that Luli reached the main vein. Using a cloak and his own cultivation level along with the concealment jade, he quickly gathered all the Thunderfire Orchids in Yulong village's jurisdiction. After finishing, he deliberately released his aura to attract the patrolling disciples' attention, then made his way toward the western part of the main vein. Several patrolling disciples chased after him relentlessly, but due to the significant gap in strength, Luli ultimately managed to shake them off. Seeing that the Thunderfire Orchids had been completely harvested, the patrol leader panicked and hurried down the mountain. Upon arriving at the main hall, he knelt before Yu Qinglong with a thud and exclaimed, Chief, it's bad. Our spiritual herbs have been stolen. Chapter 74. Return to the Great Martial Courtyard. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Qinglong crushed the teacup in his hand with a snap and shouted angrily, Who is it? It was a man in a cloak, dressed in black. We didn't see his face, the patrol leader replied. He had indeed seen black clothing because Luli had transformed his ink-colored robe into black while fleeing. A man in a cloak? Could it be the same person who stole the spiritual herbs from the Baiji and Dihu villages? Yu Qinglong suddenly stood up and strode out of the hall, coldly commanding, Send out my orders. All members of Yulong village must mobilize to capture that herb thief. Yes. Before long, the bells of Yulong village rang out, and figures quickly rushed in from all directions toward the square, gathering together and quietly discussing what had happened. This gathering bell had not sounded for many years, and people had almost forgotten its existence. After about half a quarter of an hour, everyone had assembled. Yu Qinglong, Xiao Yunfeng, Zhang Dao, Luli, and the gathered disciples stood facing each other. More than a dozen team leaders stood at the front of the disciple ranks, each with over 10 members, totaling no less than 150 people. This left Luli astonished, although their strength was far inferior to that of Qingyang's sect. In terms of numbers, they were not much different from Qingyang's sect's formal disciples. Where's the leader of the first team? Seeing that it was about time, Yu Qinglong suddenly looked toward the empty spot at the front of the leftmost column. Reporting to the chief, My son is sick, Zhang Dao said, somewhat afraid to meet Yu Qinglong's eyes. Yu Qinglong frowned. He is not off chasing women again, is he? Call him out immediately, otherwise he can forget about being a team leader. Yes, yes. Zhang Dao shuddered and hurriedly flew toward his own courtyard. Before long, a youth in a gray robe with a pale complexion was dragged out by Zhang Dao, struggling as he walked. Is this Zhang Yu? Luli squinted and frowned slightly. The boy's state was too strange. His pupils were grayish-white, and his face looked lifeless. Yu Qinglong and Xiao Yunfeng exchanged astonished glances. Forget it, since he looks like this. Let him go back to rest. Yu Qinglong shook his head and turned to the crowd, saying in a deep voice, Everyone, follow me. The large group set off in a grand manner, and Luli followed along. Zhang Dao looked at his son, shook his head, and sighed, Go back. I don't know what you're doing, but I hope you can be more prudent in your actions. Nothing is more important than your own life. Zhang Yu finally stopped struggling and hoarsely said, I understand. Without looking back, he headed toward the great martial courtyard. Zhang Dao glanced at Zhang Yu's back, then, after collecting his expression, disappeared from Yulong village in a few flashes. Arriving at the edge of the branch vein, Yu Qinglong ordered everyone to disperse and search the area thoroughly. Luli took the opportunity to distance himself from the others and used his movement techniques to blend into the forest. Zhang Dao noticed Luli leaving the group and couldn't help but show a hint of killing intent in his eyes, but when he attempted to chase him, he found he could no longer sense Luli's direction and had to give up for the time being. In fact, Luli hadn't gone far. He was just hiding under a rock crevice using the concealment jade. Once the large group had passed by, he hurried down the mountain. By the afternoon, Luli returned to the empty Yulong village, the great martial courtyard. At this moment, the great martial courtyard was very quiet, with only 2 strong guards at the entrance of the backyard, while the rest of the cultivators had already left. In a training room on the east side of the backyard, Zhang Yu was sitting cross-legged in meditation. His method of cultivation was extremely bizarre. With corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, most of which had decayed, and some had even turned to bone, from the tattered clothing left beside the bodies. It seemed that these corpses were all female. The training room was filled with a foul stench, but Zhang Yu seemed oblivious to it. He placed his hands on a still relatively intact female corpse, and wisps of gray-black aura slowly seeped into his body through his palms. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and his eyes became grayer. After a moment, Zhang Yu stood up, his skin tightening as if he was smiling without showing any expression, and he said ominously, "Just a little more, I can't wait any longer. Come on, my dear, fulfill me." Saying this, he suddenly burst open the stone door and quickly walked toward the backyard. In the yard, the girl in red suddenly felt a chill breeze and shivered, turning around to see Zhang Yu, which frightened her into standing up. She stepped back a few paces and exclaimed, "What do you want? You promised me, my dear. My husband can't wait any longer. Just fulfill me," he said, suddenly extending his claw-like, bony hand toward Lei Xiaoman's collar. "No," Lei Xiaoman screamed, and as she retreated, a purple lightning ball suddenly appeared in her hand. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I won't be polite." Zhang Yu seemed a bit afraid of the thunderball and couldn't help but slow down his steps. "Xiaoman, you know I love you. Let's go to the bridal chamber. I will take good care of you." "No, we haven't gotten married yet. The book says we can only go to the bridal chamber after marriage." Lei Xiaoman stared intently at Zhang Yu, stepping back towards the courtyard gate. At that moment, Zhang Yu smirked slightly and hoarsely shouted, "Take it down." Bang, bang. Instantly, two immense forces slammed into Lei Xiaoman's back, causing her to fall back. "Let's see where you can escape to." Taking advantage of the situation, Zhang Yu grabbed Lei Xiaoman by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Licking his dry lips, he excitedly shouted, "Come on, little lady, give me your yin yuan, and I can achieve great success." Saying that, he leaned towards her face. "No, no." Lei Xiaoman kicked her legs wildly, desperately shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. "Daddy, I was wrong. Gigi, isn't it too late to say that now? Come on, I don't think it's too late." Suddenly, a faint voice sounded at the entrance of the backyard. A young man in dark blue tight clothing walked in with his arms crossed. It was Lu Li, who had rushed back. Seeing that Lei Xiaoman was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. How bold, daring to intrude into the Daowu Academy. Two guards shouted sternly and charged at Lu Li. "Heh, just the two of you?" Lu Li's figure swayed as he faced them, throwing out two fireballs. Bang, bang. The two men had yet to react before they were knocked back a couple of meters by the fireballs, hitting the ground. Just as they were about to get up, Lu Li suddenly descended from the air, heavily stepping on both of their chests. With two muffled sounds, the two strong men collapsed with their chests caved in, unable to catch their breath, and died on the spot. "Who are you?" Zhang Yu retreated a few steps while dragging Lei Xiaoman, keeping a wary eye on Lu Li. Help me." Lei Xiaoman was being choked and found it hard to breathe. Chapter 75. The strange Zhang Yu. Lu Li was unmoved by Lei Xiaoman's cries for help. Instead, he grinned at Zhang Yu. "I'm very interested in your martial arts." "Martial arts?" Zhang Yu was taken aback. He secretly sensed Lu Li's cultivation and found that his spiritual sense seemed to vanish without a trace. His eyes slightly turned, realizing that he wanted martial arts. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Upon hearing this, Lei Xiaoman's face turned ashen. "Give me your martial arts, and I will leave immediately." Lu Li still had a smiling expression. Zhang Yu's face twitched slightly, looking as if he was smiling. All right. Saying that, he began to rummage in his clothes. At that moment, Lu Li suddenly vanished like a shadow from his position, while Zhang Yu surprisingly pulled out a talisman and threw it at Lu Li, simultaneously tossing Lei Xiaoman aside and retreating frantically. Boom! The talisman exploded, causing Lu Li to sway and spit out a mouthful of black smoke. Zhang Yu's reaction was quite fast, and his actions were decisive, without any hesitation. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. The explosive talisman did not cause him much harm, just made him feel a surge of blood. Lei Xiaoman lay on the ground, gasping for air. "Hee, I have to say, I admire you." Lu Li grinned maliciously, looking at the incredulous Zhang Yu 5 meters away, sincerely saying. He initially planned to use the name of martial arts to deceive Zhang Yu and find an opportunity to strike, but unexpectedly, this guy was completely not fooled. Thankfully, he had released Lei Xiaoman, which was a way to achieve his goal. "Hee, my friend, didn't you want my martial arts? Everything is negotiable." Zhang Yu stared at Lu Li from a distance, speaking while slowly retreating. It was easy to negotiate before, but now it's not so easy. Lu Li's expression darkened as he suddenly stomped the ground, instantly shooting towards Zhang Yu like a meteor, covering the distance in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu's hair stood on end, realizing he had nowhere to escape, and a burst of cold black smoke suddenly erupted from his body. Bang! Lu Li's punch hit Zhang Yu hard. Zhang Yu felt as if he had been rammed by a wild bull and was sent flying, landing in the pond behind him with a splash. The water splashed up, and the black mist on Zhang Yu's body disappeared. He tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Lu Li frowned, now that he had reached a basic strength of 5,000 pounds. Even without using his mountain shaking technique, Zhang Yu, who was at the 4th level of Qi training, shouldn't be able to withstand it. However, aside from spitting out a mouthful of black blood, there were no signs of his chest caving in. What kind of martial arts has this person cultivated? He thought. But Lu Li did not slow down. As soon as Zhang Yu fell into the water, he had already charged up to him, grabbing him by the collar and throwing several punches at his face. As the punches fell, Zhang Yu became dazed, his nose flattened. But there were no signs of his head cracking open. I don't believe this. Lu Li suddenly struck a strange pose and shouted, mountain shaking. Buzz. The space twisted. Before the punch arrived, the wind surged, compressing the force of the punch, making Zhang Yu's skin ripple. Good courage. Suddenly, Zhang Yu opened his eyes wide, and an old, angry voice echoed from his mouth. Immediately, the already near-death Zhang Yu, seemingly gaining strength from nowhere, unexpectedly broke free from Lu Li's grip, causing Lu Li's punch to hit nothing but air. The black mist around Zhang Yu suddenly increased significantly, and he leaped onto the courtyard wall dozens of meters away. Turning back to Lu Li and saying in an old, eerie tone, "Kid, dare to ruin my good deed? You wait here, I will personally come to deal with you." After saying that, he leaped again and disappeared from Lu Li's sight. Leave it to me. Lu Li was unwilling to let him escape so easily and immediately used the wind step technique to chase after him. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu had already vanished without a trace, and he couldn't even sense him. It seemed he had used some secret technique, which made Lu Li feel uneasy. Zhang Yu's tone had completely changed when speaking, and it was clear that he was no longer himself. Lu Li wondered who was behind this and how they had such abilities. At this moment, Lei Xiaoman was still in a dazed state. Lu Li approached and asked, "How are you? Can you move?" Lei Xiaoman finally came to her senses and looked at Lu Li warily. "Why you? Who are you?" Lu Li took out the signal flare that Lei Ming had given him. "Do you recognize this?" Lei Xiaoman's expression brightened. "This is the signal flare from my Di Hu Zhai." "That's good." Lu Li nodded. "Your father asked me to save you. Come with me, Daddy." Lei Xiaoman trembled. "Really? He didn't blame me?" "Little girl, your father has gone through a lot of trouble for you." Lu Li felt a bit emotional. Lei Ming had taken out all his life savings to have him rescue his daughter and even had to take on a lot of debt. At this point, he couldn't help but think of his own father, who had always talked about righteousness and morality, forcing him to stay up late to study hard for a degree. Unfortunately, now he didn't even have the chance to be forced by his father anymore. Having experienced this ordeal, Lei Xiaoman seemed to have matured. With tears in her eyes, she said, "I let him down." Lu Li nodded in comfort. "You should apologize to him in person. Right now, we need to leave quickly. If that Zhang Dewu comes back, we won't be able to leave then." "Okay, I will listen to you." Lei Xiaoman nodded. Then, the two of them climbed over the wall and left the courtyard, jumping over the wall of the Yulong Zhai before finally reaching the street. Lu Li didn't dare to stay too long and led Lei Xiaoman towards the west gate of the small town. Fortunately, the black horse was still there. After bringing the black horse out, Lu Li let Lei Xiaoman get on first, then jumped up himself, sitting behind her and holding the reins. "Giddy up." With a loud shout, the black horse immediately galloped away, and a wave of fragrance rushed into Lu Li's nose, making his heart flutter slightly. After running for a while, Lei Xiaoman, who was sitting in front, was already red-faced and panting. She turned her head and timidly said to Lu Li, "Can I sit in the back?" Lu Li was taken aback, quickly pulled the reins, and said, "Of course." He also felt a bit uneasy and noticed his palms were slightly sweaty. The two changed positions, with Lu Li sitting in front and Lei Xiaoman in the back. With another light shout from Lu Li, the black horse neighed and galloped again. Lei Xiaoman was caught off guard and almost fell backward, quickly wrapping her arms around Lu Li from behind. At first, it was fine, but as time passed, the occasional feeling of pressure between the two made them feel more uncomfortable. Fortunately, both were cultivators and managed to endure it. By the evening of the second day, Lu Li suddenly stopped in a small forest path. "What's wrong?" Lei Xiaoman asked from behind, her voice soft. Lu Li glanced ahead, his brows slightly furrowing as he noticed movement. It seemed a large group of people was rushing toward their direction. "Then, let us hide quickly," Lei Xiaoman suggested. Lu Li shook his head and smiled slightly. "It's too late, but there's no need to hide." "Why? You can see for yourself." Lu Li slightly shifted his body to clear the view. Ahead, there were over 100 people, all riding fine horses. Leading them was a rugged man with a full beard, and to his right was a thin old man in gray clothes. To his left was a middle-aged man in a cloud robe, looking anxious. It was Lei Ming. When Lei Xiaoman saw Lei Ming, she trembled, but the next moment, she shrank back behind Lu Li, hiding herself tightly. Just as Lu Li was about to speak, Lei Ming had already ridden over, his face filled with joy. "Brother, you're back. Where's my daughter?" Lu Li directly turned his horse sideways, saying, "You can see for yourself." "Father." Lei Xiaoman couldn't avoid it any longer, covering her eyes with her hands, leaving only a small gap to timidly look at Lei Ming. Xiaoman." Lei Ming choked up instantly. You're okay?" "That's great." Seeing that Lei Ming had no intention of blaming her, Lei Xiaoman finally lowered her hands. "Father, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I should have listened to you. It's okay. I was too strict with you. As long as you're fine, that's good." Lei Ming's eyes were filled with affection as he rode over to Lu Li's side, sincerely thanking him. "Brother, thank you so much this time. I will never forget this kindness in my life. Please come with me back to the Earth Tiger Village, and let me treat you well." "Hee, you're being polite." "Brother." Lu Li smiled. "I was planning to attend the exchange meeting in 5 days and also wanted to visit Earth Tiger City, so I wouldn't want to impose." Not imposing. Let us go." After Lei Ming said this, he turned his horse back to the bearded man, cupping his hands and saying, "Big brother, this is the person I was looking for. You said I was unreliable. See, I was right." The burly man chuckled and looked at Lu Li. "You kid. Dared to venture into the dragon's nest alone. You've got guts. When we get back, we must have a good drink together." After saying that, he turned his horse and shouted to the people of Earth Tiger Village, "Brothers, mission accomplished. We'll deal with that bunch from the dragon's nest another day. Let us head home retreat. Yo-ho." The crowd cheered, turning their horses and galloping away. As for Lei Xiaoman, she seemed to cling to Lu Li. Lei Ming didn't ask her to ride his horse, but allowed his daughter to hold on to Lu Li, a faint smile on his face. Clearly not knowing what to think, they sped along, and in the blink of an eye, another day had passed. On the third day at dawn, the group finally returned to Earth Tiger Village. The layout of Earth Tiger Village was similar to Dragon's Nest. At Lei Ming's invitation, Lu Li didn't hesitate to follow him to Lei Ming's courtyard. Later, Lei Ming ordered people to prepare a large table full of food and drinks. The bearded chief and the thin old man in gray also arrived, and the four sat together, chatting and laughing. After Lei Ming introduced them, the bearded man was named Li Qinghu, while the gray-haired old man was named Chu Fankong, the second-in-command and military advisor of Earth Tiger Village. Li Qinghu was straightforward and insisted on pulling Lu Li to drink. Lu Li tried to refuse but ended up taking a small sip, finding it bitter and choking, repeatedly waving his hands and saying, "I can't drink, I can't drink." This elicited laughter from everyone. Li Qinghu laughed heartily. "Little brother, you need to practice. What is the point of living if you don't drink? Kid, don't listen to this rugged man. Drinking should be done occasionally, like him. He'll drink himself to death sooner or later," Chu Fankong said, without giving Li Qinghu any face. "What do you know?" Li Qinghu didn't care, raising a bowl of wine and downing it in one go, wiping his mouth carelessly and saying, "Those who don't drink are no different from women." Lu Li shook his head at this sight. He didn't think there was anything wrong with drinking, but it wasn't something he particularly enjoyed. At least, not at this moment. "Little brother, if you don't drink, then eat more dishes. Don't be polite with your older brother," Lei Ming said with a smile. Lu Li smiled slightly. "Brother, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who clings to formalities, so you don't need to mind me." "Well, that's good." After Lei Ming finished speaking, he suddenly turned to the maid behind him and asked, "Where's the young lady? Why isn't she out in such an occasion?" The maid thought for a moment. She might still be getting ready. "Getting ready?" Lei Ming frowned. "What is there to get ready for during mealtime? Go and ask her to come out." "Yes." The maid answered and was about to leave when a petite girl dressed in a water blue embroidered skirt walked in. The girl had her hair styled in a cloud bun, bright eyes, and a delicate nose and mouth, presenting a picture of a refined young lady. Everyone's eyes brightened at the sight. Li Qinghu, slightly taken aback, teased, "Xiaoman, I've never seen you dressed like this before." "Yeah, it's truly quite strange," Chu Fankong also said with a smile. Lei Ming was momentarily stunned too. His daughter was known for her temper, usually dressed in red. When had she ever dressed like this? As everyone commented, Lei Xiaoman's face flushed bright red to her ears, and she glared at them, saying, "What are you talking about?" "Ha ha ha, not talking, but can I at least drink?" Li Qinghu said with a strange expression, burying himself in drinking. Lei Xiaoman rolled her eyes, lightly moved her lotus steps, and slowly sat next to Lu Li, smiling softly and quietly saying, "Thank you for saving my life, young master. I haven't asked for your name yet." Everyone paused, realizing they didn't actually know this young man's name, and began to inquire. Lu Li frowned slightly, then smiled. "I dare not claim a great name. I am Qin Shoran." "Beast?" Li Qinghu blurted out. "Is it a beast, man?" Uffed. Chu Fankong shot a glance at Li Qinghu. "You rugged man. How can you joke about someone's name like that?" Though he said this, he found it strange that such a peculiar name existed in the world. Lu Li didn't think there was anything wrong. It was just a title after all. Besides, they were used to calling Qin Shoran beast in the past. "Ahem. Brother Qin, thank you very much this time. Xiaoman raises a cup of tea to toast you instead of wine." Lei Xiaoman almost got led astray by Li Qinghu, but reacted after being glared at by Lei Ming. Lu Li's face twitched slightly. He nodded and took a sip from his cup. "Don't thank me. I was just asked by Brother Lei." The few of them then started chatting together. But the atmosphere at the table became more subdued due to Lei Xiaoman's presence. Li Qinghu couldn't even bring himself to tell any risky jokes, and, feeling quite stifled, left with Chu Fankong after downing a few large bowls. Then, Lei Ming sent Lei Xiaoman away and took out a storage bag to hand to Lu Li. "Brother Qin, this is what I promised you last time. Take a look." Seeing that Lei Ming was a decent person, Lu Li originally didn't want to accept it. But thinking that he might need it for buying an alchemy furnace, he hesitated for a moment before taking it. "Thank you, brother. I happen to be short on money lately, so I won't be polite." "No need, no need. I should be the one thanking you." The two chatted for a while longer, but Lu Li felt a bit tired and excused himself to rest in the room arranged by Lei Ming. Chapter 77. Lu Li's thoughts. The next morning, Lu Li was woken by a series of crisp knocks on the door. When he opened it, he found it was Lei Xiaoman. Without waiting for Lu Li to speak, Lei Xiaoman said softly, "Brother Qin, breakfast is ready. Father asked me to invite you over." Lu Li wasn't very hungry, but he didn't want to refuse the goodwill, so he nodded and said, "Okay." He followed Lei Xiaoman to the dining room. Lei Ming had been waiting for a while and quickly got up when he saw Lu Li. Did you sleep well last night, brother? Lu Li nodded. Very well. It's very quiet here. I haven't had such rest in a long time. Indeed, Lei Ming replied. Since he started his cultivation, Lu Li rarely slept purely. He usually just pretended to sleep while continuing to cultivate, and that's why he had achieved what he had today. After some pleasantries, Lei Ming invited Lei Xiaoman to sit down with them. Breakfast was quite light, but tasted good, and Lu Li couldn't help but eat a few more bites. He then noticed Lei Ming's expression of hesitation, as if he had something to say, so he quickly put down his bowl and asked, Brother, do you have something to say? Lei Ming sighed, and also put down his bowl. Actually, early this morning, Chu Fankong came to find me. He wants you to stay at the Earth Tiger Village. I know this is definitely not just the second elder's idea, knowing my brother. He probably just sent the second elder to test the waters. As he spoke, a bitter smile appeared on his face, and he continued, if you refuse, I'm afraid he might use force. Use force. Lu Li's heart skipped a beat. What does he want to do? Ahem, brother, don't get excited. Lei Ming seemed a bit speechless. To be honest, I was also forcibly dragged into the Earth Tiger Village back then. Lei Ming began to recount his past. It turned out that he was also forcibly brought here by Li Qinghu. At first, to prevent him from escaping. Li Qinghu not only placed him under house arrest, but also forcibly made him take a qi-consuming pill. The qi-consuming pill had no other effect but to absorb true energy, preventing one from cultivating or using magic. With no other choice, Lei Ming had to agree at first. However, as they spent more time together, he found that Li Qinghu wasn't as bad as he had imagined and was quite generous. In the end, he willingly stayed at the Earth Tiger Village. With Chu Fankong coming to test the waters this time, Lei Ming knew it was Li Qinghu's idea, but since Lu Li saved his daughter, he absolutely couldn't force him into anything. So he decided to inform Lu Li in advance to avoid any misunderstandings. Father, you have to think of a way to help Brother Qin, Lei Xiaoman said anxiously. It was her first time hearing about this past of her father. However, Lu Li fell into deep thought, and a thought arose in his mind. Zhang Song's cultivation was not shallow. If he wanted to take revenge, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. And since Li Qinghu had a straightforward personality, unlike those who plotted against others, if he could gain his assistance, he might be able to deal with Zhang Song and get revenge for Li Shangyun and Lu Xinyu sooner rather than later. With that thought, he gently tapped the table and asked, I wonder what the cultivation level of the big boss Li is? Lei Ming was taken aback, thinking Lu Li wanted to confront Li Qinghu directly, and quickly advised, Brother Qin, you must not do anything reckless. The big boss has already reached the mid-stage of the 8th level, which is something you cannot contend with. Please calm down. Let me think of a way to secretly help you leave. Mid-stage of the 8th level. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's eyes brightened. Brother, I want to meet Big Boss Li. What do you think? Meet the big boss. Lei Ming's face lit up with joy. You mean? Lu Li calmly replied. It's fine to talk. Good. Brother, follow me. I'll take you to meet the big boss right away. Lei Ming immediately stood up, looking like he wanted Lu Li to stay at the Earth Tiger Village. After a while, they arrived at a courtyard called the Earth Tiger Courtyard. At this moment, in the back courtyard, Li Qinghu was sitting with Chu Fankong, discussing something. There was a large wine jar on the stone table, and Li Qinghu occasionally took a swig from it. Suddenly, Li Qinghu grinned and said, if that kid doesn't know what's good for him, just lock him up. Just like we did with Brother Lei Ming. He'll definitely follow me obediently. Chu Fankong shot Li Qinghu a glare. He helped Brother Lei Ming. Can you do something reliable? I'm just looking out for him. What's wrong with staying at Earth Tiger Village? Good wine and good meat are served. How could I mistreat him? But you can't use force. Then what do you suggest? Didn't you say that kid has extraordinary talent and will definitely dominate one day? At that moment, Lu Li and Lei Ming walked into the back courtyard. Lei Ming stepped forward to greet them, and when Li Qinghu turned his gaze, his face immediately lit up with joy as he stood up and walked toward Lu Li. Kid, you're just in time. Saying this, he pulled Lu Li over to sit down and said directly, the strategist said you're extraordinary and wants you to stay here. What do you think? Chu Fankong shook his head at this scene. Lu Li looked at Chu Fankong across the table. Seeing Lu Li looking at him, Chu Fankong smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is my intention. Rest assured, we are all civilized people and won't use force. However, I sincerely hope that you can stay. No need to. Shut up. You fool. Chu Fankong glared at Li Qinghu, who pouted and stopped talking, indicating that their relationship was somewhat subtle. Two brothers. Lu Li clasped his hands together and interrupted their argument, saying, actually, I'm here to ask for your help. If you agree, I wouldn't mind joining Earth Tiger Village. Help? Li Qinghu patted his chest and said, as long as you are a brother of Earth Tiger Village, don't say helping, even if it costs my life. It would be worth it. Brother, tell me about it. Seeing this, Lu Li no longer beat around the bush and directly stated that he wanted the two to help deal with Zhang Song. When the two heard that Zhang Song was the second elder of the White Day Village, they were both taken aback. Chu Fankong said, this White Day Village and our Earth Tiger Village are both in the western region. Although one is south and the other is north, there are often disputes. But they are just small frictions. To target the second elder of the other side would mean provoking a war between the villages. What consequences? Li Qinghu said angrily. If it weren't for you, old man, repeatedly stopping me, I would have led the brothers to kill them long ago. How could they have been so rampant for so long? You only know how to kill. Do you even know the strength of the opponent? Even if we win, will the other 4 villages just sit by and watch? Hearing the two speak this way, Luli felt secretly pleased. It seemed that the 6 major strongholds were not as amicable as they appeared on the surface. He cupped his hands again and said, "Brothers, please calm down. What I mean is that I will lure that Zhang Song out." And then, after listening to Luli's plan, the 3 of them felt that this strategy was feasible. This way, they wouldn't have to confront the Bai Ri stronghold head-on and risk being taken advantage of by other strongholds, while also causing the other side to lose a major general, resulting in Bai Ri stronghold losing its voice in the western segment from then on. However, this was also extremely risky. If they were unable to provide timely assistance, Luli feared he would be unable to escape from danger. To this, Luli candidly assured the two not to worry, as he had a plan, and all they needed to do was to lay an ambush. After a discussion, Luli took his leave. Li Qinghu kindly arranged a residence for Luli, which he did not refuse. After coming out, someone came to lead him to the residence. Luli and Lei Ming exchanged pleasantries and followed the person. The residence was located to the east of the square, at the end of a path made of emerald stones. Bai Huyuan, looking at the towering walls and the black gate over a yard wide, Luli couldn't help but be surprised. This Bai Huyuan seemed to be even larger than Lei Ming's courtyard. Under the guidance of the steward, upon entering, Luli was taken aback. Inside, the corridors twisted and turned, and in the courtyard, paths of gravel were adorned with rocks and flowers, with waves of floral fragrance wafting towards him. Walking through over 100 feet of the front courtyard and passing through a corridor, he was greeted by a small blue lake. 2 long white jade bridges crisscrossed above the lake, connecting the inner courtyard in the southeast and northwest directions. Surrounding the small lake were pavilions, with willows swaying, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Around Bai Shui Lake, many rooms were distributed in the east, west, and north directions, with the building directly to the north appearing slightly more luxurious, resembling the main hall. After exploring for a while, Luli's eyes were nearly dazzled. Finally, he stopped at the intersection of the stone bridges above the Bai Shui Lake and said to the steward, who wore a respectful expression, "I will rest for a while. You may leave." "Yes, young master." The steward bowed and retreated, then turned to leave. Once the steward was gone, Luli sat down on a bench by the stone bridge, looking at the blue sky and feeling the warm breeze. Luli couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Reflecting on his journey, he had been on guard against being schemed against at all times, and his once pure youthful heart seemed to have changed. Others treated him sincerely, yet he didn't even dare to use his real name. Was this really what he wanted? Luli gazed at the sky, muttering to himself. He sat like this for an entire afternoon, until the sky darkened slightly. Luli sighed deeply before walking down the stone bridge towards a small building on the east side of the lake. The small building had 2 stories. The first floor was a spacious reception room, and the second floor was a bedroom, with a long corridor outside the bedroom that offered views of the lush willows and the blue lake. Luli was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. After closing the door to his room, he sat down on the bed. His mind sank into the medicinal garden space, which had now expanded to a 10-mile radius, including over 400 Thunderfire orchids he had collected later from the jurisdiction of the Yulong stronghold. The number of Thunderfire orchids in his medicinal garden had reached 850. The entire medicinal garden appeared a deep blue at a glance. To his slight disappointment, the previously cuttings of the green bamboo grass had not survived. It seemed he had underestimated the situation, as they could not survive without roots. This meant he needed to pay more attention to news about the green bamboo grass in the future. On the bright side, the Chi-Yin fruit tree had produced more than 50 flower buds, red with a hint of purple, which looked very beautiful. After exiting the medicinal garden space, Luli directly entered the time hall. This time, he did not plan to go into seclusion for long, so he did not practice the Taishan classic, but instead focused on practicing the swift wind step and the mountain shaking fist. The swift wind step had now reached the minor achievement stage, allowing him to move 20 zhang in a single breath. But Luli still felt somewhat unsatisfied because, with his current cultivation level, he could leap over 10 zhang even without using the swift wind step. Of course, his speed would be considerably slower compared to when he employed the swift wind step, combined with the mountain shaking fist. A shadow flashed back and forth in the time hall, and the hall echoed with bursts of booming sounds. The next day, July 1st, according to the clerk from the Jubao Hall, there would be an exchange meeting later in the day, so Luli exited the time hall early. Just as he was about to open the door to go out, a crisp knocking sound came from outside. Luli frowned, thinking that it seemed there was no one else in here besides himself. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see a young girl in a green dress. The girl was holding a wooden tray with washing utensils on it. Luli asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The girl curtsied and said cheerfully, "Young master. I am the maid sent by Supervisor Huang to serve you. You can call me Xiao He. Breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat now or later?" A maid? Luli thought to himself, when did Supervisor Huang get a maid? This is good. It saves me from having to look for food myself. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Let's eat now." He planned to go out for a walk after breakfast. "Okay, young master, I will help you wash up first." Although Xiao He was young, she was clearly well trained. "I'll do it myself." Luli felt a little awkward, took the tray, and walked back to the room. After a moment, He followed Xiao He to the dining hall. Lu Li was eating by himself when he suddenly noticed Xiao He standing quietly behind him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, "Why not eat together?" "No, that's not necessary." Xiao He shook her head repeatedly. "We have rules. We can't eat with the master." "What kind of silly rule is that?" Lu Li pouted, not liking the feeling of being watched while eating. He then said, "You go tell Huang Tong to prepare a portion for you next time he makes the meals. Just say it was my request. Remember that." Yes, young master." After a hurried meal, Lu Li wandered around the inner courtyard for a while. And only when it was noon did he leave Baihu Yuan and start strolling through the streets of the town. Today, Dihu town was much livelier than when he first came. Most of the people walking on the street had some cultivation. And Lu Li guessed that these people might also be here for the exchange meeting. This was good. The more people there were, the greater his chances of finding a Dan furnace. "Hey, Brother Qin." Suddenly, a girl in a water blue dress ran up from behind and lightly tapped Lu Li on the shoulder. Two men dressed as guards followed behind her and quickly bowed to Lu Li, saying, "We meet again, young Master Qin." "Hee, no need to be polite." Lu Li smiled and waved his hand to the two men, then looked at Lei Xiaoman beside him. "Why are you out? Has your father stopped watching over you?" Lei Xiaoman happily said, "It seems my father has changed his attitude, and when I told him I saw Brother Qin out, he said you would protect me. So he let me come out." "Me?" Lu Li shook his head in disbelief. "The last time I saved you was because your father paid for it. Do you think of me as your bodyguard?" Lei Xiaoman pouted. "But I can also give you money. Will you protect me?" "You?" "Yeah, I have money." "How much do you want?" Lu Li looked at Lei Xiaoman with a faint smile. "Little girl, you still don't understand. The money I'm talking about isn't the mundane gold and silver. If you can bring out 10,000 Ningxuan, how about I protect you?" "Ningxuan?" Lei Xiaoman gasped in surprise. "Hee, you can't bring it out, can you?" Lu Li waved his hand and quickly walked ahead, saying as he walked, "Hurry back. There are many people today. If you get kidnapped again, your father might go bankrupt." "Who says I can't bring it out? Just you wait." Lei Xiaoman pouted, stomped her foot, and ran away. Chapter 79. Encountering Wu Da again, Lu Li wandered aimlessly and finally arrived at the main road on the south side of the town. After walking south along the main road for a quarter of an hour, he finally spotted a gray stone square on his left. The square was about a mile in circumference, not too big, but not too small either. At the entrance of the square stood a giant stone with the 4 scarlet characters Tiger, Might Square carved on it. To the right of the stone tablet were stone steps leading into the square. There were only 9 steps in total, but 4 guards from the Earth Tiger village stood on either side of the steps, perhaps because it was not yet the right time. No one had yet stepped onto the square. At this moment, many people, like Lu Li, were stopping by the street, quietly watching the stone tablet, the surrounding walls, and the guards stationed at the square, seemingly first-time visitors. The shop directly opposite the square was called Wanbao Pavilion. Lu Li was puzzled because, despite the crowd on the street today, the door of Wanbao Pavilion was tightly closed, and he had no idea what business they conducted inside. He glanced at it, and simply sat down on the stone steps in front of Wanbao Pavilion to rest his eyes. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a light cough reached Lu Li's ears. Lu Li opened his eyes, and, upon seeing the person approaching, couldn't help but take 2 steps back, warily staring at the old man in front of him. "It's you." The old man wore a gray robe, had a small nose and small eyes, with a mustache shaped like an 8 on top and a goatee below, looking quite shifty. It was none other than Wu Da. "Kid, why that expression? Afraid I'll eat you or something?" Wu Da stared at Lu Li with a ghostly gaze. "Cough, cough, it's not that. Just a bit surprised." Lu Li chuckled dryly. "Long time no see, old brother." Speaking of Wu Da, Lu Li couldn't help but admire him. More than a year ago, they were both chased by Zhang Song, and he thought Wu Da had died at Zhang Song's hands. He never expected that he was still alive and well. It has been a long time." Wu Da sighed a bit. "I thought you were killed by Zhang Song, which made me sad for a long time. I didn't expect you to be lively and kicking. Good people don't live long." Lu Li was left speechless. Listen to this. Is this how people talk? At least he only thought it in his heart. But this guy actually said it out loud. So he replied without holding back, "Same to you. Kid, I'm really starting to like you more and more." Lu Li glanced at Wu Da, rolled his eyes, and said, "By the way, you didn't get to see the earth milk essence last time because you were in a hurry, did you?" Wu Da shook his head in disappointment. "I did go, but unfortunately, it's all gone. Even Zhang Song has returned to the White Sun village. I suspect he took the earth milk essence. What a pity." Lu Li feigned regret, but secretly thought it was troublesome that Zhang Song had returned to the White Sun village. How would he lure him out? Yeah, what a pity. Wu Da sighed, unaware of Lu Li's thoughts. The earth milk essence is essential for refining the nourishing pulse pill. Now, my recovery speed will slow down again. Nourishing pulse pill? Lu Li had never heard of this pill before and couldn't help but feel curious. What is the nourishing pulse pill? Wu Da was taken aback. Aren't you here to refine the nourishing pulse pill? Suddenly, he self-deprecatingly smiled. Well, who knows about the nourishing pulse pill anyway? It seems your worthless master didn't teach you this. Lu Li pretended to be unhappy. Old man, you can say that about me. But if you talk about my master, be careful I turn against you. Isn't that so? You call yourself a real person with such knowledge? It's been hundreds of years. And this eastern wilderness has become like this? What does this old man mean? Lu Li stared at Wu Da in confusion. What do you mean by hundreds of years? After that, The two chatted casually. Under Lu Li's continual probing, Wuda finally revealed the effects of the nourishing pulse pill, but he refused to mention the pill recipe, saying that Lu Li would have to exchange it for his body technique. It turned out that the so-called nourishing pulse pill was actually a pill that repairs and nourishes the qi veins. Such pills are not common, and their effects mainly involve repairing damage to the qi veins caused by violent acupuncture. Under normal circumstances, practitioners who follow the rules to practice acupuncture cause very little damage to their qi veins, which can heal automatically in no time. So they don't need the nourishing pulse pill at all. However, some geniuses choose to violently puncture their acupoints to seek rapid breakthroughs, aiming to break through the acupoints with one or several impacts. This can cause cracks in the qi veins or acupoints. In such cases, the nourishing pulse pill becomes effective, as it can help people quickly repair these cracks, allowing them to strike the next acupoint without hesitation. After understanding this, Lu Li lost interest in the nourishing pulse pill. He never faced any violent acupuncture situations, always progressing step by step. At this moment, he was curious about why Wuda cared so much about the nourishing pulse pill. Could it be that he was a single spiritual root genius? But that didn't make sense. At his age, practicing at the 5th level of qi was unusual. Thinking of this, Lu Li probed with his spiritual sense and found that he still couldn't see through Wuda. He was greatly shocked. This person was not at the 5th level of qi. Had he deceived him before, or had he recently broken through? Kid, why are you frowning? What bad thoughts are you hiding? Seeing Lu Li frowning at him, Wuda felt a chill run down his spine and took 2 steps back. Cough, cough. What bad thoughts could I have? Lu Li smiled mysteriously and, with a turn of his eyes, leaned in closer and whispered, "Do you still want the earth milk essence?" Wuda's eyes instantly lit up. "Do you know where it is?" "Of course. Quick, tell me." Wuda's breathing became a bit hurried. Lu Li wanted this effect. He spoke slowly. "What about the pill recipe?" Wuda's expression changed. "Forget about the pill recipe. At most, I'll give you 2 after it's refined. Deal." Lu Li wasn't too concerned about the nourishing pulse pill. He just wanted Wuda to lower his guard. He continued, "I have a way to capture Zhang Song. But I need your help. You don't mind, do you?" "You?" Wuda scoffed. "Stop bragging. If you could capture Zhang Song, you would have done it alone. Why would you need me? What do you know?" Lu Li pretended to be upset. "My master gave me a treasure that can instantly kill any cultivator below the 10th level of qi after it's set up. However, this thing can't be moved, and I need to use my spiritual sense to trigger it. So, I need someone to lure Zhang Song out." Upon hearing this, Wuda was somewhat tempted, thinking that this kid actually had such a treasure. But then he felt something was off and suspiciously stared at Lu Li. "Show it to me." Lu Li's expression darkened. "Old brother, don't you think that's a bit too much? This is my trump card. How can I show it to just anyone? If you don't wanna, that's fine. Anyway, I only need 2 nourishing pulse pills in the end. But you haha. That full pool of earth milk essence would be a pity." "Full pool?" Wuda seemed unaware. "Last time I clearly saw that the earth milk essence filled the stone basin." "Okay, let's do it." Wuda gritted his teeth. "I'll take one more risk. I hope you won't trick me again. Otherwise, I won't let you off." He truly needed the earth milk essence and was confident that merely luring the other party into a trap should not be a problem. Haha, refreshing. Lu Li laughed heartily, thinking that he finally wouldn't have to take risks himself. Chapter 80. Picking up opportunities at the gathering, the two discussed briefly and confirmed that they would go up the mountain tomorrow, with Wuda luring Zhang Song out to the White Sun village while Lu Li would set an ambush in the forest outside White Sun town with his treasure. The two were chatting happily, and Wuda seemed to see bottles of essence calling out to him. As the sky darkened, several large night pearls on the towering walls of the market began to glow, illuminating the tiger. This signified that the exchange meeting was about to begin. One by one, the scattered cultivators started to gather towards the streets outside the square. A guard standing on the top stone steps to the right glanced at the crowd and slowly said, "The rules of the exchange meeting state that no fighting is allowed in the square. Those who violate this rule will be killed." Most people here had participated in exchange meetings before, and upon hearing this, they nodded in understanding. The guard then told everyone, "You may enter." Instantly, the crowd surged in. Lu Li and Wu De exchanged glances and walked in side by side. Around the square, there were many stone platforms over 3 feet high. Some people rushed towards those platforms as soon as they entered, leaving Lu Li puzzled. He turned to Wu De and asked, "What are they doing?" Wu De glanced at Lu Li and replied, "Of course, they are looking for stalls. These types are generally here with the intention of selling goods. Very few come to buy." "Oh, I see." Lu Li nodded in understanding and then asked, "Don't you have anything to trade?" "No," Wu De said, "I'm just browsing around. The items here are just okay, and I can't find much that catches my eye." After saying that, he looked at Lu Li and added, "Kid, what do you want to buy?" "A Dan furnace," Lu Li said casually. "A Dan furnace?" Wu De looked at Lu Li in surprise. "You can refine Dan? What's wrong? Does it not seem like it?" "Haha, refining Dan is a profound study. Understanding the properties of herbs, identifying medicinal materials, controlling the fire, all these require countless practices. I would believe you if you said you wanted to learn how to refine Dan at your young age, but to say you know how to refine Dan? Who would believe that? This old man is quite knowledgeable." Lu Li glanced at Wu De and said, "So, you know how to refine Dan, right?" "Haha, of course." Wu De proudly puffed out his chest. "If you need help refining Dan, I can assist you." Just a small fee will do. No need for help. Just give me your Dan furnace, and I'll remember you for life. Uff, don't even think about it. Stingy. Luli walked while looking around. As he walked, he found that most of the stalls were selling spirit herbs, and these spirit herbs had almost no spiritual energy, looking like they weren't preserved well, which made him somewhat disappointed. Meanwhile, Wuda disappeared. Luli shook his head and continued searching aimlessly. Suddenly, a woman in a yellow robe walked up beside him and said in a whisper, "Dao friend, would you like some essence blood from demon beasts?" Luli was taken aback and turned to look at the woman. "Are you talking to me?" The woman appeared to be around 30, with a wide face and sun-kissed skin, looking like she had experienced a lot of exposure to the elements. She nodded. "Yes, Dao friend, do you need it?" Luli was puzzled by her mysterious demeanor. He suddenly thought that if he was going to learn talisman crafting in the future, he would indeed need demon beast essence blood. He couldn't help but ask, "How much?" Seeing Luli's interest, the woman's expression brightened. 20 condensing true Dan for a bottle of low-level essence blood, and 50 for medium level. Saying this, she produced a jade bottle slightly larger than a thumb and handed it to Luli. "This is low-level essence blood. Dao friend, take a look. It's definitely pure." Luli exclaimed, "Just this little bit costs 20 condensing true Dan?" The woman replied, "Dao friend, this is already a very reasonable price. This essence blood is enough to inscribe dozens of low-level talismans." Luli shook his head, still feeling it was too expensive. He thought for a moment and said, "I don't want the essence blood. If you are willing to part with the method of refining it, I can buy it at a high price. Teaching someone to fish is better than giving them a fish." He estimated that he would need a lot of essence blood for practicing the first part of the Great Yin Forbidden technique in the future. If he had to buy it, it would cost a fortune, so he aimed to get the method of refining essence blood from her. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately showed signs of wariness, snatching the jade bottle back. "Sorry, I have something to attend to. I must leave." After saying that, she hurriedly turned and left, sneaking glances back with her divine sense, as if afraid Luli would chase after her. Luli stared at her retreating figure and calculated for a moment, but chose not to pursue her. The method of refining essence blood was indeed rare in the secular world, but for a sect, it was not hard to find. He could always return to Qingyang's sect or find someone from Qingyang's sect to get a copy. After a brief interlude, Luli continued to browse for a while. Unfortunately, he found no one selling Dan furnaces throughout the entire gathering. "Dao friend, would you like to take a look at these spirit herbs? They were just picked and are still fresh." Just as Luli was about to leave, a stall owner beside him suddenly called out to him. Hearing this, Luli glanced at the stall and saw a haphazard display of spirit herbs, most of which were not mature and less than first tier, with some even appearing yellowed. Suddenly, his gaze caught on a clump of half-foot tall bamboo-like plants tied together carelessly to the left of the stall owner. Feigning ignorance, he asked, "What is this?" This was obviously the green bamboo grass, but the bamboo segments were yellowed, devoid of spiritual energy, and only a couple of decades old. The stall owner scratched his head and confessed, "To be honest, Dao friend, I found this in a bamboo forest by accident. I saw it had spiritual patterns and guessed it should be medicinal, so I picked it. It has been sitting here for 2 months without anyone asking about it. Do you want it? If you do, I can let it go for a low price." Luli pretended to hesitate, then picked up the large bundle of green bamboo grass as if weighing it, and said, "It should be spirit herbs, but the age is too low. It won't work for refining medicine, and even if planted, it may not survive." The stall owner nodded in agreement. "That's true. I picked it 2 months ago. The first time it didn't sell, I tried to plant it, but it withered even faster." This stall owner seemed to be straightforward, with no intention to trick Luli. Luli thought to himself that this green bamboo grass was quite picky about its environment. If he could grow it, it would be a miracle. After pondering for a moment, he said, "How about this? I'll give you 10 condensing true Dan to buy it, and see if I can keep 1 or 2 alive." He then feigned a sigh and said, "What a pity. This thing is already withered beyond recognition. Otherwise, it would be nice to keep it as a decorative plant." Upon hearing that Luli was willing to buy it, the stall owner immediately showered him with thanks. "Thank you, Dao friend. You are truly a good person." This thing could not be kept any longer. At that time, forget about 10 condensing true Dan. Even if given away for free, people would think it took up space. Don't mention it. Luli took out a small jade bottle and handed it to the stall owner, then collected the bundle of green bamboo grass. Many passers-by shook their heads secretly, thinking this person had no insight, spending 10 condensing true Dan on a worthless bundle of weeds. What no one knew was that Luli was actually overjoyed. This bundle of green bamboo grass likely contained no less than 100 plants. If he could keep them all alive, he would make a huge profit. Chapter 81. The old man in black robe Wu just suddenly appeared from nowhere, looking at Luli in confusion. "Kid, what do you want a bundle of lifeless green bamboo grass for?" "I want it." Luli was somewhat surprised that Wuda recognized this thing, but did not explain. Do as you wish. I was just trying to remind you out of goodwill." Wuda looked at Luli with a hint of amusement. "So, did you find a Dan furnace?" "No," Luli replied somewhat dejectedly. Seeing Luli's expression, Wuda actually felt pleased. "You really think a Dan furnace is as common as a cabbage? Take your time. If not this month, there's always next month. You'll eventually come across one in your lifetime. Go to hell." Lu Li glared at Wu De and impatiently asked, "Where do you live? I'll come find you tomorrow afternoon, and then we'll go up the mountain together." "Which mountain? Can you even speak properly?" Wu De huffed, glaring back. "We're going up the mountain to get some bamboo grass. Is that okay?" "That's more like it." Wu De suddenly remembered something. "Aren't you going to stay with me?" "No need. I have a brother who lives in Dihu town. I'll stay with him." "Brother? All right then, just come find me at the Dihu tavern tomorrow." After chatting for a while, Lu Li hurriedly left the gathering and returned to Bihu courtyard, only to find it was already late at night. To Lu Li's surprise, the maid named Xiao He was still awake, sitting alone on the stone steps at the entrance, lost in thought. When she saw Lu Li return, her face lit up, and she hurried over. "Young master, you're back." Lu Li nodded. "What are you doing sitting here?" I made dinner for you, thinking you would be back soon, but..." "Ha, silly girl." Lu Li rubbed Xiao He's head. "In the future, you don't need to prepare meals for me when I'm not around. Just eat by yourself, okay?" "Yes, young master." Xiao He nodded. "Young master, the food is cold. Should I heat it up for you?" The Bihu courtyard had houses on both sides of the front yard, which Lu Li had never entered, assuming they were for the servants. He wasn't hungry, so he shook his head and said, "I'm not hungry. If you haven't eaten, just heat it up for yourself." "All right then." Seeing Lu Li walk into the inner courtyard, Xiao He smiled happily and skipped towards the house on the right side of the front yard. Lu Li continued on without stopping, heading straight back to his residence in the eastern part of the inner courtyard. After closing the door, he eagerly entered the medicinal garden. Looking at the bundle of sickly bamboo grass, Lu Li didn't dare delay, quickly untied the rope and counted. There were exactly 134 stalks. He then got busy, planting each one into the ground. After planting them, Lu Li didn't leave but quietly watched the bamboo grass. Before long, the wilted leaves began to slowly unfurl, and soon the stems and leaves turned green, emitting a faint bamboo fragrance. It was only at this moment that Lu Li let out a sigh of relief. The medicinal garden was indeed miraculous. With this, he now had 150 stalks of bamboo grass, confirming there were no issues. Lu Li entered the time hall again to practice his boxing and body techniques. Meanwhile, in Yulong village, Yu Qinglong and his group returned, looking disheveled. After searching for several days, they had found nothing, and everyone's expression was not good. Back in the main hall, Yu Qinglong suddenly frowned and asked the deputy leader Xiao Yunfeng beside him, "Where's Qin Shoren?" Xiao Yunfeng shook his head. "I don't know either. It seems I haven't seen him since we went up the mountain together that day." Yu Qinglong's expression changed. Could something have happened? "Immediately send someone to look for him. He is the hope of our Yulong village. We must find him." Xiao Yunfeng nodded and quickly turned to leave the hall, heading towards the area where the ordinary disciples lived. Zhang Dao's eyes flickered as he tentatively said, "What if he ran away?" In fact, he hoped that Lu Li had escaped, as that would mean no one could threaten his position in Yulong village. Run away? Yu Qinglong snorted coldly. "Impossible. That kid looks too honest. Something must have happened to him, or he's encountered trouble. You take a break and go find him. We must bring him back." "Yes." Zhang Dao's gaze flickered as he thought this might work out well. Once he found him, he could secretly kill him. Wouldn't that be wonderful? After bidding farewell, Zhang Dao hurried back to the martial arts courtyard. You are. As soon as Zhang Dao entered, he couldn't wait to call out as he ran towards the back courtyard. Upon entering the back courtyard, he saw the two bodies of the guards lying on the ground, and his face instantly changed. He yelled, "You are." Suddenly, a gray-faced young man in a cloud robe slowly walked out from behind a stone hill, moving stiffly and appearing quite eerie under the light of several lamps. "You are." Zhang Dao's body trembled as he rushed forward to grab the young man's arms. "What happened to you?" But the young man showed no response. His eyes completely gray without a trace of color. "No, speak to me, talk. I'm your father." Zhang Dao shook Zhang Yu, his face filled with disbelief. He would not speak again. At that moment, an old and cold voice suddenly came from the pavilion on the right side of the courtyard. Zhang Dao was startled and turned to see an old man in a black robe with a hood sitting on the pavilion's railing. From the voice, it was clear he was an elder. "You seem to be very afraid of me." The black-robed man's voice came again, sounding as if it was emitted from his throat. Please spare me, senior." Zhang Dao's legs felt weak, wanting to stand and escape, but he found he had no strength at all. What a waste. The black-robed elder shook his head and lifted a skeletal hand, causing a scroll to unfurl from his palm. "Tell me who this person is." On the scroll was a young man in dark blue martial attire, glaring fiercely at Zhang Dao. This is... Zhang Dao's eyes widened. "This is Deputy Hall Master Qin." "Deputy Hall Master Qin? Be more clear." He's named Qin Shoren, the new Deputy Hall Master. Chapter 82, Scheme Zhang Song. This wind step is finally at the minor completion stage. Early in the morning, Lu Li exited the time hall. After practicing diligently for some time, his wind step had reached the minor completion stage, covering over 20 zhang in a breath. "Young master, you're up? I was just about to call you." On the gravel path by the lake, Xiao He walked up to Lu Li, fluttering her eyes at him. I need to go out today." Lu Li nodded. "Oh, when will you be back?" "That is uncertain. I'm a practitioner. You don't need to worry about me. Just take care of yourself while I'm away." For some reason, Lu Li had a good impression of Xiao He, perhaps because of her gentle demeanor. "All right, young master, shall we go have breakfast?" Xiao He asked, looking up. The two of them went to the dining hall, and at Lu Li's request, Xiao He sat down to eat with him. Lu Li ate heartily, occasionally making slurping sounds. While Xiao He kept her head down, not making a sound, looking a bit shy. Lu Li shook his head and didn't speak. After eating, Lu Li went directly to the courtyard where Li Qinghu was. To be honest, in terms of elegance, Li Qinghu's courtyard was not as nice as Bihu courtyard. Li Qinghu was practicing boxing in the back courtyard, moving with agility and creating gusts of wind. His robust body showed no signs of heaviness. Suddenly, Li Qinghu turned and dashed towards the courtyard gate with a whoosh. A fist came straight at Lu Li's face. Lu Li slightly furrowed his brow and instantly shifted 2 feet to the right. At the same time, he formed a fist with his right hand and struck back at Li Qinghu's wrist. Bang! Li Qinghu only felt a tremendous force hit his wrist, and his arm was directly knocked aside. He couldn't help but be surprised. Little brother, you're impressive. Lu Li smiled slightly. You're far behind the elder brother. This is just a trick. You brat. Just like the strategist, all flowery talk. Li Qinghu shook his head and turned back to the stone table. Then instructed the maid beside him, get me a jar of wine and make a pot of tea for my little brother. Use the best tea. None of that stuff the worldly emperor drinks. Yes. The maid slightly bent her body and turned to leave. Lu Li thought to himself that Li Qinghu was indeed a straightforward person. He walked over and sat down, saying, elder brother, I plan to go up the mountain today to lure Zhongsong. Do you think it's convenient? Li Qinghu was taken aback. Convenient. I've been so idle lately that I'm almost growing hair. I was just waiting for you to speak. After saying that, he became somewhat serious and asked, Qin little brother, do you really have a way to protect yourself? If it doesn't work, we should think of another way. It's still too dangerous for you to go into the daylight stronghold alone. Lu Li smiled. Elder brother, there's no need to worry. My plan has changed. You find someone to call Brother Chu over, we can discuss it again. Plan changed? Li Qinghu's eyes turned, and he suddenly stood up, shouting at the guard at the gate, Xiao Sanzi, go get old Chu for me. It's a matter at home. Yes, big boss. The guard respectfully bowed and quickly turned to leave. After a while, Chu Fankong slowly made his way over. Upon seeing Lu Li, he couldn't help but glare at the guard. Why didn't you say Qin little brother was also here? The guard, feeling timid, said. Big boss said he was looking for you. Humph. Chu Fankong snorted coldly and quickly walked over to Lu Li, sitting down directly before saying, Qin little brother, you were looking for me. I have something to discuss, so I trouble you. Elder brother, Lu Li replied with a smile. Haha, little brother, you're being polite. I thought this fool was just looking for me to drink again. What is it? Lu Li no longer beat around the bush and said directly, I know a lecherous old man who wants to gain some benefits from Zhongsong, so he agreed to help me lure Zhongsong out. Lu Li briefly explained Wu Da's situation and his plan, which was to let the two of them not let Wu Da know of their existence. Just follow from a distance. After Wu Da left, the two would meet up with Lu Li to avoid suspicion. Both Li Qinghu and Chu Fankong had strange expressions after hearing this, thinking that this kid was quite cunning. However, they also felt that this was safer. After all, if a friend dies, it doesn't matter if a Taoist dies. Even if Wu Da failed, there would be no loss, so they agreed without hesitation. After some planning, Lu Li told the two to get ready first, and to meet him and Wu Da on the mountain later, with the two following from a distance. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Li hurried to the Dihu restaurant. Kid, are you serious this time? In a room on the 3rd floor, Wu Da raised his head, staring intently at Lu Li, trying to read something from his face. Lu Li calmly said, of course at this point. I won't hide it from you. I have a grudge against Zhongsong. You can take your treasure. I just want his head. You have a grudge against him? Wu Da was somewhat surprised to hear this. Haha, it's no harm telling you. Zhongsong, known as the evil man, once captured me to be his medicine slave. Several of my brothers died at his hands, so you understand what I mean, right? Lu Li said half-truthfully. There's this matter. Wu Da saw that Lu Li spoke sincerely and not like he was lying. He believed it to a large extent. No wonder this kid was willing to take risks for 2 vitality-nourishing pills. It turned out he had a grudge. That's good. I'm not afraid he won't do his best now. Then Wu Da solemnly said, this is the first time I've heard about Zhongsong's past. Well, I'll help you get rid of this scoundrel. After discussing again, the two left the Dihu restaurant and headed north towards the town. After the two exited the town, a distant servant turned and headed towards the Dihu stronghold courtyard. At this time, it was still early, and the two moved swiftly, soon reaching the halfway point of the branch. After Lu Li dealt with a low-level monster with a punch, Wu Da exclaimed, when did you reach the 5th level? He had never checked Lu Li's cultivation level, and this shocked him greatly. I've been there for a while, Lu Li said nonchalantly while packing the beast's skin. Really? Wu Da stared at the busy Lu Li, his eyes flashing with light, but it quickly concealed again, thinking that once he dealt with Zhongsong, he would also take care of Lu Li. He wanted to see what secrets Lu Li had. After finishing, the two set off again, deep into the night. At the midnight hour, the two finally crossed the main ridge and entered the range of the branch towards Daylight Town. In a valley about 20 miles from Daylight Town, Lu Li stopped and pretended to look around. This place is suitable for setting up the treasure. I'll stay here. The rest is up to you. Here? Wu Da frowned. This is still far from Daylight Town. Can't we go a bit further? No. Lu Li said seriously, if we get too close to Daylight Town. If the other party gets injured and tries to escape, we won't be able to stop them. All right. Wu Da no longer wasted words. confirming the location with a glance before disappearing towards Daylight Town. Chapter 83. The Mad Zhongsong. Not long after Wu De left, two figures rushed towards the valley. Even in the dark, it did not affect their speed at all. In just over a dozen breaths, they landed in the center of the valley with two thuds. The burly man with a beard walked towards Lu Li first. He went. Lu Li nodded. Brotherly, Senior Chu. Do you have a way to conceal your aura? Chu Fankong said. I can only suppress my realm. Completely concealing my aura might not be possible. Saying this, he looked at Li Qinghu with a thoughtful expression. Fool. I remember you got a few concealment talismans from the Wanbao Pavilion last time, right? Li Qinghu slapped his forehead. I forgot you mentioned it. He took out a few talismans and handed one to Chu Fankong, then handed another to Lu Li, explaining, this is a high-level concealment talisman. Input your true energy, and it can completely shield the spiritual sense detection of cultivators below the 9th level. As long as we don't show ourselves, they won't discover us. However, its effect lasts only for a quarter of an hour. We'll use it when Zhongsong arrives. Concealment talisman? Lu Li's eyes sparkled, and he quickly took it. He had the concealment jade, so this talisman was not particularly useful for him, but it was great for sending someone else. It's been 2 years. I wonder how Chen Zhong is doing in the Qingyang sect. Lu Li's first thought was of Chen Zhong, thinking that once this matter was settled, he should go back and take a look. On the other side, in a dark corner outside Daylight Town, Wu De, wearing a hood, leaned against the wall, listening carefully. Then he lightly stepped and landed at the end of a secluded path inside the town. Adjusting his cloak, he quickly moved through the dim path with a serious expression. After a while, he arrived outside the eastern wall of the Daylight Stronghold, took out a piece of yellow talisman paper folded into a triangle, and slowly infused it with true energy. Instantly, the talisman paper glowed, then quickly faded away. He cautiously tucked the triangular talisman paper into his pocket, then looked up at the towering wall, and with a slight movement, he jumped up, lightly landing behind a giant tree at the corner of the wall. After releasing his spiritual sense to sense the surroundings, he carefully walked out from behind the tree. The layout of Baizhizhai is similar to Yulongzhai, with tall residential buildings on the east side. At night, there are guards stationed every few dozen meters on the wide path outside these individual courtyards, responsible for vigilance. Wu De cautiously made his way to the wall corner of the individual courtyard in the northeast, slowly moving forward along the wide path in the darkness. At that moment, a guard was standing by the path. Perhaps it was too late at night. The guard occasionally swayed, looking like he was dozing off. Wu De had already reached behind him, yet the guard remained completely unaware. Suddenly, Wu De covered the guard's mouth from behind, quickly pulling out a dagger and pressing it against the guard's neck, coldly saying, "Don't scream, or I'll kill you." With that, he dragged the guard into the darkness. The guard felt a sharp pain in his neck and immediately widened his eyes in terror. Wu De snorted lightly. "Tell me, where does Zhongsong live?" As he slowly released his hand covering the guard's mouth, he kept the dagger firmly pressed against the guard's neck. The guard trembled and pointed to the wall on Wu De's right. "It's that building." "That building?" Wu De was shocked. His hand moved, and with one swift motion, he cut the guard's neck, simultaneously pressing his hand tightly over the guard's mouth to prevent any sound. Only when the guard was completely still did Wu De gently place the body on the ground. He glanced at the courtyard wall, took a deep breath, and leaped lightly onto the courtyard wall, controlling his movements as he stealthily walked around the wall to the east side of the roof. In the entire backyard, this building was the only one with a faint glimmer of light. He carefully lifted a black tile to look down. Inside the room, there was only a small red candle still burning, but he couldn't see a single person. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. He froze, and in an instant, his hair stood on end. The next moment, with a loud bang, Wu De fell directly from the roof into the courtyard. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could get up, an old man in gray clothes descended upon him like a vulture. As the old man flew down, a giant fireball over 3 feet in diameter smashed towards Wu De. Boom! With a loud explosion, the half-foot thick black stone floor was blasted into the air. Wu De rolled and crawled, narrowly dodging the fatal blow, and cursed, "You little bastard. Is this how you greet your grandfather? You dog, I've tolerated you for too long. If I don't kill you today, I won't call myself an evil man." Upon hearing this, Zhongsong's eyes burned with fury. He waved his hands, and fireballs shot towards Wu De like a barrage. "Damn you and your respect for the elderly." In the midst of cursing, a green triangular flag appeared in Wu De's hand. He shouted, "You disrespectful brat, I won't play with you anymore." With that, he unfurled the small flag, and in an instant, he soared into the air, simultaneously tossing a few talismans back. Zhongsong easily dodged the 3 talismans as he shifted, then took out a high-level speed talisman and stuck it to his leg, saying, "Old man, if you can escape today, I'll call you my grandson." He then chased after Wu De like a shooting star. Just as Wu De exited the courtyard wall of Baizhizhai, he suddenly felt Zhongsong had arrived right behind him. He couldn't help but scream and threw 2 explosive talismans back. Boom, boom. The sounds echoed, but without looking back. Wu De continued to flee. "You can't escape." The explosive talismans did not cause Zhongsong any substantial harm, and in an instant, he was back on Wu De's tail, launching another 2 explosive talismans at Wu De's back. Boom, boom. Wu De felt a numbness in his back and stumbled forward. "You're dead," Zhang Song shouted, unleashing a series of giant fireballs at Wu De lying on the ground, clearly intending to kill him in one blow. Alas, Wu De knew he couldn't dodge it. His eyes filled with reluctance. Suddenly, he summoned a talisman inscribed with brown-yellow patterns. With a surge of true energy, the talisman exploded, transforming into a giant yellow turtle shell. After several loud explosions, the turtle shell slowly dissipated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wu De surged forward over 10 meters. He understood that Zhang Song was now serious and dared not play with fire any longer. He immediately summoned a speed talisman and stuck it to his foot, gripping the small flag as he dashed into the darkness ahead. "You have quite a few treasures." Zhang Song's eyes flashed with greed, but today, they were all destined to be mine. As he spoke, he chased after Wu De again. The two continued their game of chase and escape. Although Zhang Song was of a higher realm and had high-level speed talismans, Wu De's small flag, which was an unknown treasure, combined with a mid-level speed talisman, managed to keep up with Zhang Song. The only downside was that Wu De's small flag seemed to consume a lot of true energy, and he soon became breathless. His face pale. Seeing this, Zhang Song became even more excited. As one high-level speed talisman was exhausted, he unhesitatingly took out another and stuck it to his leg, saying, "Old man, let's see how long you can hold out." Chapter 84. The death of Zhang Song as dawn broke, outside the southern gate of Baiji town. In the red-hued valley, Lu Li sat cross-legged under a redwood tree with a diameter of 7 or 8 feet, his brows slightly furrowed. Wu De still hadn't arrived, hopefully. Nothing unexpected happened. Now, Lu Li was no longer just killing Zhang Song to help Li Shangyun and Lu Xinyu take revenge. He suddenly thought of something. Zhang Song used to be an alchemist, so he might be carrying an alchemy furnace with him. If that were the case, not only could he take revenge this time, but he could also gain an alchemy furnace, which would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Everything was ready. They were just waiting for Wu De to bring Zhang Song in. "He is here." Suddenly, Chu Fankong, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened them and said in a deep voice. Lu Li's face lit up with joy. He stood up and said, "Brotherly, senior, thank you." Li Qinghu and Chu Fankong exchanged glances, nodded, and leaped to the sides. Lu Li rushed towards the back of the valley, heading in the direction of the main peak, with the 3 of them forming a triangular formation, hiding behind a giant tree. Suddenly, a sound of something cutting through the air came from outside the valley. Lu Li looked up and saw a hooded figure in gray robes rushing towards him. As the figure flickered and stopped, he could see that the person's legs were trembling. And upon closer inspection, there was a large stain of blood on his chest. He was clearly injured. Wu De had just burst in, closely followed by an old man with disheveled hair. Lu Li recognized immediately that the person was Zhang Song, but he did not rush to reveal himself. Wu De ran 5 meters in front of Lu Li, unable to hold on any longer, and swayed to a stop. "Run. Keep running." Zhang Song was also panting, his face covered in dark spots and devoid of color, clearly exhausted as well, but at that moment, his eyes were filled with light. Wu De's heart raced as he watched Zhang Song back away step by step, his small eyes darting around, and he softly called out to the air, Hey, I'm back. Old man, stop playing tricks and come here," Zhang Song said as he prepared to attack. Wu De was horrified, cursing Lu Li's ancestors in his heart. But he didn't want to wait for death and turned to flee in panic. At that moment, Lu Li slowly stepped out from behind the tree. "Zhang Song. Long time no see. You scare me to death, kid." Wu De saw Lu Li come out and finally felt relieved. He said, "It's up to you now. Old man will take a rest," and then sat cross-legged on the ground to recover. It seemed he really trusted Lu Li. Of course, he had no choice. If he didn't recover soon, he wouldn't even have the strength to walk. "Kid, who are you?" Zhang Song squinted at Lu Li from more than 10 zhong away. "Huh. Looks like you've forgotten." Lu Li shook his head. "But that's okay. I'll help you remember soon." With that, he clapped his hands a few times and said, "Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden whooshing sound appeared to Zhang Song's left, and a massive gray stone shot towards him with overwhelming force. "Good courage, Zhang Song." A late-stage 8th-level cultivator reacted quickly and leaped back a zhong, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike. However, before he could steady himself, a burst of golden light suddenly struck his shoulder with a loud thud. Instantly, Zhang Song's left arm was mangled. "Who goes there? Let's talk it out." Zhang Song's face changed drastically. There were actually masters hiding in the forest. As he spoke, he turned and fled. "You can't escape." Chu Fankong flashed past Zhang Song and appeared right in front of him like a ghost. With a wave of his hand, golden light erupted as he slapped Zhang Song on the chest. Bang! Zhang Song was sent staggering back several steps. Before he could regain his footing, a massive stone slammed into his back with a loud crash, sending him sprawling forward like a ball. "Die!" Seeing this, Chu Fankong shouted angrily, his palm bursting with intense light as he aimed for Zhang Song's crown. Zhang Song was horrified and instinctively ducked down while tossing several talismans towards Chu Fankong. Regardless of the outcome, he desperately ran to the right. With a thunderous explosion, the blast sent Chu Fankong's blood tumbling. Just when Zhang Song thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly found the ground beneath him softening, sinking him halfway into the mud. "Kid, it's you." Zhang Song glared at Lu Li, who emerged from behind a tree, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent as he attempted to break free with all his strength. You can't get out. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Li Chenghu's true energy surged, and a massive stone crashed down on Zhang Song's forehead. Zhang Song's eyes rolled back, and he was knocked senseless, his half-buried body swaying. Just as he regained a bit of clarity, Chu Fankong joined his fingers together, shooting out a beam of golden light that pierced through Zhang Song's body, destroying his dantian in the process. At that moment, Zhang Song was truly finished. He couldn't understand where these two had come from or why they were helping this kid. Seeing that the enemy's dantian had been destroyed, Lu Li also breathed a sigh of relief. They were all seasoned veterans, and their decisive actions made Lu Li's heart race. He slowly approached Zhang Song, who was barely breathing, and said, "You should remember who I am now, right?" Zhang Song leaned forward, his voice hoarse and weak. "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to get this far. Unwilling, so unwilling." Hee. Indeed, I didn't expect it either. Lu Li summoned a pitch-black axe and drew it near Zhang Song's neck. "Old man, I must thank you. But unfortunately, my friend really wants you dead. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhang Song kidnapping him to Qingliang Temple, he might have lived as an ordinary mundane person for the rest of his life." "Your friend?" Zhang Song chuckled self-deprecatingly. "You mean that little brat? I remember him being quite innocent." Lu Li shook his head. "Not just him. I think you should also remember the Lu family from Qinglei City, right?" "The Lu family." Zhang Song seemed to recall something. "So you've met that girl. She died without bringing you out. Looks like she has taken a liking to you, you little dark-skinned boy. The world of young people, I really don't understand. Like..." Lu Li felt a bit absent-minded. Then his expression hardened. "All right, enough small talk. I should thank you for leading me to the path of immortality. Now please, go to your death." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Li swung the axe down diagonally. With a pft, Zhang Song's head rolled off, and he picked it up, his mind moving as he stored it in his storage bag. Li Chenghu and Chu Fankong, who had stepped aside, walked over. Li Chenghu glanced at the headless corpse half buried in the ground and said to Lu Li, "Clean up. Let's go back." It seemed he didn't intend to take anything from Zhang Song. Chapter 85. No return without getting drunk. Okay. Lu Li nodded and pulled Zhang Song's corpse out of the mud, rummaging around until he found a storage bag. Just as he was about to open it, Wu De rushed over anxiously. Little brother, you can't forget your roots. I risked my life to lure him here. You old man. What do you want to do?" Before Lu Li could speak, Li Chenghu had already blocked him. "I'm talking to my brother. What does it have to do with you?" Wu De raised an eyebrow at Li Chenghu and even retorted, "You old fool. I see you're tired of living. Brotherly, let him come over." Just then, Lu Li spoke up. Li Chenghu shot Wu De a glare before lowering his arm to let him over. Wu De glared back at Li Chenghu, then scampered to Lu Li's side, still feeling brotherly loyalty. Lu Li shook the storage bag in his hand. "I haven't had a chance to see what's inside yet. How about I propose a distribution method?" "What method?" "Very simple. All the earth milk essence goes to you. Everything else belongs to me. What do you think?" "Deal." Wu De agreed without hesitation, thinking, Zhang Song clearly had no treasures. If he did, he would have brought them out during the life and death situation. Plus, he only cared about the earth milk essence. Nice. Lu Li smiled upon hearing this and began to take out the items one by one in front of Wu De. 20 jade bottles, 1 alchemy furnace, 3 talismans, and some miscellaneous items. Lu Li directly put away the alchemy furnace and 3 talismans, then looked at the remaining jade bottles. "This is it. Let's see what's inside." "That's it." Wu De's face was filled with suspicion as he snatched the storage bag to check it. Moments later, his expression turned extremely ugly. You said there was a pool of earth milk essence?" Lu Li shrugged. "I said that pool of earth milk essence is gone. Who knows where he hid it?" Saying this, he glanced at the jade bottles on the ground. "Maybe it's in there?" Wu De, fuming, squatted down to start checking. But the more he searched, the worse his expression got. By the time he finished checking all 20 jade bottles, they were all filled with true condensation pills. He sat down on the ground, his face filled with disappointment. "Just take it all away." Lu Li waved his hand, and a pile of jade bottles immediately disappeared. Seeing Wu De looking so dejected, Lu Li felt a bit guilty and took out another jade bottle. Wu De thought this kid wasn't too bad-hearted, knowing to leave an extra bottle for him. It seemed he couldn't cheat him too much in the future. With that thought, he reached out to take it. Who would have thought? Lu Li removed the cork, carefully poured a pill into Wu De's hand, then turned and ran. "Old man, die of anger. You bastard." Wu De's face turned ashen, and he smashed the true condensation pill on the ground, shouting at Lu Li's back. "Ah, little bastard, you'd better not run into me alone, or I'll kill you and vent my anger." This kid, Li Chenghu and the others were stunned by the scene, wondering how there could be such a despicable person in the world. Of course, they didn't understand the feud between Lu Li and Wu De. If they had, they wouldn't think so, because Wu De was even more treacherous than Lu Li. At noon the next day, Lu Li returned to Dihu town. Looking back at the Crimson Mountain Range, he felt a sense of relief. This trip to the Thunderfire Mountain Range was quite fruitful. Not only did he gather materials for the acupoint pill, but he also killed Zhang Song and obtained a Dan furnace. "Hey, little brother, how about it? Can you join our Dihu village now?" Li Chenghu said to Lu Li as they walked through the streets of the town. Lu Li nodded, "Of course. Thanks to Brother Li and Senior Chu's help, I was able to avenge myself on Zhang Song. If I refuse now, it would be disheartening. Ha ha, little brother. You are quite straightforward. Li Qinghu patted Lu Li on the shoulder. I'm very happy to hear you say that. But don't take it too seriously. I've wanted to deal with those bastards from the Bai Ri village for a long time. I should thank you instead. Now that was being calm and collected. Lu Li genuinely admired Li Qinghu a bit. The three of them discussed as they walked. Li Qinghu initially wanted to set up a hall led by Lu Li. But Lu Li insisted that he was not qualified enough and made excuses to decline. In the end, Li Qinghu couldn't insist further and made him the vice hall master. Lu Li's refusal was not out of pretentiousness, but because he had other matters to attend to. He couldn't stay in Dihu village for a lifetime. The title of vice hall master was just a name and wouldn't affect the operation of Dihu village. If he really became the hall master, he would have to take care of Dihu village all the time, which would be extremely detrimental to his cultivation. Chu Fankong understood Lu Li's thoughts as soon as he heard them, but he could only sigh inwardly. He understood that a place like Dihu village was only suitable for young people who saw no hope, or for elderly people like them who would never see hope in their lives. If they forcibly pushed Dihu village onto Lu Li, it would only harm him. However, if he could get Lu Li to acknowledge Dihu village, he thought it would be worth it. If one day this kid really made a name for himself, it would also reflect well on Dihu village. Thinking of this, he took a couple of steps forward to walk alongside the two, smiling as he said to Lu Li, "Little brother Qin, the world is vast, but Bihu Garden will always be your home. I hope that no matter how far you go in the future, you won't forget this home." Lu Li was taken aback, immediately realizing that the other party had seen through his thoughts. He said seriously, "Brother, don't worry. No matter how far I travel, I will never forget Bihu Garden." That's good, that's good. Although I don't like drinking. Tonight, I must accompany little brother Qin until we're all drunk. Li Qinghu was puzzled as to why the two looked as if they were parting for life and death. Suddenly hearing they were going to drink, he threw those thoughts to the back of his mind. Yes, we won't return until we're drunk. Lu Li laughed heartily. All right. Although I don't like drinking either, I'll make an exception today since I'm happy. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and pulled the two aside. Apologizing, I'm really sorry. Actually, Qin Shorin is the name of a deceased brother of mine. I lied to you before. My real name is Lu Li. The two exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Tonight we must make you drink 3 cups as punishment. Accept the punishment. Accept the punishment. Lu Li saw that they had no intention of pursuing it further, and the shadows in his heart dissipated completely. It felt good to be himself again. Back at the Falling Tiger village, Li Qinghu immediately summoned all the disciples and announced loudly, "Listen up. From now on, Brother Lu Li will be our vice hall master. When you see him, it's like seeing the hall master himself, and you all must obey him honestly. Remember that. Vice hall master. Vice hall master." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone cheered loudly. The people here had seen Lu Li on their way to the Yulong village. They were genuinely impressed by the young man who had single-handedly entered Yulong village to rescue Lei Xiaoman. Good. Li Qinghu was very satisfied with their reaction. I've decided to hold a bonfire party in the square tonight to celebrate Brother Lu Li becoming our vice hall master. Everyone, get ready with firewood and drinks. We won't return until we're drunk. Good. Everyone cheered and excitedly went to prepare. In the evening, at the Dihu village square, 3 roaring bonfires shot into the sky, illuminating the entire square. More than 100 people sat on the ground around the bonfire, with laughter, playful banter, and the sounds of games mixed together, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Li and Li Qinghu sat together around one of the bonfires, each with several jars of wine and plates of snacks in front of them. The firelight cast a red glow on Lu Li's face, and amidst the laughter, he felt as if he had returned to the harvest season in Dashur village. Every year during harvest, the villagers of Dashur village would gather around a bonfire in the village square, where the adults would drink and chat while the children played games nearby. Hey, what did you throw on my back? It smells so bad. Qin Shorin, running desperately, suddenly looked back at Lu Li. Ha, it's shit, ha, just wait until I catch you. Lu Li seemed to see Qin Shorin charging towards him, and he laughed until tears streamed down his face. Big brother Lu, what is wrong with you? The girl in the skirt next to him looked up at Lu Li and asked softly. It's nothing. Lu Li hurriedly wiped his face. Are you thinking of something sad? Lei Xiaoman stared at Lu Li and asked, are you missing your mother? Whenever I think of my mother, I feel very sad. Saying this, Lei Xiaoman took out a light blue embroidered handkerchief and handed it to Lu Li. Here. I just remembered some past events. Lu Li took the handkerchief, wiped his face, and handed it back. Thank you. Lei Xiaoman shook her head and smiled sweetly. I'm giving it to you. Lu Li looked at her smile and was slightly taken aback, then nodded and accepted it. Nearby, Li Qinghu and Lei Ming were already drunk, leaning on each other and mumbling incoherently. Chu Fankong was still relatively sober, but seeing Lu Li and Lei Xiaoman sitting together, he did not disturb them. Lu Li apologized to Lei Xiaoman, then moved to sit beside Chu Fankong, raised his wine bowl, and said, Brother, I'll toast you a bowl. All right, cheers. Chu Fankong seemed to have recalled something, his eyes hazy as he drank it all in one go. Lu Li forced himself to endure the discomfort and gulped down the wine in one go. Then, disregarding his image, he directly reached into the bowl to grab a handful of cold dishes and stuffed them into his mouth, trying to cover up the discomfort in his mouth. Little brother, don't force yourself. Drink as much as you can handle. Chu Fankong sighed. Brother, you're right. Yes, you're a smart person, much smarter than me. But I still want to remind you of a few things. When you're out, it's better to be low-key. Competing for face is meaningless. Saying this, he took out a grayish square jade token, glanced at it reluctantly, and handed it to Lu Li. I'm getting old and don't want to take risks anymore. This thing is for you. If you're interested, you can go take a look. The front of the jade token was engraved with a small sword, and the back was inscribed with the character Wasteland. Lu Li was taken aback. What is this? Chu Fankong sighed and said, I've heard that this is the key to the sword goddess tomb. There are a total of 8 pieces, each engraved with one of the 8 characters: heaven and earth, mysterious yellow, universe, and wasteland. The sword god tomb appears once every 50 years, and it requires 8 pieces to gather in order to open the tomb door and obtain the sword god legacy. When I first got it, I was still young and had low cultivation, so I didn't dare to go when the sword god tomb last appeared. Now, although I have some cultivation, I have lost the desire to compete for supremacy. What a pity, what a lament, the sword god tomb. It sounds quite impressive, doesn't it? Lu Li quickly took the jade tablet. Since my elder brother treats me this way, if I can really obtain the legacy from it someday, I will definitely not forget my elder brother. Ah, good, good. Chu Fankong nodded with satisfaction, then poured himself another bowl and said, considering the time, the next appearance of the sword god tomb should be in 10 years. Based on your current growth rate, there is still some chance. However, my elder brother still says, do not force anything, otherwise, I would be harming you. Lu Li nodded and said seriously, I understand. Carefully putting the jade tablet into his spatial hall, Lu Li asked for some information about the sword god tomb. Unfortunately, Chu Fankong didn't know much about it. He only knew that the sword god tomb would appear in Wanjian Valley, Yuzhou, once every 50 years, lasting for 3 months each time. And then it would disappear again after 3 months. Furthermore, it is said that there is an incredible sword path legacy in the sword god tomb. If obtained, one could carve mountains and split seas, which sounds quite remarkable, but it's all just rumors. Chu Fankong even believes that this is someone's deliberate act to attract key holders to open the secret realm. When Chu Fankong obtained this key 40 years ago, he was only 25 years old and at the 3rd level of Qi training. Because his cultivation was too low, he cautiously only took a glance at the sword god tomb from afar and then left, thinking he would come back to try again in the next 50 years. But now, he no longer had that courage. The older one gets, the more afraid of death one becomes. He just wanted to progress steadily in the Earth Tiger Village. Or perhaps, peacefully spend the rest of his life. At this moment, a large area of the square was already inebriated. Even a few sober people had flushed cheeks. Lu Li shook his head, chatted with Chu Fankong for a while longer, and then stood up, preparing to return to Bihu Courtyard. Seeing this, Lei Xiaoman quickly stood up and walked towards Lu Li. Brother Lu, are you going back to rest? Yes, it's too late. I don't want to sleep in the square. Oh, Lei Xiaoman hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage to take a storage bag from her waist and handed it to Lu Li, saying hopefully, Brother Lu, you said that if I give you 10,000 Ningxin pills, you would protect me. Look, huh? Lu Li looked at Lei Xiaoman strangely. At first, he was just joking. But he didn't expect her to take it seriously. He laughed and shook his head, saying, little girl, I was joking. Where did you get so many Ningxin pills? I borrowed them from Uncle Li. Borrowed? Lu Li's eyes widened, directly pushing it back. Quickly return it. I was just joking, and you took it seriously. Was it a joke? Lei Xiaoman's smile instantly disappeared, her hands gripping the storage bag with a look of disappointment, saying, I understand. Without waiting for Lu Li to speak, she suddenly turned and ran away. She ran all the way home and then squatted in the yard, crying her heart out. Although Lu Li hadn't drunk much, he felt a bit dizzy. Seeing Lei Xiaoman leave, he didn't think much of it and went straight back to Bihu Courtyard. Xiaohe was still guarding the courtyard door. When she saw Lu Li return, she immediately ran over to support him. Young master, have you drunk a lot? Why are you swaying when you walk? Really? Lu Li was taken aback, thinking to himself that he didn't feel anything. Xiaohe chuckled. Is there? Young master, take it easy. You might bump into a wall. Chapter 87. Returning to Shuiyun Town back in his room, Lu Li fell asleep in a daze. Little did he know, someone was already keeping an eye on him. In the main hall of the Dragon Soaring Village's Martial Academy, an emaciated old man in a black robe leaned against a grandmaster chair, looking faintly at the trembling Zhang Dao kneeling on the ground, and said lightly, from your appearance, it seems you still haven't figured out that person's background? Master, please spare me. That Qin Shorin seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I secretly searched the entire Dragon Soaring Town, but no one knows him. I suspect he's not even a rogue cultivator from Dragon Soaring Town. Zhang Dao buried his head deeply. The biting cold made his teeth chatter. Sigh, what a waste. The old man in the black robe slowly stood up, took a step towards the outside, and the unmoving Zhang Yu mechanically followed. Just as Zhang Dao was about to secretly breathe a sigh of relief, the black-robed old man suddenly stopped beside him. Pressed down with one hand, and bang, a mass of pitch-black ice needles instantly turned Zhang Dao's head into a bloody pulp. Then, with a twist of his palm, streams of blood energy surged upwards, merging into his bloodless hand. In just a few breaths, Zhang Dao's body turned into a dried corpse. Throughout the process, Zhang Yu beside him showed no expression or movement. Not from Dragon Soaring Town, the old man murmured to himself, reaching out to summon a bronze coffin that quickly enlarged in his palm, then slowly descended to the center of the hall. He said lightly, "Get in." As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Yu actually walked over voluntarily, slid the coffin lid open a crack, and lay inside. The black-robed old man waved his hand, and the coffin disappeared without a trace. He muttered, "Kid, you dare to destroy my spirit corpse? No one in this world can save you." Then, his figure flashed and shot into the vast night. The next day, Luli stood on the stone bridge in the center of Bihu, hands behind his back, staring blankly into the distance. Behind him, Xiao He, dressed in green, clasped her hands in front of her, quietly watching Luli's back. After a long while, Luli turned around and asked, "Do you have a spiritual root?" Xiao He shook her head. "The big boss gave me a lingling pill, saying I have no chance of becoming an immortal." Luli nodded, took out a stack of silver notes from his storage space, and handed them to Xiao He. "Take this, save it for spending. This should be enough for you." Since she had no chance of becoming an immortal, even if Luli wanted to help her, there was no way to do so. "Young master," Xiao He shook her head and did not accept. "Take it." Luli directly grabbed her small hand and stuffed the silver notes into it. "I'm leaving. Whether I come back or not is uncertain. This courtyard is nice. If you want to stay, you can. If you're not used to being alone, you can leave by yourself." After saying this, he shook his head and turned to walk towards the outer courtyard. "Young master, I'll wait for your return." Xiao He stood on the stone bridge, staring blankly at Luli's back, calling out with a trembling voice. Luli did not turn back. First, he found Chu Fankong and explained his intention to leave. Chu Fankong did not try to keep him, just reminded him to be careful outside and come back to visit when he had time. Luli nodded in agreement, intending to say goodbye to Li Qinghu, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it and asked Chu Fankong to inform Li Qinghu after he left. As for Lei Ming, Luli also did not go to see him. After leaving the Earth Tiger Village, Luli went to the Gathering Treasure Hall to buy some talismans. Most of the talismans here were basic ones, with very few intermediate talismans. However, since it was what Luli wanted, they didn't hold back. They gave him over 100 talismans in total, with 2 or 3 Ningxian pills for each one. Luli counted. There were 35 speed talismans, 50 explosive talismans, 10 trapping talismans, and 15 fire bombs. Intermediate talismans could only cause damage to those at the 6th level of Qi training. Anything above that would only make them look embarrassed, without much effect. However, the sheer quantity could change the situation. Approaching noon, Luli rode a black horse out of the town through the west gate, then headed north along the foot of the mountain. His destination was Qingliang Mountain in Liangzhou, which was the Taoist temple where Zhang Song had initially taken them to test the medicine. There was geothermal fire there, which could be used for alchemy. By the time evening approached, Luli finally made his way from the south of the mountain to the north, where an inconspicuous small town appeared. He stopped outside the south gate of the town. Watercloud Town, what a coincidence. Luli looked up at the rudimentary sign propped up on wooden frames, his gaze flickering for a moment before he drove his horse inside. Watercloud Town only had 2 main streets, arranged in a cross shape. Luli was currently walking on the street from south to north, with the houses on either side looking quite dilapidated, making it seem like a bustling metropolis compared to the rural villages. Not far ahead, the shop on his right turned into a wall, and after walking a bit further, a courtyard gate appeared. Looking at the 3 black characters Watercloud Village on the gate, Luli frowned slightly, then dismounted. The courtyard gate was closed at the moment, and Luli stared at it for a while before stepping forward to knock. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking 7 or 8 times, the sound of running footsteps came from inside the courtyard. Who the hell? The gate creaked open, and a burly man with his chest exposed was halfway through speaking when Luli grabbed him by the neck, applying pressure with his fingers, causing blood to gush out from the man's neck. The man did not die immediately. His eyes widened in fear as he begged for mercy. "Senior, spare me." Luli glanced towards the houses at the back of the courtyard and asked casually, "Where's Su Shan?" It was too quiet here, apart from this strong man. There seemed to be no one else, which puzzled Luli. "The big boss has gone out," the burly man struggled to say. "Where did he go?" I don't know. According to custom, he should have gone west to rob travelers." "Rob travelers? You mean to rob passing loose cultivators and junior disciples of the Qingyang sect?" Luli chuckled slightly, then suddenly applied more force, causing the burly man to die instantly with a thud. Without looking back, Luli strode towards the house ahead. After searching for a while, he found nothing of value. There were a few servants inside, but they were all mere mortals. Luli chased these servants out of the village and then set the village on fire. The servants turned pale, watching in terror, thinking they were doomed, as the big boss would surely take their lives upon returning. Luli glanced at the servants and said, "Get the hell away from here. If anyone dares to put out the fire, I'll kill him." As he spoke, he unleashed an imposing aura towards them, causing several servants to flee in fear. Satisfied with their reaction, Luli continued on his way. Heading west, it was just on the way. He wondered about Su Shan's strength and whether he should kill him. Before long, Luli arrived outside the west gate of Watercloud Town, walking while casually pondering. Chapter 88. Fatty, long time no see in the southern part of Liangzhou. There was a vast forest stretching over 10 miles outside Qinglei City, known as the Shaded Sun Forest. The ancient trees stood tall, and underbrush grew wildly, making it seem very dark even at midday. Inside the Shaded Sun Forest, there was a dirt road about a foot wide, which served as the main passage connecting Qinglei City and the Leihua mountain range. Generally, people heading to the Leihua mountain range from Qinglei City would choose this road. As it was the shortest route, though a bit dark, it was relatively flat. On this day, in the early morning, a mist enveloped the entire Shaded Sun Forest. A bare-chested man swiftly moved through the forest, making rustling sounds among the bushes beside the dirt road. After a while, he reached the center of a group of similarly dressed individuals and urgently said to a middle-aged man who was meditating, "Boss, a carriage has arrived. I can't see the cultivation level of the driver, but he shouldn't be stronger than you." The middle-aged man meditating was Su Shan from Watercloud Village. Upon hearing this, he opened his eyes and asked, "Is it a loose cultivator or from the Qingyang sect?" "It's from the Qingyang sect. I saw the badge on his chest." "Good. After waiting so many days, I finally caught a piece of trash from the Qingyang sect. When the time comes, take it steady. I want to torture him slowly." Just thinking about how 2 years ago, his resources were taken by that kid from the Qingyang sect, Su Shan couldn't suppress his hatred. It was precisely because they lost their resources that they became bandits on the road. "Yes, boss." Around Su Shan, more than a dozen burly men revealed cruel smiles. Before long, Su Shan's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "They're coming." As he spoke, the dozen burly men surged out of the forest in a human wall formation, blocking the dirt road. Su Shan stood up, watching the scene from a distance without rushing to reveal himself. The report only mentioned the cultivation level of the driver. What if there was an old monster in the carriage? Wouldn't he be asking for death by jumping out? Suddenly, Su Shan's ears twitched, and he looked down the road to the right. A pitch-black carriage was speeding towards them, the horse galloping swiftly, and it seemed there was no one inside. However, the driver surprised him. The man's robust and powerful physique was comparable to his own, and even the muscles that looked explosively strong were something he couldn't rival. If Luli were there, he would immediately recognize that this person was Chen Zhong. The carriage sped by, and it seemed that Chen Zhong had already fallen asleep. Just then, "Stop. You bastard, stop. Get out of the way. Stop. Get out of the way. I can't stop the carriage." The panicked shouts, curses, and Chen Zhong's startled cries mixed together. The carriage crashed straight through the human wall, knocking 4 or 5 men from Watercloud Village into the air. "Kill him." Seeing the carriage stop, the group of burly men waved their fists and charged towards Chen Zhong. Chen Zhong, not knowing what had happened, thought he was in the wrong and kept dodging while apologizing. Don't hit me. I didn't mean to. However, the others didn't listen at all. Seeing that Chen Zhong wasn't fighting back, they became more brutal, raining punches down on him. Bang! Suddenly, a fist hit Chen Zhong's nose, making him sway a few times. "You guys!" Chen Zhong became angry. He grabbed one of the fists coming at him and twisted it hard. Crack! The arm was twisted into a spiral shape. Then he raised a foot and kicked it hard under the man's armpit. With a splatter, blood flew, and one arm was ripped off entirely. The man turned pale from pain, clutching his shoulder and rolling on the ground in agony. The remaining men involuntarily swallowed hard and took a step back. Chen Zhong looked at the severed arm in his hand, scratched his head, and offered it to the man on the ground, saying, "I didn't mean to. Do you want it back? Devil. You are a devil." The man rolled and crawled away, screaming in terror. At this moment, the 5 men who had been knocked down finally got up and also retreated a few steps. "Useless." A furious shout echoed in the forest. Su Shan flashed out and, with a wave of his hand, conjured a stone made of true qi that smashed towards Chen Zhong's face. Chen Zhong never thought that the other party would attack him. Seeing the giant rock smashing towards him, with no way to avoid it, his pupils suddenly contracted. In a panic, he threw a punch at the giant rock. Bang! With a loud explosion, the giant rock shattered, turning into a gust of wind that howled in all directions. But before he could feel happy, another giant rock came crashing down. Without time to react, Chen Zhong was directly struck by the second giant rock, flying backward over Tu Zhong, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Kid, it's no wonder you're a disciple of the Qingyang sect." As soon as Chen Zhong hit the ground, Su Shan leapt up, raising his hand to send another giant rock whistling out, clearly not intending to torture Chen Zhong any longer, but wanting to take his life with one strike. The giant rock rapidly enlarged in Chen Zhong's eyes, and he felt that he might not survive to take another breath. Good courage. At that moment, a shadow accompanied by a cold, furious curse rang in Chen Zhong's ears. Boom. In the next breath, the giant rock exploded. Immediately afterward, several talismans shot towards Su Shan, followed by a series of thunderous explosions. Su Shan was directly blown to pieces, his mind ringing, instinctively telling him that he should escape immediately. He shook his head and quickly turned to jump, only to find he didn't leap high enough. He heard a sound like mountains shaking above his head, and then felt his head get struck by a hammer. His skull burst open, and blood splattered everywhere. The big boss is dead. A scream came from somewhere, and a group of subordinates scattered in panic, running in all directions. Thinking of escaping? Don't you think it's too late? A dark blue figure flew like a streak of light to one of the fleeing men, and with a punch, the fist pierced through his chest from behind. Without stopping, the same method was applied again. Among the 15 muscular men of the Water Cloud village at the second level of Qi training, the one who ran the farthest was only 100 zhang away before being caught up by the young man. Amid his frantic pleas for mercy, a punch shattered his forehead. Chen Zhong, still lying on the ground, looked at this scene with disbelief. Is this person really my boss? This is too fierce. Lu Li dragged the bodies together, casually sticking a black banner into the ground at the center of the corpses, then walked towards Chen Zhong without looking back. He extended his hand and grinned. Fatty, long time no see. Chen Zhong rubbed his eyes, confirming that this person was indeed Lu Li. He reached out with his broad palm and embraced Lu Li tightly. Boss, it's really you. I missed you so much. He spoke with a hint of choking emotion. Cough. Cough. All right. Are you trying to choke me to death? Lu Li broke free, draping an arm over Chen Zhong's shoulder and asked, how did you end up here? Chapter 89. Tribute in Qinglei City. I couldn't stay at the Qingyang sect any longer. Chen Zhong scratched his head, feeling somewhat frustrated. Didn't you ask me to spread the word about Chu Qingfeng being possessed when you left? I secretly wrote it on a note and scattered it throughout the Qingyang sect. At that time, it did attract the attention of the higher-ups. The Elder Hall and the Punishment Hall interrogated Chu Qingfeng together, but they found nothing. The second elder even thought Chu Qingfeng had good talent and took him in as a registered disciple. I was afraid of exposure, so I didn't dare throw notes anymore, thinking I'd wait until you returned to decide how to handle it. After listening to Chen Zhong's account, Lu Li finally understood what had happened in the Qingyang sect over the past 2 years. It turned out that Qingfeng had somehow tricked them during the interrogation, and also took advantage of the situation to become a registered disciple of Elder Yutong. Now his cultivation had reached the terrifying 8th level of Qi training, and his sharpness overshadowed that of Ling Xiaoyun, who had dual spiritual roots, earning him the title of the first genius of the Qingyang sect. This actually didn't have a significant impact on Chen Zhong, but about a month ago, news suddenly spread that Qingfeng had killed Lu Li's fellow disciples and possessed an evil artifact, causing a stir in the sect. The Elder Hall directly announced the revocation of Lu Li's status as a disciple of the Qingyang sect and issued a bounty to capture Lu Li and bring him back for trial. Ling Xiaoyun found her master, Fangbu Wei, wanting to plead for Lu Li, but unexpectedly was punished to reflect for a year in the back mountain. After hearing this news, Chen Zhong felt that the Qingyang sect was no longer safe. Anyone who investigated would easily discover his relationship with Lu Li. So he inquired about Lu Li's whereabouts overnight and finally learned from Lu Feng of the Foreign Affairs Hall that Lu Li had taken on many tasks. These tasks were spread across various locations, and Chen Zhong, feeling chaotic, decided to escape first and think later. After getting out, he wandered aimlessly southward. After several days, he suddenly remembered that Ling Xiaoyun had reportedly returned from the Thunderfire Mountain range, so he decided to head in that direction in hopes of luck. Unexpectedly, he really ran into Lu Li. It must be said that both of them were extremely lucky. Otherwise, even if Lu Li was indeed in the Thunderfire Mountain range, Chen Zhong would not have been able to find him so easily, as searching for someone in the thousands of miles of the Thunderfire Mountain range was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After listening, Lu Li's brow furrowed tightly. He hadn't expected that after 2 years apart, Qingfeng had actually reached the 8th level of Qi training and exposed his own matters. This was really a huge problem. Boss, where are we going now? After catching his breath, Chen Zhong asked Lu Li. Lu Li pondered for a moment and said, the Qingyang sect is looking for me, which doesn't concern you much. If you stay with me, it will only bring you trouble. How about this? I'll write a letter, and you take it to the southern Hu village of the Thunderfire Mountain range. Once you get there, people will naturally arrange for you. He didn't want to leave Chen Zhong behind, but he had to. If he was alone, even if the Qingyang sect's people found him, he could escape without worries. If Chen Zhong was with him, that would be troublesome. You don't think my strength is too low and will hold you back, do you? Chen Zhong seemed not to be foolish, looking at Lu Li with a hint of suspicion. How could that be? I'm doing this for your safety. The people in Hu village are quite good. I'll feel at ease if you go there. All right. Chen Zhong answered somewhat dejectedly, not expecting that they had just reunited and would have to part again. Lu Li thought for a moment, took out the Swift Wind steps from his storage bag, and also took out a storage bag containing some condensed true pills, handing it all to Chen Zhong. Here are 9,000 condensed true pills, and a very good movement technique. You should practice it well. Chen Zhong had the 5 elements plus wind and thunder spiritual roots, so he could also cultivate the Swift Wind steps. 9,000. Chen Zhong exclaimed, shaking his head. Boss, I'll take the movement technique, but you should keep the condensed true pills for yourself. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Li forcefully shoved the storage bag into Chen Zhong's hands. Aren't we brothers? All right. I'll accept it. Once I've cultivated successfully, I'll help you beat up those old bastards in the Qingyang sect. Good. Lu Li nodded, smiling as he said, go. Be careful on the way. After watching Chen Zhong leave, Lu Li then retrieved the Blood Soul banner and also collected Su Shan's storage bag. At this moment, the Blood Soul banner was much stronger than before, and he estimated it could easily intimidate cultivators at the 6th level. Sigh. The timing of our reunion is just not right. Lu Li looked back at the direction Chen Zhong had left, sighed, and then mounted his big black horse, heading towards Qinglei City. In the evening, Qinglei City, East City, the old site of the Liu family, with the light from the Wangxiang Tavern across from the Liu residence. A black horse could be seen quietly standing outside the gate, its head lowered and snorting, not knowing where its owner had gone. Inside the residence, in the square, there was an old head placed before Liu Sinyu's tombstone. Liu Li lowered his head, quietly looking at the stone tablet in front of him, murmuring, "Junior sister, the revenge you wanted has been avenged by your senior brother. Rest in peace." After saying this, he bowed slightly and turned to leave. After exiting the Liu residence, Liu Li noticed that it was getting late and decided to rest for the night before setting off again. He saw the tavern across the street still lit, so he led his horse over. The business at the Tongwang Tavern didn't seem to be doing well today. A waiter was sitting behind the main door in a daze. When he saw Liu Li walking over with his horse, the sharp-eyed waiter quickly came out to greet him, saying enthusiastically, "Sir, are you here to stay?" Liu Li nodded. "Help me take care of this horse." "Sure." The waiter immediately came over to lead the horse to the stable. Once the waiter returned, Liu Li followed him into the building. Liu Li looked around and noticed that although the lights were on inside, there wasn't a single person present. Curiously, he asked, "Why are there so many lights when there are no guests?" The waiter smiled awkwardly and replied, "Sir, you may not know, but ever since the tragedy at the Liu residence, there have been hardly any people on this street, especially at night, which is extremely desolate. I'm a bit timid, so I lit more lamps." "I see." Liu Li nodded. "Are you the only one in this inn?" The waiter answered, "Yes." Originally, Tongwang Tavern was one of the best businesses in Qinglei City, but after that incident, it gradually declined. Now, I'm the only waiter left. Even the owner has returned to the countryside. However, it won't be long. I heard from the owner that someone has taken over the old Liu residence, and it will soon be demolished. When that happens, the owner will come back, and our business will improve. Demolished? Liu Li frowned. Who has taken over? The waiter shook his head. I don't know about that. Generally, property transactions are handled by the city lord's mansion. Why does Sir want to buy it? Buy it. Liu Li's gaze flickered. First, get me a room, and later bring a few small dishes to my room. All right, sir, follow me. I'll take you to your room. Chapter 90. Night raid on the city lord's mansion. After going up to the third floor, the waiter intended to let Liu Li stay in the back row of rooms. But Liu Li insisted on staying in the street-facing row. Unable to persuade him otherwise, the waiter complied, thinking to himself that this person was either very bold or foolish to dare stay in the same vicinity as the hundreds of vengeful spirits from the Liu residence. After helping Liu Li settle into his room, the waiter went off to attend to other matters. Liu Li leaned against the window, looking at the stone tablet in the Liu family square, realizing that someone had bought the property. It seemed he still had something to do. Before long, the waiter brought some food, apologizing, "Sir, business has been slow recently, and we have limited supplies, so please make do with this." "I'm really sorry." Liu Li nodded and casually tossed a silver ingot. "Take this, and don't disturb me unless necessary." Seeing the silver ingot, the waiter's eyes lit up. "Understood, sir." After a simple meal, Liu Li climbed out of the window and leaped into the street, quickly disappearing into the darkness. City Lord's mansion. The night was still young, and a side hall in the City Lord's mansion was brightly lit. City Lord Wang Qitai was chatting and laughing with a rotund man, occasionally bursting in a hearty laughter. Wang Qitai did not know the man's exact background, only that his surname was Mo, and he was quite generous. The two were discussing the old Liu residence. Mr. Mo was willing to buy the Liu residence for 1,000,000 taels of silver, which was a windfall for Wang Qitai. In such a place, let alone 1,000,000 taels. Even if it were given away, not many would be willing to take it. The two were seated in the hall, separated only by a tea table. Wang Qitai was writing something on the table, and after a while, he handed over a paper filled with writing to Mr. Mo, smiling. "Mr. Mo, how is this contract? Are you satisfied?" Mr. Mo casually glanced at it, and then laughed heartily. "City Lord, you are straightforward. It's settled then." Saying this, he waved his hand, and 3 large chests floated into the center of the hall. 3,000,000 taels. "City Lord, please sign." He's actually a practitioner. Wang Qitai's expression suddenly changed, fear flashing across his face as he quickly waved his hands. No need to count it. He was just an ordinary person and dared not question a practitioner. "Ha ha, good." Mr. Mo, satisfied, put away the contract and stood up to leave with a laugh. Suddenly, a thin piece of paper shot in from the hall door. The paper spun rapidly, capable of slicing through steel, and in an instant, it was about to graze Mr. Mo's neck. What courage! Mr. Mo's pupils constricted, and his plump body suddenly swerved. Although he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the paper still left a cut on his neck. The paper continued forward until it snapped the armrest of the main chair in the northern position with a crack, finally stopping. As the paper floated down, Wang Qitai was horrified to find that it was actually a 1,000-tael silver note. He looked up toward the hall door, where a young man in dark blue attire was slowly walking in. Tap, tap, tap. The young man had a blank expression, but with each step, it felt as if he were stepping on Wang Qitai's heart, making his heartbeat sync with the young man's footsteps. Finally, Wang Qitai could not hold back any longer. Standing up and slowly stepping back a few paces, the young man did not look at Wang Qitai, but stared at the grotesque-faced fat man a step away, calmly saying, "You cannot touch the land of the Liu residence. Hee hee, You have some skills, friend. Mr. Mo rubbed his neck. But are you sure you want to oppose us? You guys? Upon hearing these two words, the young man moved in an instant, as fast as lightning, and with a snap. He leaped into the air and threw a punch. It was not until the young man's fist was just a foot away from Mr. Mo's dantian that Mr. Mo finally reacted. In fear, he tried to reach into his chest for something, but before his hand could reach, a wave of excruciating pain shot through his abdomen. Then, he crashed heavily back, smashing the main chair in the northern position into pieces with a crack. Luli had controlled his strength well and did not take his life. Mr. Mo struggled a few times, but could not stand up. His eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted at Luli, "You brat, if you dare to cripple my dantian, you're dead. No one can save you, heaven and earth." Wang Chitai was already dumbfounded. This practitioner was actually knocked down by that young man with a single punch? He swallowed hard and stepped back until he had no place left to retreat, finally helplessly leaning against the wall. Sir, spare my life." Luli gazed at Wang Chitai calmly, saying, "Wait here for me to return. If you dare to leave, even half a step, no one in the city lord's mansion will survive." Wang Chitai nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a single extra word. Luli then looked at Mr. Mo on the ground, grabbing him by the collar and swiftly leaping out of the city lord's mansion to the square outside. With a thud, he tossed Mr. Mo to the ground and, with great interest, stared at his plump face. "Now tell me, who do you refer to?" Mr. Mo looked up and realized that the young man showed no fear, which made him afraid. His body began to tremble. "I was just joking. I was just trying to scare you. Let me go, please. I'm already crippled and won't seek revenge on you." "Revenge?" Luli chuckled. "It doesn't matter if you want to take revenge on me. Just tell me who is behind you." Mr. Mo blurted out, not believing that there was no one behind him, knowing that Luli would not leave any hidden dangers. "And no one. It's just me. It's all my own decision. As senior. Spare me. It seems that unless I give you some pain, you won't be willing to talk," Luli said as he spread his palm. A pitch-black axe appeared in his hand. He squatted down and gestured towards the chubby man's fleshy cheek. With a swift motion, the axe fell. Half of the man's cheek was chopped off, blood gushing down uncontrollably. "Ah!" Mr. Mo screamed in pain, instinctively trying to cover the wound with his hand. But touching it only intensified the agony. He supported himself with one hand on the ground, desperately trying to crawl away. "Where do you think you can escape to?" Luli slowly moved closer, grabbing the man's ankle and pulling him back, raising the axe to chop at his foot. "No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you." At the critical moment, Mr. Mo couldn't hold on any longer and shouted in panic at Luli, his pants dampening significantly. "You should have said so earlier." Luli withdrew the axe and wiped it on the man's long robe, saying, "My patience is limited. You better tell me the truth. If I think you're lying, you'll bear the consequences." I understand." Mr. Mo nodded repeatedly, lying on the ground as he slowly said, "Yes, it's a senior. He promised me 1,000 Ningxin pills if I helped him find places with heavy resentment and Yin energy. I passed by Qinglei City and happened to hear about the situation with the Liu family in the East City. After investigating, I decided to buy it." "Looking for places with heavy resentment and Yin energy?" Luli frowned and asked, "What does he want that for?" I don't know. I'm just a loose cultivator wanting Ningxin pills. Please spare me," Mr. Mo pleaded. Luli fell silent for a moment before asking, "What does he look like?" I'm not clear. He was dressed in black and wore a mask." "Not clear?" Luli said with some suspicion. "You agreed to him without even seeing his face?" He gave me 100 Ningxin pills as a deposit, so I agreed." 100? That is outrageous." But then Luli thought it made sense. This person was only at the second stage of Qi cultivation and was still a loose cultivator. It's very difficult for ordinary loose cultivators to acquire Ningxin pills. 100 was already quite a lot, especially since that person promised to give him 1,000 after finding it. After a series of inquiries, Luli did not gain any useful information. Fortunately, this fat man had not yet informed that person about locating the Liu residence, so presumably, no one would target the Liu residence for the time being. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Since he gave you Ningxin pills, you must have some way to contact him, right?" No. He told me to find him in the Eastern States Great Marsh after I located it, saying he would give me other rewards besides Ningxin pills." "Eastern States Great Marsh?" "Yes, right. He also gave me this, saying that if I brought it to the Great Marsh, he would know I had arrived." Saying this, Mr. Mo hurriedly took out a palm-sized, grayish jade token from his storage bag, which had some strange patterns engraved on it. Luli took the token and felt a familiar cold aura emanating from it. But he couldn't recall where he had seen it before, so he casually put it away. He did not know why the token's owner was looking for such a gathering place of wronged souls. But he had a vague feeling that this person was not good news. After some contemplation, Luli asked, "What is this person's cultivation level?" "Cultivation level," Mr. Mo recalled and said, "I couldn't tell since he didn't make a move, but I felt his aura wasn't stronger than that of my senior." In the cultivation world, those at lower realms cannot probe the cultivation level of those at higher realms through divine sense, but they can make a rough judgment based on the opponent's aura. Generally speaking, as long as the opponent is not more than 3 minor realms higher, one can gauge through their aura, but if the difference is too great, there's no way to do so, and it's best to keep a distance from such people. Since the fat man said this, it was enough to indicate that the person he traded with was not very strong. though it didn't rule out the possibility that the other party was deliberately hiding their cultivation. In that case, it seems that after refining the acupoint pill, I'll have to make a trip to the eastern state to prevent that person from getting any wild ideas and disturbing Lu Sinew's grave. Senior, I've said everything I know, Mr. Mo pleaded, looking at Luli. Luli smiled and said, of course, I will give you a quick end. Pain. Mr. Mo's expression was terrified. Before he could finish his sentence, an axe had already swung down towards his neck. With a thud, his plump head rolled onto the floor. Luli collected his emotions, stood up, and turned to walk towards the side hall. In the side hall, Wang Chitai sat frozen on the ground, not daring to move an inch. The screams from outside made his heart race. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hall, startling Wang Chitai, who crawled towards Lu Li and Master. Spare me. Lu Li glanced at Wang Chitai indifferently, waved his hand, and stored away 3 large boxes before saying, I've bought that piece of land at the Lu residence. As for the price, it's that 1,000 taels of silver notes. You have no objections, do you? Wang Chitai glanced back at the silver notes under the main chair. His body trembled, and he quickly said, no objections. The Lu residence is now yours, master. Very good. Lu Li nodded, helping Wang Chitai up. Draft a new sales contract for me. If you dare to resell it again, you know the consequences. Wang Chitai felt as if he had received a pardon, repeatedly saying he understood. He then trembled as he drafted a new contract, and after applying the official seal. According to the laws of Deqian, the old Lu residence now belonged to Qinshuren. This was merely secular law and could not bind cultivators. But at least it would prevent some mundane merchants from targeting the Lu residence. After completing everything, Lu Li quickly left and returned to the Tong Wang restaurant. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Lu Li set off again, heading northwest. Half a month later, in the mountains, Lu Li finally stopped at the foot of a somewhat desolate stone mountain. He looked up at the roughly 100-foot-high, rugged stone mountain and sighed with emotion before dismounting. Considering he would still need it later, Lu Li did not release his horse. Leading the fine steed along a small path that could barely be called a road among the strange rocks, slowly making his way up. Finally reaching the summit, a Taoist temple appeared before him. He looked up at the 3 characters, Qin Liang Guan above, tied his black horse to a strange rock to the right in front of the temple, and then entered. Although the mountain was filled with strange stones, there were also several patches of thatch in between, so the black horse wouldn't starve. The temple was very quiet, and the familiar scene reminded Lu Li of his past. Looking around, he felt a sudden sense of desolation in his heart. He solemnly walked to the main hall. Inside the main hall, aside from the missing alchemy furnace, everything else remained as it was when he left. The specially built alchemy platform stood silently in the center of the main hall. The body of Fan Jingping had turned into a skeleton. Lu Li had also cleaned it up during his tidying. Pushing open the small door on the west side of the courtyard, Lu Li discovered the pit filled with bones. Alas, what a sin! Lu Li shook his head, walked a short distance from the pit, dug a hole, and buried Fan Jingping's body. No matter what, this person had some grace towards him. After a moment of silence, he returned to the main hall and began cleaning again, taking a good half an hour to tidy up the main hall and the 2 rooms on the east side. He went outside, sat on the stone steps in front of the hall, and spaced out for a while before starting to prepare for alchemy. Lu Li first placed the bronze alchemy furnace he obtained from Zhang Song on the alchemy platform. This furnace was about the same size as the black pots used in farming homes, but had 3 legs and was adorned with carved patterns featuring some special engravings. After setting up the alchemy furnace, Lu Li experimented with the ground fire again. The switch for the ground fire was similar to that of a modern gas stove, except that it didn't require ignition. As the switch turned, the 2 special material baffles of the fire opening slowly opened, and a cluster of bright red flames suddenly burst forth. The temperature of the flames was likely not low, as even Lu Li could feel the warm breath. Seeing that the ground fire was still usable, Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief. If there was no ground fire below, the trip to Qingliang Mountain would have been in vain. After completing all this, Lu Li found a large jade plate on the offering table to the north, placed it on the alchemy platform, and then took out a stalk of emerald bamboo grass, a thunderfire orchid, a red flame fruit, and a bottle of earth milk essence from the treasure pagoda, arranging them on the jade plate. He didn't dare to take too much at once, as he wasn't sure how long it would take to refine a needle hole pill, worrying that if he left them out too long, it might affect the spiritual properties of the herbs. Chapter 92. First time refining pills with everything prepared, Lu Li began his first real alchemy experience. The first 3 medicinal materials for the needle hole pill were emerald bamboo grass, thunderfire orchid, and earth milk essence, with the last ingredient being the red flame fruit. The order of addition was as mentioned above. If mixed up, not only would the refining fail, but the furnace could also explode. Lu Li took a deep breath and calmed his mind. After preheating the alchemy furnace, he cautiously picked up the emerald bamboo grass and placed it inside. He then quickly covered the furnace lid, sat on a small stool, and, mimicking Xiao Ju's earlier actions, focused his consciousness into the alchemy furnace to observe the changes in the emerald bamboo grass while slightly turning the ground fire switch. Speaking of his calm demeanor, Lu Li indeed resembled an alchemist. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. Whether it was because Lu Li was too cautious, The emerald bamboo grass in the furnace only wilted from the heat and didn't yield a drop of medicinal liquid. Luli, having been focused on the medicinal material with his consciousness, appeared somewhat dispirited. His current realm was still too low to maintain a constant watch on the alchemy furnace like Xiaoju. He had to temporarily withdraw his consciousness, while also reducing the furnace's heat to recover a bit. Once he felt better, Luli resumed focusing his consciousness into the furnace, but when he looked inside, his expression immediately changed. The emerald bamboo grass had lost all its vitality. Its stalks shriveled up like the face of a 100-year-old woman. Could it be due to the sudden drop in temperature? Luli had no choice but to take it out and then pulled another stalk of emerald bamboo grass from the herb garden to put into the furnace. This time, Luli didn't dare to be careless. He decided not to stop until the spiritual liquid was fully refined, and he no longer maintained a constant gaze on the spiritual herb like before. Instead, he occasionally focused his consciousness to check on the changes of the spiritual herb and quickly withdrew it. This approach indeed made things several times easier, and he felt no consumption of his consciousness. This secretly delighted him, thinking that his brain wasn't too dull after all. Feeling that he had been overly cautious earlier and that the refining process was too slow, Luli increased the heat slightly. With a slight turn of the ground fire switch, the flames grew stronger. After adjusting the heat, Luli quickly focused his consciousness back into the furnace and confirmed that he hadn't burned the emerald bamboo grass into ashes with his sudden adjustment. Only then did he feel relieved. After a while, Luli once again focused his consciousness and found that the stalk of emerald bamboo grass had begun to ooze out green juice. He couldn't help but smile. After several experiments, he had finally grasped the right temperature for refining the emerald bamboo grass. He believed that in the future, refining emerald bamboo grass wouldn't require such caution and that he could directly adjust to the needed temperature. Before long, the spiritual liquid from the emerald bamboo grass had been completely refined, and the originally green stalks had turned to ash, absorbed by the restrictions on the alchemy furnace and expelled outside. This was one of the reasons why alchemy furnaces were rare. Just this kind of restriction that expelled impurities was not something an ordinary person could inscribe. The refined spiritual liquid gathered at the bottom of the furnace, about the size of a pinky finger. It was unclear whether it was because Luli's emerald bamboo grass was more spiritual, but this medicinal liquid appeared crystal clear and vibrant green, looking extremely beautiful. Once a medicinal liquid was extracted, it only needed to be kept warm. Luli slowly reduced the ground fire and quickly got up to grab the thunderfire orchid from the jade plate and tossed it in, then swiftly covered the furnace lid tightly. After the thunderfire orchid was added, Luli began to operate carefully again. Since the emerald bamboo grass had already turned into spiritual liquid, refining the thunderfire orchid required even more attention. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, the loss wouldn't just be the thunderfire orchid, but the spiritual liquid from the emerald bamboo grass would also be wasted. However, the alchemical recipe had been verified, indicating that as long as it was managed properly, it was entirely possible to extract the essence of the thunderfire orchid without damaging the emerald bamboo grass's spiritual liquid. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of being called an alchemical recipe. Behind every alchemical recipe lies the countless experiments of a remarkable genius. Luli, though it was his first time refining pills, had repeatedly studied Xiaoju's alchemical notes and lacked theoretical knowledge. Moreover, he was very cautious, gradually increasing the heat rather than making a sudden jump. When he saw the leaves of the thunderfire orchid begin to ooze spiritual liquid, he immediately stabilized the heat and slightly decreased it. Through this back and forth, he smoothly extracted the spiritual liquid from the thunderfire orchid. 2 blobs of spiritual liquid lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Although their edges touched, they did not merge. After a moment's hesitation, Luli stood up, picked up the earth milk essence from the jade plate, removed the stopper, and opened the furnace lid just a crack before gently dripping a drop inside. Sizzle! The earth milk essence dropped onto the furnace wall, producing a puff of white smoke. Luli hurriedly closed the furnace lid and focused his consciousness inside, nervously observing. He saw that the milky white earth milk essence rolled down the wall and then slid into the 2 blobs of spiritual liquid, but after sliding down, there was no change at all. The 3 blobs of liquid remained unrelated. This puzzled Luli, glancing at the weak ground fire below the furnace. Luli pondered and then began to slowly increase the heat. Sure enough, as the heat increased slightly, the 3 blobs of spiritual liquid began to merge slowly. Before long, they fused into one, forming a thumb-sized, semi-solid medicinal pill that was entirely green, with a hardness similar to that of a tang yuan, glutinous rice ball. There was only the last medicinal ingredient left. Luli's palms were sweaty. After so much hard work, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Now, as long as the last ingredient, the red flame fruit, went smoothly, the needle hole pill would be a success. He cautiously threw the red flame fruit into the furnace from the jade plate and once again began to operate the ground fire carefully. Luli's method of gradually increasing the heat was indeed quite good. Before long, he discovered the temperature required for refining the red flame fruit. The fiery red spiritual liquid began to slowly ooze out from the surface of the red flame fruit and gradually merged into the green pill. As the red liquid entered the pill, it began to slowly shrink, and some red spots formed within the green, creating a somewhat dreamy appearance. It was going to succeed. It was going to succeed. Seeing this scene, Luli couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, and at the same time, his hand trembled, causing the flames below to surge violently. Oh no! The already formed elixir instantly turned pitch black. Luli struck his own head with a hammer, filled with hatred. How could he be so reckless? Now, it was all for nothing after half an hour of hard work. In fact, it wasn't entirely Luli's fault. Not to mention he was still young. Even those seasoned old men would be just as excited if they succeeded in forming a pill on the first try. Forget it. I'll try again later. Luli turned off the ground fire and took out the charred waste pill from the alchemy furnace. He sat at the door for a moment to cool down and summarize the previous alchemy process before diving back into a new round of alchemy. With the experience from the first attempt, Luli's movements were much more skilled this time. After half an hour, Luli reached the stage of refining the Qi Yin fruit again. This time, he was determined not to call out again. He held his breath and steadily grasped the ground fire switch, counting 10 breaths, 30 breaths, 300 breaths. Suddenly, his hand trembled. Ha ha ha, success! Success! This hand tremble was not a real shake, but an excited action of turning off the ground fire. He then jumped up and down, laughing heartily, as happy as a 5 or 6-year-old child. After finishing his laughter, he ran to the door and roared toward the yard, then slightly calmed down before returning to take out the green pill with red speckles. It seemed a bit different from the one he ate before. Could it be poisonous? Luli remembered that the one Zhang Song had them eat before was dark green and lacked such vibrancy. He might not have paid much attention back then, and he didn't recall seeing any red speckles. Looking at the pill in his hand, Luli hesitated for a moment. After thinking it over, he decided to find an animal to test it first. He couldn't bear to catch a person for testing, even though he was ruthless toward enemies. He took out an empty jade bottle, put the acupoint pill inside, and walked out of the Taoist temple to search on Qingliang Mountain. Qingliang Mountain was too desolate. Filled with rocks, he searched for a long time but didn't see even a shadow, feeling quite disappointed. At this moment, he was only about 10 feet away from the official road at the foot of the mountain, standing on a large, rough stone, scanning everywhere. Thinking that if it didn't work out, he'd have to use that big black horse for testing. Sighing, he prepared to return to the mountaintop. Suddenly, his gaze swept across, and he noticed that the dry thatch about 2 feet ahead seemed to move. His expression brightened, and he leaped over. Whoosh! As he rushed to the thatch, a large gray creature jumped out, squealing and instantly leaping over 10 feet away. What incredible speed! Luli exclaimed, then exerted himself slightly and chased after it. The creature, seeing Luli pursuing, jumped again, and Luli grabbed it, only managing to pull a handful of gray fur. He then realized that it was actually a rabbit as tall as a person. Don't think you can escape, he shouted. He then transformed the true energy in his meridians into wind attribute and activated the wind step, quickly surpassing the giant gray rabbit. The gray rabbit continued to run wildly, but crashed into Luli head-on due to a sudden stop. Luli slightly leaned to the side, and at the moment it brushed past him, he swiftly extended his right hand and grabbed its long ears, lifting it up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gray rabbit screamed and struggled. Little one, you still have a ways to go in speed compared to me. Luli smiled at the giant gray rabbit and gave it a hard knock on the forehead, stunning it, then prepared to return to the Taoist temple. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Suddenly, a hurried voice called from the official road below, followed by a white-clad youth rushing towards him, landing on a strange rock above Luli with a thud. Before I finished speaking, the youth's face suddenly revealed an ecstatic expression. Wow, I actually bumped into you. What a stroke of luck. I found you without even having to search. Ha ha. Luli looked up calmly at the laughing youth and asked, what are you laughing about? The youth had a Qingyang sect official disciple badge on his chest, and Luli guessed he was here to capture him. But since this person was only at the 4th level of Qi refining, he didn't take it to heart. What are you laughing about? The youth slightly restrained his smile. Junior brother Lu, you can't hide your affairs any longer. Are you coming back on your own, or do I have to personally bring you back? Is that so? Luli replied, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the youth. The youth's heart sank. Only now did he realize he hadn't really assessed this junior brother, and in his panic, he could only hurriedly circulate his true energy to protect himself. Bang! A thunderous punch landed on his chest, and he only heard a crack from his ribs before he involuntarily flew backward, crashing heavily into the pile of strange rocks with a loud thud. His expression was horrified, his chest in excruciating pain, struggling to get up. But suddenly a foot descended from the sky, snapping his right leg bone with a crack. He could no longer hold back a scream, his hands desperately clawing at the stone crevice beside him. Everything happened too quickly, in just a few breaths. He hadn't even had time to unleash his full strength before becoming incapacitated. However, it was obviously not the time to think about this. As he felt the killing intent radiating from this junior brother, he struggled in fear, trying to stand up, but his legs had no strength. Fellow Taoist, this is all a misunderstanding. I mistook you for someone else. Please spare my life. Mistook me for someone else. Luli smiled faintly, bending down to look at the youth. I'm not saying I want to kill you right now. No, you're not going to kill me? The youth was somewhat incredulous, but felt more joy. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Don't mention it. Luli appeared harmless, casually taking out a jade bottle and pouring out the acupoint pill he had just refined. This is the divine pill I just refined. Will I feed it to you? Or will you eat it yourself? What is this? Lu Li's expression darkened. You don't have the right to ask. Either you eat it, or you die. As he spoke, an axe appeared. You better think it over. Even if you die, don't expect it to be quick. I'll skin you alive, and then sprinkle salt on you. Hearing this, the youth's heart turned cold. He understood that Lu Li had no intention of letting him go. He couldn't help but hate himself for being so excited earlier, which led to him ending up like this. Seeing Lu Li's eyes like daggers, he dared not hesitate and quickly said, I'll eat. In his mind, since Lu Li was feeding him a poisonous pill, he must still have some use for him, as long as he could endure. There might still be a chance to escape. Good, you're sensible. Lu Li held the pill and shouted in a deep voice, open your mouth. Then, with a flick of his finger, the pill shot directly into the youth's throat. The youth coughed a few times, but couldn't spit it out. After the pill entered his stomach, he initially appeared in extreme pain, but soon his face changed to an odd expression, even filled with disbelief and joy. As the last acupoint that had long been blocked finally burst open, he had reached the 5th level of chi refining. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kid, you're finished. Puff. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Li directly beheaded the youth with an axe, saying softly, I'm not even happy. What are you so happy about? Then, with composure, he summoned the blood soul banner to absorb the corpse into a dry body. Cleaned it up, and only then did he head up the mountain, thinking, it's true that when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. Using people to test medicine is much more reassuring than using demon beasts. Chapter 94. I need to find him. After confirming that the acupuncture pill he refined was indeed effective, Lu Li was even happier. After rushing back to the Taoist temple, he immediately began refining again. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. Lu Li successfully refined 2 more acupuncture pills, and at his current speed, he could probably refine one in about half an hour. Moreover, as he became more familiar with the required heat for the materials of the acupuncture pill, his refining speed had noticeably increased, and he even felt that some materials could be slightly heated more to boost the refining speed. Despite the darkness outside, Lu Li showed no signs of stopping. The main hall was lit with flickering lights, and the faint glow appeared somewhat lonely in the darkness. A strong wind suddenly blew outside. The sound of the wind was desolate, like a fierce ghost howling. Lu Li frowned slightly, waved his hand to unleash 2 blasts of wind attribute True Chi, and with a couple of snaps, closed the hall doors. The night passed without a word. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. The morning sunlight shone through the door cracks, and Lu Li also closed the ground fire. After refining pills for an entire night, even though he only intermittently used his divine sense, he still felt somewhat exhausted. The good news was that after a whole night, he had refined 10 acupuncture pills. He went to the kitchen, cleaned up the gray rabbit he had caught, quickly stir-fried it, and then entered the bedroom on the east side to sit cross-legged. After so many years of hard work, he could finally enjoy the fruits of victory. Holding the medicine bottle, Lu Li's eyes were filled with light. Then, he uncorked the bottle and poured out a green pill speckled with red dots, swallowing it in one gulp. Because he was too hasty, Lu Li didn't have time to taste it before it entered his stomach. The powerful medicinal effect instantly spread, shooting into his dantian. It was like a long dragon made of countless sharp arrows rampaging in his dantian, causing the true chi within to surge violently. The medicinal power was several times stronger than the one Zhang Song had given him before. Lu Li was both delighted and alarmed. The joy was that this medicinal power might not only break through one acupuncture point, but the fear was that this power was too overwhelming. If not controlled well, it could tear through his meridians. With no time to think, he hurriedly controlled his true chi to wrap around the dragon of sharp arrows, pulling it toward the 5th meridian. Up to now, he had only opened 5 acupuncture points in his 5th meridian. Under Lu Li's control, the dragon of sharp arrows howled as it rushed toward the 6th acupuncture point. Puff! In an instant, the acupuncture point with 9 layers of barriers burst through like paper, tearing through the flesh of the meridian and leaving it bloody. Damn it! Lu Li cried out in pain, not expecting the acupuncture pill to be so violent. It not only broke through the barrier, but also tore away a chunk of flesh at the connection point of the meridian. The dragon of sharp arrows vanished halfway due to breaking through the barrier. Before Lu Li could react, puff! The remaining half of the dragon of sharp arrows had already broken through the 7th acupuncture point, and the medicinal power dissipated completely. This time, Lu Li didn't cry out, but the veins on his forehead bulged, and his teeth were nearly ground to dust. He didn't know how the white-clad youth from Qingyang's sect had endured it. Could it be that the 2 pains canceled each other out because he had been beaten first? It hurts like hell. Lu Li lay down on the bed, gasping for breath. After a long time, he finally calmed down. Upon introspection, he found that the connections between the 2 recently broken acupuncture points and the meridian were already bloody and messy. Just a slight use of true chi would cause unbearable pain. There's a side effect. Lu Li's face turned bitter. The acupuncture points were broken quite quickly, comparable to his months of hard training in the time hall, but the damage it caused was too great. Holding the jade bottle, Lu Li fell into a dilemma. There was no doubt that the acupuncture pill he refined was quite successful, but the medicinal power was too fierce. His meridians simply couldn't bear it. He felt that if he took another one now, the incoming medicinal power would definitely tear apart the meridians he had just injured. More importantly, after taking it, he couldn't recklessly use true qi, as doing so would only exacerbate the injury, making recovery even more difficult. Sigh. With a sigh, Luli put away the remaining 9 acupuncture pills. The acupuncture pill couldn't be taken for now. Even if it could, he would have to wait until the 2 injured acupuncture points recovered. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling very unwilling. He had spent 5 or 6 years searching for materials for the acupuncture pill, and how could it end up like this? He thought he could take them without restraint. Is there any way to solve this problem? Luli pondered deeply. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Didn't the time hall have time acceleration? Would sleeping inside speed up his recovery? Luli's eyes brightened. Without thinking twice, he directly entered the time hall. In the blink of an eye, Luli slept in the time hall for over 10 days. Outside, it was only the second noon. He couldn't wait to come out and check. And his face instantly turned ugly. Although the bloody wounds had improved slightly, it wasn't very noticeable. And he didn't know if the flow rate of the time hall had any effect on his body's injuries. Luli decided to experiment again to see if there was a difference in recovery speed between not entering the time hall and entering it. Thus, he stayed outside for another 10 days. During this time, Luli continued refining pills, but he no longer pushed himself as hard as before, to avoid aggravating his injuries. He only refined 4 or 5 pills a day before stopping to rest. Finally, he reached a conclusion. The flow rate of the time hall was effective for the natural recovery of injuries, because during these 10 days, his recovery speed for the acupuncture injuries was less than that of 1 day and night spent in the time hall. Thus, he dared not waste any more time. During the day, he only spent an hour or 2 refining pills, while the rest of the time was spent sleeping and reading in the time hall. There was no other way. He didn't dare to use true qi now. Aside from sleeping and reading, he could do nothing else. Outside, more than a month passed. While nearly a year had passed in the time hall, one day, after coming out, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the injuries to the 2 acupuncture points had completely healed, and the true qi flowed smoothly without any discomfort. Sitting on the stone steps in front of the hall, he silently calculated. Based on this, it took about a month in the outside world to recover from an injury. During this time, he couldn't use true qi. Did it mean he had to secretly take medicine in the deep mountains and forests? That wasn't worth it. At most, he could take 12 acupuncture pills in a year, breaking through 24 acupuncture points, and it would be better to cultivate normally. And he had to endure that heart-wrenching pain. What was the point? But is there any way to solve this problem? Luli fell into deep thought once again. If only there were a pill that could quickly heal acupuncture injuries. Luli rested his chin on his hand, looking at the blue sky, thinking hopefully. A pill for recovering acupuncture injuries? Suddenly, Luli's eyes lit up. That's right. How could I forget this? Didn't Ti Wu to say that the nourishing meridian pill was specifically for treating injuries caused by violent acupuncture? No, I have to find him. I must get the formula for the nourishing meridian pill. Chapter 95. Thank you. Brother Luli having made up his mind, Luli no longer wasted time. Including the 10 he had previously refined, he had now produced a total of 40 acupuncture pills during this time. Only 10 Qi Yin fruits remained. Although the Qi Yin fruits in the medicinal garden had already borne fruit, they were still far from being ripe. He planned to refine these last 10 Qi Yin fruits before leaving and returning to the Leihua mountain range to find Wuda. It is worth mentioning that a while ago, while collecting herbs in the medicinal garden, Luli had a sudden inspiration and decided to leave the roots of the Cui Zhu grass and Leihua orchid in the garden. After a month, Luli was surprised to find that the remaining roots had begun to sprout new shoots. However, he was unsure how long it would take for them to grow into first-grade spiritual herbs. The standard for determining a first-grade spiritual herb is 100 rounds of spiritual patterns, which equates to 100 years in the outside world. However, the growth rate of spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden far exceeds that of the outside world. And Luli had no idea how long it would take them to become first-grade spiritual herbs again. Overall, it was a good thing. Even if he couldn't use them in urgent situations, they could be sold for money in the future. Normally, 10 Qi Yin fruits could only produce 10 acupuncture pills. However, this time Luli did not intend to follow the normal route. He had heard Xiaoju mention that some alchemists choose to refine several sets of spiritual herbs together when making pills, which gives them a chance to produce multiple pills at once. Of course, it was also possible that several sets of herbs would only yield one pill. A set refers to all the materials needed to refine one pill. For example, one portion each of Cui Zhu grass, Leihua orchid, earth milk essence, and Qi Yin fruit combined is called a set of acupuncture pill materials. Luli planned to put in 3 sets of materials to refine at once, which would include 3 Cui Zhu grasses, 3 Leihua orchids, 3 drops of earth milk essence, and 3 Qi Yin fruits. Of course, refining them together did not mean throwing all the materials into the pot at once to make a hodgepodge. Instead, he would add a few more of each type of herb during the refining process. For example, when refining the Cui Zhu grass, he would put in 3 at a time. The same applied to the other herbs, refining them in quantities of 3. Finally, they would be combined into pills, thus increasing the chance of producing more than 3 pills at once. However, it was also possible to produce fewer than 3. The main factors affecting the number of pills produced were the spirituality of the herbs and the skill of the alchemist. After some busy work, Luli was pleasantly surprised to discover that the difference between refining 3 sets of spiritual herbs at once and 1 set was not significant. It just required slightly more attention to the heat, and as the alchemy manual stated, the ages of the herbs being refined together should be similar. This was because the older the herbs were, the stronger their medicinal properties, and the longer the refining time would be. If there were significant differences in the ages of the 3 herbs, some might finish refining while others were still in progress, potentially damaging the properties of the essence extracted from those that had already been completed due to the heat in the furnace. Luli had long since memorized the alchemy manual, and when selecting the herbs, he had already assessed their ages, which made the refining process much smoother now. After about half an hour, Luli reached the final step of refining the chi-yin fruits. At this point, 5 crystal clear green pills had formed at the bottom of the alchemy furnace. It seemed that as long as there were no failures, he could produce 5 acupuncture pills from these 3 sets of materials. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, wondering why he hadn't done this earlier and wasted so many spiritual herbs. Nevertheless, he carefully controlled the ground fire. Since the 3 chi-yin fruits were from the same season, their ages were the same, making it easier for Luli to control the heat. Before long, drops of spiritual liquid began to ooze from the surfaces of the 3 chi-yin fruits, flowing gently onto the 5 round pills at the bottom of the furnace. Immediately, the pills receiving the chi-yin fruit essence began to solidify quickly. After about a quarter of an hour, the 3 chi-yin fruits were completely refined, and the leftover residue was directly expelled from the furnace. At this moment, the 5 acupuncture pills had also solidified to completion. After a few more breaths, Luli finally let out a long sigh of relief. A great success. Producing 5 acupuncture pills from 3 sets of materials could be considered a mark of an alchemy master, right? After a short rest, Luli dived back into alchemy. And just like last time, 3 sets of materials also yielded 5 acupuncture pills. With only 4 sets of materials left, Luli pondered for a moment and decided to refine all 4 sets together. After another half hour, the result this time could only be considered average, yielding 6 pills from the 4 sets of materials. Luli gathered all the acupuncture pills and calculated that over the past month, he had used 50 sets of materials to produce 56 acupuncture pills since he started refining them. Excluding the one he had consumed himself, he now had 55 left. If he consumed them all, he could directly break through a small realm, which was quite good. However, due to the significant side effects, Luli planned to find Wuda to obtain some nurturing pulse pills before taking them. Feeling relaxed, Luli stood at the entrance of the main hall, staring blankly at the yard below. After a long time, he sighed and rummaged under the offering table for some incense and paper money. He then went to the small door on the west side of the yard, next to the burial pit, to light them, bowing his head in silent mourning, murmuring, "Zhongsong has died. You can rest assured and go." During these days, he could feel the howls of vengeful souls in the wind outside. Presumably these people were unwilling to leave, so he decided to pay his respects before leaving, hoping to help them find peace. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly rose from the burial pit, and the buzzing noise made one's scalp tingle. "Brother Luli." There seemed to be a child's cry in the middle, and upon closer inspection, that voice sounded somewhat familiar. Luli felt a pang in his heart. "Xiang, you can rest easy. I will go back and see your parents for you." "Thank you, Brother Luli." At that moment, the voice suddenly became clearer, as if it had been shouted with all its might, while the wind subsided, and the burial pit returned to calm, as if all the vengeful souls had vanished. Luli felt extremely pained, and after filling in the grave, he returned to the main hall with his head down. He cleaned the alchemy furnace and put it away, covering the alchemy platform. Qingliang Mountain was too far from the Leihua mountain range and too close to Qingyang sect. He might not come back here again. It was already past noon. Luli walked out of the courtyard, found the big black horse in the mountains, and led it down the mountain slowly. Arriving at the official road at the foot of the mountain, Luli opened the map to take a look, then mounted his horse and headed straight south. The Shur village. Backed by a desolate stone mountain, the mountain was dotted with jagged rocks weathered by time, full of holes. At the foot of the stone mountain, more than 20 households faced south, relying on the few flat lands in front of the village to grow some crops or hunting wild beasts in the vast forest to the east of the village to barely make a living. It was September, and the biting north wind whistled through the strange stones on the stone mountain behind the village. A young boy stood on the hillside of the stone mountain, quietly gazing at the 2 inconspicuous mounds in front of him, at a loss for words. The stone tablet in front of the graves had been corroded beyond recognition, and the inscriptions were blurred and unclear. Chapter 96, Xiao Yu wants to become an immortal. The boy was Lu Li, and the inconspicuous dirt mounds in front of him were the graves of his parents. His mother had passed away early, and Lu Li had no memory of her at all. His father had died when Lu Li was 11, nearly 9 years ago. Lu Li's deepest impression of his father was that he required him to read at least 2 hours of books every day, saying that only by doing so could he leave this place, achieve a degree, and marry a beautiful wife. Now he has left, but he hasn't achieved a degree or married a beautiful wife. He doesn't know if that counts as going against his father's original intention. Sighing deeply, Lu Li lit incense and paper money before his parents' grave, kneeling on the ground and bowing 3 times. After sitting quietly in front of the grave for a while to collect his thoughts, he descended the mountain and walked toward the east side of the village. It was early morning, and wisps of white smoke were rising from the roofs of the old mud houses in the village. Some children, unafraid of the cold, were playing and chasing each other in the yard. Lu Li stood at the edge of the yard, watching from a distance, seemingly seeing his former self. He walked over slowly. The chasing children stopped, staring at Lu Li with some fear. A girl wrapped in a thick cotton coat, slightly bolder than the others, took a few tentative steps forward and asked, "Uncle, who are you looking for?" The girl appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old, her chubby little face frozen and slightly cracked. Lu Li smiled, squatted down, and said gently, "I'm looking for Uncle Qin Wu. What is your name?" Qin Wu is the father of Qin Shoren, strong and powerful, and in the past, he would always be the first to run out when wild beasts attacked. There was no village chief in Dashur village, so Qin Wu's status was equivalent to that of a village chief. "Are you looking for my daddy?" The little girl blinked her eyes, seemingly curious why this uncle recognized her father. "Daddy?" Lu Li was taken aback for a moment and, upon closer inspection, found that the girl's eyes were full of vitality and somewhat resembled Qin Shoren. He didn't expect that the Qin family had added a new member. "Well, that is good." He smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm looking for your daddy." After saying that, he walked toward the dirt courtyard to the north of the yard. Seeing this, the little girl paused for a moment and immediately ran after Lu Li, racing back to the courtyard without stopping, then slamming the wooden gate shut with a bang. Turning back to shout into the house, "Daddy, someone is looking for you." Lu Li was taken aback, standing outside the low gate with a wry smile as he watched the little girl, thinking to himself that this girl was quick-witted, knowing to alert the adults first. "Who is it?" A tall, weathered middle-aged man with rolled-up sleeves walked out from the mud house directly opposite the courtyard. He stopped 3 feet away from the fence. Looking at Lu Li with confusion, "Young hero, who are you?" The man's attire didn't resemble that of a farmer, which puzzled him. "Uncle Qin, you don't recognize me?" "I'm Lu Li," Lu Li said with a smile. "Lu Li." Qin Wu was taken aback, and then excitedly ran over, quickly moving the little girl aside to open the gate, staring at Lu Li in disbelief. You really are the mud monkey. You've come back." Lu Li nodded. "Yes, I'm back." Good. A smile finally broke out on Qin Wu's weathered face, and he shouted toward the small room on the east side of the courtyard. "Wife, cook some more dishes. The kid Lu Li is back." Hearing this, a woman wearing a tattered apron rushed out from the small room. When she saw Lu Li, she paused in confusion for a moment, then rushed over and grabbed Lu Li's arms. You are Xiaoli? Aunt Ling, it's me. "You. That's great, you're back. Where's our Ren? Why didn't he come back with you?" Aunt Ling said excitedly. Qin Wu also looked at Lu Li with anticipation. Seeing the hopeful expressions on their faces, Lu Li's heart instantly became conflicted. He wanted to tell them the truth, but was worried they couldn't handle the blow. His clenched fists involuntarily relaxed as he smiled and said, "Uncle Qin, Aunt Ling, our Ren is now an immortal. He is cultivating in the Immortal Gate. I came out to take care of some business and happened to pass by here, so I returned to let you know I'm safe." "Immortal? Immortal?" Both of them were delighted to hear this. Qin Wu's previously gloomy face was suddenly filled with pride. "Haha. I didn't expect my silly son to become an immortal. He really brought me honor, but he made me worry for so many years for nothing. When he comes back, I must give him a good beating." Aunt Ling also breathed a sigh of relief but still complained. "That boy just left without a word. Gone for 6 or 7 years, and didn't send a message back. I was so worried." Lu Li said, "There are rules in the Immortal Gate. We can't leave without permission. I also found it hard to get the opportunity to come out. To avoid worrying you, I came back to let you know." "So, you mean?" "Yes, Chun Fatty and Xiang Yun are with us. Uncle Qin, please go call Uncle Chun and Uncle Li over. I have some things to give them. I don't have time to visit everyone one by one." "So urgent?" "Yes. I have tasks to attend to and can't stay long. Otherwise, I'll be punished if I return late." "All right, you sit in the main room first. I'll go get them right away." Upon hearing Lu Li would be punished, Qin Wu said this and hurriedly ran out. Aunt Ling immediately said, "Xiaoli, it's not easy to come back. You must eat before leaving. Go sit in the main room for a while, and I'll prepare some dishes for you. It won't take long." After saying that, she walked toward the kitchen. "Uncle, what is an immortal? I've never seen Daddy so happy." The little girl stood beside the old-fashioned square table in the main room and asked curiously, "Little girl, don't call me uncle, just call me brother Lu Li." Lu Li patted the little girl's head and said, "An immortal is someone who can fly in the sky. They are very powerful, able to move mountains, part seas, subdue demons, suppress monsters, pick stars, destroy cities, and create worlds. Wow, that is so powerful. I want to be an immortal too." The little girl's eyes were filled with longing. Lu Li smiled bitterly, thinking to himself that becoming an immortal is not that easy. People think that entering the immortal sect means becoming an immortal. Little do they know that it merely grants them the qualification to inquire about the immortal path. How many can truly walk to the end of the vast immortal road and become real immortals? Not long after, "Little Lu, are you back?" A familiar voice, accompanied by hurried footsteps, came from outside the courtyard. The hopeful tone made Lu Li feel a bit guilty, but he couldn't help but turn his head to look outside. Chapter 97. The situation at Thunderfire Mountain, the newcomers were Qin Wu and two men in plain clothes, who were the fathers of Li Shangyun and Chen Zhong. Seeing the slight hope and joy on their faces, it was likely that Qin Wu had already mentioned Lu Li's words to them. Lu Li stood up to greet them, once again fabricating some kind-hearted lies to comfort them, and after hearing this, they finally felt relieved. At the dining table, Lu Li tried to speak as little as possible to avoid giving away anything that might raise suspicion among the group. After a hurried meal, Lu Li took out a stack of silver notes and handed them to the three men. Upon seeing Lu Li produce so many silver notes at once, they thought to themselves that he truly was someone who had entered the immortal gate, and the last trace of unease in their hearts dissipated. With these silver notes, it would be enough for them to live well in the city for a lifetime. On the small road at the east end of the village, Qin Wu held Qin Ziyu and followed Lu Li, saying, "Shali, be careful on your way. If you have time, come back with our Rin to see Brother Chun and Brother Li. Although they don't say it, I know they all miss their sons." Lu Li nodded, "I understand." He cupped his hands and said, "Uncle Qin, this is it for now. I'll be leaving. All right, take care of yourself while you're out. Goodbye, Brother Lu Li." Qin Ziyu waved at Lu Li, "Goodbye." Lu Li waved his hand, turned over and mounted his horse, and galloped away. As he hurried along the road, the destination of his journey, the Thunderfire Mountain Range, had completely descended into chaos. Countless rogue cultivators were crazily plundering the spiritual herbs that originally belonged to the 6 major strongholds, with killings and robberies visible everywhere. Among these people were numerous disciples from the major strongholds. The cause of this chaos was simple. The main leaders of 5 out of the 6 strongholds had disappeared without a trace. Some members had fled, others had died. And the only stronghold that had not been persecuted, the Earth Tiger stronghold, had dissolved and fled in fear. The Thunderfire Mountain Range had once again become a lawless land. Many rogue cultivators believed that a powerful figure disapproved of the actions of the 6 strongholds and intentionally intervened to punish them. So while they gleefully took advantage of the situation, they did not forget to rush to the main peak in search of treasures. At this moment, in the main hall of the Earth Tiger stronghold, an old man in a black robe quietly sat in the main seat, lightly looking down at the 3 men in black below him, and said, "So, still no leads?" The 3 men in black exchanged glances. The one on the far right bowed and said, "The bounty has been issued for several days, but no one has come forward with any information. I'm afraid we may have startled the snake, and he has already fled." Behind the 3, 13 coffins were neatly arranged, which looked quite eerie even in broad daylight. The old man slowly stood up and glanced at the coffins behind the men. "Forget it. With such a commotion, we must have already alarmed the Qingyang sect. Let's return and think of a plan." "Yes, elder." The 3 clasped their fists in response and stepped aside. The old man walked forward, waved his hand, and the more than 10 coffins instantly vanished. He muttered loudly, "Although we didn't catch that kid, collecting so many materials isn't a wasted trip." After saying that, he reached out again, and a small bronze coffin quickly enlarged. He moved and stood firmly on it. The 3 men were delighted upon hearing this and jumped up as well. In an instant, the 4 of them turned into a streak of flowing light and shot into the sky. On this day, at the west gate of Shuiyan town, a large black horse slowly walked out of the small town. On the horse's back sat a gray-clothed old man holding a scroll of paper. He looked thin, with a small nose and small eyes, sporting a mustache on top and a goatee below, his eyes carrying a faint look of contemplation. Upon reaching the town gate, he took a deep breath and murmured, "I wonder what treasure that kid has obtained to warrant a bounty for his capture. It really makes me worry." After speaking, he shook his head and casually tossed the scroll into the nearby bushes. Then he squeezed his legs together. "Go." Seeing the horse not moving, he frowned and slapped down. "Go." Instantly, the black horse let out a long neigh and galloped wildly. As they raced along, it wasn't long before the man and horse arrived at the obscured sun forest. The shadows of the trees rapidly retreated, and the old man sat on the horse with steady composure, until suddenly, a black rider approached head-on. He abruptly opened his eyes, yanked the reins, and pulled the large black horse to a halt, simultaneously roaring, "Hey, you kid, stop for me." The approaching young rider was momentarily taken aback and urgently pulled on the reins. With 2 thuds, both horses landed on the ground. Lu Li was instantly overjoyed. Staring at Wuda, "Old man, you really are my lucky star." Just as he was worried that the Thunderfire Mountain Range was too vast and concerned about not being able to find the other party, unexpectedly, the other party had come directly to him. Wuda looked at Lu Li oddly. "Lucky star? What do you mean?" "Cough, nothing serious. I just haven't seen you in many days and missed you a lot." "Where are you headed?" "Missed me?" Wuda immediately felt that this kid had no good intentions. His small eyes turned, and he suddenly laughed. "I was just worried about your safety and was preparing to inform you." "Inform me? You probably don't know, but the Thunderfire Mountain Range is in complete disarray now. Someone is offering a high price for your whereabouts. I didn't expect you to dare to run over there. There's this matter." Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression changed. What on earth had happened? "TCH, look at you getting scared. Let's find a place to sit and talk," Wuda said as he dismounted. Lu Li, somewhat skeptical, followed Wuda to the roadside to sit down and immediately asked, "Old man, what exactly is going on?" Wuda looked at Lu Li with a gloomy expression and said, "A group of mysterious people has come to the Thunderfire Mountain Range. swiftly taking away the leaders of the various strongholds, and they have issued a bounty for your capture. Wuda did not intentionally conceal anything and shared all the information he knew in one breath. Upon first hearing this, Luli felt as if the sky was about to collapse. He had just sent Qinzhong to the Earth Tiger stronghold, and unexpectedly such a thing had happened. But upon hearing the last part, Luli couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that the group of mysterious people swept from the southern midsection of the mountain range to the eastern section, then crossed over to the northern side, and swept back from the eastern section of the north to the western section. As a result, the Earth Tiger stronghold, located in the southern western section, was left until the end. It was precisely because of this time difference that the high-ranking members of the Earth Tiger stronghold decisively decided to dissolve the stronghold and escape. As for Qinzhong and his group, according to Wuda, they had fled westward toward Xinzhou. Wuda's knowledge of Lu Li's whereabouts was entirely due to him verbally convincing Qinzhong that he had a life-and-death bond with Lu Li, making Qinzhong believe it, and entrusting the task of informing Lu Li to Wuda. Lu Li held no ill will towards Qinzhong for this. After all, this old man had indeed experienced a lot with him, and his words could easily be trusted, especially regarding Zhang Song. Qinzhong and Lu Li had gone through many things together. When Wuda mentioned that he and Lu Li had killed Zhang Song, Qinzhong's doubts about Wuda dissipated significantly. Moreover, due to his insufficient cultivation level, he ultimately had no choice but to let Wuda come to inform him. However, what puzzled Lu Li was that this old man seemed to have no kind intentions besides scheming. Could it be that he had designs on me? Chapter 98. The recipe for nurturing vein pills. Kid, what kind of look is that? I risked my life and traveled a long way to inform you. And you don't seem grateful? Risked your life? Traveled a long way. Lu Li had seen shamelessness, but never such extreme shamelessness. He stared at Wuda in disbelief and finally said slowly, "What scheme do you have?" Scheme. Wuda's expression became agitated. Kid, how could I treat you like my own grandson, and you get lost? Cough. Like brothers, you should at least show some gratitude, right? Finally showing your true colors. Lu Li examined Wuda and curiously asked, "What do you want?" Not afraid of thieves stealing, just afraid of thieves coveting. Lu Li thought it would be better to clarify things. Knowing what the other party wanted would allow him to negotiate better, as he had his own plans as well. Upon hearing this, Wuda's eyes lit up, and he moved a bit closer to Lu Li, grinning widely. "I'm not picky, but I'm very curious. What treasure did you obtain that made that mysterious person value it so much? Why not show it to your elder brother for a look?" Treasure? Lu Li frowned slightly. "Where did you hear that I obtained treasure?" Speaking of treasure, there were only 3 things that could attract attention. First was his 3-treasure glazed tower. Second was the recipe for the acupuncture pill, and third was the blood soul banner. The concealment of the glazed tower was quite good. Even if used in front of others, they would not be able to see it, so it was unlikely to be exposed. As for the blood soul banner, while it had some power, it was not enough to warrant a bounty spread across the 6 major strongholds, right? So there is only one possibility left. Could it be that Zhang Song leaked the recipe for the acupoint pill before he died? That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Song should have valued this thing more than his own life. So how could he easily leak it? Moreover, he wasn't even sure if the recipe was with me. After thinking it over, Lu Li couldn't figure it out. Kid, stop pretending. If you don't have a treasure, how could that mysterious person make such a big fuss to put a bounty on you? Wuda said with a face full of suspicion. Believe it or not, if I really had a treasure, I would have long since run away to hide. Why would I still be swaggering around in the Thunderfire Mountain range? Then why is he chasing you? How would I know? As he spoke halfway, Lu Li suddenly thought of a possibility, furrowing his brows and saying, "Could it be for revenge? Revenge? When did you offend such a powerful figure?" The more Lu Li thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He stood up abruptly and said honestly, "When I first arrived at Dihu town, I accepted a commission to help Lei Ming from the Dihu gang save his daughter." He roughly recounted the strange events he encountered at the Yulong gang. Upon hearing this, Wuda's expression became serious. "Kid, you might really have gotten into big trouble." "How so?" "According to your account, that guy named Zhang Yu was very likely already controlled by someone and cultivated as a spirit corpse. Yet you shattered his soul before he fully became a spirit corpse, turning him into an ordinary puppet. This means that the person behind this invested a lot of effort. And it's no wonder they want to hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Spirit corpse? What is a spirit corpse? Wuda frowned and said, "From what I know, a spirit corpse is a more advanced kind of puppet. The biggest difference is that once a spirit corpse is refined, it can cultivate and grow just like a normal person, and its physical attributes far exceed those of regular people. It's a kind of alternative avatar. So amazing." Lu Li was shocked. Amazing? Wuda looked at Lu Li strangely. This isn't about how amazing it is. The method of refining spirit corpses has always been something that only the absolute upper echelons of the Een Corpse sect could access. And this Een Corpse sect has been extinct since the battle between righteousness and evil 1,000 years ago. Now it seems that during the battle against demons, the Een Corpse sect probably didn't die out completely, and now it's starting to revive. This is likely not good news for the cultivators of the Eastern Wilderness. What battle between righteousness and evil? What Een Corpse sect? Lu Li stared blankly at Wuda. "Don't ask me. I only heard it from others." Wuda stood up, patted his backside, and looked at Lu Li with annoyance. "Since you don't have any treasures, then I won't accompany you any longer. Good luck to you." After saying that, he was about to leave. Wait. Luli moved in front of Wuda. Don't rush to leave. What do you want? Ahem, to be honest. I'm quite interested in the recipe for your pulse-enhancing pill. Don't even think about it. Wuda took 2 steps back, his expression suddenly enlightened. I wondered why you were acting so strangely just now. Turns out you were after my pill recipe. Don't say it like that. Can't I offer something in exchange? Exchange? Wuda raised an eyebrow. With such a heavenly pill recipe, what do you have to exchange? Luli thought for a moment and said, what do you want? What do I want? Wuda suddenly laughed. Don't say I look down on you. Apart from that movement technique, you don't have anything I would want. However, that movement technique is quite good, but it's still a bit lacking to exchange for my pill recipe. TCH. You speak as if you're not afraid of biting your tongue. Luli scoffed. My movement technique is high-tier earth level. And you dare to compare your broken pill recipe with my movement technique? High-tier earth level. Wuda exclaimed. Are you not lying to me? Why would I lie to you? Wuda's heart raced. Kid, I admit I was wrong earlier. I'll trade with you. A high-tier earth level movement technique. Even in the entire Xianjin realm, it would stand out. Trade? Did I say I would trade with you? What do you mean? Luli pretended to hesitate for a moment. It's not impossible to trade my movement technique, but your cultivation is higher than mine, so I don't trust you. You need to give me the pill recipe first. Although the movement technique was high tier, it required wind attributes to cultivate. And he was worried that Wuda would regret it after seeing it. Wuda stared at Luli for a while, then suddenly gritted his teeth and took out a piece of yellowed silk, followed by paper and pen, and said, copy it yourself. So decisive? Luli was slightly surprised but took the pill recipe and began to copy it. First tier stone fir grass, first tier Buddha's heart fruit, earth milk essence, first tier calming flower. Like the acupoint pill, it also required 4 types of spiritual herbs, but he had plenty of earth milk essence, so he didn't need to worry. The rest were the other 3 types of spiritual herbs. The recipe also detailed the properties of several spiritual herbs. Luli had seen these materials in the spiritual herb treasure guide before, so he didn't waste time copying them. He only noted down the refining sequence and some precautions before returning the recipe to Wuda. After putting away the handwritten notes, Luli suddenly took 2 steps back. Watching Wuda warily and awkwardly said, that old man, can I get a little credit first? Chapter 99, The Battle in the Sun-Blocking Forest. What? Wuda was taken aback, his expression suddenly turning cold. Kid, do you know the consequences of playing tricks on me? Don't be so agitated. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. I can pay you some interest first, Thunderfire Orchid. How about I give you a Thunderfire Orchid? As for the Gale Step, I will definitely give it to you in a few days. Luli truly didn't intend to take advantage of Wuda this time. The reason for his underhanded tactic was mainly because the Gale Step was currently with Qinzhong, and copying such a technique was quite troublesome. It was far more convenient to just give it directly. However, Wuda clearly didn't believe Luli's nonsense. You little brat, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Wuda's eyes flashed with cold light. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll have to come and take it myself and collect some interest. Don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wuda quickly waved his hands, and 2 thick red serpents shot toward Luli's chest with a whoosh. So fast that it was hard to react. Luli was startled. He didn't expect Wuda to attack so suddenly. In a hurry, he could only lean back, narrowly dodging the 2 fire snakes in a bridge pose. The 2 fire snakes whizzed past, and with a loud bang, they blasted the tree behind him, which was as thick as a wash basin, in half. Luli's expression changed slightly as he flipped over and stood up. Old man, are you really going to take this seriously? Of course. You can play tricks on me, but I can't get serious? Seeing that his first attack failed, Wuda waved his hands again, and 2 fire snakes charged at Luli once more. At the same time, his body swayed, his hands clawed, and red light flickered on his claws as he closed in with the fire snake's tail. You little pest, since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing the fire snakes coming again, Luli quickly used the Gale Step to move 5 feet to the left, and as he landed, he quietly threw 3 explosive talismans behind him. Seeing Wuda charging at him with claws outstretched, Luli quickly retreated over a yard. Wuda didn't even notice the explosive talismans on the ground and stepped on one, just as he was about to chase after Luli. The talisman exploded with a loud bang, sending up a black mushroom cloud. Wuda was instantly blown into the air as if riding the clouds, and with a thud, he fell heavily back down, creating a large pit in the ground. A cold light flashed in Luli's eyes as he reached out and threw 5 explosive talismans at Wuda. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted, accompanied by thick black smoke pouring out. Old man, are you still alive? Luli called out tentatively into the smoke, still feeling uneasy. With a leap like an arrow released from its bow, he swung his fists and charged into the black smoke. Regardless of the consequences, he felt around for something and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Hiss, damn it! In an instant, Luli was sent flying back, desperately shaking his fists. It felt as if he had struck a piece of tempered steel, nearly shattering his bones. At the same time, a disheveled old man holding a giant turtle shell emerged from the black smoke, glaring at Luli with fiery eyes. Kid, is it comfortable? As he spoke, he used the turtle shell as a shield and unleashed a fire snake towards Luli, feeling it wasn't enough. He also pulled out several talismans and hurled them at Luli. Luli's heart raced as he ran, throwing talismans back at Wuda in retaliation. Thus, the two chased and fled, leaping and dodging. Finally, Wuda ran out of talismans. Seizing the opportunity, Luli suddenly turned and threw another punch. Wuda, unfazed, raised the turtle shell to meet it. Bang! The punch landed solidly, causing Wuda to stagger back a few steps, the shell crashing against his chest, making him cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Luli also stumbled back a few steps, his fist a bloody mess. The two faced each other from a distance, staring each other down. Is it comfortable, kid? Wuda, despite being exhausted and in a sorry state, still stubbornly taunted Luli. Luli cursed inwardly, thinking to himself that it was no wonder the old man could escape every time. That turtle shell must be some kind of treasure. He had used all his strength with his earth-shattering punch, yet he couldn't even leave a mark on the shell. With one hand on his hip, he revealed a sinister smile and suddenly produced a handful of talismans. Old man, let's see if your turtle shell is tougher or if I have more talismans. Saying this, he pretended to charge at Wuda. Wuda, knowing he couldn't match Luli's speed, was startled and quickly shrank down, lying flat on the ground, covering himself tightly with the turtle shell. Luli was taken aback, chuckling, and slowly approached. Circling around the turtle shell, he noticed a small gap and, with a grin, slowly stuffed a fireball talisman inside. Then Wuda jumped up instantly, frantically slapping the flames on his body. Seeing this, Luli charged in again. But just as he was 3 feet away from Wuda, the old man suddenly showed a strange smile, and Luli felt the ground beneath him give way, causing him to sink. Sinking talisman. Luli's expression changed drastically as he saw a giant fire snake attacking him again. In a panic, he dared not hold back, drawing all the true energy from his body and unleashing it from his feet. Whoosh! He shot up into the air, narrowly avoiding the lethal attack. With a loud crash, he fell heavily back to the ground. Even though his body was tough, he still felt dazed from the impact. Shaking his head, just as he was about to get up, he saw Wuda charging at him again. With a fierce look on his face, he suddenly produced a small flag with a black face and red pole. As soon as the blood soul flag appeared, a chilling wind erupted, and waves of black energy surged forth, accompanied by the howls of evil spirits and a nauseating stench of blood. The moment Wuda entered the black mist, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, causing him to panic and retreat in shock. Only after escaping the black mist did he stare at Luli within it. Incredulous. Kid, you actually refined an evil artifact? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by righteous cultivators? Evil artifact? Luli snorted. What does it have to do with you? Saying this, he lifted the blood soul flag and chased after Wuda. At this point, Wuda was also low on true energy, and upon seeing this, he was terrified and fled in a panic. The turtle shell, now weakened due to his declining cultivation, had turned into an ordinary mysterious artifact. Although it could withstand external bombardments, it couldn't defend against the invasion of evil spirits into his consciousness. In a state where neither could use true energy, Luli's physical body had an advantage, allowing him to match Wuda's speed, who was at the 6th level of chi refinement. The two chased and fled, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Kid, I advise you not to chase any further. In half an hour, we'll reach the Thunderfire Mountain range. With your true energy depleted and holding an evil artifact, you'll be hunted to death by righteous cultivators. Wuda panted heavily, feeling like he could collapse at any moment. You have to last half an hour too. I feel like you're about to fall over. Luli was equally exhausted, both of them gritting their teeth in a battle of endurance. All right, you've got guts. Old man, let us make a deal. I agree, and the formula for the pill will be considered as credit for you. How about that? It was okay before, but not now. Unless what? Unless you give me the materials for the Nourishing Veins pill. No way. I'll kill you, old turtle. After another cup of tea's worth of time, stop chasing. I can't take it anymore. Wuda could no longer hold on, feeling as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Not to mention running. Even walking made him sway. You should have said so earlier. Luli rushed a few steps forward, his legs going weak as he pinned Wuda down. He immediately began to rummage through Wuda's belongings. Chapter 100. The fall of the tranquil flower. Wuda felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, struggling in vain as Luli rummaged through his storage bags. Suddenly, he shouted, "Bastard, how could there possibly be storage bags there?" Luli chuckled awkwardly. Who knows? But old man, you're in trouble. Those things are no bigger than a bug. Get lost. Luli rolled his eyes, just stating the facts. The two stared at each other for a while, and Luli was the first to roll away. At this moment, both were low on true energy, and he needed to recover quickly to maintain control of the situation. If the other side recovered first, it would be troublesome. However, he had the time haul, so his recovery speed wouldn't be too slow. Right in front of Wuda, he sank his consciousness into the time haul. Seeing this, Wuda stopped talking and immediately sat cross-legged. A torrent of spiritual energy rushed towards him. Luli, inside the time hall, was taken aback, thinking, what kind of cultivation technique is this old man practicing? The speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is astonishing. However, Wuda's thoughts were similar to Luli's. He thought, this kid must have encountered a great opportunity. Could it be true what he said, that his master, the real Luli, is very powerful? But why have I never heard of such a figure? About a cup of tea's worth of time later, both opened their eyes almost simultaneously. After exchanging a glance, they saw the shock in each other's eyes, but both tacitly chose not to ask. Wuda took a deep breath, stood up, and said with a grim face, "Kid, where's the storage bags?" Luli held 4 or 5 storage bags in his hands, took a few steps back, and said calmly, "Give me the materials for the Nourishing Veins pill, or else I'll just keep these storage bags for safekeeping." These storage bags had already been claimed by Wuda, and unless he was destroyed, Luli couldn't open them. Of course, since Luli tightly gripped the storage bags, Wuda couldn't forcibly retrieve them either. No way. Wuda fumed, not expecting this kid to be so shameless, robbing him of his pill formula, and now trying to take his spiritual medicine too. At the same time, he felt quite aggrieved. Who would have thought that a person who could manipulate the world would end up being bullied by a little brat today? I don't care. Anyway, your storage bag is in my hands. If you don't give me the spirit herbs, I won't return it to you. How about we practice again? Luli had a look that said he was a rogue and feared no one, and he began to take Wuda's storage bag. All right, you're shameless. You're impressive. I'm fine with that. That is more like it. Luli tightly grasped the storage bag and reached out. Take it. But don't try any tricks. My patience is limited. Wuda looked pained, and with a flick of his consciousness, a giant jade box appeared in his hand. He opened the box to reveal neatly stacked dark gray spirit herbs inside. The herbs were about half a foot tall, with roots intact, and they emitted a faint spiritual mist, looking well preserved. There were about 50 of them. Stone orchid grass. Luli's face lit up as he recognized the spirit herb at a glance. It was one of the 4 main ingredients in the Nourishing Pulse pill. He extended his left hand and said, "Bring it to me. Kid, don't be too ruthless. If I hadn't come to give you a heads up today, you might not even be able to stand and talk. Let us negotiate. I'll give you half of the stone orchid grass. How about that?" Luli's eyes flickered. Although this old man had been furious and wanted to kill him, he was also at fault. Besides, what the other party said wasn't unreasonable. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "Half is impossible. Give me 40 stalks, and we'll call it even." All right, deal. Wuda felt the sense of having struck a great bargain when Luli finally relented. He cursed himself for being so fallen. But he still took out 40 stalks of stone orchid grass and tossed them to Luli. Luli caught the stone orchid grass in the air and steadily stored it in his herb garden space. The stone orchid grass was well preserved. Perhaps it could be grown successfully. Now can you return the storage bag to me? Do you only have stone orchid grass? What about the others? Others? Wuda scoffed lightly. Do you think spirit herbs are as common as cabbage? This stone orchid grass took me 2 or 3 years to collect. I finally found the location of the earth milk essence, but now you know about it. Luli stared intently at Wuda's eyes. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, he had obtained the pill formula and 40 stalks of stone orchid grass. So he decided not to hold it against him and returned the entire storage bag to Wuda. The two of them couldn't stand each other, and after the transaction was completed, they exchanged a few barbs before Luli turned to leave. Wuda's eyes shifted, and he suddenly chased after him. "Kid, where are you going? What's it to you?" Luli replied. He didn't even know where he was headed. Not to mention that the main objective of this trip had already been achieved. Even if it hadn't he couldn't go to the Thunder Fire Mountain range. If he got caught by that mysterious person, wouldn't it be seeking death? You're so young and full of anger. Be careful not to explode from stress. You really can't expect anything good from a dog's mouth. Luli, who had read extensively since childhood, although occasionally mischievous, considered himself not a frivolous person. However, he didn't know why he always felt like cursing whenever he was with this old man. Wuda huffed lightly at his words, looking up at the sky, and followed closely behind. Luli helplessly stopped. "I'm scared of you. What do you want?" Wuda then grinned. "Kid, I know of a place where there's the tranquil heart flower. Do you want to go? Tranquil heart flower?" Luli was taken aback, staring at Wuda suspiciously. "Why are you telling me this?" The tranquil heart flower is also one of the materials for the Nourishing Pulse pill. According to the Spirit Herb Treasure Record, the tranquil heart flower has the effect of calming the mind and harmonizing true energy. It grows in stages of 200 years, and the highest can reach 4 stages, which means it can be used to refine 4-stage pills, even usable by legendary nascent soul cultivators. Quite precious. However, it is said that the tranquil heart flower only grows in extremely damp places, and with Luli's knowledge, he still didn't know where such places were. "To be honest, I think that place is too dangerous, so I wanted to find you as a companion," Wuda said with a calm expression. "Dangerous? How dangerous?" "Let me put it this way. Once you go there, you not only have to be wary of poisonous insects, but also the constantly changing natural environment." "Natural environment?" "Yes. It's a boundless swamp. If you're not careful, you'll sink in, and there's also miasma above the swamp, which is extremely toxic." "So dangerous?" "Haha. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. You're not scared, are you?" Wuda provoked him. Chapter 101. North Look Valley Market scared? Luli snorted. "If you dare to go, what am I afraid of?" He certainly wasn't being provoked. He was eager to refine the Nourishing Pulse pill. Only with the Nourishing Pulse pill could he consume the acupuncture pill without worries. With 55 acupuncture pills, if each one opened 2 acupoints, it would be enough for him to directly improve a small realm. Seeing Luli agree, Wuda finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he wasn't trying to fool Luli. He genuinely wanted Luli to accompany him because, with his current cultivation level, it was really difficult to handle alone. Otherwise, he would have gone to get it himself long ago. After understanding, Luli learned that the place Wu Da mentioned was actually the Great Marsh in the eastern state. This wasn't the first time Luli had heard of this place. The fat man from Qinglei City had told him last time that the mysterious person who had entrusted him was in the Great Marsh. Now it seemed that these two matters coincided. This meant that he had to make a trip there, not just for the tranquil heart flower, but also to completely resolve the mysterious person once and for all. It was just right that Wu Da was accompanying him. If he really couldn't handle it, he could make use of him a little. Having made up his mind, Luli discussed it with Wu Da. Wu Da said they needed to make some preparations before entering the Great Marsh to avoid being caught off guard once they went in. According to Wu Da's suggestion, they first headed to the eastern state's scattered cultivator market to buy some necessary items, such as detoxification pills. Luli didn't know much about the eastern state and said, "You take the lead." So the two turned south. The eastern state is located in the far east of the Deqian, covering an area of 50 to 60,000 miles. It faces the East Sea to the east, connects to the Xinjiu to the west, is bordered by the Liangzhou to the north, and the Yunzhou to the south. Perhaps due to its proximity to the East Sea, the seawater has turned the eastern part into marshland, also known as the Great Marsh. Most of the people in the eastern state live in the west, while the central part is a gathering place for adventurers. As for the eastern Great Marsh, even cultivators do not dare to venture easily, and it is considered a forbidden area. On this day, two people arrived at a valley filled with mist in the northern part of the eastern state. The older man looked to be in his 60s, dressed in a gray robe, gently stroking his goatee while looking up at a stone tablet outside the valley. The words North Look Valley on the tablet had weathered over time and were no longer very clear. "This is it. Let us gather some supplies. We don't know when we'll be back." The old man withdrew his gaze and spoke to the young man in dark green clothes beside him. The young man glanced at the misty valley, seeming doubtful. "Are you sure there is a market inside?" The two were Wu Da and Lu Li, who had just rushed over from the Thunderfire Mountain Range in Liangzhou. Wu Da said proudly, "You're still a bit inexperienced, kid. Let me tell you. This mist is just an illusion to prevent ordinary people from entering. As long as you use your consciousness, you can easily find the way in." Oh. Lu Li immediately released his consciousness to explore, and the scene 50-odd zhang in front of him became clear in an instant. It turned out that in the center of the mist were towering stone mountains, each over 10 zhang high. The paths between the stone mountains were intricate and complex. If an ordinary person entered, they would only go around in circles and end up back where they started. However, Lu Li could sense through his spiritual awareness that these seemingly ordinary stone mountains held great mysteries, as every 10 or so zhang, there was a stone mountain embedded with special runes that could be perceived with spiritual awareness. Lu Li speculated that only by following the stone mountains with runes could they find the correct path to enter. Just as Lu Li was investigating, Wu Da had already stepped into the mist. Lu Li hurriedly followed. Sure enough, Wu Da was moving in the direction of the stone mountains with runes. The two weaved through the mist, and after about 100 breaths of time, they finally emerged from the fog to find a wide street before them. The street was bustling with people, and shops lined both sides, resembling a small town. To Lu Li's shock, he discovered that everyone walking here was a cultivator. Not a single ordinary person was in sight. Wu Da remained silent and kept his head down as he walked forward. And Lu Li guessed that he had been here before, so he paused briefly and then followed, while the two were focused on moving forward. In the center of the town, on the second floor of the Shuntian restaurant, a man in black, who was drinking, suddenly took out a jade token from his waist and exclaimed in surprise, "I really found it." "Brother He, what did you find?" asked a girl in black sitting at the same table, looking puzzled. The girl had an alluring figure and a fresh, ethereal beauty, with a hint of cunning and charm amidst her purity, truly a stunning beauty. "Oh, it's like this. My master asked me to help find a place with heavy yin energy, saying it's for refining spiritual corpses. I thought it would be hard to find alone, so I gathered some loose cultivators to help," Brother He explained. "What spiritual corpses?" "Sister, don't ask. I don't understand either. And it's best if we don't pry too much into our master's affairs." Saying this, he stood up. "Sister, will you wait here, or come with me?" The girl hesitated for a moment. "I'll go with you. I feel that our master might be coming back soon. If he finds out I sneaked out, it might implicate you, brother. It's better for us to hurry back." "Hey, it's fine. Our master usually comes and goes like a dragon. He won't be back so soon. But your worries are not without reason. Let us go meet that person and then head back to the Great Marsh. Next time, I'll take you out for fun again." "Thank you, brother." The girl instantly smiled sweetly. Meanwhile, Wu Da and Lu Li walked out of a grocery store. Wu Da handed Lu Li a jade bottle, saying, "One for each of us. This should be enough." The jade bottle contained detoxification pills, said to prevent the invasion of miasma, but the specific efficacy could only be known after trying. Lu Li nodded and took it, asking, "Is there anything else we need to prepare?" Wu Da thought for a moment and said, "There is nothing else to prepare. Let us go to the Wanbao Pavilion to have a look and buy some fasting pills. Most of the demon beasts in the Great Marsh are toxic and cannot be eaten." "Fasting pills? You don't even know what fasting pills are." Wu Da looked at Lu Li with disdain as he walked. Fasting pills are used by qi refining stage cultivators as a substitute for food. Similar to the dry pancakes you often eat, very convenient. But they are worth much more than your dry pancakes. A single fasting pill can sustain you for 3 days without eating or drinking, and it won't affect your bodily functions. The rest such a good thing? Luli immediately became interested, thinking that if he had known about this, he wouldn't have bothered preparing pancakes. The two continued forward, and before long, they arrived in front of an extremely luxurious 3-story building, with the words Wanbao Pavilion written prominently on the plaque. Luli stared at the plaque and suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a store named Wanbao Pavilion in Dihu Town, but it had been closed at the time. Compared to this one, it was like comparing a mountain chicken to a phoenix. Curiously, he asked, "Old man, is that store in Dihu Town owned by the same boss as this one?" "One boss." Wuda chuckled and said, "You could say that. But this Wanbao Pavilion is far from simple. Don't be too conspicuous once we're inside, otherwise, I'll pretend I don't know you." Saying this, he walked in. Chapter 102. The kind sister disciple. The first floor of Wanbao Pavilion was divided into many areas: elixirs, talismans, weapons, medicinal herbs, rare items, etc., with each area being quite large. The entrance was a grand hall, with a row of uniformly dressed maidservants standing on either side, all of whom looked quite good. Moreover, they were all at the first level of qi refinement. This surprised Luli, thinking that the old man was indeed right. Wanbao Pavilion was truly not an ordinary place. As soon as the two entered, 2 well-proportioned maidservants approached with smiles, asking them what they needed. Wuda was unfazed and calmly said, "Just let me browse." He then followed one of the maidservants away, leaving Luli standing there foolishly. "Young master, may I ask what you need?" The remaining maidservant asked politely with a professional smile. Luli thought for a moment and said, "Do you have high-level talismans for sale?" Now at the 5th level of qi refinement, the mid-level talismans could mostly only unleash power comparable to his own cultivation level. They were fine for replacing the consumption of true energy, but they couldn't achieve the element of surprise. So he planned to buy a few high-level talismans as a means of protection. The maidservant nodded and said, "We do. Please follow me." After saying this, she led Luli deeper into the store, and soon they arrived at the counter in the talisman area. The maidservant took a jade token from her waist, opened a small door beside the counter, and walked inside, smiling at Luli from behind the counter. "Young master, what high-level talismans would you like?" Luli was amazed, thinking that Wanbao Pavilion was indeed impressive. Even the counter had restrictions. He walked to the counter and asked the maidservant, "Do you have any introductions?" The maidservant nodded and said, "High-level ice-cold talisman. When activated, not only can it unleash powerful destructive force, but it can also slow down the enemy's true energy operation. High-level turtle shell talisman. When activated, transforms into a mysterious turtle shell and can withstand 3 full-strength attacks from cultivators below the 9th level of qi refinement. High-level gale talisman. When activated, can triple the user's speed. High-level explosive talisman. The various types of talismans are similar to mid-level ones, just with different power." After the introduction, the maidservant eagerly asked, "Young master, which ones do you need?" After some thought, Luli bought 10 high-level turtle shell talismans, 10 high-level gale talismans, and 10 high-level explosive talismans. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, but high-level talismans were too expensive, costing 300 nurturing true pills each, 100 times more than mid-level talismans. Of course, there was a reason for the high price, as high-level talismans were equivalent to spells used by cultivators at the 7th to 9th levels of qi refinement. After counting, Luli found that he only had 1,200 nurturing true pills left. After thinking for a moment, he asked the maidservant to take him to the elixir area to buy some fasting pills. Fasting pills were not expensive. 1 nurturing true pill could buy 10. Since this item would be useful sooner or later, Luli simply spent 500 nurturing true pills to buy 5,000 pills. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about food during future retreats. Luli spent nearly 10,000 nurturing true pills in one go, making the maidservant extremely happy. And she behaved quite intimately, almost rubbing against him. Feeling the warm breath near his ear, Luli turned red and fled in embarrassment. The maidservant laughed behind him, playfully calling out, "Young master, come again." At the entrance, Wuda shot Luli a resentful glance. "What did you buy that made that little girl so happy? What's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy? Did someone bully you?" Luli couldn't help but feel curious when he saw the other person looking so dejected. "None of your business," Wuda replied, his expression even worse. In fact, after he went in, he was too busy teasing that little maid and didn't buy anything at all, eventually getting kicked out. "What's with you, old man? I was just trying to be nice. And you're getting all huffy." Luli couldn't help but laugh at Wuda's resentful expression and teased, "I just heard someone inside shout old rogue. Could it be referring to you? Get lost," Wuda said as he turned to leave. TSK, not a good person after all, Luli thought, rolling his eyes as he got up to chase after him. As they walked, Luli suddenly felt someone scanning him with their divine sense. It wasn't a casual sweep, but a serious probe, making him squint slightly. He quickly took a couple of steps and lowered his voice, saying, "Old man, it seems we're being watched." Watched. Wuda immediately turned to look, but Luli put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. "Don't look. I feel that person's cultivation isn't very strong. We shouldn't startle them." Luli couldn't understand why someone would be watching them. Did they notice his extravagant spending and want to rob him? If that was the case, he wouldn't mind robbing them back. Wuda understood and thought to himself that this kid was indeed cunning. He whispered, You must have spent quite a bit of true condensation pills inside, right? You might have been baited. But that's fine. We're brothers. How about we split it 50-50? It seemed that both Wu Da and Lu Li had the same idea. Ready to rob back. Deal. For unexpected windfall like this, as long as Wu Da was willing to help, Lu Li didn't mind sharing a portion. Besides, whether it was fortune or misfortune was still uncertain. Although he didn't feel threatened by the person behind them, what if they were just a lookout? If a group of big shots jumped out later, he could always use this old man as a shield. Brother He, is that him? A girl in black emerged from the gap in the wall and asked the man in black. Brother He nodded, but then shook his head. The mother and son Jade is on him, but I don't think I've ever searched for this person. What do you mean? It's possible that someone I was looking for was killed by him, and they got my mother and son Jade. What should we do? A shadow crossed Brother He's eyes. He killed my people and came to Dongzhou, probably knowing I'm looking for the Xianin land. Let's go take a look. Maybe he really found it, and is here to claim a reward. The girl in black, however, looked worried and said, Brother, that old man is at the 6th level of qi refining, just like me, and that young man is at the 5th level, even higher than your cultivation. If you listen closely, this black-clothed junior sister seems to be slightly stronger than her senior brother. 6th level of qi refining? Brother He suddenly shrank back. Does junior sister have a way to deal with him? The girl hesitated for a moment before nodding. I can help hold him back, but brother, you have to promise me not to kill anyone. Just get the information and leave. Brother He felt conflicted for a moment, then slowly exhaled. All right, I promise you. Great. Brother. The girl in black finally smiled. Brother He shook his head helplessly. His junior sister was too soft-hearted. Otherwise, she would definitely have a place among the 7 martial fiends in the future. The girl in black smiled lightly. The 7 martial fiends are all ruthless. I wouldn't want to be one. As the two talked, they slowly followed in the direction of Lu Li and Wu Da. Chapter 103. Old man. Put me down outside the North Lookout Valley. Lu Li and Wu Da were arm in arm, and soon turned into a small path heading east. Old man. Stop just trying to pick up cheap stuff. Get some talismans to use, Lu Li said, wrapping his arm around Wu Da's shoulder as he folded mid-level talismans into inconspicuous triangles, tossing a few into the bushes every few steps. Kid, you're being too cautious. You've already thrown down over 20 mid-level talismans, Wu Da exclaimed, shocked. He thought this kid was too cunning. With so many talismans, even if they couldn't kill someone, they could definitely daze them. This is called being careful to avoid disaster, you know? Less talk. Hurry up and take them out, or you won't get a share of the loot later. Take them, take them. Wu Da rolled his eyes at Lu Li, pulling out a stack of mid-level talismans and handing them over, with at least 20. Now we're talking. Lu Li took the talismans and casually put them into his space hall. Wu Da, you didn't set them up in advance? Lu Li smiled slightly. I'll save them for later. I'll throw them when we start fighting. If I set them all out now and they don't explode, then I'll have to go pick them up later. What a hassle. You little rascal, you're cheating me again. Wu Da glared at Lu Li. Calm down. It's just a few mid-level talismans. I'll return them later. As Lu Li spoke, he suddenly tightened his grip on Wu Da's shoulder. Here they come. Wu Da secretly released his divine sense to check, and his face suddenly changed. Damn, they're a 6th level. 6th level. Lu Li was startled, asking, can we handle this? If it doesn't work, let us run? To Lu Li, running away wasn't shameful. Wu Da was also the type to run at the first sign of danger, but thinking about how this kid just tricked him out of 25 talismans, he didn't want to let that go to waste. So he gritted his teeth and said, the other one is just at the 4th level. I can hold the 6th level for a while. You can take care of the 4th level and come help me right away, no problem, right? To him, since Lu Li could beat him, defeating a 4th level would be a piece of cake. You're so brave? Lu Li was taken aback. Of course. All right. I'll handle the 4th level. You hold on for a bit, and I'll come help you as soon as I finish him. Lu Li felt that as a 5th level qi refining, even if he was just at the early stage, defeating a 4th level should be easy. Just as the two deliberately slowed their pace to discuss, Brother He and the girl in black had already caught up to within 3 meters behind them. Brother He called out to Lu Li's back, friend, please wait. Hearing this, Lu Li exchanged a glance with Wu Da and said in a low voice, let us go. Then, they turned around simultaneously, their figures shooting back like lightning. Lu Li intentionally slowed down his speed slightly, while Wu Da kicked up sand and stones, quickly closing in on the girl just 5 feet away. He struck out with both palms, Fire Dragon. Instantly, 2 fire serpents roared out, ruthlessly attacking in front of the girl. Stop! The girl cried out in surprise. She didn't expect them to attack without a word. In a hurry, she stepped back several times, simultaneously forming seals. Several transparent, watercolored ropes intertwined and clashed against the 2 fire serpents. Perhaps because the girl acted too hastily. The watercolored ropes only held for less than half a breath before being burnt to smoke, and the 2 fire serpents continued forward. Boom. The girl in black clutched her chest and stumbled back 5 or 6 feet, while Wu Da, seeing his advantage, surged forward again without any intention of holding back. Be careful, junior sister. Brother He exclaimed, rushing to help, but just then, a gust of wind suddenly rushed towards him. Brother He's heart sank, and he quickly sidestepped several steps. Lu Li's punch missed, and instead of pursuing, he looked strangely at the shocked Brother He. In the next moment, boom. With a loud explosion, accompanied by a burst of black smoke, Brother, he was sent flying into the air, only to crash down again with a thunderous sound. Brother. On the other side, the girl in black was entangled with Wu Da. Although she was in a dire state, she managed to hold on. Upon seeing Brother he thrown into the air by the explosion, her pretty face changed, and after a feint, she rushed towards him. At this moment, Brother he was in tatters, his pants ripped, and his feet soaked in blood, looking quite tragic. The blood on his lips indicated to the others that his injuries were severe. Indeed, while mid-level talismans generally inflict 5 or 6 levels of damage, Brother he was only at the 4th level. Given that he was firmly standing on the talisman, it was somewhat impressive that he wasn't killed in the explosion. The girl in black helped Brother he up and anxiously asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Before she could finish speaking, another explosion occurred beneath their feet. This time, Brother he was in even worse shape, his legs blown to a pulp, with bones clearly visible. Although the girl was not seriously injured, she was also coughing up black smoke, looking quite disheveled. Lu Li glanced at Wu Da, who was winking at him, clearly indicating that it was his doing. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Da wasted no time, moving swiftly and shouting, "Come and take your life." As he ran, his right hand formed into a palm, sending fiery serpents racing towards the girl in black. The ferocity of his attack made Lu Li frown. From the beginning until now, Lu Li had a lingering doubt in his heart. He couldn't understand why the two were following him. From their expressions and words, it didn't seem like they were after his possessions, which is why he hadn't gone all out when he first struck. Otherwise, he could have taken the black-clad man's life with his first punch instead of waiting for the other to step on the explosive talisman. "Junior sister, don't hold back." Seeing the fiery serpents whistling towards them, Brother he swayed, his heart racing, and shouted loudly to the girl in black. "Hold back." Both Lu Li and Wu Da felt a chill in their hearts, and almost simultaneously retreated. Ding ding ding. As soon as they landed, a crisp bell sound rang in their minds. In an instant, Lu Li felt a dull pain in his head, as if struck by a heavy hammer, his vision going white before he collapsed to the ground. Wu Da fared better than Lu Li. He shook himself, blinked a few times, and exclaimed, "The soul-capturing bell." He then sprinted to Lu Li's side, grabbing the collar of his shirt and pulling him up to run. "Junior sister, hurry and chase." Brother he urged anxiously upon seeing this. The girl in black looked fatigued as well. She shook her head and said, "Brother, I feel like my bell won't affect that old man, and besides, you're seriously injured. You need to be treated soon. How about we go back and tell Master?" "Sigh fine." Hearing this, although Brother he felt reluctant, he had no choice. Compared to the dark land, his master would surely prioritize the safety of this junior sister. Not knowing how far they had run, Lu Li gradually regained consciousness, realizing he was being carried by Wu Da, the ground rushing past his eyes. He felt both touched and speechless, quickly saying, "Old man, put me down." "Oh, you're awake already?" Wu Da said with mild surprise, promptly stopping and releasing Lu Li, who fell to the ground with a thud. He stood up and glared at Wu Da. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" "What purpose?" "You're as heavy as a rock. My hands are numb now," Wu Da replied, sitting down with a frown. It was strange how the soul-capturing bell ended up in the hands of a girl at the 6th level of chi refining. "What soul-capturing bell?" Lu Li sat down beside Wu Da. "The bell that little girl was ringing just now. Let me tell you, it's a treasure. Even nascent soul experts would avoid it. So powerful." Lu Li was taken aback, then suspiciously stared at Wu Da. "How do you know? What is it to you?" Wu Da glanced at Lu Li, not bothering to explain. Lu Li felt that this old man was not simple. His knowledge was not something an average person could possess. However, seeing that the other party was unwilling to explain, he also didn't want to press further. After resting for a while, Wu Da stood up, brushed off his pants, and said, "Let us go. We need to set off. That girl is no ordinary person. It's best not to encounter her again." Lu Li pondered and quickly followed. The two traveled eastward. At first, there were many mountains and forests, but as they continued east, it became increasingly desolate. Gradually, the forest began to fade, and only a few small hills remained. After several days, even the small hills disappeared, and all that could be seen was a gray expanse, with only a few towering ancient trees standing alone in the distance. Lu Li asked, "Is this the Great Marsh?" Wu Da looked ahead and nodded. "This is the edge of the Great Marsh. Going in further is the true Great Marsh. Where's the Ningxin flower? If we walk for another 5 or 6 days, we should arrive. However, I haven't been to the Great Marsh in a long time, so I can't say for sure if the Ningxin flower is still there." Saying this, he stepped lightly onto a patch of green grass about 10 zhang away and turned back to Lu Li, calling out, "Follow me. Don't be fooled by the calmness here. There might be big creatures lurking beneath your feet." Lu Li understood that the big creatures referred to the beasts hiding under the soft soil, and he didn't dare be careless. He moved lightly, floating behind Wu Da. Wu Da cast an appreciative glance at Lu Li and continued forward. At the same time, he increasingly desired Lu Li's movement technique. Thinking that this kid was more responsive to gentle treatment rather than harshness, it seemed he couldn't push him too hard, or it would be difficult to get him to willingly reveal his techniques. Lu Li, of course, had no idea that Wu Da was still thinking about his techniques. If he knew Wu Da's thoughts, he would surely praise the old man for being clever. Indeed, while Lu Li was merciless towards his enemies, he treated his own people with genuine kindness. Just like with Chen Zhong, he gave away anything he didn't need without hesitation. 2 days later, the two arrived at a hazy area filled with pale purple mist that seemed to have no end. Wuda's expression grew serious as he said, "This is the miasma I mentioned. Breathing in a little is harmless, but if you inhale too much, it will have an indelible impact on your body." Saying this, he took out a jade vial and poured out a green pill, swallowing it. "Let us go. Some beasts like to stay in this mist. So you need to be alert." Luli nodded and also took an antidote pill, then cautiously followed. Once inside the mist, Wuda slowed down considerably, needing to release his consciousness each time he landed to ensure safety before continuing. Initially, it was manageable, but as time passed, it became exhausting, and eventually, Luli had to lead the way. As Luli walked, he learned a lot, realizing that he could safely land only on areas with green grass. Although the ground was still soft, at least he wouldn't sink into it. Conversely, lifeless areas were to be avoided at all costs. Stepping there would lead to certain sinking. After walking safely for half a day, Luli frowned, feeling that despite walking for so long, they still hadn't exited the mist. He turned around and asked, "Is this whole area just miasma?" Wuda shook his head. "From my experience, we should be able to leave the foggy area after another half-day's walk. The ground outside won't be so soft anymore, but the road ahead will be even more dangerous. You need to be fully alert." More dangerous? Luli thought to himself. He had heard so much about danger from Wuda along the way that his ears were almost calloused, and he had not seen any danger. He shook his head and leaped over to a spot 20 zhang away. At the moment he landed, Luli's hair stood on end, and he exclaimed, "So many strange snakes." He extended his consciousness and saw that on the patch of grass 30 zhang away, there were clusters of strange snakes crawling. These snakes were only as thick as an adult's arm, but over 2 zhang long, with bright red skin covered in black spots, clearly highly venomous. What was even more shocking was that all these snakes had 3 heads, looking extremely bizarre. 3-headed red serpents. Wuda also landed, and upon probing with his consciousness, his face immediately turned grim. "This is troublesome. These creatures are quite difficult to deal with, and they carry potent venom. Even someone at the 12th level of chi refinement wouldn't last an hour if bitten. Are antidote pills useless?" Luli frowned and asked. "Useless? Antidote pills can only defend against miasma, not venom," Wuda replied, and both of them fell into a dilemma. Ahead, there was only that patch of grass to land on. Everywhere else was muddy, and beneath the mud might be even more formidable creatures. If they rashly stepped down, it could lead to even greater trouble. This meant that the area occupied by the 3-headed red serpents was an unavoidable path for their progress. "Let's charge ahead. We've come this far. Wouldn't it be a pity to give up now?" After a moment of silence, Luli spoke first. "All right, then let's take a gamble." Wuda squinted at the distance and said solemnly, "Kid, let me make it clear first. This marshy land is fraught with danger. It's not a place to joke around. You better not do anything that would put your teammates at risk, or I will never forgive you for the rest of my life." A flash of surprise crossed Luli's eyes, but he nodded and said, "Don't worry. I may not like you much, but you did save me once before. I promise I won't let you down this time. At least you have a bit of conscience," Wuda thought to himself, secretly nodding in approval that the kid's heart wasn't entirely bad. After a brief discussion, they decided to move forward while fighting their way through the patch of grass. With that decision made, Luli stopped wasting time, his figure flickering as he leaped onto the grass with a whoosh. As he landed, the surrounding 3-headed red serpents immediately raised their heads excitedly, as if they had spotted a feast, rushing towards Luli. The distant 3-headed serpents also reacted, raising their 3 heads 5 feet high, flicking their tongues, and lunging at Luli. At this moment, Wuda had also landed. Seeing this, his expression changed dramatically, and he immediately threw out several fireballs around him, urging, "Don't linger. Hurry up." Luli had also thrown out a few fireballs, but he found the 3-headed serpents to be incredibly agile. As soon as he threw the fireballs, they dodged easily, causing no damage at all. Hearing Wuda's urgency, he didn't dare delay and immediately dashed forward. However, after running out for more than 10 zhang, a row of 3-headed serpents suddenly appeared ahead. These 3-headed serpents held their heads high, moving in unison, as if they were well-trained soldiers, which was quite shocking. Luli's heart sank, thinking to himself that these creatures had such high intelligence. This was going to be tough. Wuda also noticed this scene, firing fire snakes to attack the 3-headed serpents behind them while saying, "Go to the right." Taking a deep breath, Luli ran to the right. The rows of 3-headed serpents hissed in unison and immediately surged towards Luli and Wuda. Luli's expression hardened as he pulled out a talisman and threw it behind him. Instantly, a series of explosions echoed, and red long strings flew everywhere. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing towards him and instinctively leaned back. Almost instantly, 3 triangular snake heads rushed past his abdomen. Wuda, quick on the uptake, flashed with fiery light in his hand and grabbed the 3-headed serpent that was about to strike Luli's abdomen. He twisted with force, and the serpent's body was torn in two. Luli exerted a slight force with his legs, stood upright, and suddenly, with a movement of his consciousness, threw another talisman behind him, then urged, "Hurry up." Seeing the 3-headed serpents dropping to the ground, Wuda hesitated. "Kid, the snake gall of these 3-headed serpents is quite valuable. How about we take a gamble? With so many serpent corpses, it would be too wasteful to just abandon them. What do you want to do?" Lu Li asked while wielding fireballs. Let's fight them. Are you sure? Lu Li was also in need of the condensing true pills. And to be honest, he felt a bit reluctant to leave so many serpent corpses behind. What sure or not sure, just go, Wuda said, turning around and charging towards the serpent horde, quite boldly. However, this time he didn't use any spells, but summoned his tortoise shell to block in front of him while wielding a long sword to slash. As soon as he saw a snake head coming at him, he would raise the tortoise shell to defend. Surprisingly, this tactic worked. The three-headed serpents couldn't do anything to Wuda and instead fell victim to his sneak attacks, losing their heads one by one. But at that moment, several three-headed serpents approached from behind Wuda. Wuda suddenly felt a chill at his rear, but he didn't dare turn around. Otherwise, it would be even colder. He could only charge forward with the tortoise shell while shouting loudly, "Kid, stop dawdling and come help me. I'm coming." Lu Li's figure flickered as he flew towards Wuda, and during his flight, a black light flashed in his hand as he grasped an axe and swung it at the three-headed serpent attacking Wuda's rear. With a plop, the snake's body and 3 heads were instantly severed. Lu Li arrived behind Wuda, back to back with him, and simultaneously activated a high-level tortoise shell talisman, pouring his true energy into it with a pained expression. With a buzzing sound, a soil-colored tortoise shell appeared in front of him. Although it wasn't a real tortoise shell, it was quite thick. Wuda secretly praised Lu Li for being generous. With this, both of them had comprehensive protection. Wuda occasionally slashed with his sword, while Lu Li occasionally swung his axe. Before long, hundreds of 3-headed serpents had perished beneath their blades and axes. However, the high-level tortoise shell talisman was not a physical object, and after enduring hundreds of impacts, it finally couldn't hold up any longer and shattered with a crack, dissipating into green smoke. Lu Li hesitated for a moment, then took out another high-level tortoise shell talisman. Just as he was about to use it, Wuda interrupted him, saying, "Don't waste it, let me handle the rest." Lu Li thought to himself that this old man wasn't bad and nodded, putting the tortoise shell talisman away. "All right, then I'll leave it to you." With that, he broke away from Wuda to deal with the isolated ones. After a while, the battle finally ended. The grassland within a 2-mile radius was littered with the corpses of 3-headed serpents. Wuda sat down on the ground, exhausted, but his small eyes were filled with excitement. With so many snake galls, this was a huge profit. Lu Li was also somewhat fatigued, but having trained his body, he wasn't as worn out as Wuda. He walked over and sat down beside Wuda. "Old man, are the snake galls very valuable?" In his opinion, given Wuda's personality, if this thing were worthless, he would never take the risk of hunting these 3-headed snakes. Of course, if it were worthless, why would the old man bother? "How much is it worth?" Lu Li looked at Wuda with anticipation. Wuda slowly extended 5 fingers, at least 51. 50. Lu Li was shocked. This 3-headed snake is only a mid-level spirit beast. Can it really be worth that much? Hee, you don't understand, do you? The bile extracted from the snake's gallbladder can be used to refine many elixirs, and it's something many factions are eager to buy. Moreover, the red-scaled 3-headed snake is extremely rare, so its price is naturally not comparable to ordinary mid-level spirit beasts. So that is how it is. After hearing this, Lu Li was secretly delighted, thinking that he was just running low on the Ningjin Dan. And it was just as well that a pillow was delivered when he was feeling sleepy. While pondering, Lu Li remembered the refining materials for the Yangmai Dan. So he tentatively asked, "By the way, old man, one of the materials for the is the Fo Xingua. Do you know where to find it?" Wuda glanced at Lu Li and casually said, "The is sold at the Wanbao Go. If you want to look for it yourself, you can try your luck in those, Jiangji, but I'm not sure where exactly. Is it for sale? Is it expensive?" "About 50 or so for one piece. That is not too expensive." Lu Li's eyes flickered. He thought that as long as he found the Ning Xinhua, he could start refining and the breakthrough was right in front of him. His mood instantly lifted. However, Wuda sighed, saying it's not expensive, but unfortunately, we still lack one material, Ru Jinghua, and I don't know when we'll find it. Lu Li opened his mouth, but the words were swallowed back. And he sighed in agreement. Yes, yes. The two shook their heads and sighed for a while before getting up to start collecting the snake gallbladders. After busily working for a good half an hour, they finally gathered all the snake gallbladders together and found that there were actually 520 pieces, divided equally. Each person got 260 pieces. According to Wu Dai's words, these would be enough to exchange for 13,000 low-grade. This is quite a handsome income. Lu Li planned to find and then go to to purchase, and then find a place to hide and quietly refine elixirs and break through. Chapter 106. The mysterious way after dividing the snake gallbladders, Lu Li and Wu Dai continued on their journey without stopping. Even at night, they only took turns resting in a meditative position for half an hour. Finally, when dawn broke the next day, they emerged from the purple mist. Lu Li immediately felt a sense of lightness, and his whole body relaxed considerably. Although there was still a faint mist ahead, it was just normal morning fog. It not only lacked the heaviness brought by the purple mist, but also felt a bit refreshing. More importantly, after wandering in the swamp for more than 10 days, even stepping on the grass felt soft and squishy, fearing that he might accidentally trample the grass. Now it was good, finally. He was on solid ground and could walk forward with confidence. Wu Dai also looked much more relaxed, but he still did not completely let down his guard. He said to Lu Li, Kid, don't be too happy too soon. Although the land here seems normal, there are still more troublesome things. More troublesome things? Yes. There is a type of mutated centipede here called the Daze Wu, which is a specialty of this great marsh. Adult have the strength equivalent to the 8th level of chi refining. If we encounter one, it will be troublesome. So powerful. Lu Li's heart immediately sank. Of course, although this thing is strong, its intelligence is not high, even less than the 3-headed snake we killed before. If we encounter a solitary one, we can try to deal with it together. After all, the body of thee is quite valuable. Are you out of your mind? Lu Li glanced at Wu De with disdain, thinking that this old man was probably blinded by money, and followed Wu De while saying, Hee, people die for wealth. And birds die for food. Although I've lived for many years, I'm not exempt from the common ways. Wu De stroked his goat beard, sighing. Haha. Then you can't guarantee that one day you won't die because of money. You dare to curse me. Isn't it? As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth and seeks it through proper means. This means is not about reason, but about methods. If you lack methods and overestimate yourself, isn't that seeking death? Lu Li said casually. How do you have such a peculiar understanding? Wu De looked at Lu Li with a curious expression. Haha, of course. It's something I've realized along the way. You kid, really interesting. But what you said makes a lot of sense. Wu De nodded, and then sighed. Back in the day, I got into trouble because of greed and love for being in the limelight. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here listening to your nonsense. But unfortunately, it's hard to change one's nature. Oh, Lu Li looked curious. What do you mean? Forget it. Why am I telling a little brat like you this? Just as the two continued forward, a voice suddenly emerged from deep within the vast marsh. Master, senior brother. He in a certain underground chamber shrouded in a faint green light deep within the vast marsh. A clear and crisp girl's voice suddenly resonated. The girl's voice seemed to carry worry and a bit of fear. Following the sound, one could see a 17 or 18-year-old girl in black clothing nervously biting her fingers. Her gaze shifting between the black-clad man lying on the stone bed and the black-robed old man standing beside the bed. He won't die. The black-robed old man's voice was gloomy and hoarse, sounding quite unaccustomed. This person was the black-robed elder who had previously gone to Yulong Town in pursuit of Lu Li. And he is now the grand elder of the secret sect hidden beneath the great marsh, the Incorp sect, named Emoshang. If the righteous sects were to find out that such a mysterious sect was hidden below, it would surely cause a storm in the cultivation world. Master, it's all the disciples' fault, making you worry. The man on the bed said somewhat self-deprecatingly. Humph. Emoshang snorted coldly. Worry? You really make me worry. Who told you to take Wei Yu out without permission? If anything happens to her, can you bear the consequences with your worthless life? Yes. It's the disciple's fault. He Jin felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, but didn't he dare to show any disrespect to his master. He Jin knew how much weight his junior sister held in their master's heart. He merely felt pity for his little junior sister, who had lived in this mist for so long without seeing the outside world, and had kindly taken her out for a walk. He thought that his master would be away for a while, but didn't he expect that they would be caught right after returning? No. You go to the punishment hall and receive 100 strikes. Next time you dare to take Wei Yu out without permission, you can just stay in the Wanshi Kong. After the old man finished speaking, he turned and left. Master, senior brother is injured, 100 strikes junior sister. Don't say more. I'll go. He Jin struggled to get off the bed and walked unsteadily towards the outside. The girl named Wei Yu wanted to help, but he shook his head to stop her. He understood very well that when his master talked about staying in the, it wasn't he about going there to cultivate. That place was where only the dead would stay. If he dared to argue a bit, he might be sent there immediately. As he passed by Emoshang, He Jin didn't he forget to say, that, Xianin GD, you don't need to worry about this. Seeing that He Jin was so sensible, Emoshang's expression softened a little. He is no longer needed. However, it is of some research value that these two could escape from Wei Yu's soul-charming bell. I will send Wu Qi to handle it. Feeling immense favor from his master after hearing so many words, He Jin suddenly felt a great sense of gratitude. And even the impending punishment of eating 100 cold rods didn't make him feel sad anymore. He happily bowed, saying he understood. After speaking, he limped out of the cave dwelling. Master, I chose to go out myself. Isn't this a bit unfair to my senior brother? Wei Yu said, looking a bit sad outside the door. Ah, Wei Yu, you must remember that your status is noble, and you are not from the same world as that boy. If it weren't for him bringing you back, I wouldn't even spare him a glance, let alone accept him as a disciple. His tone was very gentle, even somewhat humble. Towards the girl, he then added, the outside world is still not peaceful, and we need an opportunity. When the time is right, I will take you out of this dark marsh. The world is vast, you can go wherever you wish. Really? Wei Yu's eyes revealed a strong yearning. Of course. Trust your master. This day won't be far off. His colorless face cracked into a grin, looking quite unappealing, but he was indeed smiling. I understand, master. Don't worry. I won't leave the marsh on my own again. Wei Yu thought was probably worried she would sneak out again. Hearing this, smiled even more happily. He knew this girl was kind and never lied. As for whether she might change in the future, he only hoped she wouldn't forget her master. Wei Yu was actually quite confused. She couldn't even remember anything from her childhood. She had no idea where she came from. only remembering that the moment she opened her eyes, she was here, with her master and a few strange old men looking at her with excitement. She was very puzzled, not knowing what had happened or who she was, or what she was doing here. Chapter 107. The mutated marsh centipede and Wei Yu walked out of the stone chamber together. The outside passage was intricate and complex. They walked side by side, and occasionally offered guidance. Following a slightly wider passage to the west, they soon arrived at an open space. Unexpectedly, there was a square underground. The square spanned over 10 miles, entirely paved with black stones measuring 5 to 6 feet in length and width, which was quite shocking. Unlike the darkness of the passage, the square had no covering above, and one could see the dim sky overhead. Stopped and looked at Wei Yu, softly saying, "If you feel bored, you can sit here for a while. I have things to attend to, so I will leave first." Wei Yu nodded, saying she understood and wished her master a safe journey. Nodded and then headed towards the cave dwelling in the northern part of the square. Wei Yu looked up at the dim sky and sat down on a stone bench under a large tree in the corner of the square, leaning back against the bench and staring blankly at the sky. She didn't like staying in the dark stone chamber and came here almost every day to breathe fresh air. Occasionally, figures would pass by in the square, but upon seeing Wei Yu sitting there, they would avoid her from afar, not daring to look at her again. Entered a massive stone hall to the north of the square, carved with various gods and demons. The plaque at the entrance of the hall read Inshur Hall. Inside the hall, there were 5 stone benches on each side, with 3 in the northern part. The middle bench was the largest, and the 2 on the sides were slightly smaller. Went straight to the slightly smaller bench on the right side, and called out in a somewhat gloomy voice, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a black-clad guard outside the hall immediately rushed in, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed, respectfully saying, "Please instruct, great elder. Let Wu Qi come to see me." "Yes." The guard said nothing more, got up, and kept his head down while backing out until he turned and quickly ran towards the eastern side of the square. Not long after, a tall man in black, wearing a purple fanged mask, hurriedly entered. After entering the hall, he slightly bowed and calmly said, "Wu Qi, please instruct, great elder." Wu Qi was an elite among the disciples of the Inshur sect, with the lowest cultivation at the 7th level of Qi training, and each had the ability to fight 10 opponents, undefeated at the same level, and even capable of defeating higher-level opponents. Remained expressionless, seeming to only appear human in front of Wei Yu. He took out a gray jade token and tossed it to Wu Qi, saying in a deep voice, 2 people in total, the highest at the 6th level of Qi training. Bring the old one back and kill the young one without any problem, right? Understood. Wu Qi's voice showed no fluctuation, bowing again before turning to leave. On the other side, on a lush patch of grass in the endless marsh, Lu Li and Wu De were running for their lives. Their hair was disheveled, and they were covered in grass clippings, looking quite disheveled. Behind them, a giant centipede, as thick as a water bucket and over 5 or 6 zhang long, was relentlessly pursuing them. This situation was somewhat amusing to recount. Just yesterday, they had encountered a group of marsh centipedes, but none of them were particularly strong. The 2 easily slaughtered 4 or 5 dozen of them, getting into the swing of it. However, just as they were enjoying their success, a dark head suddenly popped up ahead, with scarlet eyes fixed on them as if they had a vendetta against them. Lu Li felt a great sense of foreboding and turned to flee, but was grabbed by Wu De, who insisted that this creature was just larger in size, lacked intelligence, and was especially valuable. Saying this, he charged at the giant centipede. Unexpectedly, the centipede's long tail swept around and pulled Wu De back, knocking Lu Li back a few zhang as well. Lu Li turned to escape again, but was once more pulled back by Wu De, who grinned. "It doesn't hurt. I'll go distract it. You sneak attack from behind." Lu Li was furious, thinking if it weren't for him cushioning the blow, would it not hurt? But seeing Wu De charge forward with a turtle shell, Lu Li had no choice but to take out his big black axe and wait for a chance to ambush. After a while, he finally found an opportunity and struck the giant centipede's tail with an axe, but it felt like striking steel, producing sparks. The centipede became enraged and whipped its tail, sending Lu Li flying over 10 zhang, breaking several ribs. He no longer wanted to continue and ran away. Wu De immediately looked at him with disappointment, shouting, "This thing has no intelligence. Why are you running away?" However, with Lu Li running, he was also left alone to face the creature. He sighed and began to run wildly. In his view, as long as he escaped a mile or 2, this beast would definitely not chase any longer. Unexpectedly, the creature was relentless, chasing them all the way to now. Even though they occasionally used speed-enhancing talismans, they could only temporarily shake it off. It was as if the giant centipede had eyes on them, finding them again shortly after. "Old man, didn't you say this thing has no intelligence?" Lu Li was so angry his mouth twisted, running while cursing. Fortunately, although this creature was powerful, it wasn't very fast. As long as Lu Li used his movement technique or talismans, he could temporarily evade it. "How would I know? It might have mutated," Wu De said with a mournful face, looking unlucky. "I'm done with you." Lu Li was speechless, thinking this couldn't go on. Using movement techniques consumed true energy, and his mid-level speed talismans were about to run out. Did he really have to use the high-level talismans? Just one would cost 300, and just thinking about it made him reluctant. Forget it. He glanced back at the giant centipede, which was relentlessly pursuing him like dozens of rowers paddling, and made a difficult decision, running while turning to Wu De beside him. Old man, do you have any high-level talismans? No, I only have 2 pairs of pants left. Wu De regretted deeply, thinking if he had known, he wouldn't have provoked this giant creature behind them. If it kept chasing him, he would surely be worn out. None. Luli grinned. I have some. Wu De's expression brightened. Quick, throw a few of them to let it taste. I really can't hold on any longer. Hee. First tell me, how much is this big guy worth? The main reason he had been indecisive before was the worry that this creature might not be worth much. Additionally, the shell of this thing was too hard, and he was afraid that his high-level talismans wouldn't be able to harm it. As soon as Wu De heard this, he understood Lu Li's thoughts and said anxiously, don't hesitate. Even a normal high-level Da centipede is worth 2,000 Ning Zhen Dan, and since this one is mutated, it's worth at least 4 or 5,000. Upon hearing this, Lu Li immediately began to calculate. 2,000 Ning Zhen Dan is equivalent to 7 high-level talismans, which means that as long as he can deal with it using 7 high-level talismans, he wouldn't lose too much. But if he couldn't handle it, it would be like throwing money away. Wu De noticed Lu Li's hesitation and bluntly said, Qin kid, I really can't hold on any longer. Let me be honest with you, high-level talismans may not be able to kill it, but they can stun it. The vital point of the Da centipede is under its jaw. If you stun it, I can take the opportunity to stab it to death. Moreover, I won't share the corpse with you. The whole corpse of the Da centipede belongs to you. How about that? By this point, Wu De was already panting heavily. Deal. Hearing Wu De say this, Lu Li stopped wasting time. While running wildly, he reached out and grabbed 5 explosive talismans in his hand, asking, is this enough? Chapter 108. Is it there? Wu De tilted his head to look at the explosive talismans in Lu Li's hand, seemingly relieved. He then reached out and summoned a gleaming long sword, saying, this should be enough. Aim and throw. I'll take its life with my last breath. Good. Lu Li slightly slowed his pace, releasing his consciousness to probe behind him. He saw that the giant centipede, dark and shiny all over, was already 10 zhong away, moving neither fast nor slow, showing no signs of urgency at all. It was as if it was deliberately toying with the 2 of them, waiting for them to exhaust themselves. Lu Li thought to himself that this creature had a high level of intelligence, and he quietly murmured, Old Wu, this guy is toying with us. It seems we have to pretend to be too exhausted to fight for it to take the bait. Wu De was taken aback, also releasing his consciousness, his face instantly turning sour, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. He cursed angrily. No wonder this guy keeps hanging back. It turns out it's up to no good. After discussing for a bit, Wu De suddenly quickened his pace and dashed forward 5 or 6 feet, leaving Lu Li behind. Lu Li pretended to be exhausted and fell to the ground with a thud, then began to curse at Wu De. You old coin. You actually left your father behind at a critical moment. If you have the guts, don't run. While cursing, he shook his body and struggled to stand up. Wu De was nearly infuriated to the point of spitting blood, thinking, I just told you to pretend to be exhausted. You actually cursed at me. Do you think this creature can understand what you're saying? The giant centipede behind them, upon seeing this, actually rolled its eyes in a human-like manner, then used all its legs to suddenly rush toward Lu Li, moving at a terrifying speed. Hearing the sound of air being torn, Lu Li's hair stood on end. And without thinking, he smashed the 5 high-level explosive talismans back. Boom. A loud explosion like thunder rang in his ears, making Lu Li's ears ring, and he felt the ground shake beneath his feet. At the same time, the powerful shockwave sent Lu Li flying forward over 2 zhong. As he flew out, he saw a gleaming sword shadow rush past him, followed by a creaking sound behind him, as if someone was scraping the floor with a spatula. Immediately, Wu De retreated wildly, grabbing the collapsed Lu Li and dragging him forward for over 10 zhong before finally stopping. Behind them, a series of violent slapping sounds echoed, making the ground crackle. Lu Li turned back to look and found that the dark, shiny giant centipede was thrashing about, a long sword embedded in its lower jaw, its body writhing wildly as its tail whipped the ground, clearly in great pain. Old Wu, you really are something. Lu Li couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the panting Wu De. Just a small matter, if you feel bad about it. Just share a bit of Ning Zhen Dan from selling this corpse with me. Get lost. I spent 5 high-level explosive talismans. That's a full 15 Ning Zhen Dan. Che. Stingy. Wu De pouted and directly sat down, cross-legged to recover. Seeing that the giant centipede wouldn't die anytime soon, Lu Li also sat down cross-legged to recover. But he kept glancing at the giant centipede. About a quarter of an hour later, the struggling giant centipede finally stopped moving. After a while, Lu Li saw that it had indeed gone still, so he cautiously walked over. The giant centipede had curled up into a ball, its dark, shiny carapace looking quite extraordinary. If used to make armor, its defensive power would definitely be impressive. After observing it from a distance, Lu Li walked closer and kicked it a couple of times, confirming that the giant centipede was indeed cold. He then carefully squatted down and placed his hand on it, and with a thought, the giant centipede, which resembled a small mountain, was immediately stored into the spatial hall. At this moment, the spatial hall resembled a giant attic, with a dark floor stretching endlessly. The several zhong long centipede did not stand out inside. Wu De also walked over, picked up the long sword from the ground, and looked at Lu Li with a hint of envy, saying, "You kid, you've really hit the jackpot this time." "What jackpot? If it weren't for my few high-level explosive talismans, you'd still be running for your life." Luli stood up and asked, "How far is it to the Ningxin flower?" Wuda retracted the long sword, pointing toward a small hill in the distance, saying, "It's just below that hill." The hill was about 10 miles away from the two, not very high but wide, resembling a giant burial mound built by someone, with some black, unknown ancient trees sparsely distributed on top. Looking at the hill, Wuda's eyes were filled with anticipation as he moved forward first, hoping that there were still Ningxin flowers there. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Before long, the two arrived at the foot of the hill. Looking at the faint gray mist rising from the mountain, Luli frowned, feeling that the color of the mist was somewhat off. Could it be toxic? That's energy. It takes years of accumulation to affect the body. A few days won't matter, Wuda said as he stepped into the gray mist. Luli, still skeptical, felt a bit uneasy and took an antidote pill before slowly following. As they walked, Luli noticed that the ground on the hill was also gray, and even the wild grass growing on it was a black-gray color. He hurriedly quickened his steps, asking, "What is energy?" "Energy?" Wuda glanced at Luli while walking, explaining, "It's the cold qi. Some places are always shrouded in darkness, or densely populated with spirits, and over time, they will produce energy. But this place doesn't seem like a dark area, right? Are you saying there are many spirits inside this hill?" Luli suddenly felt a chill in his heart. "Look at you getting scared." Wuda sneered lightly and explained, "Although the surface can receive sunlight, underneath there is a river of energy flowing from who knows where, and the water is extremely cold. When I came here last time, I even saw corpses floating in that river." Upon hearing this, Luli was startled. It turned out there was a hidden space beneath. He suddenly asked, "The Ningxin flower you mentioned, wouldn't it be down there?" "You're not too dumb," Wuda replied as he walked. "Last time I fled here, I happened to see an entrance above, so I drilled in and went down. Eventually, I discovered that there was indeed a hidden space below. There are quite a few Ningxin flowers growing in that place, but the years are still short, and with my cultivation level at that time, this thing was of no use to me, so I left it here. Unexpectedly, fate played a trick on me, and in the end, I still had to retrieve the Ningxin flower." "With your cultivation level back then?" Luli asked curiously. "Kid, some things are not for you to inquire about." Wuda glanced at Luli and continued walking towards the mountain peak. "Mysterious." Luli looked at Wuda oddly and stopped asking further questions. Finally, the two arrived near the mountaintop. After Wuda glanced around and seemed puzzled, he asked Luli to stand aside, then unleashed his true energy, bombarding the surroundings wildly. As the soil flew, Luli suddenly noticed a spot that had sunk down and hurriedly called out, "Old man, is it over there?" Chapter 109, The Origin of the Market. Wuda turned around and, seeing it, immediately showed a joyful expression. "It must be it. Let's go down." Saying this, he rushed over to the sunken spot, slapped down again, and immediately revealed a pitch-black opening about 2 feet in diameter, then eagerly slid inside. Luli thought to himself that this old man was moving so fast. Was he trying to monopolize it? He quickly followed, sliding into the opening. Luli suddenly felt he stepped on something. Just as he was puzzled about how shallow the passage was, he suddenly heard Wuda's mournful voice from below. "Kid, you stepped on my head." Sorry, why are you running so slow? What are you panicking about? This passage is steep. If you're not careful and fall, you could split your butt in half." Wuda, who was in front, moved like a spider, using his hands and feet to carefully maneuver down the cave wall. On the other hand, Luli, walking behind without any caution, accidentally slipped down a few steps and stepped on Wuda's head again, causing Wuda to curse. After about half a quarter of an hour, with a couple of thuds, the two finally landed on solid ground. Luli then discovered that there was indeed a river beside them. The river wasn't wide, but the current was swift, and a chill rose from the water, accompanied by a cool breeze. Although Luli was a cultivator, he still found this cold wind somewhat bone-chilling. Along the cliffside by the river, there was a small path that wasn't quite a road, and the two were now standing at the edge of the cliff, right above the steep hole they had just slid down. After a brief pause, Wuda hurriedly walked along the cliff. Luli knew that the Ningxin flower Wuda mentioned must be ahead, so he quickly followed. Not long after, the cliff wall beside them disappeared, replaced by an open space where the black soil was also emitting a cool mist, as if a refrigerator had been opened in June. Growing on the black soil were many unknown weeds, but Luli, with sharp eyes, immediately spotted an unusual thing among the weeds ahead. It was about 2 feet tall, with a black-gray stem, no leaves, and a single flower. The petals and stamen were light gray, blending in with the similarly colored weeds, making it inconspicuous. Luli rushed over without hesitation, as this was exactly the Ningxin flower he was looking for. Wuda seemed to have also noticed the Ningxin flower's presence and ran towards another side. Luli reached the Ningxin flower, examined it, and found that it was already very close to the 4th tier, with over 700 spiritual patterns. After a moment of thought, he pulled it out by the roots and tossed it into his medicine garden. He then released his spiritual consciousness and began searching around. To Luli's delight, there were indeed quite a few Ningxin flowers in this space. In just half a quarter of an hour, he found more than 50, and although some were not even 1st tier, Luli did not plan to let any of them go, pulling them all up by the roots. On the other side, Wuda only picked the flowers. Seeing this, he walked over and frowned. Chin kid, isn't it enough just to pick the flowers? If you don't leave a way for future generations, you might face heaven's wrath. Lu Li glanced at the flowers in Wuda's hand, then looked at the bare stems left not far behind Wuda, directly avoiding him and pulling them up by the roots. You don't want them. I do. You. Wuda was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Can you act like a person? Listen to me. This thing can't survive outside of here. Don't do such foolish things. The heavenly path has its cycles. Be careful of retribution. Retribution? If you are given something and don't take it, then you will face retribution. You don't understand, old man. Don't hinder my business. Go find your Ningxin flower. Lu Li said, sneering inwardly, thinking that if Wuda could plant this thing alive, he would probably be quicker than a dog to snatch it and wouldn't care about retribution at all. After about half an hour, the two finally swept through this space. Lu Li had harvested a total of 90 Ningxin flowers with stems, while there were still 95 stems without flowers left, which Wuda had left behind after his sweep. In total, there were 185 plants, which was quite a harvest. After tidying everything up, the two climbed out of the underground space. Wuda suggested leaving immediately to find a market to exchange everything they obtained in the Great Marsh for condensing truth pills. Lu Li naturally had no objections, and he felt that the air in the Great Marsh was not very good, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. As they walked and discussed, considering their previous encounter outside the North Wang Valley Market might lead to retaliation, they ultimately decided to head to the Jinyang Market in the central part of the eastern state. Lu Li didn't know about the Jinyang Market, but Wuda, being experienced, must have considered it more thoroughly, so he went along with his suggestion. What he didn't expect was that their journey would take a full month. On this day at noon, the two finally arrived in a foggy valley in the central part of the eastern state. Like the North Wang Market, this fog was merely an illusion, and the two easily walked in. Upon entering, Lu Li found that the Jinyang Market was significantly larger than the North Wang Market. Not to mention, the streets were 3 zhang wide, with many ramps extending out, and the streets were bustling with people, quite lively. Curiously, Lu Li asked, Old man, are the buildings in these markets built by scattered cultivators themselves? Wuda replied, Of course not. Each market has a force behind it. Otherwise, who would dare to sell things here? They would be robbed clean in no time. A force? What kind of force? There are all kinds. Both sect forces and scattered cultivator forces. Sect forces? Why do they build markets? Is it to facilitate scattered cultivators? Haha, of course, it's for various resources. After building the market, they will tax the operators inside and also buy urgently needed supplies for the sect at a low price. In short, it's extremely difficult to build a market without a background and strength. So that's how it is. Lu Li finally understood the origins of these markets. And as they walked, he asked, So which force is behind the Jinyang Market? Wuda shook his head. How would I know? Generally, every market has a market lord's mansion, and that's not something ordinary people can enter. Even if you get in, if you're not an insider, they won't easily tell you who is backing them. Otherwise, if they get targeted by rival forces, wouldn't they be wiped out in an instant? While they were talking, an extremely luxurious 5-story pavilion appeared before them. From a distance, Lu Li felt that this pavilion looked very familiar. As he approached, he realized it was indeed the Wanbao Pavilion, and he felt both delighted and surprised. Delighted because he was just looking to buy a Buddha heart fruit from Wanbao Pavilion, and surprised because this Wanbao Pavilion had such a number of stores. From Dihu Town to here, he had already seen 3 Wanbao Pavilion stores, so it seemed that this business had considerable strength. Wuda stopped at a distance and discussed with Lu Li, How about we sell the snake gall and the great marsh insect together later? The larger quantity makes it easier to negotiate the price. Lu Li naturally had no objections and nodded, saying, You make the call, brother. Then the two entered the Wanbao Pavilion. Chapter 110, Wanbao Pavilion Transaction. This place was even more luxurious than the Wanbao Pavilion in Beiwang Valley. The entire hall was decorated magnificently, and on both sides of the hall stood 2 rows of stunningly beautiful maidens. 2 maidens approached Lu Li and the others with standard smiles, saying, Hello, esteemed guests. What would you like to buy? The mechanical greeting was somewhat acceptable to Lu Li when he was in Beiwang Valley, but now it felt a bit perfunctory. Wuda glanced at the two and calmly said, We are together. Please call your manager. We need to sell some items. One of the maidens maintained her smile and replied, All right, esteemed guest, but our Wanbao Pavilion does not conduct transactions for items worth less than 10 condensed true pills. Are you sure you want to notify the manager? Wuda nodded. Go ahead. Okay, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. After saying this, the maiden turned and went upstairs, while the other maiden returned to her original position, only greeting new customers when they entered the trading area behind the hall. Ah, what a good person. Trained like a machine. It's truly sad. Wuda sighed and shook his head. Indeed, far less friendly than the aunties in our town. Lu Li nodded in agreement. Before long, a middle-aged man in a blue robe walked down the stairs, followed by the maiden who had just gone upstairs. After they reached the bottom, the maiden whispered a few words to the middle-aged man and then returned to her position. The blue-robed middle-aged man changed his expression to a smile and quickly approached the two, cupping his hands. I am Tong Yun, one of the managers of this Wanbao Pavilion. Are you 2 fellow Taoists here to sell materials? Tong Yun was at the 6th level of Qi refining, but was very humble in demeanor. Lu Li didn't speak. He had never made a transaction before, so it was more appropriate for Wu De to handle it. Wu De smiled exactly. Tong Yun said with a smile, then please, fellow Taoists, come upstairs for a detailed discussion. Sure, Wu De nodded succinctly. The two followed Tong Yun to the second floor, which also had a large hall and many closed rooms. Tong Yun directly opened the first room on the left at the top of the stairs and gestured, please, fellow Taoists. Wu De seemed unbothered and entered without hesitation, while Lu Li hesitated slightly before entering, perhaps out of caution. Inside was an ancient tea table with two large redwood chairs on either side. After Tong Yun indicated for them to sit, he sat opposite them and didn't rush into discussing the transaction. Instead, he personally poured them a cup of tea and smiled. This is Lingwu tea from Lingwu Mountain in Muzhou. It refreshes the mind and is quite good. I only dare to serve it to esteemed guests like you. Would you like to try? This was clearly a polite remark. He had never met the two, so how could he know they were esteemed guests? Wu De didn't mind, took a sip from his cup, smacked his lips, and smiled. Indeed, good tea. Lu Li gulped it down like an ox drinking water. Although the tea was warm, once it entered his belly, a cool sensation rushed to the top of his head, causing his eyes to brighten. This was indeed good tea. This action left Wu De speechless, wearing an expression that said he was not familiar with Lu Li. However, Tong Yun smiled and said, fellow Taoist, you are truly a person of character. Saying this, he poured another cup for Lu Li, then pushed the teapot towards him. If you like it, drink more. Lu Li felt that this tea significantly alleviated the frustration he had been suppressing for days. Hearing this, he didn't hold back and drank 4 or 5 cups in quick succession, only stopping when the transparent teapot was nearly empty. At this moment, his frustration had vanished, and he thought that this tea was truly a great thing in this foggy and oppressive swamp. If only he could take some away. Seeing both of them staring at him, he felt a bit awkward and said, you guys talk business. Why are you looking at me? Ah, right, talk business. Tong Yun snapped back to reality and smiled at Wu De, fellow Taoist. May I ask what resources you are planning to sell? Wu De, not wanting to waste time, straightforwardly said, to be honest, we just came out of the Great Marsh and hunted some 3-headed snake gallbladders and the carcasses of some Great Marsh centipedes. I wonder what price fellow Taoist Tong can offer. Tong Yun initially thought it was strange that this old man referred to a guy under 20 as a brother. But upon hearing that they had come from the Great Marsh, he was visibly shocked. You two fellow Taoists actually entered the Great Marsh? I truly admire you. The Great Marsh is known as a forbidden area of the Great Qian, and it is said that most cultivators who enter find it hard to come out alive. Over time, even though there are many representative resources inside, no one dares to risk their life to go in anymore. Just lucky. We didn't go deep into the Great Marsh, just wandered around the northern part and came out, Wu De casually said. Others might not know, but he was very clear that the Great War 1,000 years ago had completely turned the Great Marsh upside down, and the powerful beasts inside had all perished. The current Great Marsh was far from the terror it was 1,000 years ago. Not only the Great Marsh, but the apocalyptic war 1,000 years ago had caused the entire eastern wilderness cultivation world to regress by 1,000 years, and it has yet to recover. Wandered around. Tong Yun was skeptical. Can I inspect your items? Of course, it needs to be inspected. Wu De waved his hand, and an oval snake gallbladder with a red hue and some black spots appeared in his hand, which he handed to Tong Yun. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. After that, he waved again, and a gray centipede carcass about 6 feet long appeared in his hands, which he also handed to Tong Yun. This is a Great Marsh centipede carcass. When Tong Yun saw the gray centipede carcass, he immediately believed that the two had indeed been to the Great Marsh, and the joy on his face grew more intense. The Wanbao Pavilion was located here largely to target the resources within the Great Marsh. Unfortunately, the special products from the Great Marsh had become increasingly scarce over the years. It seemed he was lucky this time. If the quantity was large, he might receive quite a reward. After a brief inspection, he smiled and asked, may I ask how many snake gallbladders and Great Marsh centipede carcasses you have? Wu De replied, together, we have 520 snake gallbladders and 90 Great Marsh centipede carcasses. You can see what price you can offer. While speaking, he waved his hand to instantly retrieve the Great Marsh centipede carcass and snake gallbladders in front of Tong Yun, as if afraid they would be snatched away. Upon hearing 520, Tong Yun's pupils clearly shrank, visibly shocked, but he quickly regained his composure, lightly tapping the table and tentatively said, for the snake gallbladders, I can offer you 50 condensed true pills each, and for the Great Marsh centipede carcasses, 60 each. How does that sound? Upon hearing this price, Lu Li thought that Wu De truly had foresight, as it matched what he had said earlier. However, upon hearing Wu De's response, he suddenly stood up. Since fellow Taoist has no sincerity, then let us end it here. For a moment, both Lu Li and Tong Yun were stunned. Chapter 111. Not a waste of trip, fellow Taoist. Let us talk it out. Let us talk it out. Seeing Wu De so agitated, Tong Yun hurriedly stood up with a fawning smile. Fellow Taoist, business is negotiated. Since you think the price is too low, why don't you make an offer? To be honest, this price was set by Wanbao Pavilion a long time ago. Due to the long absence of transactions involving Great Marsh specialties, they hadn't made any adjustments. The current price was certainly far from this amount. He was merely testing Wu De, but he didn't expect the other party to react so strongly. Wuda didn't really want to leave. Upon hearing this, he pretended to be unhappy and sat down, saying with some displeasure, "A fixed price, 60 snake gallbladders for 1 Ningxin Dan, and 70 for the day's wugong." He didn't ask for an exorbitant price, just raised it by 10 Ningxin Dan. Lu Li said nothing and quietly watched the two negotiate. Don't underestimate this 10 Dan increase. After more than 500 snake gallbladders, it could mean earning over 5,000 Ningxin Dan. After hearing this, Tong Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but still pretended to be troubled, saying, "Friend, you raised the price so much all at once. I'm afraid I can't make the decision. Please allow me to consult the steward on this matter." "No problem," Wuda said lightly. "All right, please wait a moment. I'll be right back." Tong Yun slightly cupped his hands and quickly walked out. Once Tong Yun left, Wuda revealed a strange smile and looked at Lu Li. "Kid, learn from this. Unless something unexpected happens, this kid will most likely go out for tea and fresh air. As long as we pretend to be impatient and leave, he will definitely come running back saying he has consulted." Lu Li was stunned and said, "Really? He really? Just try it." Wuda winked at Lu Li, stood up, and said, "If you don't believe it, let's test it." Saying this, he pulled Lu Li up and walked out with a serious expression. Curious. Lu Li also pretended to look unhappy as he walked out with Wuda. Outside in the hall by the window, Tong Yun was about to take a sip of tea when he saw the two looking displeased as they walked out. He was startled and quickly set down his teacup. Rushing towards them, "Two friends, what is this?" Wuda glanced at Tong Yun and said, "Didn't you say you were going to consult your steward? Why are you still here drinking tea? Since you have no intention of doing business, we will look elsewhere." Tong Yun suddenly felt awkward. After a quick thought, he hurriedly said, "Friend, what are you saying? The steward is not here. I've sent someone to find him. I'm just taking this opportunity to catch my breath." It seemed he had made some significant decision. "All right, since you two are in a hurry, I will make the decision privately and buy it at the price you mentioned. If the steward has any punishment, I will take it myself." "Hee. This won't be too difficult for you, will it?" Wuda said with a half smile. "It's nothing, just a few thousand Ningxin Dan. At worst, I will pay out of my own pocket," Tong Yun said. Then it's settled. Wuda saw that it was almost done and no longer toyed with Tong Yun. Turning around and going back, Jiang is indeed an old fox. He can guess this. Lu Li thought to himself, realizing he was still too young. Experience is something one can only gain through living it. After entering the room, the three of them got straight to the point, and soon the transaction was completed. According to the price Wuda provided, Lu Li obtained more than 18,700 Ningxin Dan, which was quite a good haul. Of course, only Lu Li and Wu De knew the dangers involved. After the transaction was completed, both Wu De and Tong Yun wore satisfied smiles, exchanged pleasantries, and were ready to leave. At this moment, Lu Li gently tugged at Wu De's sleeve. "Old man, help me sell that big guy." Wu De was slightly taken aback, then remembered that this kid had a mutated giant centipede. With a glint in his eye, he whispered, "How about you treat me to a drink later?" "Deal." Lu Li readily agreed. Wu De then turned back to Tong Yun and said, "Friend, my brother here has a big guy. I wonder if you dare to take it?" "Big guy?" Tong Yun shivered and quickly ran over. "You don't need to consider that. Quickly bring it out so I can take a look." Lu Li glanced at the empty space in the room, estimating that it could fit his big guy. So he asked the two to step back, then waved his hand. And with a thud, a curled-up, giant black-armored centipede corpse appeared in the room, blocking the entire path. "Is this a high-level day's wugong?" Tong Yun's expression was excited as he stepped forward to gently touch the hard armor. "Friend, take a good look. Is this what a high-level day's wugong looks like?" Wu De chuckled and continued, "You might as well test this armor with a xuanqi." Upon hearing this, Tong Yun showed a look of suspicion, thinking that the high-level day's wugong in the illustration had an armor that was gray-black, while this one was shiny black. Out of curiosity, he took out a short sword and struck it down with all his might. Instantly, sparks flew. Tong Yun was taken aback. This short sword was a genuine xuanqi, and its sharpness was not something ordinary weapons could compare to. He didn't expect it would not break this black shell. Now you understand. This day's wugong has mutated." Wu De stroked his beard and smiled. "This thing chased us for a day and a night back then. If we weren't lucky, we'd have died in the days by now." "Mutated?" Tong Yun was increasingly shocked. He had never seen a mutated day's wugong before, but this armor was indeed impressive. If it were made into armor, it would be enough to withstand xuanqi attacks. He stood up, suppressing his excitement, and asked, "Friend, how much are you planning to sell it for?" Wu De didn't speak, but directly held up a finger. Tong Yun's eyes lit up, and he tentatively said, 1,000? Wu De's expression darkened. "Friend, that joke isn't funny. 10,000, no bargaining." Lu Li was startled. This old man had only said this thing was worth 4,000 to 5,000 before, and now he was asking for 10,000? But this was good too. Who wouldn't want to earn a little more? Tong Yun immediately showed a troubled expression. This wasn't pretended. Normally, a high-level day's wugong was worth at most 2,000. Although this one was mutated, asking for 10,000 might be a bit high. Staring at the shiny corpse, Tong Yun gritted his teeth and said, "Friend, I can only offer you 8,000 at most. If you think that's not enough, perhaps we should wait for our steward to come back to evaluate it before discussing further. What do you think?" Wu De looked at Lu Li. Lu Li was unwilling to waste time waiting for that so-called steward. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then 8,000 it is. Friend is straightforward." Tong Yin didn't waste any more words and immediately sent someone to bring 8,000 Ningxin Dawn to Lu Li. In this way, Lu Li finally exchanged everything he obtained from the day's expedition for Ningxin Dawn, totaling more than 26,000. It was a worthwhile trip, and more importantly, he got the Ningxin flower he wanted. He planned to procure the Buddhist heart fruit, and then find a place to settle down and start refining the nourishing vein pill.